DC where they have like ththese fancy restaurants that turn into like a legit like club, that
Yeah.
has like flashing lights and like the bass booming. So I didn't believe it. I was like, whatever. They probably play some music. No, this thing had like girls in like lingerie and they were dancing on tables. Like, wow, you were not kidding. We do not have those in Hendersonville, Tennessee. This is a far cry from Texas Roadhouse.
Well, true. There is one place in D.C., and I've been there once or twice, and it's a deli, and on the back wall of the deli, it's like a big freezer door. But at night, you go in the deli, and they open up that freezer door, and it turns into this huge room that has a bar inside and a dance floor, and you would never know. But the front is just a deli. It's kind of crazy. This was not that place, but didn't feel good about going there late. I will not be doing that. What I will be doing, though, is watching more baseball today. And before we do that, we got to bring in Cody Decker, Major League Baseball analyst, former Major League Baseball player, bald and handsome. Live from L.A. You're out in L.A., Cody?
No, I'm in New York City. Flew back last night. Why doesn't Double D know these things? I told him.
Oh, okay. I kept
Bad
hearing
producer.
L.A.
Bad
LA.
producer, Double D.
Yeah,
Better than this, Double D.
Come on. What are we doing here? All right, so let me ask you about baseball, obviously, and the Tigers. Are you a believer in the Tigers all of a sudden because they got to win behind Skubal? Like, how do you feel about Detroit going into Game 2?
Is Derek Skubal throwing today and tomorrow?
Right. Exactly.
No.
Then no. No, not at all. By the way, doesn't mean I don't think they can win this series. Yeah, they can win this series. They got to win one more game against the Guardians, but the Guardians have been piping hot, and they just ran into a brick wall that happened to be Tarek Skubal yesterday. And let's not pretend that Gavin Williams didn't also throw 6 gems of an inning. He absolutely did. Unfortunately, they just ran out of gas because, frankly, Skubal just didn't stop what he was doing. And the Tigers, listen, they were arguably the worst team in baseball when it came to September, fell off an absolute cliff, dropped a 15-game lead in their own division. They're actually lucky to even be in the playoffs at this exact moment. But if they can just pull together the way they were at the beginning of the year or even last year, yeah, they can go deeper into this playoffs. But at some point, they're going to run into a team that just has way more in the tank. I'm really excited at what the Mariners are going to do this postseason.
Yeah, I think that's my takeaway is that I'm not sure if I believe like whoever makes it out of the Tigers Guardian series just because their offenses seem so terrible. What's wild to me, I just read this. The Guardians have the worst on base percentage of any postseason team in baseball since 1968. How are they doing this? How are they winning games? And what is this? Is it voodoo magic? Is it timely base running? And is this sustainable?
It's kind of a combination. It's a combination. Is it sustainable? Not really, mainly because it's never really happened before. But at the end of the day, I mean, they're just a team that figures out a way to win ball games. Stephen Vogt has got this team running on all cylinders. They're a team that wins by subtraction. They do it every single year. Hell, they did it this year. This was a team that was getting ready to sell off just about everything. Emmanuel Clase was about to be moved. Stephen Kwan was being dangled out there between the Giants and the Dodgers and the Padres. And they moved Shane Bieber. All of a sudden, the Class A deal happens the way it does with the gambling thing. He gets suspended, so that kind of ruins the Stephen Kwan thing. And they ended up moving Shane Bieber anyways. This is a team that literally subtracted at the deadline and got better. They won like 19 of their next 20, and next thing you know, they're in the playoffs. And the fact that they were hot made me think that they might actually cause some serious damage in this postseason, which, of course, there's still time to do.
We're talking with Cody Decker, former Major League Baseball player and baseball analyst. What is your take on the Brewers? I know they haven't played yet, but I feel like this is a very complete team. Are we undervaluing Milwaukee, or do you feel like they're right where they should be as far as how we look at them?
They're right where they should be because they're an organization that's never won a World Series before. They're a team right now that's been in the playoffs multiple years and have never done a single damn thing ever. That being said, best record in the National League. That being said, they got some great arms. Another team that I mentioned with the Guardians that always wins by subtraction every single year. They drop another superstar, they get better. It is a fascinating thing that's going on over there. And Pat Murphy, who might win Manager of the Year again, provided he doesn't write any more weird-ass fake letters from dead people, I think would be really good.
There's a story in there. I feel like for people who don't know the story. So maybe we will Google that after this segment. But let me ask you about the Dodgers, because as I'm watching this game last night, it was a month ago. Okay. All right. Dodgers, Cody, because I know you're an LA guy and obviously you're a baseball guy. Let me ask you about this Dodgers lineup, because yesterday people were like dumping on Hunter Green, and they're like, Hunter Green can't get it out. I'm thinking to myself, do you see this Dodgers lineup? We have possible multiple Hall of Famers in this lineup. And it just feels like if any team in the postseason left, like the postseason experience, it feels like is immeasurable. Like if I'm power ranking lineups in baseball, and I understand the Dodgers certainly have their flaws when it comes to the bullpen, but like how do you not trust this Dodgers lineup? It feels like they're going to score at least 6 runs a game.
And they just might. And it's not that they might have Hall of Famers. 1, 2, 3. Hall of Famer, Hall of Famer, Hall of Famer. Right. And then the next 5 are all-stars and borderline Hall of Famers. It's an insane lineup. It's arguably the best that's ever been constructed. That's how good the lineup is. And there's other lineups in the National League West that are almost comparable. That should just show you how insane this division actually was this year. But yeah, their bullpen issues. There are issues. We watched it happen last night. This team's up by 10 runs, and all of a sudden they walk 3 guys in the 8th inning. You see the frustration on Dave Roberts' face. Blake Trinan comes into the 9th, and he's also struggling because Blake Trinan's been struggling for months. Lyles has been out all year. Tanner Scott has never really put it together. The bullpen has been a very serious issue. But that offense can go toe-to-toe with anything on planet Earth, including Decepticons and any other villains from 90s television shows.
Cody, which team in the postseason is the most overvalued? A team that maybe everyone's hot on or people
Dodgers.
like that you... Dodgers, okay. Is it because they're bullpen?
The Dodgers. I mean, it just is. It's because of that bullpen. The bullpen's the problem. Their starting pitching is good as anybody, but that bullpen is a serious issue right now. Offensively, listen, I'm not going to pretend that any team is as good as them offensively. It does not exist right now, and now they seem to be getting healthy at the right time. Max Muncy's back in that lineup. They are doing some good stuff, but let's be real clear, man. I've said it myself. Whoever beats the Dodgers is winning the World Series. I think somebody is going to beat the Dodgers.
Well, next round could be the Phillies if the Dodgers get past the Reds, obviously. But let me ask you, since you're in New York City, about the Yankees. I mean, it feels to me this is the biggest discrepancy on what you see on paper. And you're like, wow, this is a good team. Aaron Judge, the most feared hitter in baseball. And this bullpen that they paid a ton of money. But, like, there is just no confidence for me. Like, I feel like there is a way that, like, Aaron Boone is going to mismanage the bullpen. I don't know if it's, like, negative Yankees fans who have, like, permeated my thoughts. But, like, do you have confidence in the Yankees tonight?
Tonight, maybe. If they win tonight, I think they're going to win the series because, losing Lucas Giolito for the series is a big, big, big blow for the Boston Red Sox. But they had more than ample opportunity last night. I'm actually very frustrated. I'm not even a Yankee guy. I could care less if the Yankees win or lose. I love seeing the pain on Yankees fans' faces when things go horribly awry. It gives me immense joy. That being said, dear God, Aaron Boone, I'm a defender of Aaron Boone. I think being the Yankee manager is one of the hardest things in the world, considering the fact that no matter what you do, the answer is wrong. That being said, polling Max Fried, the answer was wrong. It was flat out wrong. No runs in 6 innings and 1/3, and you could have kept him out there just because he got to the 100-pitch threshold. What are you saving him for Game 4? There is no Game 4, idiot. Throw him out there. Crochet's out there throwing 120 pitches all the way to the 8th. You let it turn into the Crochet game. It was the Max Fried game until you pulled him. Damn it, that was stupid. And, of course, immediately Weaver giving up 2 runs, like as it was written in a very terrible and obvious script. And then, of course, at the end of the game, the Yankees get bases loaded with nobody out, making them only the second team in the history of the postseason, to get bases loaded with nobody out in the 9th inning and score no runs. Dude, no, my faith is gone. Also, why did you not start Jazz Chisholm? Because of a left-on-left situation? Dude, stop being cute. It's the playoffs. It's a one-and-done game today. You better put out your best.
Cody, maybe this is overstated, but does Bryce Harper really need a ring, or how badly does he need a ring for his resume? Is that something that you look at, or something that you use to evaluate someone's career? He's got plenty of time. That's the one thing missing from his resume.
It is the one thing missing from his resume, but is it the thing that's going to keep? The thing is, in baseball, I don't think we carry the same cachet when it comes to championships and legendary statuses the way we do in other sports. You know, we ring count in basketball, we do it in football, but baseball, I mean, we got one team with 27 championships. We have a bunch of other teams with one or two. We have two teams right now that have zero. We have two teams that are in the playoffs right now. I'm sorry, three teams that are in the playoffs right now that have zero. I mean, it's not exactly the same thing. Ted Williams, known as one of the greatest players of all time, no rings. I feel like if we're discounting the greatness of all the Boston Red Sox of over 100 years because they got no rings. That being said, I'd like to see Bryce get a ring. This is a team that over and over and over disappoints me. I often refer to them as the Buffalo Bills of the Major League Baseball. And the reason why I refer to them as that, not because of the championship thing, specifically because in the last 5 years, they should have at least 2 rings on their fingers, and they don't. And at some point, they got to get over that October hump. And if they don't, listen, that might be something that mars part of his career. But at the end of the day, now he's Bryce Harper. He's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer, and he's got multiple MVPs. But for the love of God, Philly, please move forward this October. Jesus.
I'm sorry, I thought you were done there. All right, so we have a minute left, but I want to ask you about Ohtani. Like, it feels like every time we hype him up and it feels like too much, he still delivers. He hit 2 home runs last night. How do you even explain this?
You don't. He's. I hate the phrase unicorn, but he is one. He is something different. We're not watching the greatest baseball player of all time. We're watching arguably one of the greatest athletes in a sport that we've ever seen. And he didn't even pitch last night. Home run right out the gate. I love coming back to New York, because I come back to New York and I literally sit down and it's like, this guy's overrated. First pitch, ball over the right field wall. I'm like, guys, he's not human. And I love the fact that you love Aaron Judge. That is a great thing. But you don't have to try to pour cold water over Ohtani because you love Judge. Ohtani just happens to be slightly better for kind of different reasons. It's just insane what we're watching.
He is a Major League Baseball analyst, former Major League Baseball player, and always on point with his analysis. It is our Cody Decker. Cody, good to hear from you, man.
Hey, good to hear from you, too.
Also have some breaking news football-wise here, which is a big deal. According to Ian Rappaport from NFL Network and Adam Schefter from ESPN, the Browns are going with Dylan Gabriel as QB1 this weekend. No more Joe Flacco. No Shedeur Sanders. It is Dylan Gabriel, which I don't think this is a huge surprise. Like, the Browns have nothing to lose. Might as well go with the guy that you drafted to be your quarterback of the future. The Browns are still the Browns, but maybe a little more interesting for Cleveland this weekend.
Yeah, I think this is just going to be like a talking point where people are going to be like, why isn't Shedeur playing? And hasn't Shedeur said some things where he's like, I would be a starting quarterback on all these other teams? It's like, you're not even the second in line in Cleveland. And that's not a team that's like contending for a ring right now. So like, maybe focus on the task ahead and try to do your absolute best in being a good teammate, because listen, like, you should have a long career ahead of you. So like, maybe just focus on getting better for the time being. But I just did it too. I didn't even talk about Dylan Gabriel. Talked about Shedeur. Look at me, I'm the problem.
You're like, yeah, but let's talk about Shedeur Sanders for a second. I'm like, okay. But you know what? That's what everybody's going to do, you know? It's like, why isn't it Shedeur? Well, they drafted Dylan first. Coming up next on the show, find out what's coming up next on Bet Sweats, plus the plays we like today on this Wednesday. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Wednesday. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get it going with Double D. Come on, Double D. Appreciate you being with us. Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Got our best bets coming your way. Have you been following these YouTube TV carriage disputes, which are really fascinating? I mean, we both have YouTube TV, right? Hulu TV is involved as well. Like, they've gone back and forth with NBC Universal, and that agreement was going to expire at midnight, which means you would be without NBC, Bravo, USA, CNBC, Telemundo. They negotiated an extension, so they haven't come to an agreement, but they're going to continue to negotiate. Those channels are not going to go dark. But here in D.C., Monumental Sports Network, which broadcasts all the Caps and Wizards games, done. They could not come to an agreement, and it doesn't look like they're going to come to an agreement. So now, if you want to watch the Caps and Wizards here in D.C. or the Mystics, then you're going to have to purchase an individual streaming package from the Monumental Sports Network app because they're not going to be on YouTube TV nor on Hulu. And that sort of looks like it's going to be the wave of the future. You can still get them on an upper tier package on DirecTV, but a lot of these streaming companies are deciding that these regional sports networks are not worth negotiating with, and they're dropping them like flies across the country. So it's just sort of a change in how things are done. But it's strange, especially having worked for NBC Sports Washington, which then became Monumental Sports Network. You can't see these guys.
Yeah, and it's definitely not something great that sports fans have to deal with. Jenks,
Right.
please tell me you saw the banner that went across the screen during the Ryder Cup. And I quote, it said, YouTube TV is at it again.
At it again.
I said, who wrote this? Like an intern? Like an 8th grade boy? YouTube TV is at it again. Like, they literally said that. And they said, whatever, they're going to stop coverage of this channel. And I had a good laugh because of the phrasing. So they are not holding back any punches. They're definitely throwing the daggers at YouTube TV. And they should.
It's so funny you said that. We were sitting on the couch. We said the same thing. At it again? What?
They're at it again.
These guys are at it again. God, YouTube. You know who we're talking about. At it again. I was like, who's... And this is done by NBC. You go to getyourchannels.com. So finally, I saw this message so many times. We were watching, after the Ryder Cup, we watched Dateline. And of course, during Dateline, I'm like, all right, I'm going to go to this website. And it's from NBC. And you can click on something on YouTube. You can click on an X link. You can click on an Instagram link. And all it does is immediately send a message to YouTube TV. Like, hey, what are you guys doing? Work out something with NBC. Quit being at it again. Or whatever it was. But that was a very funny comment. I can't believe that came from NBC Universal. What are we doing?
They're at it again. That's what I thought. It just felt very aggressive and very juvenile. So, that's the thing. I get it, though. If you're going to be exasperated over somebody,
yeah,
I'm exasperated. Because hasn't this been a headline for, the past few months when it comes to several channels? They did this with Fox, too.
Yeah.
So, YouTube, stop doing this.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
What are you guys doing? It's so weird. Then what is your take on this? The whole Monumental thing? Have you followed this at all? It's really strange.
They're in this together. They're in cahoots.
You think so?
YouTube TV ain't dropping the price, and now I got to go. The 1 year in the last 10 that I actually want to watch the Wizards.
Right.
They're like, nope, you got to go pay for it out of your pocket. Now, I don't pay for YouTube TV because my brother does, and I mooch off of him like a good older brother. But it's still, the timing of this is terrible. It happens to everybody across the country. These companies are in cahoots. Don't let them fool you.
Mm-hmm. I'm not spending the extra money. I'm not spending $179 a year to stream the Wiz and Caps. I mean, I'll figure out something. I don't know. But that's a lot of money on top of all the other money I'm paying for streaming services. So I don't know how I'm going to watch these games. Maybe I'll just pop into the bar or something. I don't know. I got to figure something out. Coming up next on Bat Sweats, Joe and Sammy P react to yesterday's Game 1s in Major League Baseball. They've got their favorite plays today. Nate Collins is along at 9:20. Davis Matek is in at 10 to talk fantasy football. And former outfielder Kevin Pillar joins the show at 11 o'clock. All right. It has been a good week betting-wise, so let's keep her going.
Time to place your bets.
Nothing but winners, Chelsea.
All right, we're at it again, betting on some unders in postseason baseball. So today, best play on the card for me is going to be the Tigers and the Guardians, under 7. So we're playing this up to 7 just to get a round number at -136. I do think it's worth it. But we saw that unders were certainly the play in day 1 of these wild card series, with 3 of these games going under a total of 4. And especially for the Tigers and Guardians, because you have the under better's dream of great pitching and pedestrian offenses. So today we get Casey Mize, who certainly is not Tariq Skubal, but he has good numbers, 14-6, 3.87 ERA. And then Tanner Bybee, who's going for the Guardians, has great numbers against this Tigers lineup. In back-to-back starts against the Tigers last time around, only a single earned run allowed over 6 innings of work in those 2 starts. So I think the pitching matchup is good. And plus, here's the thing for the Guardians. Like, you watch these games and you're like, how are they winning games? And a lot of it is like, errors and base running. But the bottom line for me is that this is not a sustainable model when it comes to scoring runs. The Guardians have the lowest on-base percentage of any team in the postseason since 1968. This is not a good offense. So maybe they win the game, but I'm not trusting them to score a run. So I think any way you slice it, this is an under game. Under 7, and the Guardians-Tigers, best bet of the day.
Oh, man, I will be on that as well. In fact, the last 5 times these two teams have played, 5 straight games, 7 or under. And it's playoff baseball. You talked about it. I'm going to be on this as well. Love this play, under 7 in Cleveland. I'm also going to go Dodgers. First 5 run line. Now, it is a little juicy, -154. This price keeps going up. Obviously, taking on the Reds, but all signs point to L.A. If you want to take L.A. on the run line again, I don't mind that. You got Zach Littell going for Cincy, Yoshinbu Yamamoto going for the Dodgers, and Yamamoto has been virtually unhittable in the past month. In his last 5 starts, a total of only 4 runs. That is over 34 innings pitched. Faced the Reds back in July, allowed a single run over 7 innings. Zach Littell for the Reds on the road this season, pretty good, 7-4, 3.92 ERA. But those Dodgers bats, as we saw yesterday, are just lethal. They are also the 5th best team in the first 5 in baseball this season. I'll bank on them to get off to another hot start and avoid that Dodgers bullpen, which is the one real weakness of this team. Let's go Dodgers first 5 run line. It is -154 and getting more expensive by the minute.
Let's play this Dodgers lineup in some way. So for me, I'm going to go Dodgers team total over 4.5 runs for, I believe it's -125. Because the thing for me is that even though the Dodgers do have some flaws with their bullpen, this lineup has to be the best lineup in the postseason right now. Maybe it's not based on the numbers of the regular guys that I'm trusting. Look at Ohtani last night. He had 2 home runs. And that was the Reds' ace of their staff in Hunter Green. Hunter Green lasted 3 innings last night. So not only did we have a poor showing from Hunter Green, they also had to use the bullpen a ton. So when you have Zach Littell going up there, like, how do you think he's going to do against future Hall of Famers? I don't care how good of a pitcher you are. This lineup has made plenty of great pitchers look really terrible. Then you get to the Reds' bullpen after Zach Littell. I just think it's going to be a hit parade once again in LA. I'm going to go team total for the Dodgers over 4.5 for -125.
Let's cash and keep this winning week going. Guys, if you want to check us out, it's easy to do. We stream on YouTube along with every other show on the BetMGM network. We make it easy for you. Like and subscribe. Or you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Before we find out what's coming up next on Bet Sweats, I think we have Joe O today. Maybe. Coin flip. We'll find out. We're going to find out soon enough. Before that, let's bring in the doctor, find out what he's up to. Good morning, doctor.
Why doesn't anyone follow me on TikTok?
First of all, Doc, there you go. There you go,
Great
buddy.
shot
There you are. I didn't know you were on TikTok.
I just joined this morning.
Oh, yeah?
I think I can become an influencer. Get ready for me. This is Dad putting me in my chair. Fit check. Oh, I don't wear any clothes. It's not a problem. There's Sammy P. Time to get my flirty face on. Does anyone want to rub my belly?
Oh, okay. Enough. You should deactivate your account immediately. I don't think we need that. Do you have a play before we find out what's coming up next on Bet Sweats?
I do. Sammy Sosa and the Cubs money line against the Padres.
Ah.
Well, that is a play. Do we have Joe O? Oh, look at that. My, unbelievable. Right on cue. Good morning, Joe O.
There's the donkster at it again.
At it again.
At it again.
So annoyed.
We need a banner.
Sunday Night Football, too, is like every 10 minutes.
Yeah.
We get it. Shut up.
We know.
I'm trying to talk myself into it, I think. I'm like, there's no way they're going to take away Sunday Night Football, right? Or the college game on Saturday night that they have now, usually a Big Ten game. I would think not, but we keep seeing it. Like you're talking about your experience out in D.C. Here, for me, because I'm just like done with it. I'm like, I don't care. I'm not leaving YouTube TV now. I can't see the Bulls. I can't see the White Sox. Like, so it's the same situation at a lot of different places. People are fed up, man. We cut the cord originally to like save money, right?
Yeah.
Like this was the new thing. And now if we add up all the apps, we're probably paying close to double.
1,000%.
We're the idiots.
I know.
We're at it again.
Yes.
But that's the thing. I will say it was nice yesterday being able to watch every baseball game. Because that's my one knock on baseball. Usually, it's hard to watch.
Yep.
Well, Joe O, at it again. Have a great show. Good to see you. Yeah, we're all in this together, right? The prices just keep going up. You guys got to figure it out. That's it for us on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea, I'm Jinx. Have a fantastic Wednesday.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Happy Wednesday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. Another great show for you guys coming up today on Send It In. A lot to get to. 4 more playoff baseball games today. We'll give out some plays for that later on in the show. Continue looking at the Week 5 NFL slate, Week 6 college football slate as well. And we'll look at the Lamar Jackson injury news and what that could mean potentially for the Ravens and some of their futures markets. So we'll dive into all that. Any questions, comments, best bets that you guys have throughout the show, let us know. Chime in at the BetMGM Network. And if you miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcast. Let's get rolling on a Wednesday. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line. Check in with our guy, Chase Kitty, who joins us each and every Wednesday. Give Chase a follow on X at Chase A. Kitty, BetMGM digital content writer, and James Madison University graduate. Chase, let's start with the Heisman Trophy conversation. We were talking a little bit about this last week. Mendoza was the favorite, but really just by default. And we knew with the slate that we had last week, there would be a ton of movement. Oregon, Bama, the 2 big winners, Dante Moore, Ty Simpson, moving up. So as you kind of handicap the Heisman market looking into Week 6, what stands out to you? Do you think there's any good value on anybody out there?
Yeah, I mean, Moore was the obvious guy that was going to jump up because you have the big opportunity with Penn State. I really liked him in the preseason, and I'll explain why I still like him today. But I liked him in the preseason because if you look at what Oregon has done at quarterback with Dan Lanning, they just, it's a machine of sending their quarterback to New York as a Heisman finalist. They did it with Bo Nix and they did it with Dylan Gabriel. So the odds were that they were going to also turn Dante Moore into something. Because of that, it's great if you got him where I got him, which was 30-1 in the preseason. But it's still great to get him even at the top of the current market because there's so many guys that are 25-1 or shorter right now. There's still decent buy-in value at $750, even though that's the top of the current market because of the history you have with Lanning and sending these quarterbacks as finalists. I think also if you look at Oregon's schedule, I mean, they get Indiana next weekend. They get that at home. Other than that, I don't see the game that's going to trip them up. And I mean, I think they're going to beat Indiana too. So I think there's a very real chance that Oregon's 12-0 going into the Big Ten championship game. Of course, you're going to probably have the quarterback of that team as a Heisman finalist. So I think right there, even though it's the top of the market, there's a lot of value. I think 2 other guys I like, we talked about Miava a little bit last week with USC. I think he's going to have the stats. His QBR is really high. It's not like they lost to Illinois because of him. And then Joey Aguilar is the other guy, the Tennessee quarterback. Very busy weekend last week. A lot of stuff got lost because there were so many good games. Go watch the drive he had at the end of regulation to keep Tennessee alive and force overtime at Mississippi State. Awesome drive. I think he's going to have the stats and the posture, and he's an SEC quarterback. I think 13-1, it's not a great price. You've already missed the best of the number by a wide margin, but I think he could be a factor in the race, and I would not be surprised if he's a finalist.
Yeah, 20-1 right now. Tennessee quarterback Joey Aguilar to win the Heisman Trophy. Chase, let's look at some of these conferences. Let's start with the SEC. I talked about it after Bama lost to Florida State. As bad of a loss as that was, they still had their whole season in front of them, and it really helped them that they got Georgia to start. And if they won that game, what it would mean for a tiebreaker, and then how that would affect the SEC odds. And they jumped from plus 600 to now the favorite to win the SEC at plus 250. Now, they still have a very difficult schedule. Texas has a favorable schedule. They're right behind them at 3-1. You could certainly make the case for Ole Miss or A&M or some of these other teams. So looking at the SEC, what jumps out to you? Any bets you think need to be made?
Yeah, it's such a fascinating race right now because the futures market is it still feels like it's very held captive by everybody's priors, meaning you've got Alabama and you've got Texas and you've got Georgia. My team's going crazy right now. I don't know if you can hear that. Alabama, Georgia, and Texas at the top of the market, and that's what everybody wants. But if you actually look at the standings or you look at analytics like what SP Plus has at ESPN, Ole Miss is 3-0 in conference right now. Nobody else has more than 1 win, so that's not nothing, and they're 7-1 behind all 3 of those other teams. Missouri is actually second in SP Plus right now in terms of chances to win the conference. You look at their schedule, you understand why it's not as great and easy as it was 2 years ago, but you can see the path. They're playing really well offensively. That's 20-1. That's a crazy number. I think that's very divorced from the fundamentals of the market right now. If you're looking at pure value and chasing a return and maybe looking for CLV in terms of where the market's going to go in the next 4 to 5 weeks, I think Missouri is the best value for your money.
Yeah, they got Bama coming up next week in Columbia, so a good spot there for Mizzou. Chase, what about the Big 12 coming into the year? This was as wide open a league as we've ever seen. Texas Tech has separated themselves at the moment in terms of the odds at plus 160, but you still have Iowa State there. You have Arizona State. How do you see the Big 12?
Yeah, the line I've given everybody all week, which I think I also texted you earlier today, was it's like the SEC and the Big 12 has switched bodies, where the Big 12 is supposed to be this crazy chaos conference every year, and the SEC is super stable at the top because you have the juggernauts like Georgia and Alabama and Texas the last 10 or 15 years. It's been very, very stable. It's totally different this year. It feels like when you watch the Big 12, still a lot of football left, but Iowa State, Texas Tech, Utah, if Dampier stays healthy, these are the teams, I think, Arizona State. I think the top of that conference is very clear, and then there's a separation around 4 or 5 teams in. Whereas the SEC, it really feels like it can go anywhere. So when you look at the actual odds market, Texas Tech, I think, deserves to be the favorite because of what they already have in pocket with the road win at Utah. I think the defensive line there is very strong. So I think that number is correct. But if you want to go chasing a number with a team a couple spots down, I think Iowa State at 6-1 is a great buy because they've done it year in and year out. They've never won the conference, but they've gotten to the title game a lot. And so if you're sitting there with a 6-1 ticket with a team that routinely makes the conference title game, you're going to feel pretty good and you're going to have hedge spots down the road.
Yeah, they got an interesting game this week against Cincinnati, which we might be getting to here in just a moment. We're talking with Chase Kitty on Send It In. Give him a follow on X at Chase A. Kitty, BetMGM Digital content writer and James Madison University graduate. Chase, before we get into some of your favorite plays of the weekend, just want to get your thoughts on some of the marquee games. I think the big 3 that stick out, Texas at Florida, Bama hosting Vandy, and Miami and Florida State. Of those 3 games, anything that interests you, any plays that you like at all?
I think the over in Alabama Vanderbilt, I just think the defenses are going to struggle to stop the offenses. If you made me take a side position, I'd probably lay it with Alabama because I think regression probably coming for Vanderbilt. When you look at the teams they beat and how they beat them, in hindsight, it's maybe a little less impressive than we thought in the moment. I think Diego Pavia is going to struggle to pass against Alabama's secondary. So if they get behind, that would probably favor an Alabama cover against the number. Florida State, I just feel like is taking way too much on the chin after losing in Charlottesville last week. And that's, I think, where the best number is. It's still a really good team. Sometimes you lose on the road in conference play in double overtime. And UVA pops into the top 25 after winning that game. So what is it? Like Florida State deserves to get dinged really badly for losing that game, or UVA is good? It can't be both. So I like the points with Florida State, and I think Miami could be in trouble in that particular spot. And then you get that head-to-head win over Miami, you're right back in the ACC title hunt. And that would totally flip a lot of the numbers we're seeing in that particular outright market. So yeah, a lot of angles there.
Certainly would. Chase, what about anything else that you like week 6 slate? You texted me that you like the board this week, so what are some of your favorite plays?
Yeah, I mean, look, you mentioned the Dukes. I don't think Georgia State's stopping them. I think they're going to run for 400 yards. So it's a big number, but I'd lay it before it hits 20. Chase DeLauder also starting in center field for the Guardians today, so shout out him. Penn State, UCLA, under 50.5. That number seems way too high given what UCLA is probably going to do, and Penn State's offense really hasn't impressed anybody to this point. Everybody, I'm surprised this hasn't been talked about yet as this week in terms of how much it's normally talked about. People love to reference the Service Academy play. Like it's an auto bet on the under when 2 service academies play each other. The problem is Air Force's defense is so bad this year.
Yeah.
They're actually 4-0 to the over this year coming into this Navy game. So a lot of people, I think, are going to look at the over. I think there was some early buy-in on the under just reflexively. I saw that number come down. It's now back up to 51.5 because I think there's buyback on the over. I would just lay it with Navy because this Air Force defense is really bad. Iowa State, Cincy, there's 2 games this week. My favorite trend, you play the unranked favorite that's playing the top 25 ranked underdog. You always lay the points with the favorite in that spot. Iowa State is getting points. They're a road dog at Cincinnati after the Bearcats beat Kansas last week. I don't have a great feel for that game. It's kind of weird. I actually like the over instead of a side because Iowa State just lost 2 defensive backs for the year. So I'm thinking that might trend a bit more toward shootout than the brands would suggest. The one that I do like is laying the 7 with Louisville against UVA. And now that number is down from 7 down to 7 from 7.5, it's an even better buy.
Absolutely. Chase, real quick before I let you go, 30 seconds, NFL. Anything that you like week 5 this week?
It's going to be chalky for me. I'm still early in putting my millions contest picks together, but I think the one that I like more than anything is just laying the big number with the Lions. I think we've kind of seen where this Bengals team falls now. The Lions are killing people. I'm not afraid to lay 10.5. It kind of goes down as a contrarian play in a contest format. So I will be on Detroit this week, if nothing else.
There you go. Chase Kitty, always great having him on every Wednesday. Give him a follow on X at Chase A. Kitty. You can get all his plays at BetMGM. BetMGM digital content writer. Chase, always good seeing you, pal. Good luck this week. Talk again soon.
See you, Peach.
All right, great stuff. Chase Kitty, join us here on Send It In. Let's continue talking college football and dive in to week 6. An interesting week and a tough week in college football. We've been rolling here the last couple weeks on our pick 5. We're 18-12. We're 4-1 the last 2 weeks. This is probably the week where I feel the least confident about the games, and sometimes when that happens, you end up having a good week. So hopefully that ends up being the case. Let's start with that Cincinnati and Iowa State game as we look at some of the top 25 matchups that we have. It feels like Cincinnati would be the play, right? I mean, unranked team favored against a ranked team. The problem is in college football, every year, there is a team like Iowa State who is like fraudulent. They're a ranked team, they're undefeated, but everybody wants to bet against them, and all they continue to do is win and cover spreads. And Arizona was taking a lot of money last week on Iowa State. People were betting Kansas State week 1 in Dublin. They were betting Iowa against Iowa State. All these type of games, and all Iowa State keeps doing is winning. So normally I'd be on the side of Cincinnati. Iowa State's the kind of team that scares me. And something I've noticed about college football, these noon Eastern time games, feels like every week we have one game that's like a trendy pick. Last week it was Arkansas. Everybody was on Arkansas against Notre Dame. That didn't work out. I kind of think this is going to be the trendy game, and people are going to be on Cincinnati. Just makes me a little nervous. So I'm going to pass on the game, but I am interested to see if Iowa State keeps winning these kind of games. Illinois is a 9.5-point favorite on the road at Purdue, and I like Purdue in the game. Maybe wait to see if you can get a 10 with Purdue after Illinois is coming off that big win against USC. I just don't think this Illinois team is very good. You know, USC, they continue to struggle. We talked about it all last week, how they struggle outside the state of California and how they've struggled against these Big Ten teams when they go to the Midwest or the Eastern time zone. Purdue's much improved. Barry Odom's a very good coach. Their offense is decent. I think they can hang around and keep this game close. So I'd look at Purdue plus the points. Texas and Florida is going to be a very interesting game. The under is getting hammered. This was at like 45.5. Now it's all the way down to 41.5. If we start to see some 40s pop up or even like a 39.5, I would maybe start to consider an over. Now, I understand why everybody is betting the under because Texas and Sark in these big games have just been terrible. They have not been able to score any points in these big games. Florida's got a very good defense, but psychologically, where is Florida out of this bye week? They lose to Miami. They lose to LSU. Lagway's banged up. He's not playing well. Are they just ready to quit on Napier, or do they still feel like they can save their season a little bit? I think at +7, I would look at Florida because I'm going to trust that they're playing Texas. They're at home, and Sark and the Longhorns, again, have just not been scoring a lot of points in these marquee games. So I would look at Florida plus the points, and again, if this total keeps going down, I would consider an over as well. Bama and Vandy, you guys know how I feel about this game. I like Vandy plus the points. Feels like a lot of people are laying the number with Alabama this week. I understand it. from a mentality standpoint, from a bounce back, revenge standpoint, it makes sense. But Bama's run defense, I don't think people are talking about enough. It's still not very good, and not having a good run defense against Vandy is problematic. So I still like Vandy plus the points. Virginia and Louisville, again, number 24 Virginia on the road taking on Louisville, and the Cardinals are a 7-point favorite. That right there is what we call a market indicator. So Virginia's having a great season. Tony Elliott's done a great job. His team can score a lot of points, but Jeff Brom in Louisville, he's a very good coach. They're coming off a bye week. I like Louisville minus the 7. Notre Dame's laying 3 touchdowns this week at home against Boise. It's 20.5. I'm going to see if we can get a 21, but right now I am leaning Boise plus the points. When you have a team like Notre Dame that's all offense and no defense, it always makes me a little nervous laying 3 touchdowns. And Notre Dame's going to score 40 in this game. They probably are. But who's not to say they might not give up 28 or 30 points themselves? And when you're that great on offense and your defense is that bad, it puts a lot of pressure on your offense to deliver every drive and put up points. If maybe Carr has a deflected pass that gets intercepted, or there's a fumble or a miscue, whatever it may be, that obviously helps us having the points with Boise State. They're going into Notre Dame. They get to play the Irish in South Bend. So it would only be Boise for me. When you have a defense that bad, I don't love laying that many points with a team like Notre Dame. Miami, Florida State's going to be super interesting. I talk about these kind of games all the time on Send It In. When you have a team like Florida State who had a look-ahead game when they had Virginia, they lose that outright and usually come back and backing that team the following week. It would only be Florida State or pass for me. This got to as high as 6.5. It's come back down to 4.5. Both teams are good. I think these are the 2 best teams in the ACC. Miami's really, really strong, though, on both lines of scrimmage. And that's how you win big games like this on the road, is you dominate with your D-line and your offensive line. It's all just going to come down to Carson Beck, like a lot of these Miami games are. What kind of Carson Beck are you going to get? It would only be Florida State. I don't think I'm going to play the game, but I do want to see how Florida State bounces back after that loss to Virginia. They're the desperate team, just like Bama was going into Georgia last week. Mississippi State taking on Texas A&M, the final top 25 matchup. A&M is a 14-point favorite. Total in the game, 55.5. Mississippi State's been an awesome story so far this season. Very improved. Had the upset over ASU. Took Tennessee to overtime last week. Now they go on the road and take on a very good Texas A&M team. You know, the Aggies are a tough team to figure out. They had the great win at Notre Dame, probably should have lost. They absolutely dominated Auburn and had a chance there potentially to lose that game as well. Just kind of feels like laying 14 with A&M might be a little too high, so I would probably lean towards Mississippi State in that one. All right, let's talk a little NFL Week 5 here on Send It In. And then we'll get to some Lamar Jackson Raven news and then some playoff baseball as well. Tigers have runners on first and second with 1 out in the top of the first inning. Texans and Ravens, super fascinating game. Houston, a 1-point favorite over Baltimore. The total is 40.5. The look-ahead line a couple of weeks ago was Baltimore minus 9.5. Then it reopened after the Kansas City game at minus 6.5. Then with the Lamar injury, with the Roquan, the Marlon Humphrey, the Ronnie State, all these guys being banged up, the Texans got as high to as 2.5 yesterday. Then we got this report from Ian Rappaport that Lamar might try and give it a go on Sunday. And now you have Houston as a 1-point favorite. I like the Ravens in this game. If Lamar plays, I obviously like him more. But even if Cooper Rush plays, I would still lean towards Baltimore in the matchup because they still have Derrick Henry. The biggest issue with the Ravens in that Kansas City Chiefs game was that they abandoned the run. And what's bothering me so much this season is how many times they are running the ball out of shotgun. When the Ravens have their quarterback under center, when Lamar's been under center, and you've had a fullback in front of Derrick Henry, it's created some great running lanes for Derrick. That's why he was able to break off so many of those big runs against Buffalo in week 1. When you're in the shotgun and it's just Lamar and Derrick back there and you don't have a fullback, this offensive line has struggled immensely. They can't block Lamar. So what's the best way to neutralize a pass rush, keep your terrible defense off of the field? It's to feed number 22, the king, and give him the ball. So whether it's Cooper Rush, whether it's Lamar Jackson, the line will move depending on who the quarterback is, but I would still lean towards Baltimore in the game. It's going to be fun, though, to watch this horrendous Texas offense against this horrendous Baltimore defense and see which of those matchups wins out. Titans and Cardinals. Very interesting game. This game is kind of reminding me of what we saw from the Bills and Saints line movement from last week. Buffalo opens up as a 16.5-point favorite, and then they go down to a 15.5-point favorite, and then they go down to a 14.5-point favorite. And we know that wasn't public money moving that line. What public bettor would want to bet the Saints against the Bills? So clearly the professionals knew what they were doing betting the Saints, and it feels like the same kind of people are moving this line down from 9.5 to 8.5 to now 7.5, because who would bet the Titans? So that leans me towards Tennessee. I just can't do it because Callahan is the worst coach in the NFL. That team is so unbelievably bad. And Arizona has already beaten up on some of the bad teams in the NFL. Now, they barely covered against the Saints, and they didn't cover against Carolina, even though they were dominating that game. But they have been able to show the ability to beat up on the bad teams in the NFL. It feels like a game that's probably going to be decided by like 7 or 10 points. I don't really want to have a side. I just think it is interesting that line continues to move down. I do like Tampa Bay. I'm glad we've gotten the plus 3.5 against Seattle. I think this is a good number. I'm getting the better quarterback with Baker Mayfield. We've talked about how much Seattle has struggled at home under Mike McDonald. And look, I understand Tampa's a little bit of a fraud, but they're very good as an underdog, and they're very good on the road. And, with Wirfs back and now Godwin's back to go along with the Buckham, I just think this is going to be a close game. I like Tampa Bay plus the 3.5. Lions and Bengals, super interesting. Chase told you he was going to be on Detroit in the game. I could certainly understand why. Detroit just beats up on bad teams, and the way that Dan Campbell coaches and the way that team is built, there is no off button with them. They just continue to go every single week. What is a crazy stat, though, is that the last 21 times in the NFL, we have had a home underdog of 7 points or more. They are 19-1-1 against the spread, including the Browns against the Packers a couple weeks ago. So you see something like that, and it's like, whoa, 19-1-1. I mean, again, in the NFL, 10.5 is a lot of points, especially on the road. Yes, the Bengals are bad. Yes, Jake Browning isn't any good. But also consider the fact that he's gone against Flores in Minnesota, and he's gone against Denver's defense on the road. Now he's back home against a defense that's not as good. I don't know how the Bengals are going to get stops against Detroit, which is why I don't want to take the 10.5. But I could see maybe a case for potentially taking Cincinnati. I think Browning's going to look much better than he has the last 2 weeks. I think the Lions are a good survivor play, as we talked about last week. But again, maybe Cincinnati can keep this game close. I just think that trend is crazy. Chargers and Commanders this week out in L.A. Right now, the Chargers are a 3-point favorite at home. Jaden Daniels supposed to be back for Washington, and the Chargers are beat up right now. Joe Alt left the game against the Giants. Doesn't look like he's going to be available for this one, and that's a big deal. Chargers now without Slater and Alt. I would look at a Marion Hampton props in this game. The Chargers are going to have to run the football. They've been throwing it a lot more than I think a bunch of us expected coming into this season. They're going to have to run the football in this game. So when Hampton props become available, I would look at that. Sunday Night Football, Patriots and Bills. Buffalo's a 7.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 50. This is another line that keeps getting bet down. Vrabel, when he was in Tennessee, was always good as a big underdog. I don't know if I'm going to end up playing the game. Probably would be New England or pass for me, though. And then the under Monday night game, I would definitely take the Chiefs at -3. At 3.5, I'd probably just lean on the money line. I think Jacksonville's very overrated. Worthy back just changes the dynamic, the feel of this Kansas City offense. I think the Chiefs win that game. And again, if they get back down to 3, I'd look at laying it with Kansas City. All right, real quick, let's dive into the glass ball. Look at some Lamar Jackson. We'll look at some Ravens futures, which are dependent, obviously, on the health of Lamar Jackson. So, again, Ian Rappaport this morning on Good Morning Football said it's more week to week, and he's going to try and play this week against Houston. Even if Lamar plays, he's not going to be his normal self. He's not going to have his normal speed out there. I would definitely look to attack Derrick Henry rushing props in this game against Houston. I keep refreshing the BetMGM app. I keep waiting to see when his rushing yards, rushing attempts, longest rush are going to be available, because that's what I'm looking to bet in these weeks without Lamar. And look, I do think the Ravens to miss the playoffs is a good bet at plus 240. Yes, they can beat Houston, but then they're home against the Rams next week. They're already a 4.5-point dog. in that game. They still have to play the Steelers twice. Maybe Burrow comes back around Thanksgiving and they have to play him. They're at Lambeau the second to last week of the season. They still have some tough games on their schedule. And 1-3, even if you're 2-4, that's not exactly an ideal place to be. So it's all price dependent. I think plus 240 for the Ravens to miss the playoffs is a good bet. Right now, their live win total is at 10.5, and the under is minus 150. I wouldn't lay the juice on that, even though I would lean towards the under. And then for the Ravens to win the division is minus 135. Yes, it might feel like you're getting a buy low, but they were minus 175 to start the season. I understand Burrow's hurt, but right now the Steelers have a 2-game lead, and not only is Lamar hurt and their entire team is hurt, for the first time ever since watching the Ravens, I'm worried that this team might be quitting on John Harbaugh because it felt like that in the Kansas City game. So it's going to be an interesting week against Houston to see how they look and if Lamar plays, obviously. But right now, vibes are certainly bad in Baltimore. All right, let's talk some playoff baseball. Guardians were able to get out of the first inning. Tigers had first and second, nobody out. It is still a scoreless game in the bottom of the first. I did take Detroit today, plus money. You can still get them at plus money now since it's a scoreless game. I just think this stat is just so baseball, and it's Tanner Beebe, who's starting today for the Guardians, is 19-0 in his last 19 starts against AL Central opponents. So the last 19 times he has started, the Guardians have won all 19 of those games. So he's been doing that in the regular season. Now we get to playoff baseball, and I just feel like now he's going to lose, right? Reminds me a couple years ago, the Orioles. They went an entire regular season without getting swept. All those series, they didn't get swept one time. They get to the postseason, they get swept by Texas, right? This is what happens in baseball. You get these crazy trends in the regular season. You get to the playoffs, a completely different animal. So I do like Detroit today at plus 110. Padres and Cubs, I'm going to be on Chicago today on the money line. I like what Craig Counsell is doing, starting with the reliever Andrew Kittredge to go against Tatis and Machado. Then he's going to bring in his left-hander Imanaga to go through the lineup. Probably the second to the seventh through the eighth inning, he's hoping. Dylan Cease, his road ERA is over 5 this season. I think the Cubs wrap that series up today, so I like Chicago at minus 115. Red Sox and Yankees, we're going to take the over at 7.5. You got Brian Bayo today going up against Carlos Rodon. Obviously, Rodon has been terrific, but the Red Sox have been decent against left-handed pitching this season. And then you have Brian Bayo, who does have some great history against Aaron Judge. I think could struggle, though, in a postseason start today. So I'll take over 7.5 as the Guardians have a home run there in the first inning. And then Reds and Dodgers. The Reds to win this series now are plus 650. Instead of taking them on the money line tonight at plus 225 against Yamamoto, it's going to be Ohtani and Abbott for game 3 if we get one. Abbott's been awesome this season. I just think that's a great price on the Reds to win the series at plus 650. So I would take that against the Dodgers. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM, an MLB postseason no sweat same game parlay token. With an MLB postseason no sweat same game parlay token, you'll get a stake back and bonus bets. Step up and find your pitch. Make it legendary at BetMGM. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. All right, let's get to our favorite plays of the day. Kyle Tucker and Dylan Cease square off today at Wrigley. Tucker 5 for 13 in his career against Dylan Cease. That's a 385 batting average. So I'll take Kyle Tucker to get a base hit today against Dylan Cease. Hoping to make it 9 in a row. We're on a nice little streak there in going streaking. My prop lock is going to be Alex Bregman over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs at plus 110. He went over this yesterday. Look, we know there are just certain guys in certain sports that step up in the postseason. Bregman has been that guy for a bunch of years for Houston. Had a great game yesterday for the Red Sox. I'll take him at plus 110 to go over the today against the Yankees. Dog of the day is going to be the Reds at plus 650 against the Dodgers to win the series. I just love that price. Do the Reds win today? I mean, they're plus 225, so probably not. But if they do, they got Abbott on the mound tomorrow, and all the pressure is going to be on the Dodgers to win that third game. So I'll take a stab Cincinnati to win the series at plus 650. And then the Cubbies, I like them today to take care of business against the Padres. We're fading Cease. Imanaga, I think, pitches well. Cubs money line, minus 118 against San Diego. Thanks again to Chase Giddy for joining us today on the show. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Enjoy playoff baseball, and we'll see you tomorrow. A happy Wednesday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. Another great show for you guys coming up today on Send It In. A lot to get to. 4 more playoff baseball games today. We'll give out some plays for that later on in the show. Continue looking at the Week 5 NFL slate, Week 6 college football slate as well. And we'll look at the Lamar Jackson injury news and what that could mean potentially for the Ravens and some of their futures markets. So we'll dive into all that. Any questions, comments, best bets that you guys have throughout the show, let us know. Chime in at the BetMGM Network. And if you miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcast. Let's get rolling on a Wednesday. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line. Check in with our guy, Chase Kitty, who joins us each and every Wednesday. Give Chase a follow on X at Chase A. Kitty, BetMGM digital content writer, and James Madison University graduate. Chase, let's start with the Heisman Trophy conversation. We were talking a little bit about this last week. Mendoza was the favorite, but really just by default. And we knew with the slate that we had last week, there would be a ton of movement. Oregon, Bama, the 2 big winners, Dante Moore, Ty Simpson, moving up. So as you kind of handicap the Heisman market looking into Week 6, what stands out to you? Do you think there's any good value on anybody out there?
Yeah, I mean, Moore was the obvious guy that was going to jump up because you have the big opportunity with Penn State. I really liked him in the preseason, and I'll explain why I still like him today. But I liked him in the preseason because if you look at what Oregon has done at quarterback with Dan Lanning, they just, it's a machine of sending their quarterback to New York as a Heisman finalist. They did it with Bo Nix and they did it with Dylan Gabriel. So the odds were that they were going to also turn Dante Moore into something. Because of that, it's great if you got him where I got him, which was 30-1 in the preseason. But it's still great to get him even at the top of the current market because there's so many guys that are 25-1 or shorter right now. There's still decent buy-in value at $750, even though that's the top of the current market because of the history you have with Lanning and sending these quarterbacks as finalists. I think also if you look at Oregon's schedule, I mean, they get Indiana next weekend. They get that at home. Other than that, I don't see the game that's going to trip them up. And I mean, I think they're going to beat Indiana too. So I think there's a very real chance that Oregon's 12-0 going into the Big Ten championship game. Of course, you're going to probably have the quarterback of that team as a Heisman finalist. So I think right there, even though it's the top of the market, there's a lot of value. I think 2 other guys I like, we talked about Miava a little bit last week with USC. I think he's going to have the stats. His QBR is really high. It's not like they lost to Illinois because of him. And then Joey Aguilar is the other guy, the Tennessee quarterback. Very busy weekend last week. A lot of stuff got lost because there were so many good games. Go watch the drive he had at the end of regulation to keep Tennessee alive and force overtime at Mississippi State. Awesome drive. I think he's going to have the stats and the posture, and he's an SEC quarterback. I think 13-1, it's not a great price. You've already missed the best of the number by a wide margin, but I think he could be a factor in the race, and I would not be surprised if he's a finalist.
Yeah, 20-1 right now. Tennessee quarterback Joey Aguilar to win the Heisman Trophy. Chase, let's look at some of these conferences. Let's start with the SEC. I talked about it after Bama lost to Florida State. As bad of a loss as that was, they still had their whole season in front of them, and it really helped them that they got Georgia to start. And if they won that game, what it would mean for a tiebreaker and then how that would affect the SEC odds. And they jumped from plus 600 to now the favorite to win the SEC at plus 250. Now, they still have a very difficult schedule. Texas has a favorable schedule. They're right behind them at 3-1. You could certainly make the case for Ole Miss or A&M or some of these other teams. So looking at the SEC, what jumps out to you? Any bets you think need to be made?
Yeah, it's such a fascinating race right now because the futures market is it still feels like it's very held captive by everybody's priors, meaning you've got Alabama and you've got Texas and you've got Georgia. My team's going crazy right now. I don't know if you can hear that. Alabama, Georgia, and Texas at the top of the market, and that's what everybody wants. But if you actually look at the standings or you look at analytics like what SP Plus has at ESPN, Ole Miss is 3-0 in conference right now. Nobody else has more than 1 win, so that's not nothing, and they're 7-1 behind all 3 of those other teams. Missouri is actually second in SP Plus right now in terms of chances to win the conference. You look at their schedule, you understand why it's not as great and easy as it was 2 years ago, but you can see the path. They're playing really well offensively. That's 20-1. That's a crazy number. I think that's very divorced from the fundamentals of the market right now. If you're looking at pure value and chasing a return and maybe looking for CLV in terms of where the market's going to go in the next 4 to 5 weeks, I think Missouri is the best value for your money.
Yeah, they got Bama coming up next week in Columbia, so a good spot there for Mizzou. Chase, what about the Big 12 coming into the year? This was as wide open a league as we've ever seen. Texas Tech has separated themselves at the moment in terms of the odds at plus 160, but you still have Iowa State there. You have Arizona State. How do you see the Big 12?
Yeah, the line I've given everybody all week, which I think I also texted you earlier today, was it's like the SEC and the Big 12 has switched bodies, where the Big 12 is supposed to be this crazy chaos conference every year, and the SEC is super stable at the top because you have the juggernauts like Georgia and Alabama and Texas the last 10 or 15 years. It's been very, very stable. It's totally different this year. It feels like when you watch the Big 12, still a lot of football left, but Iowa State, Texas Tech, Utah, if Dampier stays healthy, these are the teams, I think, Arizona State. I think the top of that conference is very clear, and then there's a separation around 4 or 5 teams in. Whereas the SEC, it really feels like it can go anywhere. So when you look at the actual odds market, Texas Tech, I think, deserves to be the favorite because of what they already have in pocket with the road win at Utah. I think the defensive line there is very strong. So I think that number is correct. But if you want to go chasing a number with a team a couple spots down, I think Iowa State at 6-1 is a great buy because they've done it year in and year out. They've never won the conference, but they've gotten to the title game a lot. And so if you're sitting there with a 6-1 ticket with a team that routinely makes the conference title game, you're going to feel pretty good and you're going to have hedge spots down the road.
Yeah, they got an interesting game this week against Cincinnati, which we might be getting to here in just a moment. We're talking with Chase Kitty on Send It In. Give him a follow on X at Chase A. Kitty, BetMGM Digital content writer and James Madison University graduate. Chase, before we get into some of your favorite plays of the weekend, just want to get your thoughts on some of the marquee games. I think the big 3 that stick out, Texas at Florida, Bama hosting Vandy, and Miami and Florida State. Of those 3 games, anything that interests you, any plays that you like at all?
I think the over in Alabama Vanderbilt, I just think the defenses are going to struggle to stop the offenses. If you made me take a side position, I'd probably lay it with Alabama because I think regression probably coming for Vanderbilt. When you look at the teams they beat and how they beat them, in hindsight, it's maybe a little less impressive than we thought in the moment. I think Vandy, Diego Pavia is going to struggle to pass against Alabama's secondary. So if they get behind, that would probably favor an Alabama cover against the number. Florida State, I just feel like is taken way too much on the chin after losing in Charlottesville last week. And that's, I think, where the best number is. It's still a really good team. Sometimes you lose on the road in conference play in double overtime. And UVA pops into the top 25 after winning that game. So what is it? Like Florida State deserves to get dinged really badly for losing that game, or UVA is good? It can't be both. So I like the points with Florida State, and I think Miami could be in trouble in that particular spot. And then you get that head-to-head win over Miami, you're right back in the ACC title hunt. And that would totally flip a lot of the numbers we're seeing in that particular outright market. So yeah, a lot of angles there.
Certainly would. Chase, what about anything else that you like week 6 slate? You texted me that you like the board this week, so what are some of your favorite plays?
Yeah, I mean, look, you mentioned the Dukes. I don't think Georgia State's stopping them. I think they're going to run for 400 yards, so it's a big number, but I'd lay it before it hits 20. Chase DeLauder also starting in center field for the Guardians today, so shout out him. Penn State, UCLA, under 50.5. That number seems way too high given what UCLA is probably going to do, and Penn State's offense really hasn't impressed anybody to this point. Everybody, I'm surprised this hasn't been talked about yet as this week in terms of how much it's normally talked about. People love to reference the Service Academy play. Like it's an auto bet on the under when 2 service academies play each other. The problem is Air Force's defense is so bad this year.
Yeah.
They're actually 4-0 to the over this year coming into this Navy game. So a lot of people, I think, are going to look at the over. I think there was some early buy-in on the under just reflexively. I saw that number come down. It's now back up to 51.5 because I think there's buyback on the over. I would just lay it with Navy because this Air Force defense is really bad. Iowa State, Cincy, there's 2 games this week. My favorite trend, you play the unranked favorite that's playing the top 25 ranked underdog. You always lay the points with the favorite in that spot. Iowa State is getting points. They are a road dog at Cincinnati after the Bearcats beat Kansas last week. I don't have a great feel for that game. It's kind of weird. I actually like the over instead of a side because Iowa State just lost 2 defensive backs for the year. So I'm thinking that might trend a bit more towards shootout than the brands would suggest. The one that I do like is laying the 7 with Louisville against UVA. And now that number is down to 7 from 7.5, it's an even better buy.
Absolutely. Chase, real quick before I let you go, 30 seconds, NFL. Anything that you like week 5 this week?
It's going to be chalky for me. I'm still early in putting my millions contest picks together, but I think the one that I like more than anything is just laying the big number with the Lions. I think we've kind of seen where this Bengals team falls now. The Lions are killing people. I'm not afraid to lay 10.5. It kind of goes down as a contrarian play in a contest format. So I will be on Detroit this week, if nothing else.
There you go. Chase Kitty. Always great having him on every Wednesday. Give him a follow on X at Chase A. Kitty. You can get all his plays at BetMGM. BetMGM digital content writer. Chase, always good seeing you, pal. Good luck this week. Talk again soon.
See you, Peach.
All right, great stuff. Chase Kitty, join us here on Send It In. Let's continue talking college football and dive into week 6. An interesting week and a tough week in college football. We've been rolling here the last couple weeks on our pick 5. We're 18-12. We're 4-1 the last 2 weeks. This is probably the week where I feel the least confident about the games. And sometimes when that happens, you end up having a good week. So hopefully that ends up being the case. Let's start with that Cincinnati and Iowa State game as we look at some of the top 25 matchups that we have. It feels like Cincinnati would be the play, right? I mean, unranked team favored against a ranked team. The problem is in college football, every year, there is a team like Iowa State who is like fraudulent. They're a ranked team, they're undefeated, but everybody wants to bet against them, and all they continue to do is win and cover spreads. And Arizona was taking a lot of money last week on Iowa State. People were betting Kansas State week 1 in Dublin. They were betting Iowa against Iowa State. All these type of games, and all Iowa State keeps doing is winning. So normally I'd be on the side of Cincinnati. Iowa State's the kind of team that scares me. And something I've noticed about college football, these noon Eastern time games, feels like every week we have one game that's like a trendy pick. Last week it was Arkansas. Everybody was on Arkansas against Notre Dame. That didn't work out. I kind of think this is going to be the trendy game, and people are going to be on Cincinnati. Just makes me a little nervous. So I'm going to pass on the game, but I am interested to see if Iowa State keeps winning these kind of games. Illinois is a 9.5-point favorite on the road at Purdue, and I like Purdue in the game. Maybe wait to see if you can get a 10 with Purdue after Illinois is coming off that big win against USC. I just don't think this Illinois team is very good. You know, USC, they continue to struggle. We talked about it all last week, how they struggle outside the state of California and how they've struggled against these Big Ten teams when they go to the Midwest or the Eastern time zone. Purdue's much improved. Barry Odom's a very good coach. Their offense is decent. I think they can hang around and keep this game close. So I'd look at Purdue plus the points. Texas and Florida is going to be a very interesting game. The under is getting hammered. This was at like 45.5. Now it's all the way down to 41.5. If we start to see some 40s pop up or even like a 39.5, I would maybe start to consider an over. Now, I understand why everybody is betting the under because Texas and Sark in these big games have just been terrible. They have not been able to score any points in these big games. Florida's got a very good defense, but psychologically, where is Florida out of this bye week? They lose to Miami. They lose to LSU. Lagway's banged up. He's not playing well. Are they just ready to quit on Napier, or do they still feel like they can save their season a little bit? I think at +7, I would look at Florida because I'm going to trust that they're playing Texas. They're at home, and Sark and the Longhorns, again, have just not been scoring a lot of points in these marquee games. So I would look at Florida plus the points, and again, if this total keeps going down, I would consider an over as well. Bama and Vandy, you guys know how I feel about this game. I like Vandy plus the points. Feels like a lot of people are laying the number with Alabama this week. I understand it. from a mentality standpoint, from a bounce back, revenge standpoint, it makes sense. But Bama's run defense, I don't think people are talking about enough. It's still not very good, and not having a good run defense against Vandy is problematic. So I still like Vandy plus the points. Virginia and Louisville, again, number 24 Virginia on the road taking on Louisville, and the Cardinals are a 7-point favorite. That right there is what we call a market indicator. So Virginia's having a great season. Tony Elliott's done a great job. His team can score a lot of points, but Jeff Brom in Louisville, he's a very good coach. They're coming off a bye week. I like Louisville minus the 7. Notre Dame's laying 3 touchdowns this week at home against Boise. It's 20.5. I'm going to see if we can get a 21, but right now I am leaning Boise plus the points. When you have a team like Notre Dame that's all offense and no defense, it always makes me a little nervous laying 3 touchdowns. And Notre Dame's going to score 40 in this game. They probably are. But who's not to say they might not give up 28 or 30 points themselves. And when you're that great on offense and your defense is that bad, it puts a lot of pressure on your offense to deliver every drive and put up points. If maybe Carr has a deflected pass that gets intercepted, or there's a fumble or a miscue, whatever it may be, that obviously helps us having the points with Boise State. They're going into Notre Dame. They get to play the Irish in South Bend. So it would only be Boise for me. When you have a defense that bad, I don't love laying that many points with a team like Notre Dame. Miami, Florida State's going to be super interesting. I talk about these kind of games all the time on Send It In. When you have a team like Florida State who had a look-ahead game when they had Virginia, they lose that outright and usually come back and backing that team the following week. It would only be Florida State or pass for me. This got to as high as 6.5. It's come back down to 4.5. Both teams are good. I think these are the 2 best teams in the ACC. Miami's really, really strong, though, on both lines of scrimmage. And that's how you win big games like this on the road, is you dominate with your D-line and your offensive line. It's all just going to come down to Carson Beck, like a lot of these Miami games are. What kind of Carson Beck are you going to get? It would only be Florida State. I don't think I'm going to play the game, but I do want to see how Florida State bounces back after that loss to Virginia. They're the desperate team, just like Bama was going into Georgia last week. Mississippi State taking on Texas A&M, the final top 25 matchup. A&M is a 14-point favorite. Total in the game, 55.5. Mississippi State's been an awesome story so far this season. Very improved. Had the upset over ASU. Took Tennessee to overtime last week. Now they go on the road and take on a very good Texas A&M team. You know, the Aggies are a tough team to figure out. They had the great win at Notre Dame, probably should have lost. They absolutely dominated Auburn and had a chance there potentially to lose that game as well. Just kind of feels like laying 14 with A&M might be a little too high, so I would probably lean towards Mississippi State in that one. All right, let's talk a little NFL Week 5 here on Send It In. And then we'll get to some Lamar Jackson Raven news and then some playoff baseball as well. Tigers have runners on first and second with 1 out in the top of the first inning. Texans and Ravens, super fascinating game. Houston, a 1-point favorite over Baltimore. The total is 40.5. The look-ahead line a couple of weeks ago was Baltimore minus 9.5. Then it reopened after the Kansas City game at minus 6.5. Then with the Lamar injury, with the Roquan, the Marlon Humphrey, the Ronnie State, all these guys being banged up, the Texans got as high to as 2.5 yesterday. Then we got this report from Ian Rappaport that Lamar might try and give it a go on Sunday. And now you have Houston as a 1-point favorite. I like the Ravens in this game. If Lamar plays, I obviously like him more. But even if Cooper Rush plays, I would still lean towards Baltimore in the matchup because they still have Derrick Henry. The biggest issue with the Ravens in that Kansas City Chiefs game was that they abandoned the run. And what's bothering me so much this season is how many times they are running the ball out of shotgun. When the Ravens have their quarterback under center, when Lamar's been under center, and you've had a fullback in front of Derrick Henry, it's created some great running lanes for Derrick. That's why he was able to break off so many of those big runs against Buffalo in week 1. When you're in the shotgun and it's just Lamar and Derrick back there and you don't have a fullback, this offensive line has struggled immensely. They can't block Lamar. So what's the best way to neutralize a pass rush, keep your terrible defense off of the field? It's to feed number 22, the king, and give him the ball. So whether it's Cooper Rush, whether it's Lamar Jackson, the line will move depending on who the quarterback is, but I would still lean towards Baltimore in the game. It's going to be fun, though, to watch this horrendous Texas offense against this horrendous Baltimore defense and see which of those matchups wins out. Titans and Cardinals. Very interesting game. This game is kind of reminding me of what we saw from the Bills and Saints line movement from last week. Buffalo opens up as a 16.5-point favorite, and then they go down to a 15.5-point favorite, and then they go down to a 14.5-point favorite. And we know that wasn't public money moving that line. What public bettor would want to bet the Saints against the Bills? So clearly the professionals knew what they were doing betting the Saints, and it feels like the same kind of people are moving this line down from 9.5 to 8.5 to now 7.5, because who would bet the Titans? So that leans me towards Tennessee. I just can't do it because Callahan is the worst coach in the NFL. That team is so unbelievably bad. And Arizona has already beaten up on some of the bad teams in the NFL. Now, they barely covered against the Saints, and they didn't cover against Carolina, even though they were dominating that game. But they have been able to show the ability to beat up on the bad teams in the NFL. It feels like a game that's probably going to be decided by like 7 or 10 points. I don't really want to have a side. I just think it is interesting that line continues to move down. I do like Tampa Bay. I'm glad we've gotten the plus 3.5 against Seattle. I think this is a good number. I'm getting the better quarterback with Baker Mayfield. We've talked about how much Seattle has struggled at home under Mike McDonald. And look, I understand Tampa's a little bit of a fraud, but they're very good as an underdog, and they're very good on the road. And, with Wirfs back and now Godwin's back to go along with the Buckham, I just think this is going to be a close game. I like Tampa Bay plus the 3.5. Lions and Bengals, super interesting. Chase told you he was going to be on Detroit in the game. I could certainly understand why. Detroit just beats up on bad teams, and the way that Dan Campbell coaches and the way that team is built, there is no off button with them. They just continue to go every single week. What is a crazy stat, though, is that the last 21 times in the NFL, we have had a home underdog of 7 points or more. They are 19-1-1 against the spread, including the Browns against the Packers a couple weeks ago. So you see something like that, and it's like, whoa, 19-1-1. I mean, again, in the NFL, 10.5 is a lot of points, especially on the road. Yes, the Bengals are bad. Yes, Jake Browning isn't any good. But also consider the fact that he's gone against Flores in Minnesota, and he's gone against Denver's defense on the road. Now he's back home against a defense that's not as good. I don't know how the Bengals are going to get stops against Detroit, which is why I don't want to take the 10.5. But I could see maybe a case for potentially taking Cincinnati. I think Browning's going to look much better than he has the last 2 weeks. I think the Lions are a good survivor play, as we talked about last week. But again, maybe Cincinnati can keep this game close. I just think that trend is crazy. Chargers and Commanders this week out in L.A. Right now, the Chargers are a 3-point favorite at home. Jaden Daniels supposed to be back for Washington, and the Chargers are beat up right now. Joe Alt left the game against the Giants. Doesn't look like he's going to be available for this one, and that's a big deal. Chargers now without Slater and Alt. I would look at a Marion Hampton props in this game. The Chargers are going to have to run the football. They've been throwing it a lot more than I think a bunch of us expected coming into this season. They're going to have to run the football in this game. So when Hampton props become available, I would look at that. Sunday Night Football, Patriots and Bills. Buffalo's a 7.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 50. This is another line that keeps getting bet down. Vrabel, when he was in Tennessee, was always good as a big underdog. I don't know if I'm going to end up playing the game. Probably would be New England or pass for me, though. And then the under Monday night game, I would definitely take the Chiefs at -3. At 3.5, I'd probably just lean on the money line. I think Jacksonville's very overrated. Worthy back just changes the dynamic, the feel of this Kansas City offense. I think the Chiefs win that game. And again, if they get back down to 3, I'd look at laying it with Kansas City. All right, real quick, let's dive into the glass ball. Look at some Lamar Jackson. We'll look at some Ravens futures, which are dependent, obviously, on the health of Lamar Jackson. So, again, Ian Rappaport this morning on Good Morning Football said it's more week to week, and he's going to try and play this week against Houston. Even if Lamar plays, he's not going to be his normal self. He's not going to have his normal speed out there. I would definitely look to attack Derrick Henry rushing props in this game against Houston. I keep refreshing the BetMGM app. I keep waiting to see when his rushing yards, rushing attempts, longest rush are going to be available, because that's what I'm looking to bet in these weeks without Lamar. And look, I do think the Ravens to miss the playoffs is a good bet at plus 240. Yes, they can beat Houston, but then they're home against the Rams next week. They're already a 4.5-point dog in that game. They still have to play the Steelers twice. Maybe Burrow comes back around Thanksgiving and they have to play him. They're at Lambeau the second to last week of the season. They still have some tough games on their schedule. And 1-3, even if you're 2-4, that's not exactly an ideal place to be. So it's all price dependent. I think plus 240 for the Ravens to miss the playoffs is a good bet. Right now, their live win total is at 10.5, and the under is minus 150. I wouldn't lay the juice on that, even though I would lean towards the under. And then for the Ravens to win the division is minus 135. Yes, it might feel like you're getting a buy low, but they were minus 175 to start the season. I understand Burrow's hurt, but right now the Steelers have a 2-game lead, and not only is Lamar hurt and their entire team is hurt, for the first time ever since watching the Ravens, I'm worried that this team might be quitting on John Harbaugh because it felt like that in the Kansas City game. So it's going to be an interesting week against Houston to see how they look and if Lamar plays, obviously. But right now, vibes are certainly bad in Baltimore. All right, let's talk some playoff baseball. Guardians were able to get out of the first inning. Tigers at first and second, nobody out. It is still a scoreless game in the bottom of the first. I did take Detroit today, plus money. You can still get them at plus money now since it's a scoreless game. I just think this stat is just so baseball, and it's Tanner Beebe, who's starting today for the Guardians, is 19-0 in his last 19 starts against AL Central opponents. So the last 19 times he has started, the Guardians have won all 19 of those games. So he's been doing that in the regular season. Now we get to playoff baseball, and I just feel like now he's going to lose, right? Reminds me a couple years ago, the Orioles. They went an entire regular season without getting swept. All those series, they didn't get swept one time. They get to the postseason, they get swept by Texas, right? This is what happens in baseball. You get these crazy trends in the regular season. You get to the playoffs, a completely different animal. So I do like Detroit today at plus 110. Padres and Cubs, I'm going to be on Chicago today on the money line. I like what Craig Counsell is doing, starting with the reliever Andrew Kittredge to go against Tatis and Machado. Then he's going to bring in his left-hander Imanaga to go through the lineup. Probably the second to the seventh through the eighth inning, he's hoping. Dylan Cease, his road ERA is over 5 this season. I think the Cubs wrap that series up today, so I like Chicago at minus 115. Red Sox and Yankees, we're going to take the over at 7.5. You got Brian Bayo today going up against Carlos Rodon. Obviously, Rodon has been terrific, but the Red Sox have been decent against left-handed pitching this season. And then you have Brian Bayo, who does have some great history against Aaron Judge. I think could struggle, though, in a postseason start today. So I'll take over 7.5 as the Guardians have a home run there in the first inning. And then Reds and Dodgers. The Reds to win this series now are plus 650. Instead of taking them on the money line tonight at plus 225 against Yamamoto, it's going to be Ohtani and Abbott for game 3 if we get one. Abbott's been awesome this season. I just think that's a great price on the Reds to win the series at plus 650. So I would take that against the Dodgers. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM, an MLB postseason no sweat same game parlay token. With an MLB postseason no sweat same game parlay token, you'll get a stake back and bonus bets. Step up and find your pitch. Make it legendary at BetMGM. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. All right, let's get to our favorite plays of the day. Kyle Tucker and Dylan Cease square off today at Wrigley. Tucker 5 for 13 in his career against Dylan Cease. That's a 385 batting average. So I'll take Kyle Tucker to get a base hit today against Dylan Cease. Hoping to make it 9 in a row. We're on a nice little streak there in going streaking. My prop lock is going to be Alex Bregman over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs at plus 110. He went over this yesterday. Look, we know there are just certain guys in certain sports that step up in the postseason. Bregman has been that guy for a bunch of years for Houston. Had a great game yesterday for the Red Sox. I'll take him at plus 110 to go over the Her today against the Yankees. Dog of the day is going to be the Reds at plus 650 against the Dodgers to win the series. I just love that price. Do the Reds win today? I mean, they're plus 225, so probably not. But if they do, they got Abbott on the mound tomorrow, and all the pressure is going to be on the Dodgers to win that third game. So I'll take a stab Cincinnati to win the series at plus 650. And then the Cubbies, I like them today to take care of business against the Padres. We're fading Cease Imanaga, I think, pitched as well. Cubs money line, -118 against San Diego. Thanks again to Chase Giddey for joining us today on the show. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Enjoy playoff baseball, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Rally from behind and take game one of this wild card 3-1.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network.
Another full day of baseball coming your way. 4 straight playoff games yesterday. A lot of fun, a lot of low-scoring games throughout most of the day. Very close. Bullpen's a huge factor there. Could be the same today. Joe O, Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. We're here weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time. And every Wednesday at this time, we're lucky enough to have someone from Foul Territory. Today, it's former Major Leaguer Kevin Pillar. Check out Foul Territory weekdays, 1 o'clock Eastern. Kevin, how'd you enjoy day one of the playoffs?
Oh, it was exciting. Definitely very exciting. I don't get to sit down and watch every game in its entirety, like from my couch. But I mean, that's the great thing about a mobile phone these days. You know, I'm full-time Uber driver for my kids. You know, shuttle them to and from school, to and from practice. So definitely got home in time to finish the Red Sox Yankee game, though, and that was very, very exciting.
Joe had Red Sox. I jumped on late after saying everybody's betting the Red Sox because everybody did bet them. And then I said, all right, well, I might as well join this party. And you felt good going into the ninth. And then you didn't feel good. But then Chapman loads the bases and then gets out of it. I mean, that's what it's all about, getting out of jams. And to see that guy at his age, after all he's been through on the diamond, all the pitches, all the torque, to still crank it up to 101, how impressive is that?
It's unbelievable. I mean, he is defying kind of the laws of physics. You know, you're supposed to kind of slow down as you age, and he's actually, maintaining mostly the velocity that he had, maybe, a couple ticks down from when he first came in when he was throwing 104, but nonetheless, he's still throwing over 100 miles an hour. But he's the best version of himself right now. He's the best pitcher he's ever been. And, watching that game last night, the Stanton at bat was really the pivotal at bat in that inning. If you have bases loaded, you got a 2-run lead with 0 outs. If you're able to get that first guy out, statistically, you have a good chance at getting out of that inning. With the lead, you have the double play ball. Guy puts a ball in play, sac fly, even a hard hit base hit still kind of really only scores 1 run there, but. It's amazing what he's been able to do. And if I was to bet on that game too, I probably would have jumped on the Red Sox bandwagon too. And I was really thinking about it. I love Max Fried as a pitcher. Obviously, pitched in the postseason World Series, pitched huge games. Love me some Garrett Crochet. But what would have swayed my vote was, the manager's decision. I would have bet with Corin. I think he just outmanaged him yesterday with trusting his guy going deep into the game like that. I think, I think Fried should have pitched a little bit longer in that game. I think that's why you go out and pay a guy like that for October games to get his pitch count up over 100, 110 pitches. I know he had a little bit of trouble the last couple innings, but that's what you pay a guy like that for.
You guys are so right about Chapman. And Kevin, I'm like living the same life too. So we were driving to softball at the end of that Yankees-Red Sox game at that point, listening, and they were going on and on about where he's hitting it like 100 miles an hour. I'm like, God, 2016 was so long ago when he was doing that with the Cubs, and he's still doing it now. And then we start talking about, well, who still plays from the 2016 Cubs? Schwarber? And I don't know, do we count Chris Bryant? Like, it's a very short list, and he's still doing it at such a high level. Yeah, Baez too, but not many are left. Rizzo retired now.
I mean, that's not even the beginning of it either. I mean, I think it's kind of the Cubs thing when he got traded over there, and helped them win the World Series. I mean, he was pitching long before that with Cincinnati, and that's when he was, running it up to 104, but really no idea where he was throwing it. Even facing him when I was with Toronto and he was with the Yankees, like it was more. It was intimidating to get in the box because it was scary. It wasn't so much about the stuff. Obviously, velocity is always, king. It speeds up your decision making, but he was just frightening to get in the box with because, quite frankly, you didn't really know where he was going to throw it. If you asked him, maybe he didn't really know where he was going to throw it. But it seems like now he just, he's changed his arsenal of pitches a little bit. But I mean, I'm thinking about even the Stanton at bat. Like he had, really well located 2 fastballs at the top of the zone. Even the third one with 0-2 was just at the top of the zone, got fouled off. And then he was able to really command a split finger in the strike zone where he needed to throw it, when he needed to throw it. If you would have gotten that situation maybe 3-4 years ago, I would have taken a live bet on the Yankees coming back to win that game. Just because he had he could very easily lose it. He could have thrown one to the backstop, which changes the entire inning. That was kind of always my fear too, watching that game last night. Like, if I'm a Red Sox fan, is one pitch to the backstop really changes that dynamic of the inning. And sure enough, he was able to kind of just bear down, make the pitches he needed to do, and get out of the inning. And the crazy thing is, he will be available today, no matter how many pitches he threw yesterday. Mm-hmm. From everything I've heard from people that have played with him inside those walls, he is an absolute animal in the weight room. Gets in there every single day, never misses a day, and will always take the ball.
Dylan Cease has to save San Diego's season today against Chicago. What do you think?
I mean, he's got the ability to do it. I mean, that's why that's why they went out and acquired a guy like him a year ago. 4 games like this, you hope he just kind of can and find the Dylan Cease that we've all seen out of him. It's obviously a huge start for the Padres, but quite frankly, it's a really big start for Dylan Cease right now because all could be forgotten about his, struggles at the end of the regular season, him going in as a free agent. If he goes out and spins a great one today, because ultimately you go out and you pay for these starting pitchers for what they do in October and November. And, Dylan Cease has an opportunity to do that today.
So on the other side, you've got an opener with Kittredge. And it's hard for Cubs fans to come in on Counsell and say anything negative because he pushed every button correctly yesterday. Just the way he used the entire bullpen. All this chatter about the Padres have the better bullpen. Padres are better bullpen. Well, if you look at the second half, the Cubs have been pretty strong too. So what do you think about this game overall and that decision to go with Kittredge?
Yeah, I mean, you always got to trust, highest paid manager in baseball right there. He knows what he's doing. I don't think a lot of teams had the Cubs, going out and winning as many games as they did this year. So you got to believe in him. I'm not like 100% super locked in on like the entirety of the Cubs roster. I mean, I'm guessing what was the young kid's name? Horton was probably the one who was maybe projected to start. I know he's a little bit banged up right now. I'm trying to go through my Rolodex right now of, who else they would be starting. I don't know why they're not starting.
They could go to Imanaga today.
Imanaga, I'm guessing why they don't throw Imanaga, but maybe they feel like they got a 1-0 lead. They can utilize their bullpen. They trust their bullpen. You hate to kind of think that they're saving him for game 3 or for potentially game 1 of the next series, but maybe just the way everything kind of lined up. Like I said, Horton was supposed to throw and he's a little bit banged up. So instead of getting people off their normal routine or rest or however it works, this is what he feels like is the best decision for them. And quite frankly, bullpen days are really tough for an opposing team. It's not to say it's easier when you're facing an elite starting pitcher or any starting pitcher, but at least going in, like, you can game plan against this guy. You can watch the video. When you're using a bullpen game, especially if you're those, bulk guys in the middle of the order, you are going to be facing the absolute best of their best. You're going to bring your leverage guys in to face certain parts of the order as opposed to what inning it is. So those games can be very difficult for an offense to kind of capitalize on because you can't game plan like you normally do, and you don't really know who you're going to face until that guy's really warming up in the bullpen or running out of the gates.
Mm-hmm.
I was so impressed yesterday watching San Diego, Chicago. Everything in the air, as long as it was in the stadium, was caught by Pete Crow Armstrong. And you're the perfect person to ask about playing center field. He makes the easy plays, obviously, but he makes the hard plays look easy. I thought there was going to be a double in the gap, and he just blowing bubbles, catching the ball. He is everywhere out there, and that changes everything you do as a manager because you can trust, everything you have to do in center field. All right, he's got it covered. He can go in the gaps. I mean, a defensive center fielder at that level is so important. There's not many of them, but he is unbelievable out there, man, watching PCA.
Yeah, I mean, he's arguably the best center fielder in baseball right now defensively. And, you could throw him in that conversation of just best overall center fielder in baseball. I know he had a little bit of offensive struggles, kind of towards the second half of the year, but still ended up with, in a pretty amazing year for really his first full season in the major leagues, but just an unbelievable athlete. And, being a great athlete doesn't always translate into being an elite defensive center fielder or an elite defensive player at any position. What he has that really separates him, obviously the elite speed, but there's a lot of guys that have elite speed. He just has really good instincts and he's got a really good feel for the position. You could tell that he, obviously being left-handed, growing up, he was probably a little bit more limited on positions he could play. But you can tell that he's been a center fielder for a long time, probably since he was playing kid pitch. He's probably pitching and he's probably playing center field and just has an unbelievable feel for the position. A big part of that is being able to read swings. And it seems like he's able to kind of, when someone's able to make a very difficult play look easy, obviously it takes unbelievable athleticism. It takes, elite speed. But the thing that you don't see unless you're there in person and really focusing on him, I could probably almost guarantee that he's almost moving or leaning in the direction the ball is being hit before it's even being hit. And that's just having the best view from the outfield, being able to read swings. And he anticipates really well. And he's a lot of fun to watch. I was with him in spring training when I was with the Mets when he first got drafted. He went to a local high school right near mine. We actually are in the same division. So we kind of hit it off a little bit. I kind of mentored him a little bit in that first spring training. But you could tell his ability to play center field was never going to be the reason he wasn't going to get to the big leagues. You could always tell too in his conversations that he loved playing the position. He had a passion for it. And a ton of credit to him for, with how awful he was last year when he came up offensively, to go into the offseason, look at himself in the mirror objectively, and make those changes and come out and be an absolute monster this year, an all-star. Probably going to most definitely going to win a Gold Glove, probably even a Silver Slugger. So he's been fun to watch.
With Kevin Pillar, a couple more minutes here on Bet Sweat. The two biggest favorites, of course, the Dodgers, the huge favorite today. But the Yankees are pretty big favorites after last night's loss. Do you think either favorite, Yankees or Dodgers, are in trouble today?
I mean, obviously, I would tend to say the Yankees are in a little bit more trouble. Like, their backs are against the wall. I mean, the pressure is real. You feel it. It's win or go home. The Yankees are playing, or the Red Sox are playing a little bit more with house money at this point. And then what I saw out of the Dodgers last night is, what you kind of expect out of the Dodgers. They're facing a legitimate ace in Hunter Green. Kind of limped across the finish line a little bit this year to still win the division, probably still have, a top 4 record in baseball, what we consider limping across the finish line. And then really the Dodgers are just playing in a different league than everyone else. This is really their real season started yesterday. Everything else was just kind of warm up. When those lights turned on last night, that's the Dodgers I think everyone expected to see for 162 games. But even before that game started, I was very kind of interested. I did a little looking at that matchup, the Reds versus the Dodgers, and it's really almost impossible to bet against the Dodgers, but part of me was like, I could potentially see the Reds winning this series because I really like their starting pitching. I like who they had going in game 1, 2, and 3. But if a guy like Hunter Green is going to get smacked around like that, what do you think they're going to do to a guy like Zach Littell tonight? No offense to Zach Littell, but he's not Hunter Green. Just feels like the Dodgers are just a team that, like I said, once the regular season's over, it's like everyone is like, okay, they stop yawning. They're like, okay, let's lock it in collectively. Let's go out and do what we've been, expected to do all year.
5 homers last night. Yeah, I think you're right. People are like, maybe they could steal game 1 with Hunter Green. Nope. 5 bombs. Ridiculous. Kevin Pillar of Foul Territory. Check it out today at 1 o'clock Eastern. Thank you so much, Kevin. Hope to talk throughout the playoffs. Joe O, Sammy P will give our breakdowns of each of these 4 games next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Are you sure you're ready? Let them hear how much we care. A one, a two, a three. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if we never get back for it's root for the cover. If they don't win, it's a shame, for it's one. Respect your heart at the old ball game.
Why?
What was the point of that? Now I'm in a bad mood. Now I'm in a bad mood, officially.
Why? I don't know. Joe O7P, BetSweats, BetMGM Network, a slate of 4 games today. All right, let me throw this.
I dropped my pen. I can't find my pen now. I'm so mad.
Why? This is what makes you so mad? Oh, that's why you dropped the pen, because you were so mad. They were trying to put you in a bad mood.
I get it, though. As long as we don't play the song after the game, fine. We play that song, I will shut this laptop, and I will not be here the rest.
I don't even like that. That's bad too. It's a small sample number of years in this format. I think what Major League Baseball wanted is they figured baseball playoffs, tight matchups, we're going to get a bunch of do or die games day 3, right? No off days. They're going to have to go to the middle of the rotation, back into the rotation, these game 3 spots. They're just not getting them. Is there anything to it? So we've had 12 matchups so far. 10 of them are done today. 10 of them are done in game 2. You get the sweep. Do you think there's something to that? Or is it just, it's just the way it's gone? Let's not go anywhere with this 83%. It's such a small sample. Completely ignore it and take it matchup by matchup.
I don't know. I haven't thought much about it, but the 3 games in a row all in one place, I don't know that I like that. Again, it's not like it's happened long enough to get that upset. I in some weird way, I think the one game is better. Just play one game instead of 3. It's just very unfair to the road team to have to play 3 straight games in somebody else's stadium. I say this as somebody that doesn't have a team in the fight. I mean, my White Sox barely cracked 50 wins this year. So, like, what do I care? And they're not going to make the playoffs for a while. But if I was a fan of, like, the Padres, for example, like, they're probably not going to get out of Wrigley with 2 wins in the next 2 days. So I think I would understand people that were fans of the dog or the road team, if you will, however you want to spin it. I see that side of it, but personally, I'm not like irate about it.
I also wonder, we'll need a longer sample. I also wonder about the teams that got the top 2 seeds. Yes, of course, you always want to be the team. You don't have to deal with the wild card. Like the rest, set up our rotation the way we'd like, get a breather, all that. Rest versus rust. We talk about it in sports all the time, especially when you have a long time off. Is it a positive, a net positive in the end? I don't know. I also think we're way too early on. Okay, we're going to have more sweeps than not. Like, you might be right. We might have 2 games where, 2 series where we have a game 3 coming up. We'll see. I do wonder about the unders, though. But I think that's just a product of playoff baseball. Like, the unders have been on a ridiculous run ever since they went to this format. And then we saw it yesterday. And really, common sense tells you what? Okay, if you want to play the unders, let's call it a system play, Paul's system play. Just play the unders and don't do the under in the Dodger game because the Dodgers offense could put up 10 like they did last night.
I'm thinking about under, over. That's what I'm thinking about as you're talking.
Again.
Wheel them. 3 unders and an over. But if you're a Reds fan right now, I know we're going to break all these games down. Don't worry. If you're a Reds fan, you basically feel like a sacrificial lamb going into this round. Oh, we have to go into Los Angeles and beat the Dodgers twice. You know what's going to happen. And here's my big fear, to put a ribbon on this. This format, the way it is, Major League Baseball will find a way to change it in 2 years anyways. So that's the problem.
That's true.
There's no, they just keep, there's no, longevity to this. How many times have they changed the playoffs since we've been alive?
I know. They're going to change it again. Somebody complains, oh, yeah, you're right. Like, if Rob Manfred was in charge of the NFL, after Sunday night's tie, they'd be changing it in the offseason. That's how it would go.
In 2 years, we're going to play banana ball in the playoffs.
Yeah,
oh, great,
right.
Perfect.
Exactly. It might be pretty fun. With an MLB postseason, no sweat SGP token, you're going to stake back in bonus bets, step up, and find your pitch at BetMGM. All right, tell me where you want to start. Doesn't have to be chronological order. What's the first game on your mind?
We need Jake's thoughts. I've been waiting all morning for Bayo Rodon talk with Jake, so I'd like to start there. But before we do that, a 4-leg wheel, under, Dodgers over, is 12-1 at BetMGM. Just throw that out there.
A repeat of yesterday. I could see it. I circled 2 unders of those first 3 that you mentioned. So could I see it going under and over in the others? Certainly could. 6.5, 7 in the 7 in the Red Sox Yankees, and then 8 in the last game. Those make sense to me. Well, okay, if you go through it, Detroit, Cleveland, lack of offense there. You don't have the lights out pitching you had yesterday, but you don't have the scoring, and we're getting that half run. Cubs, Padres. Cubs looks like a bullpen day. Maybe they go to Imanaga if they're in the game with an opportunity to clinch the series. And then you got Cease on the other side. And we know that the Padres have a strong bullpen. So 2 strong bullpens here. Red Sox, Yankees. Maybe that goes over, but you see why there's the 7 there. And then, of course, Dodgers, Reds. I wonder about the Reds. Like, will they scratch against Yamamoto? That's the question. But maybe they get theirs against a bullpen like yesterday. So if I were to do that, that's probably the combo that I would come up with. Jay, can you endorse this? Under, over?
I was thinking about it too, especially after yesterday. I was leaning unders for sure. But an under in a Cubs bullpen game makes me feel very nervous in my stomach, and it makes me want to throw up a little bit. So
what don't you like about the Cubs bullpen?
I can't get out of my mind like the amount of blow-ups they had early in the season. I know like it's all volatile, but when you're going a bullpen game in the playoffs, and I know San Diego choked massively yesterday offensively, but you still have guys in that lineup that can pop with Machado and Tatis and Merrill. And I just like who in that Cubs bullpen, just even from a name standpoint, pops to you. Like Brad Keller's doing it for you? Really? Anybody? Like I can't get
They don't
there.
have the names, but they did it in the second half of the year.
Yeah.
They found guys,
no,
and bullpens are funky like that. Like year to year, good luck projecting them.
Yeah, no, and maybe I'm just the idiot, which is very, very likely. And Cease has been volatile all year too. And I think that's the other problem with this too is Cease could be good for 4 home runs given up. And that he could be knocked out early. Like we've seen that throughout this year, especially. He's been very sporadic. So that one makes me a little scared. And then, I mean, it's the same thing with Bayo and Rodon. As much as either of those guys could go 7 shutout, both of them could be out in the second inning. It's just, that's how they are.
Okay.
Well, I'll bet the Red Sox again because I hate Rodon.
100%.
Yes.
I hate that guy. I hate him off the field and on the field. That guy, I have so many stories about that guy covering him. He sucks, and I hope they get blown out tonight.
I don't understand why they're $1.85 favorite.
Yeah.
I just can't get to the price. Like I think it's closer to a toss-up. Yeah, give me the Red Sox. I think we all agree that's a clean sweep, right? Taking Boston, you have to with this number.
I have a little bit of extra money from the Red Sox yesterday. So yeah, I mean, that's fine. I'll probably bet the Padres again. And then naturally when I bet the Padres, they don't score. When I bet against the Padres, Luis Ariz goes 6 for 6 with 5 doubles. I can't get on the right side of the Padres no matter what. And I'm defeated on them, but I will probably, I know on the show I said I'm going to bet Padres and I ended up betting Red Sox. I'll probably just run it back on both today. That's my game plan. I'll watch, let's see, the Cub game will be on, oh joy. It'll be on 308, so I'll be on the train. Great. With no Wi-Fi. Awesome.
Same order. Detroit, Cleveland under 6.5. Is that the move?
Probably.
Both these offenses stink.
They suck. Yeah.
I mean, Cleveland, can we just talk about that 9th inning for Cleveland yesterday? Like, did anybody see it? Jose Ramirez gets to third base. You're down 1. Nobody's out. Can't score.
They don't score.
You just lose.
Can you imagine, Joe, if your team did that? If you had a runner at third, nobody out, and you didn't get that run home, how mad would you be?
It's happened. And we had an entire practice, like the next practice, on that scenario. I was so pissed.
What did you say? Put the ball in play? Like bunt? Like what? How does that practice go?
It was practicing
like you're swinging an axe.
Basically, is honestly practicing hitting a hard ground ball instead of always trying to hit a home run with everything. Like,
I bet you got launch angle parents too, don't you? I bet you do on that team.
Everybody. Well, yeah, we're better than after that game now. But yeah, like they don't want to hit hard ground balls. I'm like, come on. Like, especially these grass infields whatever. Nobody wants to hear about that. But yeah, I thought my bet was done because now they're going to extra innings and now it's all up for grabs. And the total was 6. So then we're at 4 runs total and my bet is dead. So I was very happy that they don't know how to play Little League baseball. They don't know how to play team baseball. Yeah, I think that under's probably pretty good. God, there's no way the Reds win tonight, right? Like, what can we do with this?
Bell. Can't do it.
Oh, I'm not. You can go ahead and do it. I don't care about the bell.
I'm not, to be clear. I don't want to. I'm way good. But watch him just win.
What
Like,
about
watch it
what
happen
about
now.
a run and a half at plus 110? You could take the run and a half.
Yeah.
No interest.
Not
After
in-
last night,
Here's what the room. Here, let's put my room goggles on for a second.
Dodgers money.
Dodgers run line minus 130. That's what the room would do tonight.
Yeah, they would.
you're right.
They would.
I know I'm right.
Here's a stat that blew my mind. I was looking at Baseball Savant with Yamamoto against this Reds lineup. 45 plate appearances. Their average exit velo is 79 miles an hour, which is horrendous. They can't hit the ball against him.
Even I know that's bad, and I'm not even a numbers guy.
79.
Shout out, by the way, Paul, who said Tigers World Series yesterday, 20-1. I looked at the prices this morning, 12-1, 10-1 after one game, Paul.
I think we need to add. So
Add on San Diego?
Spencer
Okay.
Torkelson, 100-1, World Series MVP. Is that Jake?
Wow.
Give me a Tiger. That's where I'm looking.
God.
Bobby Higginson, what's his price?
I'm gonna say something insane if we're doing Tigers World Series MVP.
Parker
Be
Meadows.
insane.
Baez.
Oh,
I mean, he bets ninth. I want to, but he bets
chance.
ninth. Like,
No chance.
yeah.
Nope.
El Mago.
Padres 30-1 now after that loss yesterday.
That's what I already have. I don't need more.
I
I'm
know,
good
I
on
know.
30-1 Padres.
I think you need
I'm good.
more. I think you need more.
No, I'll bet them today, and I'll bet the Red Sox. And then, Jake, let us know
Me
when
too.
you go to another hockey game tonight, what the bets are.
Oh, yeah. How was
right.
that? How was
Did
the
they win?
hockey
Who
game?
won?
No idea.
Detroit won. The Blackhawks
Oh,
got absolutely wrecked.
What was the score?
The Blackhawks were down 2-0 like 5 minutes into the game. I got
Jake
our
sits
guy
down.
I got our guy texting me, man, I'm sorry. I don't.
Jake sits down. It's
Preseason
2-0.
game.
That's right.
Gotta
Exactly.
be careful with the
Yes.
homers. Everybody's got a team. Oh, man. Joe Sammy P.
Hilarious.
Lightning bets are next on the BetMGM network. Sorry.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
I'd love to talk about that on air. Would love to, but some things I guess you can't. No, you're telling me no? Is that what's happening? White Castle. Yeah, I got shut down by Sam. You sure?
If you would like to talk about it, by all means.
How was it having Sunday morning off? Did you enjoy it?
It was an equal trade-off.
I saw a clip of Nick flipping out during the Steelers-Vikings game. And I was like, oh, Sam's going to love this next week. It's Sunday morning football. He's screaming to him about, McCollum's just standing there. You want him to tackle somebody?
Now, there's the European games for the next couple weeks. And usually what happens on Sunday when there's a game in either, England or Ireland or Germany or whatever, Nick will try and bring me along on a live bet. And I don't think the success rate is that good. So maybe I fade it this Sunday. Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah, you feel forced into it. I wasn't budging this week. I was like, look, I don't like the game. I don't like anything. I don't like this matchup. I don't like anything about it. I did say, before we got off the air, okay, at halftime, if you're looking for something, this is where I would go, which actually hit, and I didn't bet it, but I wasn't really interested in the game. But yeah, when the game's on and you're on the air, especially doing sports betting, you do feel like you need to have some action on it, whether you truly like it or not.
I understand that, and it does make for entertainment, no doubt. I just hate the game. And I love that you are still so jaded from the London over in 2016 that you won't even sniff a London game anymore. It's the best.
It's
it ruined it for you.
No, you're jaded. I forgot about it completely, and it's been sitting with you for how many years now? Because you brought it up.
How could you forget about the London over 30.5? How could you ever forget about that?
Because we make million bets every football season. That's why.
Not over 30.5 in an NFL game on the London side of things.
Hey, man. What's the line this week? 3.5? We have a London bet this week since they're back over there?
I don't, and I hope to not. But if you made me do it, I would go Dylan Gabriel.
What about the over? 36.5.
Absolutely not.
You'd go Gabriel.
Yeah, I'd take the points.
I mean, it's going to be run-heavy game, you would think. It should be on
liked
both
him
sides.
in college.
Yeah.
I thought he was very efficient in college. You just have to protect the football. That's the problem with these London games, though, and the Ireland games and all that. Weird things happen. I mean, weird things happen in a lot of NFL games, but, man, that could be 17-10 easy with those two defenses. And then you got Carson Wentz against Dylan Gabriel. Blah.
One step closer to Shador. That's what happened yesterday. One step closer. It's going to happen. It happens in week 5. It's definitely going to happen at some point this season with Cleveland. All right, let's get to our lightning bets. We've got 4 baseball games going down today. Obviously, we're looking at NFL, college football card as well. Sam, where are we going?
I'm taking the Padres again, fully expecting to lose. Is what it is. BetMGM has minus 102. Let's just go with that. Offshore, there's some even money, plus 101, but whatever. I mean, it does matter. I'm not trying to dismiss the price, but BetMGM has a fair price on it, minus 102. Other books have minus 106, minus 108. So let's go Padres. Very small favorite price, and I don't know if I didn't lightning bet Boston yesterday and it won. Should I not lightning bet it again today? What do you think? What's the verdict?
Are you going to get it?
I want to mush
later. Are you going to get?
I don't want to mush it. I'd rather not mush it, is what I'm saying. I'd rather just not give it out and then just bet it. Wink, wink.
And then bet it later. Bet it later. Okay. Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
Yeah, hold on.
Padres
hold
only
on.
then.
I'm going to give out Boston. I'm giving out Boston. So, and
whatever you did on Boston yesterday, Just do it again.
That's what I'm doing. We'll take Boston as a dog. I don't understand the number, man. I don't get it. This should be closer to a toss-up. And I know desperation, they're at home, blah, blah, blah. Most of the times we end up having the two-game sweep. And I just view this game as a toss-up, and we're getting plus 158 at some spots. Plus, it's plus 160 range. Like Rodon, really? That much of a favorite? I'm not buying. So I like Boston. I like San Diego and the under. I'm with you on San Diego. It's like, do I want to dabble in the under? I'll probably have something on it, but I agree with you that San Diego's a better play. Detroit, Cleveland, I'm going under 6.5 in that game, too. Hard to find something in Cincinnati, LA Dodgers, but those are. I like the other three games. Are you doing under, over?
Nah, I should, but I won't.
If it hits, you're gonna be so pissed.
Yeah, probably.
There's a decent chance it ends up hitting.
Should I go to a Yankee bar and just play Dirty Water on touchtunes all night?
Yes, you should do that.
Paul, you don't really care for the Dirty Water song, do you?
I'm whatever about it. I mean, don't have strong. I personally find it funny that we get a text from Sam about like doing a little Boston celebration, but cannot stand Cubs fans. They're the same fans. They're the same fans. It's the same woe is me. Like I get it because you got Southside ties, so you're always gonna be anti-Cubs fans, and I get it. It was just funny to me because Boston fans are the same fans. With their stupid songs too. For tonight, we're adding the Torkelson 100-1 World Series MVP. I don't know if Detroit has like a city phrase, but let's go Motor City. And today I will use that the BetMGM MLB postseason no sweat SGP token. So I was trying to look for like how do we get to Kittredge? I mean Machado. I'm gonna play Machado 5-1 for a home run. Wind's blowing slightly in from like right center. Shouldn't really affect the right-handed batters. So Machado at 5-1 to go deep with the Padres win at BetMGM. That is 8-1.
I have one of the mottos of Detroit for you, if you would like. Speramus Meliora. I think I'm saying that right. Speramus Meliora, which is Latin for "we hope for better things."
Wow, what a phrase!
I'm not making this up.
Could be worse.
I swear.
Yeah.
I swear to God, that's a thing.
Go for the end zone without breaking a sweat. With a Pro Football No Sweat token, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. Jake Hassan, did you push the button?
I stay pushing the button. Always.
You be pushing. How's Madison? We good?
Didn't hear from her this weekend. Sad. Unlucky.
No phone call? Damn. How many weeks
she's
away?
Cincinnati, right?
It's a Cincinnati
Rhode
phone
Island.
number. Yeah.
From Cincinnati.
Go Reds.
That's a strange combo.
Yeah, it is. She might be the only person on earth ever with that combo.
Yeah.
Should I ask her?
Ask her this. Next time she reaches out, ask her where she's from. And if she gives you multiple answers, she's crazy.
Sam, that's confirmed already.
Oh, okay. Fine.
Damn, she called me to tell me that she moved in with her boyfriend, but would be in Chicago in a couple months.
Yeah.
I don't know this person, so I'm taking the details.
You know enough. You know enough.
Yeah, none of us do, but we do.
We were told she belongs to the streets.
Shut up.
There's
Hawk.
evidence. What are you betting? He needs a minute to recover.
I'll touch the stove again with the Padres too. Sure, why not? Let's do it. Boston, completely agree. Rodon is this big of a favorite after what we saw yesterday. Yeah, okay, I'll take the plus money, and I'll bet Detroit too. Cleveland can't score. They have the four of us in that lineup, so I will take Detroit.
Oh. Okay. So how many game 3s do we get? One was San Diego. And
honestly, maybe just the one.
Maybe just one. That's it. That's all we get. Cubs Padres primetime Thursday. Oh wow.
Oh, the Cubs. If I have money on the Padres, they won't win. Don't worry.
Guys, we might get 0. We might get no game 3s.
There's a chance we get none.
Yeah.
We can hope for better things.
What is that?
Meliora.
What is that if you put those money lines together? Teams that are up.
All the favorites?
They're not all favorite. Boston's not a favorite.
Oh, right.
Detroit's a dog.
If you give me 3 seconds, I can click for you. Let's see. So the Tigers to win, the Cubs to win, the Red Sox to win, and the Dodgers to win. BetMGM 12-22 plus 12-22.
So both are 12-1. What would you rather bet? Under, over, or all the winners from yesterday win today?
I love that we become parlay savages during the baseball
I'm just
card. This is
giving
awesome.
people ideas. Yes. Yeah, that's true.
Why don't we parlay all the teams to win with the under?
With the unders and the over, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Hold on. Stand by.
Now what
Stand by.
What do we
Stand by. I just parlayed the over and the under in the same game. That's a mistake. 181-1.
Shuffler Masters.
Stop.
There we go. It's not a bad idea. I'd have to do it. Oh, damn. It's fun, though. It's good. So you get all this action today and then maybe absolutely nothing tomorrow. But we'll be here to talk about it, whatever happens. Got Thursday night football. Boy, that line keeps on climbing. We'll break down survivor options. We do that every Thursday. Take a look at the college football card. So a lot happening. Make sure you're here weekdays at 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. This is Bet Sweats. Tell a friend about it. This is the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Are you ready? It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here?
No idea what's going on, but I am excited. Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM right here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM Network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. You can watch us on Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And if you'd like to listen to us, you can go ahead and do so at Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, make sure you hit us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. You can find me on Instagram, Femi_Abebefe. Check out the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet, and the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. You like our show, you like Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, all the shows that we have across the network, weekdays and weekends at BetMGM Network is where you can find the Wagertainment. We got the crew hanging with us here on this Wednesday, Hump Day. We have Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Ha, Nick Costos. He joins us at the top of the hour with his thoughts on the Boston Red Sox beating his New York Yankees in Game 1 last night in the AL Wildcard Series. Bronx Bombers now facing elimination tonight. Absolutely loved it, for me at least, seeing the Red Sox win, back in Garrett Crochet, which we'll talk about a little bit later on in the next segment. But it was great to see the Red Sox come from behind, get the W, and take the 1-0 series lead because, as we discussed on Monday, I think Boston's going to win the American League. I just do. And I'm saying this as a Seattle Mariners fan. I think Boston's going to get it done. So the fact that they got it done last night, just need one more to get by the Yankees, which I think are actually their toughest competition in the American League. But we'll talk a little bit of baseball as well as football in the NFL, college football. We have so much to get to over the course of these 4 hours. So if you miss anything, make sure you check us out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. And because we're being so kind and putting it on there in on-demand fashion for all of you to consume, the least you could do is to subscribe, rate, and review wherever you get your podcast. We have 3 guests who will be joining us throughout these 4 hours, starting at 4:40 Eastern. College football insider for On3 Sports, America's favorite college football insider, our buddy Brett McMurphy, joins us once again here on You Better You Bet. We're going to break down the Week 6 slate for the upcoming weekend in college football. Who's his Heisman frontrunner? Is it Oregon's Dante Moore? Is it Indiana's Fernando Mendoza? Who does Brett have right now as the leader in the clubhouse 5 weeks into the college football season? We'll ask him at 4:40. Then at 5 o'clock Eastern, to begin the 3rd hour of the program, Odyssey NFL insider, analyst for NFL Network, Compass Media, Brian Baldinger joins us once again. Always good to catch up with Baldy as we'll get the film perspective on what we should expect to see in Week 5 of the NFL season. And then during the Power Hour at 6:20 Eastern, co-host of First Things First on FS1, Danny Parkins joins us for his weekly Wednesday spot here on You Better You Bet, as we'll get all of his takes on the biggest matchups. And are the Bears onto something? That's 2 in a row now for the Chicago Bears. Beat the Cowboys a couple of weeks ago, beat the Raiders this past Sunday. Now heading into the bye week, early bye week at 500. Are they turning things around early in this NFL season? But let's go ahead and bring on the crew, the fellas. Jake Hassan, our baseball aficionado, Tyler Morales as well here on the show as we talk about the game that's about to get underway in the north side between the San Diego Padres and the Chicago Cubs. Of course, Chicago winning Game 1 yesterday, so they have a 1-0 series lead. Padres fighting for their lives tonight and you can see it right now on the screen for those of you who are watching. Mike Brown doing a good job putting that up there for our viewing audience. But the Chicago Cubs are the favorites over at BetMGM. They're minus 115 with a Kittredge on the mound against Dylan Cease and the Padres, total sitting at 6.5. Fellas, I'm just going to sweat my Cubs series price bet. I bet Chicago minus 115 before the start of the series. Bet them yesterday in game 1 with Matthew Boyd on the mound. I don't really want any parts of this bullpen game. So I'm just going to sweat this game with the series bet that I have already in pocket and hope that the Cubbies can somehow pull this off against Dylan Cease and the Padres. Jake, first word to you, our baseball aficionado. What do you like this afternoon in a do-or-die spot for the Padres?
Yeah, it may be only October 1st, but baby, that stove is hot, and I am going to touch it again. Give me the Padres. Cubs bullpen game. Come on, what are we doing here?
I mean, it's not great from Kirk Counsell. I guess we couldn't do Shota Imanaga. I guess he doesn't have enough rest or what's going on here. But the fact that they're doing bullpen game, maybe they feel like, hey, we already got one in the bank, and we can maybe try to roll the dice. But I don't really like that much from the Chicago Cubs. So I'm hoping they can pull it off, but for your sake, we will be Oppo Taco. Tyler, what do you like this afternoon in the game?
It does seem like, from just what I've been reading, Imanaga's going to come in at some point in this game, maybe like after the second or third inning. So, but he hasn't been great, though, and he gives up a ton of home runs. On the bright side, the wind's blowing in like 15 miles per hour, so maybe that just helps him from giving up a ton of home runs to the Padres. There's really no home run bets I like here because the wind's blowing in. I do like the Cubs. I'm going to stick with what I've said all before the series. I think they're going to win the series, and I think there's a chance they beat the Brewers next round. So give me the Cubs here. I like them. Not like one of my favorite bets of the day, but I think they close the series down. The Padres in the playoffs just usually doesn't go well, so I'm just going to keep doing this. So I'll take the Cubs in the money line.
Yeah, with the wind blowing in, I mean, they should be just starting Imanaga. Like that's his ideal scenario as the fly ball pitcher. Just start the dude, put him on the mound, and let him go 6 innings or so of shutout ball. Jake, we did not ask you, how did the birthday festivities go yesterday before we get into the meat of the show here?
Shout out the Boston Red Sox. That was a pretty awesome win. Not nerve-wracking at all. Watching that during this stupid Blackhawks preseason game that nobody cared about. But no, it was good. For a Tuesday birthday, we had a good time.
Hell yeah. Absolutely love it. Unfortunately, the Padres could not get it done for you yesterday. I don't think they're going to do it today either. Let's go Cubbies. Let's fly the W, and let's get to the NLDS. So that is Padres Cubs. Shout out to our guys, Jake Hassan, Tyler Morales, joining us here with their bets for the game. Once again, I will just be sweating the series price that I had prior to the start of the series, and that is Chicago minus 115. No point of adding more money. We added some more money yesterday. That was great. Matthew Boyd and the Cubs, they got it done for us. But today, I'm like, I'll just bet the minus 115 that I have already in pocket. Just ride that. And if they don't win today, hey, they got another chance tomorrow in a decisive Game 3. Let's update you guys first on what's going on right now in Cleveland between the Tigers and the Guardians. Right now, we are 1-1 in this bottom of the 6th. This has just been like a back and forth kind of game where, like, I don't know if either of these offenses want to wake up. It feels like, hey, maybe Cleveland might be onto something. They cool off. Maybe Detroit might be onto something. They cool off. You can maybe credit the pitching, although it's been a little bit shaky. Bybee went 4 2/3. Casey Mize only lasted 3 innings. I think this is just going to be one of those games where someone's going to make a mistake, a base running error, as we saw yesterday, some kind of infield error or something like that. That's going to end up deciding who wins this game. But Cleveland, bet them before the start of the series, sweating that bet plus 105 to win it. Season on the line. Let's get it done, boys. Let's play guards ball and get that thing to a Game 3. We'll update you guys on that game throughout this hour. But let's stay in Cleveland and talk about some of the big news from the NFL early this morning, because the Cleveland Browns, they went ahead and did it. They decided to start rookie quarterback Dillon Gabriel on Sunday when they take on the Minnesota Vikings in London. It will be Gabriel starting for the Browns as Joe Flacco goes to the bench. Now, when I saw this news, and this news kind of trickled out yesterday, we talked about it a little bit in the 3 o'clock hour yesterday, but none of the main insiders in the NFL had really run with it yet. So, I mean, shout out to CBS's Matt Zenitz, who was on this bad boy 24 hours ago. Give him the tip of the cap there for being first on the scene. But we always felt that this was the plan. When they drafted Gabriel on Friday night in the 3rd round in the NFL draft this past April, like, it was always going to be, all right, either Pickett or Flacco, whichever veteran wins the job, they'll get a portion of the season, then it'll go to Gabriel, and then who knows what happens after that. So now we're in that portion, the play Dillon Gabriel portion. Do we see Shedeur Sanders at some point? I don't know. It depends on how Gabriel plays. Like, sorry for the Shedeur Sanders people out there. I'd like to see Shedeur Sanders play at some point, but like this is how things go in the NFL. They invested a 3rd-round pick in Gabriel, a 5th-round pick in Shedeur Sanders, and the training camp and preseason reps would have told you the story about how this would go in the regular season. They like Dillon Gabriel, so he gets first bat at this thing with Joe Flacco heading to the bench. And I really never thought that Dillon Gabriel, when I was watching college football, I never thought he was a good player. I thought he was solid and surrounded by other good players, whether he was at Oklahoma or at Oregon, or even back when he was like at UCF. Like, I was like, okay, like he's okay, you know, like that doesn't really wow you when you watch him play. He's pretty efficient. He was doing some things in college football, but you never really thought of him as like a Sunday guy when you watched him play. And I know my own biases with that going into the draft. I remember watching the draft Friday night back in April, being stunned that this man was drafted, let alone in the 3rd round. But I say all that to say this, and this is where, from a betting standpoint, you have to kind of try to remove your biases if you want to hit it big. And the question that I asked myself when I saw this notification hit the phone early this morning, 5 a.m. for us here on the West Coast, the question that I asked myself was, what if I'm wrong about Dillon Gabriel? What if we're all wrong about Dillon Gabriel? Because the consensus opinion about this dude is that he's bad. And I think that's probably coming from a lot of people who just want to see Shedeur Sanders play, that they think that, oh, Gabriel's a bad quarterback. Like, I thought that, like, Shedeur aside, I just don't think he's that good. Never thought he was good in college, like I said. But, like, what if we're wrong? Because we're wrong all the time about quarterbacks. Why can't we be wrong about this one? And what if the Cleveland Browns front office just hit a home run with this draft class? So far, it's looking pretty damn good, isn't it? Mason Graham's a key contributor. Carson Schlesinger is a key contributor. One of the short shots to win D-Roy. Quinshon Judkins, now that he's back, he's obviously balling. Harold Fannin Jr., Dylan Sampson. Like, what if they just knocked it out the park with this draft class? And what if that means they also nailed it with Dillon Gabriel? I mean, this team might be cooking with gas. Seriously. And I didn't think I would believe this when I went to bed last night. But the more I thought about it, when I saw the news this morning, and I said, hey, if this guy could just be serviceable, what kind of possibilities does that open up for the Cleveland Browns in 2025? Because the one thing we do know about the Cleveland Browns, and I think any football fan would agree with what I'm about to say, they have a championship-level defense. That is a fact. The Cleveland Browns defense is one of the best in the NFL. And it's not just this year. This has been going on multiple years since they've had Jim Schwartz as their defensive coordinator, and Myles Garrett has been playing like the future Hall of Famer that he is. Like last season, they were top 10 in defense and success rate, the stat that I love, that we always talk about here on the show. They were top 10 last year, despite how bad things were on offense. This year, top 5 in defensive EPA per play when you take away turnovers from the equation, when you just want to look at, like, turnover luck aside, who's just playing down-to-down great defense. Cleveland's in the top 5 in defensive EPA per play. And Myles Garrett, who's won Defensive Player of the Year in his career, I think is be playing at the highest level that he's ever played. He looks unblockable this year. He's insane. He's amazing. And he is one of the best players in the NFL, and he leads this defense that has been insane through 4 weeks. Because when you look at the offenses that Cleveland has faced, and I know their record, they're 1-3, they're not good in terms of their record. And Bill Parcells always says, you are what your record says you are. But look at the offenses that they've faced. Week 1, they played the Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins Bengals offense. Completely shut them down. Embarrassed them on the field. Now, the kicker unfortunately missed some field goals. They lose the game, but the Browns defense did their job that day. Week 2, they take on Lamar, Derrick Henry, and the Baltimore Ravens. I know what the score says, 41-17, but the Browns defense did their job that day. Go look at that box score and look at the inefficiency that Baltimore had on offense. Around 4 yards per play, not even 300 yards. Like, that Browns defense bottled up that Lamar, Derrick Henry offense. Week 3, against the Green Bay Packers. We all saw them, what they did to Green Bay. They ultimately win the game. And even last Sunday against the Detroit Lions, Lions win the game. Oh, yeah, they destroyed them, didn't they? Not on offense. None of those offenses, Bengals, Ravens, Packers, Lions, were able to average 5 yards per play against this Cleveland defense. Now, just imagine if the Browns get serviceable quarterback play. Like, let's just say Gabriel doesn't have to be good. He doesn't have to be average. What if he's just like the 25th best QB in the league? Well, the betting market is telling you he's replacing a guy that was horrendous, because that market did not move for Sunday's game against the Minnesota Vikings. Joe Flacco, oh, by the way, 32nd in QBR, only behind Cam Ward so far this season. I think with serviceable quarterback play, which is not asking a whole lot from rookie quarterback Dylan Gabriel, with an offensive line that's solid and some skill position guys that can do some things, with Kevin Stefanski as the trigger man kind of directing this offense, I think the Browns not only cover on Sunday, I think they win on Sunday against Minnesota. And I'll take it a step further. In an AFC that is not anything to write home about, that is not very good beyond the top contenders, I think Cleveland is live to make the playoffs at plus 650. I think the Browns going to Gabriel opens up in a whole nother world of possibilities, as long as he is just a serviceable NFL quarterback. On the other side, we'll get to the top stories from around the world of sports here on a Wednesday on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
So what do you say? Fade or follow? Iowa State -1.5 against the Bearcats.
Oh, Brandon, I'm going to ask for a quick favor, and it's I'm going to need the sledgehammer here. So Daddy wants, Daddy needs, Daddy's got to have it. Game of the year bet. College football. Game of the year. Biggest bet of the year coming up this weekend. I might bet this 8 different times. I love Cincinnati in this game. I think they win this game by a field goal. I've been waiting for the spot to fade this Iowa State team. Did it week 1. Unfortunately, Avery Johnson still can't throw the football. They didn't cover for me last week, though, Kansas State. But, dude, this Cincinnati offense is humming right now. They're at home. I love their quarterback, Brendan Sorsby. He's only been sacked 1 time this season. So in pass protection, the offensive line really holding up well. 10 touchdown passes, only 1 pick. He's thrown for over 1,000 yards. He's completing 69% of his passes for nearly 10 yards per completion. He's also the leading rusher right now, averaging almost 7 yards per carry with 4 scores on the ground. Walker also has 3 rushing touchdowns, and I like their receivers, man. Cyrus Allen already has 23 grabs and 5 touchdowns. Caleb Goody has also been really solid. I like Cincinnati. There's a reason, I think, why the unranked team is favored over the ranked team. Give me the Bearcats and the fighting Brendan Sorsbys to win this game by a field goal. Love this bet.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Femi and Bet Buffet hanging with you guys on this Wednesday. 40 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on his Yankees losing Game 1 of the AL Wildcard Series last night against the Boston Red Sox. Crochet was absolutely dominant. That's exactly what we needed, baby, as someone who bet the Boston Red Sox. Loved that one. But Nick will give us the Yankee perspective coming up in 40 minutes. 20 minutes from now, we'll get into NFL awards, MVP, Offensive Player of the Year, and the player you need to bet to win Defensive Player of the Year heading into Week 5. I'll lay it out for you coming up in 20 minutes. But in the last segment, I was talking about Dylan Gabriel starting this Sunday's game in London when the Browns take on the Minnesota Vikings. Of course, I am looking to be more open-minded about Dylan Gabriel. And if as long as he's serviceable with the way that defense is playing, which is at a championship level, I think the Browns at plus 650 to make the playoffs is a very live ticket to have heading into Week 5. So that is a bet that I made earlier this morning. I also do find it very hilarious. We're not going to talk about this during the headlines, but I saw it on my timeline, so I'm going to bring it up. Browns rookie quarterback Shedeur Sanders pantomiming his answers when asked about the QB change. Like Shedeur is like one of the funniest people in sports, I think, right now. Like the man is just his mouth is moving, but the words aren't coming out. Just pantomiming the answers to some of the questions from the Cleveland Browns media. Just never change, Shedeur. Never change. But joining us right now, like he does each and every weekday at 3:20 Eastern Time, is our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Bill, how we doing on this fine Wednesday?
We're doing pretty good, Femi, and I like your thought on Cleveland. I was actually looking at that before we talked this morning. I was looking at that, and I'm looking at that schedule and going, this thing is manageable. They might win some games here over the next 5-6 games. I'm sitting there going, maybe they're going to win 7-8 games here if Gabriel's decent. I like you taking it a step further with a shot at the playoffs, especially when you sit there and seeing some of these teams looking a little Baltimore, obviously the main one, but some of these teams maybe not looking quite as strong as we thought in August as they are right now. Maybe someone can sneak in and be the 7th seed.
Yeah, and for those who have not seen the schedule, you might be driving, you're probably at work or whatever listening, but we appreciate you listening and watching You Better You Bet. But of course they have this Sunday's game against the Vikings in Tottenham, at the Steelers, which, that's a tricky game. It's very difficult. They're going to be an underdog, but with the way the defense is playing, they can at least be in the game. Home Dolphins, at Patriots, bye week, at the Jets, home Ravens, which Lamar is probably going to be back, at the Raiders, home Niners, home Titans, at Bears, home Bills, home Steelers, at Bengals. It's not that difficult. And if Gabriel's the 25th best quarterback in the league, I think they can win about 8 games. If he's average, I think they can win 10 games potentially. That defense is that good, and nobody's talking about it because the record is 1-3, and the team has been very boring to watch. But the defense is awesome, and I think we want to play into that. So plus 650 for the Brownies to go ahead and make the playoffs. All right, we've talked enough Cleveland Browns. Let's get to the big stories that we have throughout the world of sports. Bill, what's the number one thing we need to know this afternoon?
Well, Femi, we are going to kick it off with football. We are going to start with baseball. Yeah. That's right. Last night, we had some MLB playoffs in action. The Red Sox took down the Yankees 3-1. Yankees certainly had some puzzling lineup decisions, had a lot of Yankee fans upset. Bombers, of course, load the bases in the bottom of the 9th inning. Nobody out, and they failed to score a single run. Garrett Crochet was awesome for Boston. Just 4 hits over 7 2/3 with 11 strikeouts. And Femi, the Red Sox will try and close this one out tonight in the Bronx.
I mean, first of all, what a fun game that was. It felt like a playoff game because it is a playoff game. It felt like how it's supposed to feel, but it was just a really entertaining game. I know the unders have just been absolutely crushing so far through these wild card games. It looks like we're headed towards another under, knock on wood for those of you who bet the under in this Tigers-Guardians game. But last night, you're on the edge of your seat. You're on pins and needles. And Crochet to turn in that performance, first playoff start at Yankee Stadium, and to do that 7 2/3 and be an absolute workhorse ace, 117 pitches. Like, we don't see that anymore in today's baseball. Like the whole time you're wondering, God, I hope Cora doesn't take him out because Crochet's just humming along. He's cooking. He's retired like 18 straight batters it was that he retired after he gave up the home run. Like, the dude was unbelievable last night. And that's why you make the trade. That's why you give him all that money, is for games like last night. Kudos to Crochet and what he was able to do in a tough spot on the road in his playoff debut. Now, for the Yankees, I mean, this is part of the handicap, right? I know Aaron Boone's under.
Oh, it looks like we've got some internet issues with Mr. Abebefe. We'll see if we get Benny back on here shortly.
Bill, you know what
There
happened?
he is.
I think it was Nick Costos that cut my internet as I was about to bash his New York Yankees. I think that's what's happening here. Somebody's trying to hate, but we're not going to let it get in our way. We're going to get back on track. And what I was saying, as I was so rudely interrupted by my internet service provider, but what I was saying was that the New York Yankees, part of the handicap is in these kind of moments, can you trust their manager? Can you trust Aaron Boone to press the right buttons, to pull the right strings? And with the way that Max Fried was pitching, 6 1/3, no earned runs, struck out 6, and yeah, he walked a few guys, but like, Fried looked awesome. He was nasty in high leverage moments. And at 102 pitches, you pull him as if this is a start in May? Bro, this is October. Especially now, as it's October 1st. But like, this is October. This is the playoffs. What are you resting him for? You lose tonight, you're not gonna see Max Fried until April. Like go out there, and as long as he is cooking, because the Red Sox batters had no answer for Max Fried. The minute they pulled him as somebody who bet Boston, I was like, oh my goodness, thank you, Lord. Thank you. Now let's see if we can get to this Yankee bullpen. And guess what happened? Luke Weaver trots onto the mound, can't get anyone out. Like, Luke Weaver giving up runs. Here's Masa Yoshida, who I've literally not thought about in like 2 years. He comes up with the RBI single, like, to get things going for Boston. And of course, the rest of the bullpen, they can't get it done. Alex Bregman tacks on some insurance in the 9th inning, and Bill mentioned it. Chapman loads the bases after they brought him in there to do the four out save. He loads the bases in the 9th. Yankee Stadium's getting rolling. And I'm like, all right, best case scenario, let's go to extras and let's see what happens. But then once he gets one guy, I'm like, okay, we got a chance here. Strikes out Chisholm, then gets it. It was just unbelievable that Chapman kind of, as the former Yankee, got Yankee fans' hopes up, only to slam the door shut in their faces like we said he would when breaking down this series. I love it. I think the Red Sox are going to win this series. As for tonight, I mean, it's not ideal with Brian Bayo on the mound for Boston, right? But, like, do you trust Carlos Rodon in a big spot? I wouldn't. Like, the more this price continues to get bet on the New York side, the more interested I'm going to become in the Boston Red Sox. And I'm saying this as somebody who bet plus 165 before the series started. I wouldn't mind doubling down on a plus money price if this thing continues to get a little bit out of control. So let's monitor this throughout the next couple of hours here on the show. But I'm loving where I'm at with the Boston Red Sox. I think they get it done either tonight or tomorrow, and they'll be advancing to the ALDS and heading up north to take on the one-seeded Toronto Blue Jays. Bill, hit me with the next story.
All right, Femi, just really quickly here, top 7 in Cleveland. Cleveland trying to get out of this mess they were in with 2 men on and nobody out. They've got now 2 outs here and still the score tied at 1. So we'll see if Cleveland gets out of this. But last night, Femi, it was a home run parade last night in Los Angeles. 5 home runs for the Dodgers, including 2 from Shohei Ohtani, and the Dodgers cruise in Game 1 against the Reds, 10-5, and it wasn't even that close. Reds tacked on 3 late. Femi, for those who still think the Dodgers are the team to beat this October, they certainly looked the part last night.
Yeah, I'll tell you who didn't look the part. It was Hunter Green, the pitcher for the Cincinnati Reds. I thought that Hunter Green might be able to at least keep his team in it. Here's 3 innings, 6 hits, 5 earned runs, 2 gave up 3 home runs. I don't know if he was just a little bit nervous going back home because he's an LA guy, and there was a lot of that was made up in the broadcast about, hey, this is an LA guy pitching at Dodger Stadium against the Dodgers. Maybe he was just nervous, but they took him to task. And at that point, this bad boy was over. Now, I will say this, though, about the Dodgers, because it's easy to look at what Blake Snell did, and he was awesome in the game, going 7 innings, 9 strikeouts. It's easy to look at Ohtani, to look at Teoscar Hernandez with his 2 home runs as well in the game. The big concern about the Dodgers is the bullpen. This score says 10-5. It was 10-5 in the top of the 8th with the bases loaded. All it took was one hit, and all of a sudden, this is a very, very close game. So as much as can be kind of like mystified by the lineup that the Dodgers have, can you actually trust this bullpen once they face better teams? Because Cincinnati's lineup, come on. It's a joke. That's not a playoff caliber lineup. Like, we're all like looking around like Ellie De La Cruz. Like, Ellie De La Cruz ain't got nothing for you. Ain't doing anything. Like this lineup is not playoff worthy. But if they win this series, Philadelphia's lineup is, and other lineups down the road are, can this bullpen hang on to these games? That's going to be the big storyline for the Dodgers as we progress throughout the playoffs. They should get by Cincinnati, barring something crazy happening, but watch out for that bullpen starting this weekend when they take on the Phillies. Bill, hit me with the next one.
Gas, he's gone. High heat, and Perez goes down swinging 1-1. We go to the bottom of the seventh.
I thought for a second we said he's gone. I was like, did he hit a home run?
No, I'm a White Sox fan. It's the old Hawk Harrelson.
Gotcha. Okay, I was scared for a second. I was like, damn it. Let's go, guards. Guards ball, come on.
All right, let's switch over to the NFL, Femi, where we have big news out of Washington. Jaden Daniels has been cleared, and he practiced in full today. Daniels says he plans to play this weekend as the Commanders will be in California to face the Chargers. Chargers currently a 2.5-point favorite over at BetMGM.
Yeah, this is big for the Washington Commanders, obviously. Like, we know he's not going to have his favorite guy, Terry McLaurin, back, barring some sort of like unforeseen healing by McLaurin. They said his quad injury is going to have him week to week. But I think right now for the Commanders, Daniels elevates them so much. And the big thing for Washington, too, in this game, and why this is a very gettable game for the Commanders, look at the offensive line for the Chargers. Joe Alt is now doubtful. I mean, the fact they have him as doubtful is pretty miraculous. I thought that he'd already been ruled out by now, dealing with a high ankle sprain, already missing Rashawn Slater from training camp with that ACL injury. Like, this is a very, very banged up Chargers offensive line. Like, there's still a 3 out there in the market at a couple of places. One at a pretty prominent domestic sports book, one that's here locally in Las Vegas where I live. 3 minus 110 is a bet. And it's a bet that I placed earlier this afternoon. I think this is a coin flip kind of a game. And if you're going to give a quarterback like Daniels caliber 3 points, even if it's on the road, technically quote unquote on the road, because I think there actually might be more Washington fans at this game come Sunday with all those people that moved out to the West Coast. Like, I think that this could go either way. So I will gladly take the 3. I do think you see Jaden Daniels not maybe look like the guy that we saw with the playoff run, but he should look to like what we should expect to see with him. Maybe dealing with some things with the knee injury, but I would expect to see a really good, competent quarterback, something that the Commanders haven't had over the last couple of weeks. Bill, hit me with the next one.
The Baltimore Ravens look like a mash unit as 8 of their starters did not practice today, including the big one, Lamar Jackson. Now, as we discussed yesterday, the expectation is that Lamar is going to miss this game, probably more. And that, of course, is why the Houston Texans are sitting as a 1-point road favorite in Baltimore on Sunday.
The amount of guys that are hurt for the Ravens is insane. And I understand people will say, all right, I want to bet Houston. I want to do that. Like, it makes sense. But still, with all of those injuries, I don't know if I could justify Houston being the favorite here. like if Baltimore was healthy, this is close to 10. Now, do all these injuries get you this move from like 9.5 now all the way out to Houston -1 or -1.5? Maybe you can justify it. But if anything, as we always talk about in these fallen hero spots, like, what's more likely to be correct? That we underreacted or that we overreacted? Very rarely do we underreact to when a star player is missing a game. So I would be more on the Baltimore side. I think you're going to see another push towards Houston whenever the Lamar news is official, whether that comes tomorrow, on Friday, or on Saturday. When that news comes out that Lamar's not playing in the game, I think we're going right back to Houston -2.5. I don't think we'll get to 3 because at that point, there's such a big window. People will come by and buy back on that one. But I think we're going to 2.5 with a lot of recreational bettors who don't even think about the games until about Thursday, Friday. Once they start to get into there and say, oh, Lamar is out, I'm going to bet the Houston Texans to win. Then that's going to move the market. And at that point, I'll be looking to back the Ravens in the fallen hero spot at home with Cooper Rush as the quarterback. Bill, hit me with the next one.
All right, Femi, quickly. The 49ers have a big game tomorrow night. LA Rams NFC West showdown. 49ers dealing with several key injuries, including wide receiver Ricky Pearsall and quarterback Brock Purdy. Both will be listed as questionable for Thursday Night Football. Femi, 49ers, tough spot with Purdy here. According to the San Francisco Chronicle, he is pushing hard to play. He did not look great last week against Jacksonville, turning the ball over 3 times, and now needs to come back on a short week.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for San Francisco. I actually have seen a sportsbook here in Las Vegas go down to 6.5. So maybe that gives you an indication that perhaps Purdy is going to be able to convince the medical staff and the coaching staff that he can play tomorrow night. But against that Rams pass rush, going up there with a bad toe and an offensive line that's not that sturdy, I would not recommend this for Brock Purdy. I'd be like, hey, buddy, we got Mac Jones out here that can go play, man. Like, let's get you an extra rest, because that's the thing that the Niners have to consider. There's an extra rest after this, a little bit of a mini bye. Do you take advantage of that and get him right for next week and beyond? Or because it's a division game, do you try to press the gas coming up tomorrow night? Fascinated to see what they ultimately decide to do. But if Purdy doesn't play, it is a nice layup for the Rams to go out there and get a victory on this Thursday night. All right, on the other side, we're talking NFL awards, MVP, Offensive Player of the Year, and then I will tell you the player you need to bet to win Defensive Player of the Year heading into Week 5 in the NFL.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
I mean, it's all bad for the Bengals, right? Like, where are they in this? They have no defense. We know that. They give up over 500 yards on Monday Night Football. Terrible effort. I got news for you. Changing the defensive coordinator ain't going to fix it. Al Golden ain't fixing anything. And then now offensively, you have nothing because you have no Burrow. You have no run game. You have no aerial attack. What's the difference between Cincinnati and some of the worst teams in the league? What's the difference between the Jets and the Bengals right now?
From a power rating standpoint, they're probably as close as it could be. I would say on a pick'em, maybe 1. Cincinnati -1 on a neutral.
Yeah.
It's hard because you're catching up to the Bengals. I mean, you have a high power rating on them coming into the season because they have Joe Burrow. And Joe Burrow can fix a lot of things and cover up a lot of the issues with the roster. But when they don't have their best player to get their weapons the ball and the defense is already bleeding out, I mean, to say that out loud through a month that Cincy and the Jets are numerically almost equal is crazy.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on the BetMGM Network. This is You Better You Bet. I am Femi Abebefe, hanging with you guys on this Wednesday. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on his New York Yankees falling behind 0-1 in the AL Wildcard Series against the rival Boston Red Sox. Will they get it done tonight and stave off elimination? Elimination game for the Bronx Bombers, baby. It should be an awesome scene out there at Yankee Stadium tonight. Probably a nervous scene with Carlos Rodon on the mound going up against Brian Bayo of the Red Sox. So Nick will give us his thoughts on last night's game. I'm sure he'll have something for Aaron Boone coming up to begin the 4 o'clock hour. Right now, to update you guys on what's happening in both of these wild card games, we're in the top of the 8th in Cleveland, still tied up at 1, a runner on first here for the Detroit Tigers. We were talking about it during the break. The Guardians offense, it's non-existent. And I guess you could say the same for Detroit, but the Detroit at least gets guys on base. You know, like they just haven't been lucky enough to get them home. They at least get guys on base. I feel like Cleveland has like 0 base runners. They can't do a thing. Like nothing is working. They have 2 hits in this game. Luckily for them, one of them was a home run in the first inning, but like, I don't even know how these guys are going to score. They're going to have to get some sort of error or luck into a home run, as Tyler was saying during the break, because this is bad right now for the Cleveland Guardians. But all that aside, still 1-1 in the top of the 8th right now, as they are trying to stave off elimination. Also in Chicago over at Wrigley Field, the Padres have a 1-0 lead on the Cubs as we are headed to the top of the 3rd. Shota Imanaga already into the game. Kittredge lasted all of 1 inning. And he gave up a couple hits, gave up a run, and here we are. It was a sacrifice fly to Jackson Merrill as he drove home Fernando Tatis Jr. So far, though, through 2 innings, we talk about people having that look. Dylan Cease might have that look, which is problematic if you want the Cubs to win this game. Dylan Cease, 2 innings, is giving up 1 hit, 3 strikeouts. I always kind of talk about how Cease is like the metrics darling and like, oh, look at his FIP and look at all this stuff and his ex-WOBA, whatever, all that nonsense. It looks like that's all coming to fruition today because he looks incredible right now. It's only 2 innings. You know, it's like we're not like putting him into the Cooperstown off this one game, but like he looks really, really good so far through 2 innings. Hopefully that doesn't keep up as somebody who would like the Chicago Cubs to win this game and this series. So that's what's happening in baseball. We'll, of course, update you all throughout the show as we are sweating series prices, bets on the game, et cetera, et cetera. But let's talk some NFL awards here while we've got some time in this segment. I want to start off with MVP because that's, of course, the biggest award. That's the Marquee Award that we have in the NFL. And the favorite is the guy that's been the favorite throughout the entire offseason, through training camp, and through the first 4 weeks of the season. That is Bills quarterback Josh Allen, the reigning defending MVP, who at BetMGM is now a minus price. Josh Allen, odds-on favorite to repeat as the league's MVP, minus 105. And you look at his numbers and the team success, it all adds up. First in EPA per play, second in QBR. The Bills are 4-0 with an updated win total of 13.5, and they're minus 185 to be the 1 seed. Case closed. Like if that continues, he's going to win the award. Now, I will say this as somebody who's invested in Josh Allen, as we talked about during the offseason. The one guy that scares me with this award, it's the boogeyman himself. It's Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs. Mahomes, prior to Sunday's win over Baltimore, was 18-1. I looked long and hard at that. Like I was like, man, is this the buy point? Decided not to buy. I just bet Kansas City in the game. I should have bought because I felt Kansas City was going to win. And of course, I should have known that 18-1 was now going to be 7-1 as we sit here heading into week 5. Now, I will say this about the Chiefs. Like they have a little bit of a tricky game come Monday night against the Jacksonville Jaguars. They're a 3-point road favorite. Some places have it 3.5. Like that could go either way. They could obviously win, and maybe it's Mahomes kind of in that island game on national TV, kind of letting everybody know and reminding us that he's still that dude. Or maybe the Jags' turnover luck just continues, and all the tip balls go their way, all the fumbles bounce to their players, and maybe Jacksonville just wins. We'll find out on Monday. But Mahomes is a guy that concerns me. Kansas City with a win total of 10.5. He's 3rd in QBR, not as high in EPA per play. He's sitting at 10th, but as somebody who is invested in Josh Allen, he's got a little bit of Justin Herbert, he's got some Jordan Love. Patrick Mahomes is the guy that I'm concerned about going forward. And finally, with the MVP before we go to OPOY, Lamar Jackson is 20-1 right now over at BetMGM. He's not expected to play this week, and it doesn't sound like he's going to play next week. You miss 2 games, you can't win MVP. Like, that's kind of how it goes. And Lamar with this Ravens team, they're 1-3. There's a good chance by the time he comes back, they're like, what, best case scenario, 2-4? There's a chance that they may be 1-5. Like, that's not going to get you the MVP. So this is kind of one of those years where, hey, it's just not Lamar's year. As he's 6th in EPA per play and 5th in QBR, I would never bet Lamar Jackson, not even at 20-1. We're going to find out over these next couple of weeks that he's just ineligible to win the award. Let's get over to Offensive Player of the Year. This will also be a shorter conversation because the favorite is the guy that should be the favorite, and that is Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua. Nacua right now is plus 275 over at BetMGM to win the award. The Rams have a win total of 11.5. They're the favorites to win their division. Obviously, division success, big-time team success, that is correlated with winning Offensive Player of the Year. And all he's doing right now is leading the league in receptions with 42 and in receiving yards with 503. Now, the touchdowns, he only has 1 so far this season, but the guy's on pace for like 2,600 receiving yards. Like, that's absurd. It's not going to continue that way, but like that's why he's the favorite, because Matthew Stafford's giving him like 15 targets per game. Puka Nacua, very justifiably the favorite to win OPOY. Now, that game last Sunday against the Colts, that really does bug the hell out of me because it was kind of like the early season OPOY Bowl with Puka Nacua and Jonathan Taylor on the other side. As you know, us here on You Better You Bet, Team Jonathan Taylor. He is down to 4-1. Talked about him a couple of weeks ago when he was 15-1. Yeah, you got to be concerned about Puka, man. Like, you do. Like, I like Jonathan Taylor quite a bit. He still leads the league in rushing yards. He's on a team that's favored to win their division. They have a win total of 9.5. That all checks out. But if Puka has 2,000 yards receiving, like what do? You know, you just got to tip the cap, shake the guy's hand and say, hey, you beat me. So right now, Jonathan Taylor, a justified second choice in the betting market, but it's hard to run down Puka Nacua at least right now. Something would have to change drastically with how things are going with that Rams offense. And real quick, before we get to DPOY, I'll say this because I've been getting some questions about Bills running back James Cook. He is down to 15-1. He is second in the league in rushing yards behind Jonathan Taylor with 401. Their win total, of course, is sky high, 13.5, as we mentioned when we talked about Josh Allen. I just don't think that James Cook is going to get the credit because he plays on the same offense as Josh Allen. Like, all of the Bills hype, and it's all going to go to Josh Allen. Like, is James Cook, do people talk about James Cook when they talk about the Bills? It feels like everyone talks about Josh Allen. So I get it. People are interested in Cook. I just would never bet him, not at these prices of 15-1. He would have to do something like 30 touchdowns to maybe James Cook wins OPOY. But if that's not the case and it's Josh Allen kind of vulturing some of those touchdowns away from him with the tush push stuff, I would not be betting James Cook to win OPOY. Which brings us to DPOY, Defensive Player of the Year. This one this week I think is fun because we have a new favorite now in the market. It is no longer Packers edge rusher Micah Parsons. It is now he's a slight favorite, Lions edge rusher Aiden Hutchinson. At BetMGM, Hutchinson plus 340 to win DPOY. Lions win total 11.5, plus 120 to win the North, minus 400 to make the playoffs. And he has 4 sacks, 4 tackles for loss, and a couple of forced fumbles on the season. Now, is Hutchinson a justified favorite? You can make the argument. He's plus 340. Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons are plus 350. So it's kind of like a co-favorite situation with a slight edge towards Aiden Hutchinson. And you could justify any of those guys. Like, I'm starting to be a little bit more open-minded to Cleveland, so you can even justify Myles Garrett at plus 350. And we all know what Micah Parsons has done as well. But here's the thing for me with Defensive Player of the Year and the guy that I want to bet on. Because when Lamar Jackson got hurt yesterday, we talked about the schedule, and we said, hey, who do they play this upcoming Sunday? It's the Houston Texans. And boy, this would be great for Will Anderson Jr., right, if Houston was ever good. Unfortunately, they're not. They're just not good. So our Will Anderson Jr. tickets from before the season kind of DOA with that team kind of being stinky. But you look at who they play next week. It's the Los Angeles Rams. And quietly, and actually not even quietly, because a lot of people acknowledge this player's greatness early in his career. But Rams edge rusher Jared Verse right now at BetMGM is 18-1. That, my friends, is what we call a bet. That is value. I like Jared Verse at 18-1 to be DPOY. Now, let's run down the whole thing because the team success, they have it, 11.5 the win total. They're projected to be really good. minus 300 to make the playoffs. They're the favorites to win the NFC West. Their defense is really good, 7th in defensive EPA per play. And his stats, they're not gaudy, but they're good enough. He has 2 sacks so far through 4 games, 3 tackles for loss, and a couple of forced fumbles. But here's the kicker for Jared Verse. Tomorrow night, standalone island game, taking on an injured 49ers offense. What if it's Mac Jones? What if there's no Ricky Pearsall? What if there's no Juwan Jennings? Like, this could get really bad for the San Francisco 49ers. And I think Jared Verse on Amazon Prime, standalone game, can make a name for himself and become a household name. Look at next week for Jared Verse and the Rams. On the road, not against Lamar Jackson, against Cooper Rush. If Jared Verse terrorizes Cooper Rush and that Ravens offense, that could be back-to-back weeks to where all of a sudden we are talking highly about Jared Verse. Like, that is an insane run for Jared Verse. And as long as Matthew Stafford stays healthy, I think this Rams team can be one of the better teams in the NFC. We all think about them as a contender if they're healthy. It's just, can they stay healthy? That's the big question. But if they do stay healthy, at 18-1, I think Verse, who is quickly being seen as one of the bright young defensive stars in the NFL, can be a guy that joins the table with Aiden Hutchinson, Myles Garrett, and Micah Parsons, and is in that conversation in the second half of the season. So Jared Verse, 18-1 to win DPOY, is your bet heading into Week 5 in the NFL. It appears we have a development in Cleveland as we turn our attention back to baseball here before we head to the top of the hour with Nick Costos. The Cleveland Guardians. As I was dumping on their offense, the Cleveland Guardians get it done as Rocchio hits a home run. This team is so bad on offense. 3 hits, but the only number that matters is the 2 runs as they have a 2-1 lead right now in the bottom of the 8th. We'll update you guys on that game all throughout this 4 o'clock hour. But Guards ball is back, baby, and Nick Costos is with us to begin the next hour talking his Yankees falling to the Red Sox last night in the AL Wildcard Series.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
And see if we can pick some winners based on our first impression. So I don't know what your process is when it comes to handicapping, but like I do this in general, where you look at the whole slate and you're like, okay, what games stand out to me? And we're not going to bet them just based on first impressions, but like those are the games that I'm going to do some investigating in. And I'm going to look at the numbers and see if my first impression was right. So we're going to spin this kind of like, I don't know if you watch The Bachelor, but what they do is they give a first impression rose. And so it's when there's like a big group of girls and the guy's like, you gave the best first impression. And usually it's just like the girl that's most attractive. And you're like, wow, what a stretch. So, Jenks, let me ask you, who on the NFL slate this week, or you could do a total here, gets your first impression rose?
Well, this matchup is something that really stood out to me. And, I've looked at a lot of matchups this week, but I just love this one. And look, I'll get to know these matchups more, and I'll do more of an investigation. I hope to get to know all these teams as the week goes on. It is early, but I have to say that my first impression rose goes to the under between the Texans and the Ravens. You guys. Are the Ravens going to be able to move the ball with Cooper Rush? Probably. I think he's better than most backup quarterbacks in the NFL. But if you're the Ravens, don't you want to hand the ball off to Derrick Henry, keep your defense off the field? And conversely, the Texans are interesting in that despite being 1-3, they have allowed the fewest points in the NFL this season. So if you're the Ravens, I think you want to play ball control. If you're the Texans, you don't have a great offense, but your defense tends to do a great job of stopping opposing offenses. I think 40 and a hook is too high. This should be around 38.5. I think it's a low-scoring game. The last thing Baltimore wants to do is get into a high-scoring game and have the Texans go up against that Ravens defense, particularly the secondary. So I'm going to go under in this game.
I think the only thing that scares me there is that just 40.5 is really low. And here's the wild thing about the Ravens is that when it feels very obvious to everybody that they should be running the ball, like they start throwing the ball and you're like, what are you doing? You have Derrick Henry and you're not running the ball. So I feel like that play makes sense, but sometimes the Ravens play calling doesn't always make sense. So it's going to be interesting to me how much they use Derrick Henry in this game and how much they use the run game.
BetMGM Network presents to you the most unique show in sports.
Sorry for hating. No, I'm not. I love being a hater when it comes to winning money.
A show so unapologetically original, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
If I have to listen to one more all 22 moron tell me that Geno Smith is one of the best quarterbacks in the league and that our eyes are wrong, I can't handle it. Like when Joe Burrow's career is over, when we talk about the greatness of Joe Burrow, the fact that he's done all of this, what he's done, with this boob, Zach Taylor, and Brian Callahan largely coaching him. Is he the greatest quarterback that's ever lived?
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, wonderful football and playoff baseball Wednesday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on SiriusXM, on YouTube, youtube.com/at the BetMGM Network, on Twitch, twitch.tv/the BetMGM Network, and heard on radio stations nationwide, and as always, in your hearts and in your minds, as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment. Talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up today on the show, we will be live sweating the Major League Baseball postseason. The Cleveland Guardians, our Cleveland Guardians, have got ahead on the Tigers 3-1 in the bottom of the 8th. Couple runs here for the Guards to take this 3-1 lead. The Guardians will attempt to close the game out in the top of the 9th in moments to even up that wild card series at a game apiece. We have bet Cleveland. We would absolutely love for that to occur. We'll keep you updated as the show moves along. And we will live sweat Padres Cubs as well. We bet the Chicago Cubs. Femi and I did. Maybe that traitor Jake is on the Padres again. Padres up 1-0 in the game. We are early with the Padres and the Cubs at Wrigley. We will keep you updated throughout. We are rooting for the Cleveland Guardians and the Chicago Cubs, the 2016 World Series edition of You Better You Bet here on the show. Let's go Guards, let's go Cubs. We will be talking about those games throughout the program. Also today on the show, it moved. All of the side moves, all of the total moves, all of the latest injury information, everything that you, dear listener, you, dear viewer, need to know here on Wednesday to bet week number 5 in the National Football League. We've got all the info coming your way, complete with our betting opinions on all the games. It moved coming up next hour on You Better You Bet. We will also hit some of the biggest college football games on the board this week and give you our betting opinions, including if Miami is on upset alert this weekend at Florida State. 3 tremendous guests will join us. Brett McMurphy, National College Football Insider for our friends at On3. His bets for this weekend in college football. Odyssey NFL Insider Brian Baldinger joins us at 5 o'clock Eastern, 1 hour from now. His breakdowns of all the games coming up in Week 5. And our pal, the great Danny Parkins from First Things First on FS1. We'll take Danny's temperature on his Bears entering the bye week and ask him how he's betting the Ravens without Lamar Jackson for the next couple of weeks. And all of our bets for tonight, 2 Major League Baseball games. We'll see if Femi's got anything else cooking. All of our bets for tonight will close the show in the final hour, the Power Hour. But we officially begin the wonderful football and playoff baseball Wednesday edition of You Better You Bet with the New York Yankees. My New York Yankees, who lose last night to the Boston Red Sox 3-1 and trail the best of 3 wild card series 1-0. I'm going to tell everybody a story to begin. And I'm going to, you know what? I do want to get this piece of NFL news in. Femi just wrote this in our chat. This is important. So Brock Purdy, Ricky Pearsall, and Juwan Jennings have all been ruled out for the 49ers tomorrow night for their game at the Los Angeles Rams on Thursday Night Football. At BetMGM, this point spread is still Rams -7. We will keep you updated throughout the show. Obviously, it moved if this is going to move towards the Rams anymore. We think that Mac Jones is going to start for San Francisco. I have not seen any of the tweets yet. Mac Jones will start for the Niners. Femi just nodded to me off camera that Mac Jones will start for San Francisco, and it's going to be like Kendrick Bourne and Demarcus Robinson and like Sky Moore as the top wide receivers for the Niners. And that's why we've seen this point spread jump all the way out from open in between 3 and 3.5. We are now at Rams -7. The 7 is juiced towards San Francisco. We'll keep you updated on any more movement here on this game. The total sitting at 46.5. And just to give an update on the Guardians-Cubs game, Bo Naylor has just homered for the Guardians here in the bottom of the 8th as the Guards continue to pad their lead. Cleveland now up 6-1. In the bottom of the 8th. So the Guards looking like they're going to send this to a do-or-die Game 3 coming up tomorrow. All right, had to get that NFL news in, and we were able to get the Guardians update in. Okay, now let's talk about my New York Yankees. And I'm going to start by telling everybody a story. And this is the type of story that the vast majority of the audience is not going to like. And no one wants to hear it. And I don't care. because I've got the microphone and it's my story to tell. Because I'm a human being too. And God damn it, my feelings matter. Growing up as a New York Yankee fan, it's like a transcendent sports experience. And I'm not a Yankee fan, Duke, Lakers, Cowboys, all that nonsense. I'm a New York sports fan. Yankees, Giants, Knicks, Rangers. Yankees, Giants, Knicks, Rangers. I like 3 normal teams and the team that everybody hates that has won the most. Because my grandfather grew up in the Bronx. That's how it all happened. I'm a Yankee fan by birth. My daughter will be a Yankee fan. All my grandchildren will be Yankee fans. We will all be Yankee fans. And being a Yankee fan growing up was transcendent. Because while I had to watch the Knicks get their clocks cleaned by Michael Jordan and the Bulls, and yes, the Rangers broke through in 94, but have done nothing in the rest of my life throughout. Nothing outside of 1994, except pain and heartbreak. And yes, I've seen Super Bowls for the Giants, but I mean, look at what the last decade has brought, and bad years before then. But the Yankees were the one team that you could count on. The Yankees were the team that you knew in the big spot, even if they weren't going to win, and most of the time they did, but even if they weren't going to win, that they would lose like champions. Like in 2001 to the Arizona Diamondbacks against that roided-up steroid freak Luis Gonzalez and the Arizona Diamondbacks. Or in 1997 against Sandy Alomar and the Cleveland Indians. They would lose like champions, and you could be proud of the New York Yankees. Now, you out there listening and watching, you don't care. You hate the Yankees. You'll tell me, well, you don't, you think you're a tortured fan? Look at me. Maybe you've never seen your team win a World Series. Maybe you've never seen your team win a championship. And you don't want to hear about the plight of the Yankee fan. To you, I say, piss off. It's my story to tell. I get to have feelings also. I get to have my opinion as a sports fan. Just because I saw championships when I was younger doesn't mean I can't be infuriated by what I watch now on a yearly basis with this team. The expectation used to be, we're going to win. And not only are we going to win, but we're going to win in some kind of grand fashion. Like in 2003, I'm at Game 7 against the Red Sox. Game couldn't start more poorly. Roger Clemens doesn't have it. Boston takes a big lead. Mike Mussina comes in and stops the bleeding, the human tourniquet. Jason Giambi launches a couple solo homers that at the time seemed like trying to bail out the Titanic with the cereal bowl, but mattered at the end of the game. And a young fella named Aaron Boone stepped up to lead off the bottom of the 11th. One pitch, gone, off Tim Wakefield. And off to the World Series go the New York Yankees. You always felt like they were going to win. And now, you always feel like they're going to lose. And not just lose. Lose in grand fashion. Script whatever the most painful, devastating way to lose is, and the Yankees will find a way to make it happen. Let's talk about last night. Yankees, Red Sox. And of course, Aaron Boone, the hero in 2003, beating the Red Sox in that American League Championship Series. When the Red Sox win the series, whether it's tonight or tomorrow, and believe you me, it's gonna be tonight, he will have presided over 3 playoff losses to the Boston Red Sox in his loserific time as the manager of the New York Yankees. Aaron Boone is a loser. And I'm not one of these Johnny-come-latelys who's been saying this for the last couple of years. Oh, no. I've been saying it since 2018. American League Division Series. Critical spot in Game 4 against the Red Sox when he brought in Fat Lance Lynn, who looked like he got stung by 50 hornets before the game. It's a first guess. This is a loser manager who doesn't have what it takes to manage in New York. And since then, since that 2018 loss to the Red Sox, he has proven it over and over again. 2019, Astros. Oh, and we'll get to Aroldis Chapman. 2020, the Devi Garcia disaster, the J-Hap disaster against the Tampa Bay Rays. Red Sox wild card, 2021, because losing them in 18 wasn't enough. We had to do it again in 2021. Getting humiliated by the Astros in 22, swept, and barely showing life in that series. And then, of course, the World Series last year against the Dodgers, where the Dodgers seemingly took more glee and glory and fun in bleeping on the Yankees after that series ended than they did in actually winning a world championship. They couldn't wait to tell everyone how bad the Yankees actually were, how they didn't belong on the same field as them, and they were right. They were right. I'm always really honest with all of you. I'm always really honest with everybody on the show, with our audience, right? What I say over the summer, I'm not grinding 162 baseball games. I'm not, right? So you might be out there watching and listening. You're a big baseball fan. You almost certainly watch more baseball this regular season than me. You don't have to be the world's biggest baseball fan, sitting in your recliner with your scorebook and your Cracker Jacks and your peanuts, sitting in filth, scoring games like you're 4 years old with your Stratomatic. You don't have to be that to know how insane and ludicrous it was for Aaron Boone to pull Max Fried from last night's game. It's a first guess. Boone walks out of the dugout with that stupid look on his face, like, I can't wait to put my fingerprints all over this game and screw it all up. In a great pitcher's duel with Garrett Crochet on the other side. And you know how you know Aaron Boone screwed up? Because Alex Cora did the opposite. That's how you know, is that Cora left his ace in the game, Garrett Crochet, to go into the 8th inning, and Max Fried gets pulled after 102 pitches because, God forbid, analytics and the binder and the spreadsheet says that he's got to come out of the game. Forget about feel. Forget about this being a must-win game. Forget about it being the playoffs. Let's manage this game, Game 1 of the Wild Card Series, like it's Game 84 against the Baltimore Orioles on a Wednesday night in June. You might think I'm done with this topic. I'm just getting started. More Yankees, Red Sox on the other side. And we'll talk about Joe Flacco getting benched in Cleveland in favor of Dylan Gabriel.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
and see if we can pick some winners based on our first impression. So I don't know what your process is when it comes to handicapping, but like I do this in general, where you look at the whole slate and you're like, okay, what games stand out to me? And we're not going to bet them just based on first impressions, but like those are the games that I'm going to do some investigating in. And I'm going to look at the numbers and see if my first impression was right. So we're going to spin this kind of like, I don't know if you watch The Bachelor, but what they do is they give a first impression rose. And so it's when there's like a big group of girls and the guy's like, you gave the best first impression. And usually it's just like the girl that's most attractive. And you're like, wow, what a stretch. So Jenks, let me ask you, who on the NFL slate this week, or you could do a total here, gets your first impression rose?
Well, this matchup is something that really stood out to me. And, you know, I've looked at a lot of matchups this week, but I just love this one. And look, I'll get to know these matchups more, and I'll do more of an investigation. I hope to get to know all these teams as the week goes on. It is early, but I have to say that my first impression rose goes to the under between the Texans and the Ravens. You guys. Are the Ravens going to be able to move the ball with Cooper Rush? Probably. I think he's better than most backup quarterbacks in the NFL. But if you're the Ravens, don't you want to hand the ball off to Derrick Henry, keep your defense off the field? And conversely, the Texans are interesting in that despite being 1-3, they have allowed the fewest points in the NFL this season. So if you're the Ravens, I think you want to play ball control. If you're the Texans, you don't have a great offense, but your defense tends to do a great job of stopping opposing offenses. I think 40 and a hook is too high. This should be around 38.5. I think it's a low-scoring game. The last thing Baltimore wants to do is get into a high-scoring game and have the Texans go up against that Ravens defense, particularly the secondary. So I'm going to go under in this game.
I think the only thing that scares me there is that just 40.5 is really low. And here's the wild thing about the Ravens is that when it feels very obvious to everybody that they should be running the ball, like they start throwing the ball and you're like, what are you doing? You have Derrick Henry and you're not running the ball. So I feel like that play makes sense, but sometimes the Ravens play calling doesn't always make sense. So it's going to be interesting to me how much they use Derrick Henry in this game and how much they use the run game.
Sox rally from behind and take game one of this wild card 3-1.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Shut up, Carl Ravage. He does a nice job. I'm just upset because my team lost. The Guardians have just won Game 2 against the Detroit Tigers. The Tigers actually had the bases loaded, down 6-1 on the top of the ninth. And Dylan Dingler, real person, flies out, just a line drive to the first baseman, out, and Cleveland wins, and we will have a do-or-die Game 3 tomorrow night in Cleveland to determine Seattle's opponent in the American League Divisional Series. The Padres continue to hold a 1-0 lead on the Cubs. Game 2 at Wrigley Field. The Padres looking to win and force a do-or-die Game 3 coming up tomorrow. So we usually don't get these Game 3s in the Wild Card Series. We've got at least one. We'll see if the Padres can get to a Game 3 tomorrow. We hope not. We bet the Cubs, and we will see. Maybe the Reds can win tonight in Los Angeles. Probably not, but maybe. And maybe the Yankees can win tonight against Boston. I would say probably not. So, ended the last segment talking about Aaron Boone pulling Max Fried from the game. And again, you don't have to be the world's biggest baseball fan and, tuned into Yankees Royals on a 88-degree, like perfect weather day, Sunday in August. Well, like you could go to the beach. You don't have to sit there and watch Yankees-Royals. But look, maybe you're out there listening and watching and you love baseball so much, right? And I'm saying I'm not that person. I want to go out and enjoy myself in the summer with the way my job schedule is. But you don't have to be that person to know that was insane. It was just crazy. It's Fried and Crochet in a pitcher's duel. You know that Crochet is going to stay in the game because Alex Cora has a functioning brain, and you pull Max Fried out. And it would be one thing, and I would never have pulled Fried ever in that spot. But it's one thing if you pull Fried and you go to, like, Cruz, it's your next pitcher, right? To go to Luke Weaver, who was atrocious in September, atrocious, miserable in September, is a first guess. Again, these are all first guesses. This isn't after the fact it didn't work and you criticize it. No! In the moment, you know it's bad. And Rafaela comes up and it's 0-2 immediately. 9 pitches later, he walks him. And anyone that doesn't think in that moment that Weaver's not going to pay for that mistake is lying. You don't get away with that in the postseason. Very rarely do you get away with that in the postseason. And, of course, they don't. You could have left Fried in to pitch to the bottom of the order, but no, like Aaron Boone had to pull him because he's over 100 pitches. Boone said after the game, I felt like he was losing steam, was he? Like, he's about to face the bottom of the order. You pull him from the game? For Luke Weaver? Yoshida comes up after Sogard gets on base, and beautiful base running by him, and smacks one up the middle. 2-1 Red Sox. Amazing. David Bednar gives one up in the 9th, 3-1. And then we get to, like, the real torture chamber part of this game. And this goes back to what I said in the first segment. Expect the worst. Because that's what happens. Aroldis Chapman with the Yankees, one of the great big game losers of all time. Now look, let's call a spade a spade. Jose Altuve was wearing a buzzer in 2019. They cheated. And this was like sophisticated, not like banging garbage cans. This was real sophisticated cheating. And I didn't want them to take my shirt off. Who believes you, you short freak? I'm short too. Who believes you? Nobody. So look, like they cheated. He wore a buzzer. The Astros are lying, cheating, fraudulent scumbags. He still served it up and walked off the field smiling like the Cheshire Cat. 2020. Here's Mike Brousseau, that jabroni for the Rays who hit like 180, smacks a homer off Chapman in Game 5. Like, he sucks. He sucked as a Yankee. He was miserable in the big spots as a Yankee. So you just knew that now that he's wearing a Red Sox uniform and he's pitching against the Yankees, that he was going to close that game out. But it didn't happen 1, 2, 3 in the 9th. Oh, no. And by the way, Alex Cora knew not to bring Garrett Whitlock in because then he has to see Ben Rice. No, that was Aaron Boone's mistake for not playing Ben Rice in the game. So Ben Rice never gets an at-bat in the game. And we can talk about Jazz Chisholm being subbed in as a defensive replacement. Like, it's all just insane. Like, it's all bad. Like Usher said in Confessions Part 1, he was talking about Aaron Boone. Everything that I've been doing is all bad. 3 singles. Strikeout, flyout, strikeout. 3-1. Yankees lose. The Yankees lose. And that takes us to tonight, where the Yankees, and I'm going to go ahead and let's check out what BetMGM's got in store for tonight's game. The Yankees are minus 185 tonight against the Red Sox, with Carlos Rodon pitching. Carlos Rodon had a nice regular season. Carlos Rodon is a big game playoff New York choker. If you think Carlos Rodon is shoving tonight, I got a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you. There ain't no way that's happening. No way. And Aaron Judge went 2 for 4 last night. So you might say, oh, wow, like his play. He's going to hit this postseason? Well, yesterday was September 30th. Now it's October. When Aaron Judge strikes out tonight in the first inning, and you could hear a pin drop in the crowd at Yankee Stadium, remember that I said this. Rodon's going to give it up early. The bats are going to go cold. The Yankees are going to lose. Boston plus 150 tonight. This is like, I don't know if like the government, we have no government right now, right? But if there were one, this would be the new stimulus package. Red Sox plus 150 tonight. The Yankees are losers. Boone's a loser. Cashman's a loser. And I'll spare everybody. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow after they lose. I wish George were still alive. Because I do. Because if he were, there's no way that Boone and Cashman would be around right now. They'd have been fired years ago. The Yankees will lose tonight. The Red Sox will go to the ALDS and beat the Toronto Blue Jays. And then lose to Femi Seattle Mariners in the American League Championship Series. So as soon as these markets reopen, like the exact matchups, ALCS, because they're closed right now, Seattle over Boston is a bet that I will be making. That will be your American League Championship Series. And the Yankees will be watching at home. Because Yankees suck. The Yankees suck. You bet on this Wednesday. How about this piece of breaking news in the National Football League from this morning when it was announced that the Cleveland Browns would be benching starting quarterback Joe Flacco and now will be starting rookie Dylan Gabriel at quarterback just in time for a London game against Brian Flores and the Minnesota Vikings. When you say it out loud, it feels like impossible spot for Dylan Gabriel. First NFL start. Not the most highly regarded quarterback to ever get drafted and to start a game in his rookie year. People are convinced he's terrible. I thought he was not great in the preseason. That's my opinion. A lot of people shared that opinion. The betting market took this news of Dylan Gabriel starting in his first start against a Brian Flores defense and basically did the shrug emoji. Point spread was Vikings 3.5 with Flacco. It's 3.5 with Gabriel. Total was 36.5 with Flacco. It's 36.5 with Gabriel at BetMGM. I know at other places it's down to 36. MGM still has a 36.5 juiced towards the under. But we have barely moved off of this news. And just quickly, and I'll give opinions on the game, and I think I have a pretty strong opinion on the Browns-Vikings game on Sunday, but let's just talk about Shedeur Sanders for a second. The Monday after the NFL draft, I came on the show, and I said, there's no conspiracy. That's not how this works. Shedeur went where he went because A, he's not that good, and 2, that's a shout out, that's an homage to Buzz from Home Alone. And 2, he made an ass out of himself at these pre-draft meetings with teams. And I know that because I know people that are involved with this stuff. That's why. There's no conspiracy. Those are the reasons why. It wasn't personal. It's business. So Shedeur gets passed over to start. And he won't even be the backup. Joe Flacco will be the backup. Shedeur will be the emergency number 3. Shedeur was asked about it today at Brown's media availability in the locker room. And if you haven't seen this, it's worth watching. It's like watching a train wreck. He mimes answers like it's a silent film. He moves his mouth, but he's not talking, which I guess is like a veiled shot at Rex Ryan, who's been criticizing him on ESPN for gassing himself up all the time. I don't know. All I know is I think Mel Kiper Jr. has to retire. I don't know. I don't know how Mel takes the set again at ESPN to do draft work. If with like he basically like cried on the air. Like Jimmy Kimmel the day after Trump got elected. This is Mel Kiper when Shedeur gets passed over again in like the third round. He should win an Emmy for that performance. Does Mel Kiper get to go back on television after this? Maybe Shedeur's got the goods. We're going to find out because he's going to play this season. He's going to start games. I said that to you in April. He's going to play games this season for the Browns. Maybe he's got it. But I'll tell you what. This is why he went in the 5th round. And you can argue, and you can yell at a cloud, and you can get blue in the face. We told you what it was, and we were right. Period. End of story. What third-string quarterback acts in this manner? Only him. It's just Shedeur. And that's why he is where he is. And it's not personal. I'd love to see him play. I hope he's great. The league will be so much more fun if Shedeur is awesome. I just don't see it happening. So as far as the game on Sunday goes, I want everybody to answer this question in your head. I'm going to ask it, and I'm going to lay out for a few seconds. How many points do you think the Browns are going to score on Sunday against Minnesota? My guess is that your guess, 13, 14, maybe 17. If the Cleveland Browns score 17 points on Sunday, they're not just covering. They're going to win. The Vikings' offensive line is in tatters. And we'll find out more over the course of the week. We'll see if they're able to get any of these guys back. We'll see. On the other side of the line is like an extraterrestrial named Myles Garrett, who's might actually not be human. I think he's playing the best football of his career. That's scary. And this awesome Browns defense against an injury-ravaged offensive line and a quarterback that was put on this earth to turn the ball over. Now think about the way the Browns have been calling, Kevin Stefanski's been calling the Browns offense this year, even when they're trailing in games. And I want to give a hat tip, listening to the Underdog Football Show, they were talking about this, Josh Norris and Hayden Winks, that late in the game on Sunday against the Lions, when the Browns are trailing, and they're trailing by a lot, they're still running 12 personnel, 2 tight ends, and they're running the ball with Quinshon Judkins. This is they're not, you think they're going to have Dylan Gabriel in shotgun with 4 receivers? You think that's what this is going to be on Sunday? They're going to have Fannin, and Njoku both in the game. They're going to run the ball relentlessly with Judkins. They'll throw the ball a little bit to Jerry Jeudy and a little bit to Isaiah Bond. And they're going to play defense. That's the game plan. And if they score 13, 14, 16 points, they're going to cover. And they might just win. And it has nothing to do with Dylan Gabriel. I bet Browns plus 4.5 earlier in the week. We talked about that on Monday. It's 3.5 now. Great. This is not about Dylan Gabriel. This is about Myles Garrett and the Browns defense against that injured Vikings offensive line and Carson Wentz. On the other side, we'll turn our attention to college football and get bets for all the big games this weekend with our good pal, Brett McMurphy from On3.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
carries, 54 yards, and that rushing touchdown. He was only quarterback 21, just completion percentage. Better, but not great. Quarterback 17 and ADOT. Of course, lost Malik Neighbors for the season with the ACL being compromised. Next 3 games, at New Orleans, Philadelphia at home, and then at the Denver Broncos. Great match against the Saints. Next 2 after that, not so great. What are your thoughts on Dart? How much he's spending, again, in a single quarterback format? If he's available in Superflex, I don't know what you guys are doing because he should have been long gone. But Dart, to me, is probably like a $5 to $8 player at most, given the upcoming schedule. But I want to hear your thoughts, Horvey.
I would go probably the max, like maybe even like 8 to 10, just because you brought up the upcoming schedule, which absolutely sucks. But I do think that, especially with Cam Scattaboo, there's going to be check down opportunities. And, even against these good run defenses, there's going to be design quarterback stuff, but a lot of scrambling opportunities. And, they call him Vanilla Vic for a reason. I don't think the passing yards numbers are going to be all that great, especially without Malik Neighbors. They weren't yesterday, right? He's kind of just figuring out how to play in the NFL, but he's a hell of an athlete. So, if you really are desperate at the quarterback position, I'd spend a little bit more money. But, yeah, I think you're right. Good backup option, and I love him this week, especially the rushing yards.
Yeah, I do too. I already wrote about him on my Fantasy Flames. You can check out that column right now for free at thegamingjuice.com.
Play of the drive. Moore, quick, Hill, catch, Hill, blocking, Hill, touchdown! Oregon takes advantage and finally finds pay dirt at Beaver Stadium.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Friend of the show, Noah Eagle, with the call this past Saturday night on NBC. New Heisman Trophy favorite at BetMGM, Oregon quarterback Dante Moore. Femi said he liked Dante Moore in the offseason. I bet Dante Moore a couple days ago to win the Heisman Trophy. I don't think Oregon's losing, maybe until the Big Ten title game, and then you can figure out what you want to do ahead of that game, probably against Ohio State. But Dante Moore looking awesome, and Oregon looking awesome. Joining us right now to talk about Oregon, talk about the Heisman Trophy, and everything happening in college football as we enter Week 6, one of our absolute favorites, the great Brett McMurphy, college football insider and writer for our pals at On3, on Twitter at Brett_McMurphy. My friend, welcome back to the show. Happy Week 6 in college football.
Hey, Nick. Good to talk to you. I actually looked this up. Kind of a coincidence. Dante Moore started obviously, a lot of those things come out in the preseason. I think he was like 20-1. Maybe like in June or July, so obviously that number is long gone. But, Yeah, I would make a great case for him. The challenge this early is it's so fluid. One bad game and you go from the favorite to outside the top 10.
So let's talk about Heisman Trophy to start, just to piggyback, Brett, on the Dante Moore conversation. And like you just said, there's a strong case to be made for him. The case is Oregon's schedule is pretty easy now, right, until the potential Big Ten championship game. Moore plus 750 right now at BetMGM. Carson Beck's plus 900, Jeremiah Smith and Ty Simpson both at 10, Indiana's Mendoza at 13, Joey Aguilar at 13. If you had to make a case for someone, Brett, outside of Dante Moore, who would it be for and why?
Carson Beck. And I want to be, clear on this. It's not who I think is the best player. It's not who I think is going to put up the best numbers. I mean, statistics do not matter anymore. They're irrelevant. Everyone has monster stats. This isn't, 100 years ago when Barry Sanders averaged, 230 yards a game rushing. It was so much better than anyone else. Now everyone's going to have the crazy stats. The Heisman Trophy, more than any other award, has become a narrative. What is the narrative? Last year, the narrative was Travis Hunter was doing something that had never been done before, playing both sides of the ball. And after every game, what would you hear? Would you hear that Travis Hunter had 30 yards receiving or he had 7 tackles? No, you heard he played in 90 plays. So it was pretty obvious he would win it, although Genty made it close. Now I look at this year and it's like, okay, who's got the potential for a better narrative? Obviously, Oregon runs a table. Yes, Dante Moore is going to be on the short list. But if you're Carson Beck and you basically left Georgia and you go to Miami and you lead Miami to their first ACC title, to their first appearance in the college football playoff, that's a pretty good narrative. Look, I'm not saying I agree with all this. I'm just saying this is how it works. And I have one of a billion people that vote for the Heisman, and I know a lot of other folks, they like to look at what is the, quote, best narrative. So keep that in mind with the Hurricanes. Obviously, Indiana runs a table. Their quarterback, doing what they've never done before would have a tremendous narrative. So, again, don't get locked into this guy's got better stats than that guy. I think what hurts Oregon is kind of what you mentioned, actually, that may help them is you don't see him losing another game. I agree. The challenge for them and any Dante Moore backers are they don't have any really more marquee games to get that Heisman moment, to have that Heisman game. So he may, he's at the top now. He may shuffle down a little bit as they get through the Big Ten schedule and start beating up on Indiana and Rutgers and Wisconsin. They need Washington to win a lot of games, so that final game at Washington gives him a big stage.
Well, it's interesting you put it that way, Brett, because obviously Carson Beck, Miami quarterback, has a big stage this Saturday. It feels like for the first time in a while, there's some real juice to this Miami-Florida State rivalry that we all loved back in the 80s and the 90s and even in the 2000s. Hurricanes, 4.5-point road favorites in Tallahassee. Of course, FSU coming off of the field storming loss against Virginia this past Friday. Totals 53.5. Do you think Miami takes care of business, or are the Seminoles live to pull off the upset and bounce back after their loss to UVA?
Yeah, I think Florida State's live here, but I don't know. I think this just seems, and you kind of hit on it, this seems like a different Miami team. There's just a different vibe there. And I was at the Miami Notre Dame game, to kick off the season. And this is a different Miami team. They are as impressive as any team in the country on the offensive and defensive line. That shouldn't be a surprise with Mario Cristobal's background as a former Kane offensive lineman. And then you've got basically, Carson Beck. He's not taking the gambles that Cam Ward took. I'm going to say they're more conservative. They're just smarter about what they're doing offensively. And then, you want to talk about, Heisman Trophy candidates. Reuben Bain, their defensive end, if you guys haven't seen him or people listening haven't seen him, may be the best player in America. And he has no chance to win the Heisman. He is a freak at defensive end. So I want to see how he can limit Florida State offensively with the Gus Bus, doing a lot of his trick plays and running plays and stuff. I think Florida State's, man, I would have to lean towards Florida State. I don't love it because I do think Miami's much better. I think the best thing that could have happened to Florida State was losing to Virginia going into this game, and then playing this game at night. Let's just hope for the Seminoles it doesn't come down to a last-second field goal.
This is You Better You Bet. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, hanging out with Brett McMurphy, college football insider for On 3, America's college football insider, hanging out with us here on this Wednesday. How about in the SEC? Because literally last year, Brett, we saw Alabama beat Georgia. The next week, they lose to Vanderbilt. Last Saturday, Alabama beat Georgia. Now they're 10.5-point home favorites against Diego Pavia and the Commodores. Does history repeat itself, or do the Tide take care of business on Saturday?
Yeah, I think I don't know how you guys feel, but I like Alabama here. A lot of people that are smarter than me that I trust, have this power rated almost 2 touchdowns. I know the narrative, and you touched on it there very well. What happened last year. I mean, look, if Vanderbilt's one of their advantages the past couple of years is that they could sneak up on teams. Well, that's certainly not the case, especially as much crap as Diego Pavia talked last season and is even talking this season about the Crimson Tide. So if they don't get – I expect them to get the Crimson Tide's A-plus game, even coming off of that Georgia game. I just think Alabama is so much more talented. It's funny. Everybody gave Alabama up for dead after that opening loss to Florida State. And then they beat Georgia, and everyone's kind of forgotten about that Florida State performance. And it looks like, okay, this is the Alabama team that a lot of people thought could get to the college football playoff and maybe even win the SEC. But, yeah, I just think Alabama's too strong across the board. Playing this game in Tuscaloosa, I would lay the lumber with Alabama. But, look, you guys may have the numbers in front of you. I don't know what it is. But Diego Pavia as an underdog is something like covered 175% of the time. So be careful going against Diego.
Brett, we have a few minutes left. Got to ask you about Texas and Florida. Of course, Red River coming up next Saturday, but this Saturday, the Longhorns will be in the Swamp taking on the Gators. Should Texas be on upset alert in about 60 seconds?
Yeah, I mean, I think they should. I mean, look, Arch Manning, apparently Paul Feinbaum's wrong. He's not the next Tim Tebow. He's been very underwhelming. And look, as bad as Florida has been, DJ Lagway has been horrendous. The 5 interceptions. My condolences for folks that had Florida plus the points against LSU on the right side, except when your quarterback throws 5 interceptions. Florida's defense has been incredible. They only allowed 13 points to LSU. The other was on a pick 6. The defense has not been a problem. It's been generating enough offense. Can they do that against Texas? Texas's offense, very candidly, has been very underwhelming also. They've had some time to kind of regroup and get things going. I know in the offseason this was a game that Texas feared because you're going into the Swamp. It is Florida, kind of a wounded animal, if you will. And also they've got Oklahoma next week. So I think absolutely I would put Texas on upset alert. I think I would probably lean to the under more because I think both offenses are going to struggle in this game. But look, I wouldn't be surprised if Florida keeps this close. And if they haven't quit on Billy, and they didn't last year, possibly even pull off the upset.
30 seconds for this one, Brett. As of right now, who's your pick to win the national championship? 30 seconds for the answer.
Oh, Jesus. It'd be quicker to tell you who I don't think can win it. Dude, I don't know. I don't want to get – I hate when people do that, and here I'm doing it. The problem is you don't have to win your conference title. So I would say based on difficulty of schedule, staying healthy, all those sort of things, I would either go with Oregon or Miami.
Oregon, the Mario Cristobal, Oregon or Miami to win the national championship. Brett, final question. The rumor mill has been churning, my man. Reports say that you are contemplating retiring from On 3 in order to pursue a run at United States Senate. True or false?
I can neither confirm or deny that.
Brett, you're the best. On Twitter at Brett_McMurphy on 3 Sports. My friend, enjoy the games this weekend. We'll catch up with you soon.
Thanks, guys.
Brett McMurphy joining us here on You Better You Bet. I thought we might get a good answer there after you took a shot at Paul Feinbaum earlier in the interview.
It's so incredible. College sports to the to politics pipeline. It's rolling through, man.
So besides for Tuberville, like who else is there?
I mean, it sounds like Bruce Pearl might be there. After retiring at Auburn,
Yeah, everyone's really mad about that. Everyone's mad.
Just take a step outside and enjoy the sights and sounds.
Touch grass, right?
Beautiful.
Just like,
Yes.
I agree. All
Life
right,
is beautiful.
hour 1 done. Hour 2 for you coming up on the other side. We will start the hour. Odyssey Sports NFL Insider, the great Brian Baldinger.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Now, playing at home is certainly going to be beneficial to Alabama, no question. All week, you're going to hear, well, it's a revenge game for Alabama. They lost to Vandy after the Georgia win last year. They're going to be focused. They're going to be ready to go. I think that's true. I think there absolutely is some truth to that because after a big win like Bama just had, you do worry about an emotional letdown. But the fact that they lost to Vandy last year, I definitely think is going to help them. So even though they probably are going to be more prepared and more focused than they were for this game last year, it's still a tough matchup for Alabama and their defense. The last 3 or 4 years, anybody who's a Bama fan or has really watched Bama football knows that offenses like Vandy, with the schemes that they run, has given Bama's defensive fits. It was the same type of stuff you saw with Gus Malzahn in Florida State in week 1. That's why we talked about it last week, why I like Bama so much against Georgia. Yes, it was a desperation spot. Yes, DeBoer's been good in big games. Yes, Bama's been good against Kirby Smart. But it's because Georgia, the offense that they run, is a good matchup for Bama's defense. Vandy's offense is a bad matchup for Alabama's defense. Whenever they face a team that has a mobile quarterback that wants to run the zone read and these jet sweeps and all this pre-snap motion and everything, their defense really struggles against that. Now, the game being at home definitely helps them, but I think it's going to be close. Also, Diego Pavia, Vanderbilt's quarterback, 11-2 against the spread as an underdog since he's been at Vandy, and he's 3-0 against the state of Alabama. He's beaten Auburn twice, one with Vandy, once with New Mexico State, and then obviously beat Alabama last year. And they got a ton of confidence, and they are really good. I know a lot of people are looking at Vanderbilt, undefeated, number 18 team in the country, whatever it is. They're legit. Their offense can put up points, and they are confident. So it's going to be a tough game. I know, look, me personally, we're all excited. Bama won the game, right? They're in the driver's seat to make it to the SEC title game. They're right back to where they want to be in the national championship conversation. But they better be focused and prepared for this week because Vandy is going to be a tough opponent, and I think it's very telling that the look-ahead line of this game was 11.5. Bama beats Georgia outright, and it goes down. It was as low as 9.5 this morning, got bought up a little bit. This line was actually as high as 13.5, too, before it got bought all the way down. So that's going to be a close game. Anything north of 10, I think, is worth a bet on Vandy. I like them plus points against Bama.
Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening as you do every day to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The wonderful football and playoff baseball Wednesday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. 20 minutes from now, it moved. Femi and I will roll through all the latest injury news in the NFL, all the side moves, all the total moves this weekend coming up in the professional game. We're a little over an hour away from the beginning of the end for the 2025 New York Yankees. Whatever the government reopens, Republicans and Democrats alike should bemoan the fact that they have missed out on a golden economic opportunity for this country. A stimulus package to end all stimulus packages. The Red Sox tonight to beat my loser, pathetic New York Yankees at plus 150. Plus money on the against the Yankees with Carlos Rodon. What a joke. But before we get to all of that, right now, we're joined by Odyssey Sports NFL insider, the great Brian Baldinger, host of the Best Football Show podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Baldy, welcome back to the show. Happy Week 5, my friend, to you and yours.
Well, thanks, Nick and Femi. Thanks for having me, as usual. I mean, let's just face it. You know that Judge and Stanton are both going deep tonight. You know. You're like, it's going to happen.
Baldy.
It's going to happen, Nick.
Baldy, stop.
I've got Bitcoin. I got Bitcoin I can throw at it right now. If you want to throw your Bitcoin out there, Nick, I'll throw my Bitcoin out there.
Great. You throw your bit. Do you want more or less Bitcoin?
I always want more, Nick. I'm greedy.
I would suggest not betting on Aaron. It's October, Baldy. Yesterday was September. Now it's October. And
all right.
Yeah, let's
right.
Anything except for this, please. Let's talk about Week 5 in the NFL, my friend. So I think with the news this morning that came out that Dylan Gabriel will be starting for the Browns in place of Joe Flacco, I think a lot of people would say, well, that's the place that's where we want to go to talk about that game. I actually think, Baldy, it's way more interesting. How in the world are the Vikings going to protect Carson Wentz against Myles Garrett in this Browns defensive front? The betting market didn't move at all on this news that Gabriel will replace Joe Flacco. Do you see it that way, that this is more of like, how in the world is Minnesota going to score? How do you handicap that game, the Browns and the Vikings, with two defenses against two suspect offenses?
Well, look, I mean, Cleveland has got a very good defense to a great defense. And their strength is they're good against the run. But, I mean, Miles is the only guy that really scares you in the passing game. And so they've got their Pro Bowl left tackle out there right now. I know they weren't great against the Steelers in Dublin, but I think Kevin O'Connell knows what Myles Garrett is all about. Like, I mean, if there's one thing I think Kevin O'Connell can do, he can game plan. So I don't see Flash Garrett, Superman. I just don't see him just wrecking this Viking offense because I think there's too many places they can go with the football for one guy to do that. Now, they might struggle to run the football, which most teams have done against Cleveland. But I think as far as throwing it, I think there's going to be opportunities.
Sounds like you like the Vikings a little bit in the game, Baldy. 3.5-point favorites in London.
Well, look, they made the move to Dillon, and that's fine. Like, eventually you got to go there anyways. But, I mean, I'm here because Joe Flacco lives 10 minutes from my house in New Jersey, and we're Jersey boys. But, like, if the Cleveland Browns could freaking catch or kick, they wouldn't be in the situation they're in right now. I mean, some of his bad throws are because his receivers can't catch the ball. Maybe Dylan Gabriel will throw a different ball. Maybe they'll catch his better than they caught, Joe's. But the offense is limited because their tackle play is terrible.
And all the drops, obviously, and the missed kicks cost them the Week 1 win against the Cincinnati Bengals, and maybe things would be different if that had happened. Just like, I don't want to do 3 questions on this game, but I feel like I have to ask you this. Maybe just like 30 seconds, because it's not like a football question. What did you make of Shedeur Sanders' media availability today? Like miming his answers, like moving his mouth and his lips, but not saying any words that he's going to remain the third quarterback.
I don't know what to make out of it because it's kind of a carnival, honestly. Like, I mean, he's not going to like Joe's going in. He's the backup, so he's the third quarterback. I mean, third quarterback's probably what he's probably saying is we don't need to be speaking. We're the third quarterback. Like, we don't really have anything to do with this game plan, this trip, or anything else like that. So it's just his way of just sort of miming this thing out right now where he's at.
I think that was like the nicest possible answer you could have given for what that was. Honestly, like, he should hire you to do PR for him. That was really nice the way that you phrased it. I appreciated it.
I did that on my feet here, Nick. I didn't really give it much thought. I
gotta tell you, it was really like Dion should send you a fruit basket. That was excellent. So I bet the Raiders on Sunday against the Bears. In a related story, I would like for Geno Smith to have my Venmo account. Raiders, a touchdown dog this Sunday in Indianapolis. And Baldy, just from the betting perspective, a lot of bettors look at, like myself, Femi agrees, look at that point spread and say, way too big, we want to back the Raiders. Is there any reason why we should have confidence in Geno Smith without Colton Miller to keep this game close on the road on Sunday at the Colts?
Well, I mean, I guess if Ashton Genty runs like he did last week, they've got a chance. If Max Crosby intercepts another pass, and sets the offense up, maybe they have another chance. They don't look particularly well coached at this point. And so the offense line it's already been struggling at right tackle. And now I would imagine the way the league is going right now, when you lose your best offensive lineman, there's going to be even more leakage right here. And I don't know what that does to Geno, but obviously, the performance last week was far from good enough. And they gave, Kevin Byard. I don't know if Kevin Byard has an interception in the last 3 years. I mean, I love Kevin. Going back to Middle Tennessee State, he's a Blue Raider, Nick. Like, I love Kevin. But I didn't know that he could still intercept passes unless they're thrown right to him. And so I don't know. Like, the Colts should have won last week easily. They should have won. You know what happened going in to score a touchdown. It's just embarrassing, that situation. But the Colts, they're a good team. And, and I talked to Lou Anarumo, the defense coordinator. He goes, Baldy, we're just starting to figure this thing out. We still are stuck in some of the things they used to do here, and we're trying to change run fits and certain things. But I think this team is pretty good. So, I don't know. I think 7's probably about right, Nick.
Shane Steichen did say today, with Alec Pierce returning to practice with this concussion, that he's not sure if A.D. Mitchell will play on Sunday. Okay. Shouldn't have played last Sunday. Maybe the Colts would have won the game in Los Angeles. Yeah. You better you bet on this Wednesday. Brian Baldinger with us on the show, Odyssey Sports NFL Insider. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. So, Baldy, like literally a couple moments ago in real time, A.J. Brown addressing the news media in Philadelphia, apologizes for his Bible quote post game, saying he's going to withdraw because basically he's not getting thrown the ball, which I think all of this is a lot of noise. But it takes us to the game on Sunday, where the Denver Broncos have been the popular betting side in this game on the road at the Eagles. We're down to Philly as a 3.5-point home favorite against Denver. For context, Philly was 3.5 against the Rams a couple weeks ago. So I think bettors are downgrading the Eagles despite the 4-0 record. Do you see this being a really close game on Sunday? Can the Eagles defense shut down Bo Nix and company? What do you think we see, Eagles and Broncos?
Well, it was a masterclass, Monday night watching Sean Payton. It was chess and checkers with what Cincinnati was doing, what Sean Payton was doing. Just the way they scored touchdowns, the anticipation of coverage. Denver's a good team. Maybe they throw Surtain on A.J. Brown sometimes, but they do so many different things in the back end of their defense. It's hard to say exactly what they're going to do. But they're led by their defensive front. They led the league in sacks a year ago. They might do it again this year. Benito is a good player. I don't know if he can beat Jordan Mailata or Lane Johnson. Jonathan Cooper's a good player. There are 5 good defensive linemen on that team. They all play it the right way. The Eagles, they open their offense up when they have to, like in the second half against the Rams. But I watched AJ last week. They threw the last 4 passes of the game to him. They didn't complete any of them. Now, some of it, Benjamin Morrison covered him. Some of it, it wasn't a great throw by Jalen. He's frustrated. I get it. But this is AJ is the anti-diva. I just want to say this. He is the anti-diva. You know what he is, Nick? He's Myles Garrett, and he wants to drill his defensive back into the dirt. That's how he thinks. And if he doesn't get the chance to do it, like he did in the second half against the Rams, Emmanuel Forbes, Darius Williams, pick a guy, like when he just dominated the game, when he doesn't get that chance, it's like Myles Garrett not being on the field on 3rd and 10. Like, what are you doing? Like, that's how he thinks. It's not a selfish thing. And so I try to tell people this. They don't really understand it. But, they can win. They can be 4-0. But he doesn't feel like he's having his fun. And that's his issue right now.
That's a great answer. He's a dominator. He wants to dominate the guy that's across from him every single Sunday. Baldy, the Baltimore Ravens obviously have been hit by a bunch of injuries over the last few weeks. Of course, the big one, Lamar Jackson dealing with a hamstring, not at practice today. Seems unlikely for Sunday against the Houston Texans, but it's Nnamdi Madubuike, Ronnie Stanley, Marlon Humphrey, Nate Wiggins, Roquan Smith, Kyle Bennett. We can go on and on and on. How do they keep this thing together with all of these injuries and now sitting in a 1-3 hole?
Well, in a short answer, John Harbaugh is a good coach. And so, your special teams have to pick it up. They haven't been taking the ball away. It'd be good if they started doing that. I thought it was an odd signing this offseason with Cooper Rush. He's been a backup quarterback. They need a backup quarterback. He doesn't really fit the running style. So I thought it was an odd choice just because he really doesn't do any of that. But they're built around Derrick Henry. And he has not had big runways to run, and I know Stanley's out, but they got to be better up front in the run game. They were awful last week against Spags' defense and their blitz schemes. And Lamar didn't really have many answers, and then he came out of the game. But in a short answer, there's other ways to win football games. In addition to all the injuries that you had, the kicking game could be a big part of it. We've seen the Eagles just basically win 2 weeks in a row because of it. So. And he's a special teams demon. So there's other ways to win games right now, and you're going to have to lean on that until Lamar gets healthy.
If the Ravens lose the next 2 games, they're a dog this weekend against the Texans at home. They will obviously be a dog next week at home against the Rams if Lamar doesn't play. They're 1-5 going into the bye week. Do you think they're still going to make the playoffs? It's an easier schedule coming out of the bye. It's been brutal to start. Will the Baltimore Ravens make the playoffs if they lose the next 2 games and then they get a lot of players back after the bye?
I don't think the coaches think that they can do it, honestly, at 1-5. I was on a 1-5 team, and we won 8 of our last 10 to get to 9-7, and we were on the cusp of getting to the playoffs. That's an awfully deep crypt, Nick, to dig yourself out of it, 1-5 in this business. Because I think Pittsburgh, can still, can win a lot of games, regardless of how Aaron plays. They're going to win a lot of games. And so, you look at around the AFC right now, the AFC West, they might eat those spots up, if you don't win the division. So I'd say it's a long shot if they get to 1-5.
What year was that? What team?
I was with the Colts in 1988. We started 1-5, and then we went on a tear. And we were a good team at the end of the season. We beat Buffalo on a 1 o'clock window to get to 9-7, and we were in the playoffs. And then Cleveland and Houston played in the 4 o'clock window, and the wrong team won the game, and we were out of the playoffs. So that's how that worked out that year.
That is, I mean, just I'm actually going to look this up during the break. So
Go look that up. Yeah.
I promise you I will. I love this stuff. I love this stuff. Final
Don't
one for
look
you,
at that video of me against Bruce Smith when I was playing center at the end of that game. That's not like my best shining moment right there.
I think it probably didn't go great for a lot of players against Bruce Smith. Final one. We have about, and this is nice timing because we'll talk about the Bills here. About a minute to go. I think Drake May's played great thus far this season. Can he be good enough to go score for score with Josh Allen on Sunday night, Patriots and the Bills? Like 60 seconds for the answer.
Well, look, I don't know if Matt Milano and some of those guys are going to play in Buffalo's defense. Doesn't seem to make much difference right now. But one thing I know New England can do, they can run the football. They ran it really well last week. Obviously, it was a blowout win. But I think they could take the pressure off of Drake, where he doesn't, and I think they can slow the game down. I think that's what Vrabel will do. But I know they can keep this close. They've got enough playmakers on both sides of the ball to keep it close right now. And I think Vrabel knows how to come up with a game plan to, whether it's a spy or however they want to limit Josh, just to try to keep him in check where he doesn't just make one big splash play like he did in the fourth quarter last week against New Orleans. Like, I think they could come up with a game plan to keep it close and into the fourth quarter.
December 18th, 1988, Browns 28, Oilers 23. Browns were down 23-7, 2 Ernest Biner touchdowns, and a Webster Slaughter 22-yard reception to win the game 28-23. Sorry.
That's what I'm talking about, Nick. It's still stuck in my brain. I missed out on a paycheck, a playoff paycheck back then.
If it makes you feel any better, Ernest Biner fumbled against the Broncos in the previous year AFC Championship game, and they lost. I mean, he did. It's a pretty famous play. It's called the fumble.
It doesn't make me feel better, Nick.
I'm sorry. At Baldy NFL on Twitter. You're the best. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, buddy. Yep, I'll talk to you guys next week.
Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. It moved coming up next, week 5 in the NFL.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
All right, Monday morning market moves. College football side of things. Hey, Sam, it's a Monday. So you know what we have? We have a new favorite for the Heisman because it changes every week. Like we should go back and look week 1, week 2, week 3, who the favorites were.
I have them top of head. I can do it. You can't do it.
Oh, you do. Okay, let's do it. I mean, I know how it's. So last week was
Mendoza.
A week before that,
it's Mateer. Before that, it's Beck.
And
Arch.
And then we're at the start of the season with Arch.
Yep.
Wow. Who's a favorite now?
I didn't even look. I'm going to guess it's Dante Moore. It should be.
Correct. It is Dante Moore. Yep. And that makes sense. What about the second favorite?
We talked about this on Friday.
Mm-hmm. The other team, the quarterback of the other team that won a big game on Saturday night, Ty Simpson.
Yep.
You talked about this as well. I know you talked about it with the morning show because they brought it up about Ty Simpson. Like, yes, if you think something's going to happen, like you've got to think about all the ramifications. And Ty Simpson was part of that. If Alabama was going to beat Georgia, he was going to have a big game. And he's the quarterback of Alabama. And that would shock people. Both dogs end up winning. I thought it was going to be one dog, one favorite. In those big matchups Saturday night, both dogs end up winning outright on the road. Amazing. Even though college football home field is so much more than the NFL, it happens. And those are the two names at the very top, the winners of those games.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
If you missed yesterday's announcement on the show that I will be rewarding the best crew member every week on You Better You Bet, they will win $20 of Nick Costos' money on Fridays, which they have to put towards a bet at BetMGM and share that bet with us. We don't have to share it with you. You just take our word for it that it happened. But just so I know that my $20 is being put towards a bet for them at BetMGM, and we can talk about it on the air. So Bill Zimmerman is currently in pole position to be the top-ranked crew member of the week. He booked Mad Dog Russo on the show yesterday to become the viceroy of the crew this week. Jake was the number one crew member last week. I asked Jake if we could have a Kyle Shanahan soundbite coming back from break. We had nothing. If I had to guess, I don't think Jake will be receiving the $20 this week. Although, still a lot of ball game left for this to get figured out. But
it's just halftime.
But Bill is currently in pole position. So Tyler and Jake and Mike, Addie's not here today. There's still time. You got a couple days to figure this out to win Nick Costos' money. But for now, Femi, let's get to all the side and total moves, all the latest injury news. Femi has been combing the wire because he's really good at this, because he does a great job. So you don't have to, our listeners and viewers. Let's get to it with the Week 5 NFL edition of It Moved.
I think it moved. I think it moved. I think it moved.
It moved.
It hits different ahead of Week 5 of the 2025 National Football League season. Femi, we begin Our line movement sojourn in Los Angeles. NFC West showdown. Rams and the Niners, and a lot going on here from an injury and a line movement perspective. My friend, please break it down for us.
Yeah, let's get to the injury news before we get to all the line movement, because there is a lot. Obviously, the news came out earlier this afternoon while we were on the air. Kyle Shanahan announcing that Brock Purdy will not play in tomorrow's game. So no Brock Purdy. He's dealing with that toe injury. Played last Sunday. Didn't look like himself.
He shouldn't have played last week.
Nah, it's.
And let me ask you,
I don't know.
do you feel like
too? I don't know why they felt.
Do you feel? My thought is because Mac Jones wasn't the backup, right? Adrian Martinez was the backup.
Yeah.
That they're probably like, let's see if we can steal this with like 60% Brock Purdy because we have no chance with Adrian Martinez. Is my thought on the game.
Yeah, and he did not look right. Yeah, because like Mac Jones, like he's good for this week because Mac Jones will be starting tomorrow night. But yeah, last Sunday was really, really bad for Brock Purdy. So they're going to give him like this little bit of a mini bye to get right for week 6. So no Purdy on tomorrow night's game between the Rams and the Niners. No Juwan Jennings. He's got an ankle and a rib injury. No Ricky Pearsall. He's got a knee injury with a PCL sprain. So this is really, really bad for San Francisco. Now for the Rams, they have some injuries as well. Not as bad as it is for the Niners. Tyler Higbee's listed as doubtful with a hip injury. And then we're still waiting on Rob Havenstein, like if he's going to be playing in the game or not. Didn't practice Monday or Tuesday, but we'll find out. I'm assuming that news is going to come out pretty shortly here with his injury status for tomorrow's game. But a lot of injury news, which has been shaking up the market all throughout the week. This opened Niners as a 3.5-point dog. They're now a 7.5-point dog at some sports books. BetMGM has a 7, but there are 7.5s in the market.
So
Total
people
was
like the
47.
Rams. Should they lay the Rams right now, Femi, at BetMGM? If you like the Rams and you have not had a piece of this game yet?
Go make it legendary if you like the Rams, because those like that 7.5 is now the consensus number. And all the 7s that are out there are now like minus 120, minus 125. If you have a chance to lay minus 115, which is the current number at BetMGM, go make it legendary and lay it with the Rams. But we're seeing Rams money come in with all the injuries on the Niners, and then also under money coming in. This was once 47, now down to 45.5. Like my opinion on the game, I think we're probably just going to get to a place where we're right. 7.5 feels right to me. 7, I mean, yeah, you could talk yourself into laying it if you really, really like the Rams, but I think I'm going to find other ways to try to play onto this game here, but I think the market's doing what it's supposed to be doing.
So when I think about this game, and this is like one of the noisiest games of the week from an injury and line movement perspective, so we'll spend less time on other games. So even as you're talking, I'm thinking, because I haven't bet the game yet, and I'll be candid, on Sunday night, like I wanted to bet the Niners if everyone's going to be healthy. I feel like the right spread of the game was kind of like in between 3 and 3.5, so I was getting 3.5. I kind of wanted to take San Francisco. Now, if we're going to be at 7.5 at BetMGM come tomorrow, my initial take was, do I want to take 7.5 with Mac Jones and trust that Kyle Shanahan, even on a short week, can put together a good enough offensive game plan with like Kendrick Bourne and Jake Tonjes and DeMarcus Robinson to at least keep the game close? And I think a better way to play this game might be, yesterday I unveiled my take, and Drew Dinsick, I think we were on air and he agreed. Mm-hmm. Maybe this is the first teaser week.
Ooh. Now you're speaking my language.
How do you feel about how do you feel about everybody Wong teased tonight with the LA Rams?
I like that a lot.
Everybody Wong teased tonight. Wanna Wong tease the Rams and Bills tonight. Oh, man. How do Rams Bills, how does that lose? I think it wins. So we'll talk more about that coming up tomorrow. But Femi just gave you an awesome injury breakdown with the Rams and the Niners. At a bunch of sports books, the Rams are full 7.5-point home favorites tomorrow night. BetMGM making it legendary, still with the Rams -7 for those so inclined. Femi, let's go to Sunday. Let's go across the pond to London with the Vikings and the Browns. Dylan Gabriel will start for Cleveland. What else is happening in this game, injury-wise, side and total?
Yeah, the injury stuff is really big, but it's funny. Gabriel gets announced, and the point spread just stays the same. This was 3.5 yesterday. It's 3.5 today, with Gabriel now expected to be the starting quarterback, will be the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. But one of the big reasons for that is the injury news on Minnesota's side. Of course, J.J. McCarthy, he's actually back at practice, but he's not going to play this weekend. It'll be Carson Wentz again. But their center, Ryan Kelly, still in the concussion protocol. Their offensive tackle, Brian O'Neill, is already been ruled out, expected to miss multiple weeks with a knee injury. Donovan Jackson, their first-round pick, their rookie at guard, has already been ruled out. Andrew Van Ginkel, their edge rusher, has already been ruled out in this game. Like, there's so many injuries on the Minnesota side, and Cleveland has their own injuries as well. Their wide receiver, Cedric Tillman, he was placed on IR, and then Jack Conklin, their offensive tackle, dealing with an elbow injury. Sounds like he's going to be limited in practice this week. We'll see that one, like, more clarity on that probably on Friday, maybe even on Saturday as we get closer to kickoff. But, like, a lot of injuries on the Minnesota side, which is why the total has been ticking down. We're all the way down to 36. After even touching 35.5 at one point. This was 37-38 earlier in the week. Now it's down to 36, but the side remains intact at 3.5. But a lot of injuries on the Vikings side. I like Cleveland. I took the 3.5. I think the Browns, anything more than a field goal is live. I think the Browns just win the game, honestly. I think Gabriel gets it done for this team and just protects the football and lets the defense do their thing.
I did bet the Browns 4.5 on Sunday night. We talked about it on Monday. Just worth noting, and it's going to give me a little bit of pause and food for thought from Brian Baldinger. He likes Minnesota in the game. And I thought made a pretty compelling case for the Vikings and that Kevin O'Connell will game plan to stop Myles Garrett and not let Myles Garrett wreck the game. So I'm going to think a little bit about it. But look, like my Hayes in the barn, I have to like buy out and bet on the Vikings. But as of now, Femi, I'm with you here, and I do like the Browns to cover against Minnesota. But you know, I did feel better about that bet with Joe Flacco, if I'm being totally sincere. But I am going to stick with my bet on the Cleveland Browns. Okay, to the 1 o'clock slate on the East Coast, the Indianapolis Colts hosting Geno Smith, Femi, and the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah, not as much injury news with this game, but there's injury news nonetheless. Colton Miller, the left tackle of the Raiders, placed on IR with that ankle injury. So that Raiders offensive line that's already subpar to begin with, now without their best offensive lineman. For Indianapolis, Alec Pierce was back at practice, still in the concussion protocol technically, but a good sign that he's on the practice field here on a Wednesday. Haven't seen news on Kenny Moore yet. Like, Nick, please fill in the blanks there if you've seen some news there, but Kenny Moore dealing with a calf injury, didn't play in their loss against the LA Rams this past Sunday. But in terms of the side movement, this was 5.5 about a week ago on the look-aheads.
I have an update for you.
Please.
Per Shane Steichen a couple hours ago, he's progressing but won't practice today. When we had Drew Dinsick on the show yesterday, Drew made it seem like Kenny Moore is going to be out, and maybe he knows something that we don't. No practice today for Kenny Moore, the Indianapolis Colts star slot cornerback.
Yeah, and like think about what we know about calf injuries over like the last 6-7 months in the world of sports. You don't want to like push those too much, and all of a sudden the disaster scenario ends up playing out. But Sunday after the games, this opened at 6.5, and then you immediately saw money coming in on the Colts and go all the way to 7. And now we've been hanging out in 7. There's a couple places that are at 6.5, but 7 is your consensus number with this game. The total, that is actually ticked to the under. I'm assuming it's with the Raiders' offensive line issues with Colton Miller out in this game. He's now on IR, but this was 49.5, now down to 48. I'm going to like the Raiders quite a bit at these numbers. Like 7, I think is just a little bit too rich. I understand if we want to go to 6, that's fine, but 7, I feel like that's a little bit too much. So I like the Raiders.
I just want to throw this in there. Just on the Padres-Cubs game, the Padres are up 3-0 going into the 8th. And these Mason Miller highlights that are circulating social media right now, I mean...
Is he throwing 107?
Dude. Like with movement that like you've never seen before from like a major league pitcher. It's crazy. He had 104 on the gun. He's electric.
It's nuts.
It looks like we're headed towards a game 3 in that wild card series with the Cubs and the Pods. Padres up 3-0 in the top of the 8th. All right, Femi. Giants and the Saints in New Orleans. Malik Neighbors obviously done for the season for Big Blue.
Yeah, and Jackson Dart has a hamstring issue, but he says he's good to go. That's going to be fine. No worries there for Jackson Dart. I would say, Jackson Dart, please protect yourself when you're running around out there. Like, that dude plays like a bat out of hell. It's like, man, you got to make it through this season, man. It's not just a week-to-week league here for you. But we have seen the New Orleans Saints flip back to being the favorite here in this game, because earlier in the week you saw Giants sitting there as like a 1.5, 2-point favorite, and then New Orleans money came in, flipped New Orleans to a favorite now. So the Saints are about 2-point favorites. There are a couple 2.5s out there as well. The total, that's actually gone a little bit to the over. This was 40.5 earlier this week. Now we're out to 42. 41 is kind of a key-ish number when you talk about totals, but money coming in on the over and money coming in on the New Orleans Saints as bettors look to fade the Giants off of the win this past Sunday with Neighbors out out. Javon Holland's dealing with a neck injury, but the Saints, they have their usual injuries. Chase Young has the calf, and then Cesar Ruiz, considered week to week, one of their interior offensive linemen. But Saints have been seeing the bulk of the money over the last couple of days as they're now a 2-point favorite.
Yeah, and I said on Monday, the Saints need to be favored in this game. The Giants were 1.5. Now, I think we're just correct here with the Saints a 2-point favorite. I don't know if there's much to do right now. We'll obviously talk more about the game tomorrow on Thursday and, of course, on Friday. But we can move on for now from the Giants and the Saints. What about, Femi, your Dallas Cowboys off the tie on Sunday night visiting the 0-4 New York Jets?
Yeah, the Cowboys had the same injuries that they had going into the Packers game. Don't need to detail those too much. CeeDee Lamb, Tyler Guyton. Well, Guyton, at least, that popped up in the game as he's in the concussion protocol. So make sure to look out that the Cowboys left tackle on their offensive line. But Tyler Booker, of course, has been ruled out with an ankle injury. For the New York Jets, you have Jermaine Johnson. He's got an ankle injury. Braylon Allen obviously has the knee injury. Sounds like that one might be a little bit more serious. Don't expect him on the field on Sunday. Then Michael Carter II is in the concussion protocol. But we've been holding steady with the Cowboys as a 2.5-point favorite. We've not yet gone to 3. I think once it goes to 3, if it ever did, you'd see a lot of Jets money. I would bet the Jets at 3. So I think we might hold steady here at 2.5. The total, interestingly enough, has been kind of holding steady at 47.5. Early 46.5, that immediately got bet. And over the last couple days, we're just hanging out, 47.5. So not a whole lot of line movement with this game. Nick, I know you like the over. I've sworn off totals. I'm not going down that road anymore now that we're 4 weeks into the season. But I think right now I'm just hanging out and waiting to see if we ever get Jets plus 3. Because if so, I will bet Gang Green on Sunday.
Yeah, I'll take 2.5 with the Jets if it comes down to it. I do think, and I said this yesterday, that the Monday night loss kind of masked the fact that the Jets offense was actually pretty good in that game. And I thought Justin Fields played pretty well. Yeah. I'm going to like the Jets most likely in this game coming up on Sunday. I would like a 3 as well. Femi, we just got a couple injury reports as it concerns the Philadelphia Eagles. Nothing earth-shattering, but just in case you didn't see it, while you've been giving us the rest of the information here, I'll read it. Lane Johnson, Jalen Carter, Nakobe Dean, all limited in practice. Nakobe Dean obviously just starting to get healthy this season. So that's the Eagles update. What do we have here with the Eagles and the Denver Broncos?
Yeah, and also just now from Mike Garafolo over at NFL Network, Dallas Goedert did not practice today with a knee injuries for the Philadelphia Eagles. So Dallas Goedert did not practice, but those two other guys out there on the practice field. But this has been one of the more interesting betting markets. It opened Eagles 5.5. Now we're down to Eagles 3.5 as the betting market likes Denver quite a bit in this game. Or maybe the better way to phrase it, the betting market doesn't like Philadelphia after the way that they've been playing some of these games. Not super convincing in the box score, but wins nonetheless. Money coming in on the under, 44 down to 43.5. I'm going to like Philly quite a bit. I'd lay 3.5. I'm just waiting to see if we ever get 3, because then I'll really, really love the Eagles. But I'm going to be on the Eagles at some point this week.
Yeah, I said it yesterday on the show, and I had it slated to do in the first hour, but went long talking about the Yankees, that I think the Eagles have a little bit of last year's Chiefs in them, where I don't know if they're going to be able to cover numbers like this, and of course, they could. I don't see how they're losing.
I don't see it.
The Eagles will be an important money line parlay piece for me this week. I might just lay the money line as is. We'll see. But I think Philly will win the game as well. More at Moved coming up on the other side. We will begin with the Dolphins and the Panthers in Carolina.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
the Packers with their possession in overtime. Because Dallas, they drive down the field, 10 plays, 76 yards, take up 520 of overtime. So about half of overtime, the Cowboys take up a little bit more than half. Green Bay gets the ball. After they convert that 4th and 6 with the game on the line, the Packers just seem so scared of Brandon Aubrey, the Cowboys kicker. They were terrified of him potentially getting a chance to kick like a 75, 70-yard field goal. So Green Bay, this offense that had been moving the ball up and down the field. The Cowboys hadn't gotten a stop in 2.5 hours of real time. Green Bay says, you know what? Let's take our time and make sure this is the last possession of the game. Kind of shoehorning themselves into that thought process as opposed to just saying, hey guys, if we just go down and score a touchdown, we win. Like, that's how anybody would usually think about that one. But Packers head coach Matt LaFleur, he was scared money on that final possession. And just the absolute insanity, the final sequence of the game where Green Bay, obviously, like Emmanuel Wilson short for a loss on 28 seconds to go on the pass. And then all of a sudden, we're thinking, okay, they're just going to spike the football and then they'll kick the field goal for the tie. No. Apparently, LaFleur let Jordan Love do this, or Jordan Love went rogue and decided to do it. This dude snaps the ball with 6 seconds left and throws it into the end zone where a couple bounces, all of a sudden the clock runs out and the Cowboys win the game. When you were sitting in the heart of field goal range, like a 35-yard field goal. I could not believe that they snapped that ball. Because I'm thinking, all right, they're going to spike it. No, here's Jordan Love in shotgun. Like, they're going to run a play. And they ran the play, and they were so fortunate that the ball bounced with 1 second to go, which, I mean, if I'm Jerry Jones, I'm asking who the hell is the clock operator. I mean, at least make them go to New York and review it and put the second back on the clock. Don't just give them the second, all right? Whatever happened to home cooking? You know what? Because if that game's played at Lambeau Field, they're going to have to go to New York and replay that thing and put 1 second on the clock. I guarantee you there's not going to be a second on the clock had that game been at Lambeau Field. Get it together, Cowboys clock operator. What are we doing here? Take that second off the clock. But any event, like the fact that it came down to that, and they got so lucky and so fortunate for that second to be on there, and if to end in a tie is just utterly ridiculous. And a tie has you feeling some kind of way about both of these teams.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
20 minutes from now, Femi and I will give you our bets for Red Sox Yankees. I hope Femi's betting the Red Sox if he likes money.
Did it last night.
Yankees it was a great bet. Yankees ain't winning tonight. So our baseball bets coming up next segment. Danny Parkins joins us next hour. We will finalize the show with all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. Swing big on your next bet with an MLB postseason odds boost token. Use your token to net a bigger payout on a winning bet. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app and please gamble responsibly. And as always, don't forget to download and subscribe to You Better You Bet in podcast form. You can catch everything from today's show, including Femi's Hour, where he talked about the bet he's making for NFL Defensive Player of the Year. Just search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. And, of course, join the conversation. Like, comment, and subscribe. YouTube.com/@TheBetMGM Network. Twitch.tv/TheBetMGM Network. We have YouTube and Twitch exclusive content on the way, so make sure you're subscribed on YouTube. Make sure you're subscribed on Twitch. Now, Femi, just refresh my memory. Did we do a podcast and YouTube read and a BetMGM read in the first hour of the show today, or no?
I don't believe we did.
Whose responsibility is it to give me those reads?
Ooh, I believe that's Tyler Morales, isn't it?
Do you think Tyler should be eligible to win true member of the week this week to be number one on the power rankings and win Nick Costos' money, or no?
We've seen a lot of great comebacks in sports. I'll say he still needs to be eligible, but boy, he's got a tough hill to climb. Like this this might not be 28-3, but like we're getting close because it's getting late early for our guy Tyler.
Not great for Tyler Morales.
No.
We continue on with it moved. Dolphins and the Panthers in Carolina. Obviously, no Tyreek Hill for the rest of the season for the Dolphins. What else is happening here with this game?
Yeah, we got some like small injury news with this game. Xavier Legette for the Carolina Panthers dealing with a hamstring injury. Jatavian Sanders, their tight end, has an ankle injury, missed last week's game. The big news, though, is on the offensive line for them, which it's more so just like adding fuel to the fire on this one as opposed to like this player being awesome. But Chandler Zavala for the Carolina Panthers, their interior offensive lineman, placed on IR. They've already put Austin Corbett and Robert Hunt on IR. So like think about that Panthers offensive line, the interior for a small quarterback like Bryce Young. Yeah, that's really, really bad. And we've already seen that the last couple of games. So in terms of the betting market, though, with this game, this opened around Pick'em. Then you saw Carolina get bet out to a 1.5-point favorite, and then the Dolphins are now the favorite. So we keep bouncing back and forth. Miami is your favorite right now on the road. The total has been bet to the under 45.5 down to 44.5. My guess is that we might even hit that key number of 44. I have no strong opinion with this game. I'll likely pass the game. I think it should be around a Pick'em. It is around a Pick'em. Bless the hearts of those who have a strong opinion and really like one of these sides. I want no parts of these two teams.
I tend to agree with everything you just said. I think a bunch of people like the Panthers in this game.
Yes.
I have better things to do with my money than bet on Bryce Young. Like, for example, I bought like Love Every they do like toys for babies. I bought a bunch of like shower toys for my daughter. Or not shower, bath toys for my daughter.
Bath toys, yeah. So you can play in the bath.
That was a good use of my money. That was a good use of my money. Like betting on Bryce Young, probably not the best use of my money. All right. I'm glad we're doing this early in the segment because there's a lot to get to. Femi, the Wednesday practice report is out for the MASH unit, known as the Baltimore Ravens. What's happening with the Ravens and the Texans, side and total, etc.?
Yeah, this is a big one here. Obviously, Lamar Jackson, the biggest story with this game, did not practice today. The expectation that he's not going to play come Sunday, because we'll get into the betting market. Of course, this would not be the market if people thought Lamar had a chance to play. But Lamar, dealing with a hamstring injury, left the game against Kansas City on Sunday. Ronnie Stanley did not practice, has an ankle. Of course, Nnamdi Madubuike out for the season. That's already been outlined. Travis Jones, their other defensive lineman, limited with a knee. That's some of the good news. Same with Kyle Van Noy. He's limited with a hamstring injury. But here's some more of the bad news. Roquan Smith, expected to miss multiple weeks. Marlon Humphrey, expected to miss multiple weeks. Nate Wiggins, DNP today at practice. And also Chidobe Awuzie, as well, dealing with injuries, DNP with a hamstring injury. That's their three starting corners that are all DNP. And injuries on the D-line, Lamar's injury, and that's why you have right now where the betting market sits, the Houston Texans, a 1-point favorite in Baltimore. This was going to be Ravens 9.5 before all these injuries. But you get that big swing when you get the quarterback and all these other injuries attached to that as well. Now, we got all the way out to Houston laying 2.5. Have seen money come in on Baltimore since then. The 2.5s were yesterday. Now we're down to 1 here today. The total, of course, has been bet aggressively to the under. This was supposed to be in that like 46 range, reopened 43, now all the way down to 40.5. So money on the under, money coming in on the underdog, who once was the underdog in Houston, all the way out to 2.5, but now we bounced back to 1. My opinion with the game, I think whenever Lamar is officially ruled out, we're going to see more of a push towards Houston. So maybe we get back to that 2.5, and that is when I'll be betting the Baltimore Ravens in a fallen hero spot. But once again, it's a lot of heroes who will be out on Sunday for Baltimore.
My thought is, no bet placed yet. I think the Texans might smoke them. I don't
definitely
like the setup. I don't like the setup for Baltimore. This would be like, I think this is setting up for me as Houston or pass. You bet on this Wednesday. It moved week 5 in the NFL. Femi, Cardinals are hosting Cam Ward and the winless Tennessee Titans. I want to give a piece of fantasy football advice to everybody right now. So Trey Benson was placed on IR today by the Cardinals. They have Michael Carter, Amari DiMercado, and Zonovan Bam Knight. Based on everything I'm reading, and also a quote from Michael Carter at Cardinals practice like moments ago, he says that last week he won, and I want to make sure I have this right. I actually think like there's a Pat Tillman award that has nothing to do with his military service. that's goes like the best practice squad player. I think I have this right. I'm pretty sure I read that tweet correctly. I'm not trying to be insensitive or anything. I'm pretty sure that that's accurate. And now he said he's going to be starting this week for the Arizona Cardinals. He profiles as the early down back, DeMercado as the passing downs back, Knight as the third running back in Arizona. So if you need a running back and Michael Carter is still out there on the waiver wire, I don't mind picking up Michael Carter. I did in a couple deep leagues in fantasy football. Femi, what do we got now with Arizona and Tennessee?
Yeah, and you are correct, by the way. Like, I'm seeing the quote right now. It goes to the practice squad player of the week, the Pat Tillman Award. And he said it's been a lot. You go from the Pat Tillman 1 week to starting the next week. So good luck to Michael Carter out there. It just sounds
weird to say, so I wanted to make sure that I gave it that I gave it like a little more attention.
100%. You're right to do that. So, but yeah, we got that out the way. And I think this game, from a running back standpoint, like for the Cardinals, yeah, it's tough. With Trey Benson, of course, James Conner looks like he's done for the season as well with his ankle injury. For Tennessee, Calvin Ridley, like they said that his snaps were kind of dialed back this past Sunday to some undisclosed injury. I haven't really seen what the injury is for Calvin Ridley, but that's one to kind of look into. J.C. Latham trending upward is what a lot of the Titans beat reporters are saying. He's been dealing with the hip injury, has missed the last couple of games. So the Titans offensive line has not been fully formed, but it sounds like Latham is trending upward is what they're saying. But with all that reporting that's out there, it's been all Tennessee money throughout the week here. This was 9.5, 9 on the open on Sunday. We're down to as low as 7 at a pretty sharp sports book here in Las Vegas. I see 7 minus 115. Now, the rest of the market's still at 7.5, but that just goes to show you how much of an appetite there is to back the Tennessee Titans. The total, that's kind of still been hanging out around that 42, like a little bit of bounce back, some money coming on the over, got all the way up to 42.5, and then the under gets bet, so we're now back down to 42. But the big story has been the side, though, from 9.5 down to as low as 7, with the Titans getting all the money.
I took some Tennessee
your money
Titans the other day. Yeah, well, a little bit.
Yeah. 3-18 in their last 21 games.
It doesn't feel great. It does not feel great to have money on the Tennessee Titans. I think we may have lost Femi. We'll get Femi back. So Femi is back with us now.
Back now. Brian Callahan took out my internet. So slandering his ATS record.
It's not a banner day for the Buffet internet. We'll move on. Seahawks and the Bucks, a game that I feel like you called correctly early in the week, at least in terms of the line move. We'll see what happens on Sunday. What do we have here? Sam Darnold against Baker Mayfield in the battle of former Carolina Panthers backup quarterbacks.
Yeah, we got some injury news on the Tampa side. Mike Evans has already been ruled out with a hamstring injury. He's not going to be playing. Bucky Irving has this ankle and foot injury, which it feels like it's back and forth on the severity of this injury, but it seems unlikely that he'll be playing on Sunday. You have Hassan Reddick that is in the concussion protocol, has a neck injury. Jamel Dean, their starting corner, has a hip and a groin injury. And then DeMarcus Lawrence for the Seahawks. He's dealing with a thigh injury. But it's all been Seattle money. This opened 2.5. I bet Seahawks 2.5 Sunday night. We're now out to 3.5, so crossing through that key number of 3. And in terms of the total, it's all been to the under. This was 46. Now we're down to 44.5. Perhaps we're going to touch that key number of 44. But it's been Seattle money and money on the under. I agree with the Seattle part of the equation. I like the Seahawks. I think we're probably where we need to be with this game. Felt like in my mind, 3 minus 120 was probably the right number here. So maybe you could talk yourself into Tampa, but anything under a field goal was always a bet on Seattle. And that's the bet that I placed on Sunday.
Yeah, I have to decide if I want to bet the Bucs or not. And I'm not sure I do with all of Tampa's injuries. And I love Sam Darnold and the way he's playing. I think for right now, this game, a pass for me, at least at the moment. Femi, what about the Lions and the Bengals in Cincinnati?
Yeah, this game right now, the big news is on the Detroit side of the ball with their secondary. Now, DJ Reed, their starting corner, he's been placed on IR with a hamstring injury. Their other corner, sounds like he'll be okay. Terrion Arnold out of Alabama, he's dealing with a shoulder injury there. So, that's big then, because you don't want to be down CB1 and CB2 when you're taking on Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Make fun of Jake Browning all you will. Still, those wide receivers against those corners, that could get problematic. But with all that aside, this is now out to 10.5. at some sports books, including BetMGM. This was 8.5, 8 prior to Monday Night Football. We all saw Cincinnati get embarrassed by Denver, and it's been all Detroit money ever since then. In terms of the total, a little bit of a push and pull. It was 49 out to 50, now back down to 49.5. So the total kind of bounces back and forth there, but the big story has been the side where Detroit 8.5, now crossing through 10, as I think a lot of people looking for Cincinnati to get embarrassed once again by a contending team.
And I think you have interest in Cincinnati, right?
I do. At 10.5, I mean, it gets a lot of points on the road. I know the Bengals are horrendous, but like still, they have Chase and they have Higgins, and the Lions secondary is a little bit banged up. I'm banking on that. Just stay somewhat competitive. I do like the Bengals at this point.
Which bet is more gross? Cincinnati or Tennessee?
Oh, it's Tennessee. I don't even think it's close.
I don't. I'm not so sure.
They've covered 3 times in 21 games.
It's not like they're both disgusting. Like they're both we are at the bottom of the dumpster diving with those.
Yep.
All right. Power Hour, final
Welcome
hour
to
coming
Week 5.
up on the other side. We'll finish off at Moved. A couple more games to hit for Week 5 NFL Sunday. We'll give you our bets for the Yankees and Red Sox, and we will talk some of the biggest college football games of the weekend, including Florida and Texas, here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Number 3, almost didn't make the list. I was going back and forth with another quarterback. I went with Carson Beck at number 3. I didn't think he was going to make the list, but it was between him and Nussmeier. And just, Nussmeier this year, his numbers aren't what you expected, especially after winning as a dog on the road in the first game of the year. And then this past week, probably swayed me a little bit with the loss there and not doing much offensively. But I did go with Carson Beck. I looked at guys that have experience, that have skins on the wall. And certainly Carson Beck does. His 3rd year as a starter, when you're there that long at Georgia, getting it done at the high level of the SEC, you've earned my trust. I mean, I think you're like, why don't people trust him? Why don't people like him? I think they remember that 24 touchdown, 6 interception year, and then he's a favorite to win the Heisman, and people talking about him all off season, and he doesn't meet those expectations. So then he ends up leaving Georgia. I think that's part of it. Like, they remember when he was a favorite and he didn't win it, so then he's viewed as a disaster. No, well, we're seeing this year that is not the case. So Beck makes my list as well. Not as high as you, but I did put him at number 3 overall. Number 2, speaking of trying to speak things into existence, I put John Mateer number 2, the starting quarterback against Texas, coming up in a couple of weeks. Just about a week and a half from now. Yep, I'm going with John Mateer. Look at the leap that he's taken already. And I know, a lot to be decided because we haven't seen him against the toughest opponent yet. But he's passed every test so far with flying colors. His OC comes with him. That was a narrative all off. Oh, well, is he going to be good? I don't know. Oh, he's bringing his OC from Was. Yes. And he's been awesome so far. And I think he's going to be on the field in about 10 days or so. And I'm expecting him to shock the world. And I can't wait to get to that game. But I'm going John Mateer. And maybe, yes, there is a little bit of projection there. Number 1 overall. I took your 3, Sammy. I went with Pavia, number 1 overall. And just,
what?
You asked me this yesterday, and I don't think I would have been there. And then the more and more I thought about it, after we talked it through, and then I started thinking about last year. Of course, you remember Bama and that upset. What was the biggest upset of the year last season? The entire college football calendar.
Had to be Vandy over Bama. Had to be.
100%. As a 23-point dog, it was Vanderbilt over Alabama. In his time now at Vandy, at less than a year and a half, we're talking about 33 touchdowns and 7 interceptions. Last year, as a 13-point dog to Virginia Tech, won outright. I mentioned Bama. Right after that Bama game, they're a 13-point dog to Kentucky. Wins outright. A big dog to Texas. They only lost by 3. Big dog to Tennessee late in the season. Only lost by a field goal. Earlier this year, they're a short dog to South Carolina, one of those hot teams all offseason. They whoop them 31-7. Like, what other test does this guy have to pass?
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Bring it up, Jake. You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you. The Power Hour here on You Better You Bet, presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. We will get back to It Moved in a few moments. Couple more games to hit for Week 5 in the National Football League. Then our thoughts on some of the big college football games this weekend. But for right now, Femi, just an update on what's happening with the Padres and the Cubs at Wrigley. San Diego up 3-0 in the bottom of the 9th. 1 out, man on first, with Seiya Suzuki up right now. So one swing could bring the Cubs within 1 run. We bet the Cubs in this game. I feel like we're likely to lose and get a Game 3 tomorrow in Wrigley.
Yeah, it feels like we're headed towards that decisive game. The Padres bullpen, by the way, 4 1/3, they've given up 1 hit in 4 1/3 innings. Like, that is lights out stuff. Mason Miller was electric, and then they got Suarez on there looking to close this deal out. Like, it's what you want when you have a really good bullpen. Like, you put those guys out there and they slam the door shut, and it feels like they're about to do that here in a couple of outs against our beloved Cubbies.
Yeah, so Padres up 3-0. We will keep you posted if and when this game goes final. It does look like the Padres will win. 2-2 count to Suzuki, 1 out, bottom of the 9th, man on first. Padres holding a 3-run lead. All right, let's talk about the Yankees and Red Sox coming up. First pitch in about 5 minutes in the... Oh, my God. I can't.
Yeah, baby.
Carlos Rodon pitching for the Yanks. Brian Bayo for the Sox. The Yankees are now a -200 favorite tonight. The total is 7.5 juice towards the under. I said it in the first hour of the show, Femi. Carlos Rodon was put on this earth to lose games like this in a Yankee uniform. The Yankees are going to lose tonight. Aaron Judge will strike out in the first inning. The crowd's going to fall dead silent. It is going to be brutal. I like the Red Sox tonight to beat the Yankees, and I don't say that with glee. The Padres, in a game-ending double play, the Padres beat the Cubs 3-0. So Game 3 tomorrow in Wrigley with the Padres and the Cubs. So we got 2 Game 3s tomorrow. We love that with the Guardians and the Tigers and the Padres and the Cubs. How are you betting, Femi, Yankees, Red Sox?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was going to have a bet in this game because I was like, oh, if it's plus 150, plus 160, let's see how it goes. There's now plus 178 that's out there in the market and plus 175, and I think that's way too much. Like I don't think you'd be giving Carlos Rodon this kind of respect in the market. I know a lot of people want to play hey, they'll bounce back and this is going to even things up. They're the desperate team. I don't care. I got the better manager. I got a team that believes in itself. They're young, but sometimes that youthful naivete is really, really good come October. I'm rocking with the Boston Red Sox, plus 178 for me on the money line. Let's close out this deal and let's head on to the ALDS.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that's what's going to happen tonight, which is very sad, but I have to be honest. I think the Red Sox will win tonight and end the Yankees season. Jake, pop on with us here. Jake Hassan is our excellent engineer here on You Better, You Bet, and also like massive baseball fan and baseball better. Jake, what are your expectations for Cubs-Padres tomorrow?
I mean, the Cubs, I guess, are throwing Jameson Taillon. Sure. I'll bet the Padres again in that one. I don't think this is going to go well for the Cubs in a makeshift, again, bullpen game. If Jameson Taillon is, exactly who we think he is, they're going to have to go to the bullpen again, and they burned a lot of arms today. So I think this is going to be the Padres advancing to the NLDS.
Wow, so big game 3 obviously tomorrow with the Padres and the Cubs. And Jake, we do have pitching matchups. Who do you think the Padres are throwing?
Darvish, that was already announced.
Oh, Darvish. Oh, okay, Darvish.
Oh, I love the Cubs then.
Yeah, I was like, when has Darvish ever blown it in a big spot?
How do you say choke artist in Japanese? That's what I'd like to know.
We're all there. Dodger Stadium. Wasn't great.
Guardians Tigers tomorrow, Jake. That's Slade Ciccone for the Guardians. Wow, I nailed that. Can't believe I got that. A nice paisan. Slade Ciccone for the Guardians against Jack Flaherty for the Tigers. Basically pick the winner of the game. Guards minus 115, Tigers minus 105, total 7. Early thought on this one?
Early thought is Tigers, just because Flaherty has the experience. We've seen him in these big games. He has the upside to shove. He also has the downside to blow up completely and give up 7 runs in the first inning, except, the Guardians have the 3 of us in their lineup. So I think it should be okay for Jack Flaherty.
Femi, thoughts on Guardians Tigers? You're in on Guardian series. What's your confidence level?
On a scale of 1 to 10, probably about like a 5 on the confidence level. I think this one can go. Okay. Yes. Yeah, it's average. I'm not because Flaherty doesn't scare me one bit. The problem is that just like Jake mentioned, Cleveland can't hit. But for some reason, this month, they've been able to make stuff happen. And guards ball has been real, especially at that stadium where they're able to get to Skubal without a ball leaving the infield. I think Cleveland somehow scratches and claws their way to the victory. I do not trust Detroit. I think the collapse gets to them. The crowd riles up Cleveland, and the guards actually advance.
All right, so Femi rolling with the Guardians tomorrow. I will say this for Jake. Good. Jake has put himself back squarely in contention to win Nick Costos' money this week. This was a good on-air performance from Jake. Jake, thank you very much.
Let's get a Reds-Dodgers bet at the end of this hour, huh?
Yeah, well, we'll see how that goes. Let's see if Jake's on top of his game. Is Jake, as we get back to it, moved for a couple more games for Week 5 in the National Football League. And I'm happy, Femi, that we waited until now to talk about the Commanders and Chargers game, because literally moments ago we got information on the Commanders. Their Wednesday injury report is out. So we know that Jaden Daniels is going to be starting for the Commanders, medically cleared, full participant in practice today. But Terry McLaurin, Deebo Samuel, Noah Brown, the top 3 receivers on the Commanders, all did not practice today for Washington. What do we got with Washington on the road at the Chargers?
Yeah, you saw the big move today when the Jaden Daniels news came out, the medical staff clearing him. So all those 3s got bet, and we're now down to Chargers 2.5. Now, the 2.5s are heavily juiced. It's not like it's minus 110 or anything like that. BetMGM and other sports books have 2.5 minus 120. So they're not going to give you like that pure 11 to 10 when you bet the 2.5. The total, that has been moving, kind of bouncing back and forth. Open 48.5. You bet all the way down to 47.5. Now we're back to 48. Pending on this wide receiver health tomorrow and on Friday, that's probably going to dictate where we go with that total. But I like Washington in the game. Now, if they're going to be missing Deebo and Noah Brown in addition to McLaurin already being out, then that makes it a little bit squirmish for me here. But at a field goal price, with Jaden Daniels on the road in an environment where there's probably going to be like 50% Commanders fans, maybe even more, since they don't get to go out to LA that much. I like the Commanders. I think this is like a coin flip game, so I'll grab the 3 with Daniels making his return back to the lineup.
You'll get Zach Ertz spammed with targets. It'll be Jalen Lane. It'll be Luke McCaffrey. I'd like at least one of those receivers to play.
Yeah.
I don't think McLaurin's going to go based on the reports last week. I'd love for Debo to be out there. I did take some Commanders +3 on Sunday. I just didn't know that they could be down all their receivers. We'll see how this goes over the next couple days. I think it's need a little bit more injury information. And Femi, let's close Bills and the Patriots on Sunday Night Football in Buffalo.
Yeah, Buffalo got a couple of key defenders back on the practice field, albeit in limited fashion, but back nonetheless in defensive tackle Ed Oliver and linebacker Matt Milano. Those two guys have missed the last couple of games, and it's hurt this Bills defense. They've looked very gettable out there on Sunday, even though they're winning these games. But those guys came back, practiced in limited fashion, and when we saw the report, you saw Buffalo money come into the market because this was all New England at open. Because New England opens up 8.5-point dog. We get down to 7.5, and now we're seeing 8s out there in the market. 8 is now our consensus number. BetMGM even has 8 minus 115 in favor of Buffalo. As for the total, with those defenders coming back, we've ticked to the under. This was 50, now down to 49, with the expectation being that Milano and Oliver should be good to go for Sunday night's game. If those guys are good to go, I think this number is probably just right. I had interest in New England when those guys were potentially going to miss this game, but it doesn't look like they're going to miss this game, so I'll probably end up passing it. Although I will say, that defense, even if they're back, I still want to see them put together a strong performance against an inferior opponent. They'll get that chance this Sunday, and we'll all see what it all looks like.
I think the Bills are going to wreck them. I think the point spread of the game should be 10.
And their defense wreck someone?
How about this? I think the Bills will outscore them. Buffalo names his score in this game against the New England defense. And I love the Patriots this year. I was higher on New England than the vast majority of people. I think they're walking into a buzzsaw on Sunday night that they may not be ready for, going up against Josh Allen and the Bills. All right, and that is our line, side, and total report on this Wednesday. It moved. Obviously, a ton more NFL coming up tomorrow and Friday. You better you bet on this Wednesday. Femi, let's hit some of the big college football games of the week and get opinions. I know you have a pretty strong take on Texas visiting Florida on Saturday. The side and total market in that game, Arch Manning and the Longhorns, a touchdown favorite. The total is 41.5. So not a lot of points expected in this game or for DJ Lagway and the Gators. What's your betting thought with Florida and Texas?
Yeah, this is like an NFL market here. 7 and 41.5. You don't usually see this in college football. I'm going to like Florida quite a bit. And I think this angle is one I've been playing for many a years here. Bet against Texas or bet against OU the week before Red River. I think that's not like I invented that one. A lot of people kind of think that way. But for some reason, it continues to cash. Because this is the biggest game for those kids. Red River is massive. And now, here's Texas having to go to an unfamiliar spot. I know they're conference opponents, but they've never had to go down to the swamp since this is very new for Texas in the SEC. Give me this Florida defense at home in a raucous environment. Now, of course, Billy Napier, I have jokes about Billy Napier, Sunbelt Billy, all the stuff that we call him, and how things have gone while he's been down there in Gainesville. But his teams come to play against the better teams in the country. I think this defense makes life hell for Arch Manning, and this Texas offense struggles, and it's an ugly football game. So give me the full touchdown with the Gators. I think this kind of plays out just kind of an ugly, maybe 20-17 kind of a game. The under is probably pretty good, although it's super low. But I think Florida gives them a game. It gives them a little bit of a scare Saturday afternoon. I don't think Texas is running away with this one.
Yeah, it does feel like it's going to be a tough spot for Arch Manning.
Yeah.
Does Arch come to play?
No.
Texas wins big?
No.
Texas is back?
DJ Lagway maybe brings Texas back. That's the path.
We thought it was it was Shane Buechele went all along and Sam Ellinger went all along. It was actually DJ Lagway. I might bet Texas. We'll see. Bama, Femi, a 10.5-point home favorite against Diego Pavia and Vanderbilt. Total 55.5. Pavia and Vanderbilt obviously beat Alabama last year, and the Tide would like a measure of revenge this year. What do you see in this game?
This one's so interesting because it feels like everyone's going to like Vandy, and that's never a good reason to bet the other side or whatever, at least in my opinion. I don't think it's a great reason. But if I had to bet this game, I think it's Bama or pass. I think Alabama's going to hear so much about how they failed last year after beating Georgia. They went to Nashville and they sleptwalked through that game and realized, oh my gosh, we're trailing in the third quarter. And by then it was too late and Vandy clipped them. Like DeBoer's teams in these spots have not done well. Even at Washington, when they made it to the title game, they were really bad as big favorites. But I think this is a game where they're on such upset alert and like everybody knows Pavia is one of the best quarterbacks in the country. I think you're going to get Bama's like not necessarily like top tier A+ game, but I think you're going to get their A game. I think they're going to be very much awake for this one. I'm not sure if I'm there yet. I'm going to wait because I think we might get a 10, but I think I'm going to end up on the side of Bama come Saturday. Like it just feels like it's too easy to grab the 10.5 with the Commodores.
I tend to agree with that. With the way Ty Simpson played last week, looks like a legit NFL caliber quarterback. I think he might be great. Maybe he wins the Heisman. He was fantastic last week.
He's in the conversation.
So I think I agree with you on liking Bama. I think we may disagree on Texas, Florida, but I have not bet that game yet. I wrote a couple other games down: Cincy and Iowa State, Clemson and North Carolina, which is like Dabo and Bill Belichick, which is interesting. Do you have another game, Femi, that you're targeting, like to place a bet on Saturday in college football? It could be one of those or something else.
Let's do the primetime game, man. This was one of my favorite rivalries growing up, Miami, Florida State. Like, this is heated stuff. And the Hurricanes, 4.5 on the road in Tallahassee, with Florida State coming off of a loss in an island spot against Virginia. I like this Seminoles team in this spot. Like, Mike Norvell, I think you get the big coaching advantage against Mario Cristobal. Like, Cristobal has done so well so far this year, but you can only trust him but so much when it comes to these big spots. Laying this many points in, like, that environment, I love Florida State. So give me the 4.5. I think Florida State might actually win the game. Like, because I think like these two teams, for some reason, doesn't matter how far apart they are talent-wise, they always come together a little bit for this particular game since all those kids grew up together in the state of Florida. But I like Florida State in this one.
And when Florida State lines up for a potential game-winning or tying field goal and it goes wide right, we'll still win the bet on Florida State plus the points. I'm with you here. Yep. I'm liking the Seminoles plus 4.5 coming up against Miami on Saturday. All right, quick break. And on the other side is the Yankees. We are underway. Oh, Carlos Rodon looking like we might go 1-2-3 here through the inning, through the top of the first.
Yeah.
Okay.
Put some respect on his name.
I would, even though like I bet Boston, I would like for the Yankees to win. I just don't think they're going to. Danny Parkins joins us on the other side here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
So what do you say? Fade or follow? Iowa State minus 1.5 against the Bearcats.
Oh, Brandon, I'm going to ask for a quick favor, and it's I'm going to need the sledgehammer here. So Daddy wants, Daddy needs, Daddy's got to have it. Game of the year bet. College football. Game of the year. Biggest bet of the year coming up this weekend. I might bet this 8 different times. I love Cincinnati in this game. I think they win this game by a field goal. I've been waiting for the spot to fade this Iowa State team. Did it week 1. Unfortunately, Avery Johnson still can't throw the football. They didn't cover for me last week, though, Kansas State. But, dude, this Cincinnati offense is humming right now. They're at home. I love their quarterback, Brendan Sorsby. He's only been sacked 1 time this season. So in pass protection, the offensive line really holding up well. 10 touchdown passes, only 1 pick. He's thrown for over 1,000 yards. He's completing 69% of his passes for nearly 10 yards per completion. He's also the leading rusher right now, averaging almost 7 yards per carry with 4 scores on the ground. Walker also has 3 rushing touchdowns. And I like their receivers, man. Cyrus Allen already has 23 grabs and 5 touchdowns. Caleb Goody has also been really solid. I like Cincinnati. There's a reason I think why the unranked team is favored over the ranked team. Give me the Bearcats and the fighting Brendan Sorsbys to win this game by a field goal. Love this bet.
Jacob Bobenmeyer, the snapper. A.J. Cole, the holder. The kick is blocked. Unbelievable. In agony down on that Vegas sideline. It was Josh Blackwell sneaking in who got a fingertip on it.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
My fellow Fordham Ram, my fellow Greek freak, Spiro Ditas with the call on CBS. And just Ben Rice just hit a 2-run homer for the Yankees. Yankees up 2-0, bottom of the first against the Red Sox. Ben Rice was not good enough to play last night in Game 1 of the of the wild card series against the Red Sox. Ben Rice, 2-run homer in his first at bat of the postseason. Yankees up 2-0 in the bottom of the first. I'm not going to allow myself to get that excited just yet. Back to Sunday. Spiro Ditas on the call as the Raiders lose in excruciating fashion to the Bears. Spiro said, "Agony on the Vegas sideline." What he meant to say, agony in the Nick Costos household. Betting the Raiders on Sunday and watching Geno Smith throw it away and Daniel Carlson kick it away. Joining us right now on the show, former You Better You Bet co-host. You watch him weekdays on Fox Sports 1 on First Things First, 5 to 6 p.m. Eastern, and celebrity Chicago Bears fan. I know he bet the Bears last week, so I'm sure he's feeling good. That is our friend, Danny Parkins. On Twitter, at his name, at Danny Parkins. Danny, welcome back to the show. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing great, thank you. I did bet the Bears. I did have the Bears in my circa contest for the Pick'em League and won there. But I was feeling for anyone. I know you guys talk about it all the time. Got to get the best of the number. Got to get your line value. there were people, if you foolishly bet the Bears at the open, you laid the 1.5. By the time the game kicked off, they were 1.5 point underdogs and you won comfortably. But the people at the very beginning, if you needed to jump that market and bet the Bears minus 1.5, you were on the wrong side of that line movement.
Yeah, it's one of the, just one of those games, man. Geno was so bad, but listen, like credit to Caleb Williams, who had like the awesome end game drive. I loved Ben Johnson in the locker room post game. He's a psycho. It feels like in the best possible way. And now that the Bears head into their bye, Danny, at 500 and winners of 2 straight, I'm curious, like your macro view of this team over the balance of the rest of the year. And maybe they won't win the NFC North with how good the Packers look and how good the Lions look. Do you think a wild card berth could be in play? BetMGM and the betting markets, Danny, don't think so. The new adjusted win total for Chicago, 7.5. How do you see things playing out for the Bears the rest of the season?
Yeah, I think that it's more likely than not that they miss the playoffs, unfortunately. But, who knows? The Packers, bad loss to Cleveland, bad tie to Dallas. We'll see what happens there. Detroit, clearly the class of the division. And I didn't think the Bears were very good against the Raiders, but they won. And this is more anecdotal, but it felt like in my life there's like only a couple of outcomes. The Bears either play really well and win, they play well and somehow lose, or they play poorly and lose. There's very few like they played poorly and won games, but that was a played poorly and won game. So you'll take it, you get to 2-2, you get to the bye, and it's just, you guys know this, it's not who you play, but when you play them. And all of a sudden, it's like, okay, you got a bye week before you play Washington, and Washington's got to play a good Chargers defense, and they're a little bit banged up, and you're on prime time, but you've got extra time going into the game. Maybe that's a good spot to get Washington. You've got Baltimore. They'll probably have Lamar Jackson back, but if that 3-week injury becomes a 4-week injury, maybe not. Obviously, their defense is really banged up. You don't have to play Cincinnati with Joe Burrow. That looks a little bit easier. So, this tough stretch of the schedule just looks a little bit easier today than it did 4 weeks ago. So maybe the Bears can take a little bit of a leap in the bye week and, figure out a way to stop the run or run the ball. I would take either at this point, but overwhelmingly likely they're a 7 or an 8 win team and they miss the playoffs, and it all comes down to whether or not Caleb Williams has developed fully in this year.
I'll tell you what, man. You get the Ravens without Lamar, that's going to be a win for Chicago. And I've seen some of the social media clips of your co-host on First Things First, Nick Wright, talking about Lamar Jackson. I agree. Been saying it for years, 100%, that Lamar, not a great big game quarterback. I think they should have fired John Harbaugh a couple years ago. I didn't see it with Baltimore winning a Super Bowl this year. But I am pretty surprised at the 1-3 record. And now it feels like things could really spiral here for Baltimore. Dogs this week against the Texans. Lamar extremely unlikely to play. If he were going to play, they'd be favored in the game. They are currently +1 as a home dog to C.J. Stroud and the 1-3 Texans. They get the Rams next week at home. Will certainly be an underdog in that game without Lamar. And then the bye. The betting market says it's likely, Danny, they'll be 1-5 going into the bye week. Do you think the Baltimore Ravens are a playoff team? Win the AFC North? The betting market says yes to both those questions. What does Danny Parkin say about the Baltimore Ravens?
Yeah, if they are 1-5 and they make the playoffs, that has happened less than 4% of the time for teams that start 1-5. And you would think it would be even less, but I think it's happened 4 times total in the last 25 years. We looked up the numbers, and over 200 times the team that starts 1-5 misses it outright. Now, obviously, extra playoff team, 17 games, all of that historical data is not 100% relevant, but it still is a good jumping off point. The truth is that because of 7 playoff teams making it and how good they are offensively with Lamar, the Chiefs game notwithstanding, I don't think you could completely put the nail in the coffin on them at 1-5 because of that next chunk of the schedule. Their last third is tough, and they've got division games, and they play, Pittsburgh twice in the last 5 or 6 weeks, and Pittsburgh always plays them tough no matter how good or bad the Steelers are. So, again, obviously the odds would be against them at 1-5, but right now I actually agree that they should still be more likely than not to make the playoffs than miss, just because of the division and 7 teams making the conference. But they have removed all margin for error, and maybe it's this year's Lions team, where it's just wow, way more talent on the Ravens defense than the Lions defense, but I think you'll understand the point I'm making. The Lions last year won 15 games. They were arguably the best offense in football, but it was like they were kind of drawn dead for a real playoff run because all of their injuries had happened on one side of the ball. It feels like, this Lamar thing notwithstanding, that's what's happening to the Raiders. Or the Ravens. It's just too many defensive injuries for them to overcome.
It's so many. And like when we said it earlier in the show, the Wednesday injury report came out. That son of a bitch reads like a CVS receipt. It is long, and it's all impactful players. I will find it fascinating if they lose the next two games to see what those prices are for the Ravens to make the postseason. You bet on this Wednesday. Our guest, Danny Parkins from First Things First on FS1, on Twitter at Danny Parkins. Just a betting question for you, my man. You were awesome on the show last week detailing a phenomenon that all sports bettors encounter, which is you bet on a game, you bet on a team, you bet on a player. That player is so bad and costs you money that you no longer want to bet on that team and that player moving forward. For you, a couple weeks ago now, that's Michael Penix Jr. and the Atlanta Falcons losing 30-0 to the Carolina Panthers. The Falcons did get off the schneid, though, and win and cover last weekend against Washington. Any bet regret from you, Danny, by saying you're not going to bet on the Falcons anymore, watching Michael Penix Jr. bounce back last week against the Commies?
No, because he needed the motivation. He needed me to say that he was dead to me.
That is sick.
I told you it's gonna take. And it was very nice of you to text me. Hey, did you bet the Falcons? Are you sad that you didn't bet the Falcons? So I appreciated you checking in on me. It felt like you were talking to me a little bit.
Can I throw this out there to you? So I text you that. I go, did you bet the Falcons? Danny writes me back, I did not. And when I read that text, I read it as, why the hell are you asking me if I bet the Falcons after they won the game? And I took that as a cue just to be like, I'm going to leave Danny alone for the rest of this NFL Sunday. That was my interpretation of your text back.
You can never stay on my bad side for long, but missing out on that bet, I was like, you know what? I don't need to fully engage with this right now. He knows that I didn't bet the Falcons. He knows that he was right about this and I was wrong about it, and I don't need to be reminded. But honestly, none of it mattered because I had so many bets on Team Europe in the Ryder Cup that I was just wiping away my Michaal Penix tears with $100 bills from Team Europe. I mean, talk about wrong team favored. My God, plus 170 on Europe. Get out of here.
That and Femi, this entire show, we love Team Europe in the Ryder Cup. So happy to have Danny on our side betting against our countrymen this past weekend.
Yes, we are loyal to green. I know we're all red, white, and blue, but we are loyal to the green here on You Better You Bet. Danny, the Philadelphia Eagles are starting to quickly become the most polarizing team in the NFL. They've been outgained in all four of their games. They've won all four of the games. Are the Philadelphia Eagles as good as their record suggests they are?
I mean, clearly not. But they have this learning how to win is a skill, and they have learned how to win. But I don't think it's like a media creation. It's a totally reasonable stance to say that a team with Jalen Hurts and with A.J. Brown and with Devontae Smith and Saquon Barkley and on down the line, I think it's a totally reasonable stance to say that they shouldn't be 31st in the NFL in passing, just in front of the Tennessee Titans. Those two things I think can live within each other, can coexist totally fine. The Eagles are good. The Eagles are the champs. The Eagles will be fine. But obviously, their offense needs to be way better, and this isn't sustainable. And it's also like people are like, oh, you shouldn't. A.J. Brown is selfish. Like, yeah, that's a selfish thing to do, to send that tweet out after a win. But it's not a bad idea to get A.J. Brown involved. It's not a bad idea to throw him the football. So, no, they are not as good as their record indicates. Yes, it is a real problem, but they will be fine. They'll just have to, it's going to take some time.
My friend, I'm marinating on a take, and I want to run it by you. The 2025 Philadelphia Eagles, and it's not like total apples to apples, the 2025 Philadelphia Eagles are the 2024 Kansas City Chiefs, where they will play these games, they will not look impressive. After the game, everyone will be sending out the Jesse Pinkman Breaking Bad meme. How do they keep getting away with this? And when it's all said and done, they're going to go like 15-2 and 4, 14-3. I don't know if they're going to cover a lot of big numbers. I think they're going to win basically every game. Your thoughts on my take that this year's Eagles are last year's Kansas City Chiefs?
I mean, great minds think alike, great Knicks think alike. Yeah, Nick Wright has said something similar, and people are like, oh, it's a backhanded compliment. He's like, no, I mean it as a compliment. Learning how to win. The Chiefs, the Eagles, they're one and the same. Of course, the Eagles fans take it as disrespectful because they've beaten the Chiefs, but no, I think it's totally valid. The Chiefs have a larger body of work to really trust that is truly them. But the Eagles one is pretty significant too. So I have no problem with the take. I just would say that there were reasons for the Chiefs offense for it to not be explosive, right? Them learning how to win, eking it out, it felt like, oh, it was out of necessity. There's no real reason that the Eagles offense shouldn't be a top 5 unit in the NFL. If you want to talk about Patullo, the offensive coordinator, that's fine. But the Chiefs last year were like, oh, well, Rashee Rice was hurt. Xavier Worthy's a rookie. Travis Kelce's getting old. They played 4 different guys at left tackle. It's amazing that they're 15-2 despite all of that. The Eagles, it's like, you're 4-0, your offense is bad, but despite what? It's not injuries. It's not like A.J. Brown forgot how to play. It's not like Devontae Smith is old. Why is the Eagles offense struggling so much? I think that's the difference between last year's Chiefs and this year's Eagles. We knew why last year's Chiefs struggled. We have no idea why this year's Eagles team is struggling.
Kevin Patullo, maybe the Italian Brian Johnson. We'll see how this goes over the balance of the season. We are through 4 weeks, Danny, in the National Football League. We have about a minute for this answer. Just curious right now, if I gave you $100, I wouldn't do that. But if I did, and you had to bet $100 or more, whatever, on the Super Bowl champion, who are you taking right now and why? 60 seconds for the answer.
I'm taking the Detroit Lions. I think the Detroit Lions for the last 3 years have been as good, if not better, than any offense in football, and they just needed to be okay on the defensive side of the ball. And Aiden Hutchinson and what they did against Lamar Jackson a couple of weeks ago makes me feel like they can be average to even slightly above average over the course of the season. And we just talked about Philly. There are teams that are balanced in the NFC. Philly has a good offense and a good defense. The Rams have a good offense and a good defense. There are more flawed teams, I think, on the AFC side of it. But the team that I am most confident in, top to bottom right now, is the Detroit Lions. So I will say Lions over Bills. I had Bills over Lions at the start of the season, but right now today, based on what I've seen through 4 weeks, I'd say Lions over Bills.
Lions have a gimme this week on the road in Cincinnati, and then at the Chiefs next Sunday night. Absolutely can't wait for that. Danny, you're the best on Twitter at Danny Parkins. Check him out on First Things First, weekdays on Fox Sports 1, 5 to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Good luck with the bets, my friend. Perhaps I will text you on Sunday. Maybe not. Good luck, and we'll talk to you next week.
Text me the winners beforehand. That's the key to a good text. You got to give the winners before the game, not after the game.
You're the best. Danny Parker joining us on the show. That is true, Femi. The Falcons were putting the finishing touches on the Commanders, and I texted them. I was like, "Hey, did you bet Atlanta?"
Hope you got in on the Dirty Birds.
I mean, we did say to him on the air last week, hey, maybe this is the week you want to bet the Falcons. Possible he could have. Yeah. All right, quick break.
Atlanta a lot.
And on the other side, Brad Evans will join us, and we'll give you our bets for the Dodgers and the Reds tonight.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Next, I'm going to go to the Dodgers and the Reds because I know we've been talking about unders, but I don't know about this one. When you see this lineup of the Dodgers, man, especially in the postseason, like the Dodgers have good overall numbers when it comes to their offense. But Jenks, like, think of all the lineups in the postseason right now and the team that you would be like most afraid to face. Like, think about the Dodgers lineup. When you start off with Ohtani, generational unicorn. Then you go to, I believe it's Freddie Freeman. Maybe it's Mookie Betts. I can't remember. But then it's either Freddie Freeman or Mookie Betts. Those three players are probably going to be in the Hall of Fame. Those are the first three batters you face. So I understand people were like mad at Hunter Green last night. But like, what are you supposed to do against this lineup? And I know that Zach Littell has some good numbers, but I feel like the Dodgers, especially in the postseason, just feels like a different animal. So I feel like in this game, a Dodgers team total over 4.5, or you could even parlay over 3.5 with the Dodgers on the money line. Any way that the Reds stay in this game, I just don't see it.
No, and going into the postseason, I mean, there's a reason why the Reds were the biggest dog to go anywhere. I think they're 35-1 or 25-1 to win the World Series, whatever it was, but clearly not favored to go anywhere. And if you look at their numbers, like, they don't have a single hitter that I think hits over 300, like not even like 280. They don't have a single player that has hit more than 25 home runs. You know, they just don't generate a lot of offense, and their pitchers are pretty good, but they just can't match the talent level of the Dodgers. And sometimes it really is that simple, right? You know, you can sit here and go into the numbers and say, well, in this situation or in this situation, look at this pitcher. The Reds aren't the Dodgers. That's all there is to it. And the Dodgers, based on what we saw from Shohei, Teoscar Hernandez last night, you mentioned the first three guys in the lineup, they are just, the Reds are outclassed at every level. And what's scary is that the Dodgers are getting healthier, right? Like early on, Blake Snell was not a part of that lineup. He sat out. Now he looks all world, looks like the two-time Cy Young Award winner that he is. They have the Clayton Kershaw magic, maybe he goes out with a World Series ring, another one. I don't know, but it just, I can't make the case for the Reds at all. Honestly, especially in this pitching matchup and certainly yesterday, you could make multiple bets on the Dodgers and cash.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
All right, have some thank yous, Adola, before we wrap up the wonderful football and playoff baseball Wednesday edition of You Better You Bet with all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. Three tremendous guests joined us on the show. Brett McMurphy, the college football insider for our friends at On3. Thanks to Brett. Thanks to Odyssey Sports NFL insider, the great Brian Baldinger. And Danny Parkins, co-host of First Things First on Fox Sports 1. Danny, always great, joining us on You Better You Bet. For our listeners and viewers, don't forget to download and subscribe to You Better You Bet in podcast form. How about Femi's Hour, when he gave out a bet for NFL Defensive Player of the Year as the Red Sox have tied the game? So we're now tied at 2. And everyone chirping me on Twitter. Well, how do you feel now after the Ben Rice homer? How do you feel now, pigs?
You going to tweet them after the show?
Yeah, almost certainly.
Just screenshot the scoreboard and send that as the tweet.
But I don't want to do this because it's like I'm like taking pleasure in my own team losing. Like I'm not like happy that it's happening.
You bet against them.
Because I want to win. I think they're going to lose. But, like, it doesn't, like, bring me pleasure. Like, I'd like for them to win. I just don't think they're going to. Anyway,
hopefully it brings you money.
Femi gave out a bet for Defensive Player of the Year. Lots of Wagertainment on today's show. Search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. And also like and subscribe to our YouTube page, youtube.com/@ the BetMGM Network, and twitch.tv/the BetMGM Network. We also want people to swing big on your next bet, and just so everyone knows for the power rankings conversation. So Tyler, who wrote these reads? You or Bill?
Our friends at BetMGM.
Who's supposed to edit them?
Oh, I mean, I edited them. Yeah, I made some
you?
changes. Yeah, I made some changes to it.
So when you copy and pasted the BetMGM read, it says today's read, : So if I were Ron Burgundy, I would have said today's read, swing big on your next bet. Would you say you edited it or no?
That was for our Slack chat. By accident, I copy and pasted the whole message instead of just the read.
Oh, it's an
by accident.
It's an accident. Everybody, it's okay, everybody. The on-air quality of the show can get compromised. No problem.
See how fast he got that ball out of his hands, though? He said, BetMGM.
I would also, Femi, what is the YouTube URL for the BetMGM Network?
It is youtube.com/at the BetMGM Network.
What does it say in the chat in the read for YouTube? What does it say the URL is?
It says youtube.com/at BetMGM Network.
There's a word missing.
Yeah.
Yes, the word is the. It's missing.
The BetMGM Network. Yes.
Tyler,
That's
is this
Twitch
your
one.
fault or
Is
this your fault or Bill's fault? Just
No,
like we're assigning blame.
It's my fault. Oh, you can assign it to me.
Okay then.
Just another day.
Another day in Wagertainment paradise.
He's down 28-3 now.
I'll do Ron Burgundy here. Today's read. Swing big on your next bet with an MLB postseason odds boost token. Use your token to net a bigger payout on a winning bet. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app, and please gamble responsibly. Go F yourself, San Diego. Bill Zimmerman is our executive producer. Our technical director is the aforementioned Tyler Morales. Our engineer, Jake Hassan. Our video producer, downtown Mike Brown. Coming up after us, a 4-hour live betting extravaganza known to you and yours is BetMGM Tonight, featuring our friend Ryan Horvat and our guest at this time, the great Brad Evans. Brad, happy hump day. Hola, amigo.
Hola, amigos. Happy hump day to you and yours as well.
That was a bad job by me. I should have left it for you. I'm being serious. I should have left that for you. Brad, are you ready? And Femi, are you ready? Can we please play a quick game of Predict the Prop?
Hell yeah, let's go.
All right, so Femi, pop on. So Femi, first to you here. I always go first. So you give Brad the position. Brad will pick a player, and we will have to guess the yardage prop for that player.
I did a running back last week, so give me a wide receiver this week, Brad.
Oh, all right. We're going to go with Stephon Diggs, receiving yards in a revenge game scenario, taking on his former employer there, the Buffalo Bills.
Going back to Western New York, total sitting at 48.5, 49.5. I will say Diggs, it starts with I think it's either low 6 or high 5. I'll say 61.5 for Diggs.
Way too
all
high.
All right, Costos?
Is it way too high?
For Diggs, I mean, so I'll say this. I love Stephon Diggs over in this game. He played, so he basically a full-time player last week for the first time this season for the Patriots. I'm going to like his over. It can't, his number, it's been in like the high 30s. I'll say it's it's like 46.5 for Stephon Diggs. That might even be high.
All right, Femi, you're way off. Costos, ding, 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 ding. Almost exactly right. The number is 48.5. What's your lean, gentlemen?
Over.
I mean, it'd be an over for me.
Because
I think the last time I looked at a Diggs prop, it was like in the 90s in his prime in Buffalo. Like, that's the last time I looked at a Diggs prop.
It's just like the Patriots passing game. But like, I actually think I'm being serious right now. This is right now, it's one of my favorite props of the week that I've been thinking about already. Because last week, and like take the fourth quarter out when they're up by $1 million, he played like every snap of the game last week. And that has not been the case this season for Stephon Diggs. So I am going to like this Diggs over this Sunday night against the Buffalo Bills. Brad, I will give a wide receiver for me as well.
All right, we're going to keep it old school. Keenan Allen receiving yards Sunday night, taking on the Washington Commanders.
Okay, so Keenan Allen. So Quentin Johnston has actually been their leading receiver, and Ladd McConkey's been third. But Keenan Allen's probably going to have
the league. Quentin Johnston.
Yeah, he's been amazing. I will say Keenan Allen is in the. There's no way it's 70s. Honestly, like it might not even be. It's high 50s, low 60s. I'll say high 50s. I'll say 57.5 for Keenan Allen.
All right, Femi, your guess.
I'll go lower. I'll say 51.5 for Keenan Allen.
You both are within the range. Split the difference, 54.5 on Keenan Allen.
All right.
Nick, over under.
What's what's Ladd's number?
Ladd is in the similar vicinity. I don't have it on top of my head. I think I saw it at like 57.5.
See, like I'm fascinating. I am fascinating, but I'm fascinated to know like when is the Ladd breakout, because it's coming. Maybe it'll be this Sunday against the Washington Commanders. So I think that we need to think a little bit more about that. Brad, before you give us a bet for tonight with the Dodgers-Reds, because I know there's none of those going on, what should fantasy owners do about the Arizona Cardinals backfield with Trey Benson being placed on IR? Please give this to us in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's very simple. Go get Michael Carter. Get Carter on your squad. We actually got a player prop. They just posted right now on BetMGM. It's 55.5 on Carter. Nothing on Amari DiMercado. DiMercado, I think, is going to be the change of pace, third down, up-tempo kind of back of the 2-minute drill. You got to remember last season in Week 17 with no James Conner, it was a heavy load, and Benson was out for that game to one, Michael Carter. He had 17 carries in that one, 3 or 4 receptions as well. I think it's going to be a voluminous workload, at least 60 to 65% of the opportunity share. He is my lean and a guy you got to grab for fantasy football purposes, not Amari DiMercado.
Brad, what is the best bet for tonight in the world of sports?
Guys, I cannot fade the Dodgers. Never again. I think they're going to break out the brooms. Yoshi Yamamoto to get the W tonight, plus 112. He has been locked down. A guy that's got a 3.04 ERA at home this season at Dodger Stadium, 0.79 ERA in his last 5 starts. Cincinnati, just middle of the pack at WRC plus entering the postseason. I think they get waxed again. So Yoshi Yamamoto already had a brilliant start against the Reds earlier this season, which he got the dub. He gets another one. Plus money. Take my money, BetMGM. Take it.
And then give it back to Brad after the game. Brad, have a great show tonight. We appreciate you. We'll talk to you tomorrow on a Tequila Thursday.
Max Muncy over 1.5 total bases at plus 120. I'm out.
Brad Evans joining us on the show. BetMGM tonight, following us here on the BetMGM network. Femi, 2 things for you before we, and Jake, you could drop the dope SB, please. Before we get into the bets for Dodgers Reds, 1, tell us what's happening in the Yankees Red Sox game, and 2, tell us about the betting movement, please. Thursday Night Football at the Rams and the Niners.
Yeah, we got some action right now. The Aaron Judge with a base hit. So we have Brian Bale that just exited the game there as the dogs are barking, literally and figuratively. Right now it's 2-2 in the bottom of the third. 2 on for the Yankees, though. Brian Bale, the big story, leaving the game as they are pulling him. And then we're going to go to the bullpen for the Boston Red Sox. And as it pertains for tomorrow night, the Rams are getting bet. A sharp sportsbook here in Las Vegas is out to 8.5, total 45.5. There's another sportsbook that's at 8, but all the 7.5s are starting to get bet now as we're about 24 hours out from that game. More money coming in on the LA Rams, now up to 8.5 in the betting market.
Yeah, and BetMGM still we're at 7.5 juice towards the Niners. So for people interested in the Rams, there's still a little meat on the bone with LA, with an 8.5 at other sports books, 7.5 right now at BetMGM. All right, Femi, Dodgers and Reds tonight. Dodgers up 1-0 in the series following the 10-5 win last night in Game 1. Yoshinobu Yamamoto against Zach Littell, one of the Backstreet Boys. Dodgers out to minus 300. Reds plus 240, total 8. How are you betting this game?
My one bet will be on Mookie Betts to hit a home run. I don't want to lay minus 300. I don't believe in the Reds anymore. Their lineup can't really do anything. Plus 425 over at BetMGM. I think Mookie Betts gets in on the action. Ohtani had 2 homers last night. Hernandez had 2 homers last night. I think Mookie Betts meets the moment, reads the room, and leaves the yard.
I bet the Dodgers to sweep. So I'm in on the Dodgers. I'm in on the Dodgers just to win tonight.
Got to do the hand thing too.
I don't want to. So I'm feeling good about that. What do you think's going to happen in the Yankees Red Sox game? So it's this men on first and second, 1 out. Bayo just got pulled. Red Sox already in the bullpen. Who do you think's going to win the game?
The Red Sox get it done. I think the Red Sox still hang on to win this game. Give me Boston.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
We're good. Although there's Justin Wilson. Tough spot for this guy, though. It is not easy. But I think they get it done.
Cody Bellinger up right now with the chance to put the Yankees back out in front. And Willow is announcing herself to the world here today.
I mean, enough of her, honestly. Like she woke up 10 minutes.
Oh, Femi, go ahead. Talk through it.
She woke up like 10 minutes ago. We've been giving her these like CBD treats to kind of keep her mellow during the show.
You're getting
apparently
the dog
it wears
high?
It's
drugging
safe
the
for
dog?
dogs. It's safe. Hey, man, I got to mellow her out. All
Oh,
right?
my God. This is like, is PETA listening? This is animal abuse? You're giving the dog an edible to knock it out on the air? I mean, I appreciate it because it's screwing up the show, but, man, that's just animal abuse, man.
I'm trying to Wagertain, all right? And then we got it from the pet store, so it's all good. It's doggy edibles. That's what they're able to take.
Yes, amazing. All right, we'll see you tomorrow on a Thursday. Until then, I'm Nick Costos wishing you minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck. Hopefully Willow makes it to tomorrow.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Next, I'm going to go to the Dodgers and the Reds because I know we've been talking about unders, but I don't know about this one. When you see this lineup of the Dodgers, man, especially in the postseason, like the Dodgers have good overall numbers when it comes to their offense. But Jenks, like, think of all the lineups in the postseason right now and the team that you would be like most afraid to face. Like, think about the Dodgers lineup. When you start off with Ohtani, generational unicorn. Then you go to, I believe it's Freddie Freeman. Maybe it's Mookie Betts. I can't remember. But then it's either Freddie Freeman or Mookie Betts. Those three players are probably going to be in the Hall of Fame. Those are the first three batters you face. So I understand people were like mad at Hunter Green last night. But like, what are you supposed to do against this lineup? And I know that Zach Littell has some good numbers, but I feel like the Dodgers, especially in the postseason, just feels like a different animal. So I feel like in this game, a Dodgers team total over 4.5, or you could even parlay over 3.5 with the Dodgers on the money line. Any way that the Reds stay in this game, I just don't see it.
No, and going into the postseason, I mean, there's a reason why the Reds were the biggest dog to go anywhere. I think they're 35-1 or 25-1 to win the World Series, whatever it was, but clearly not favored to go anywhere. And if you look at their numbers, like they don't have a single hitter that I think hits over 300, like not even like 280. They don't have a single player that has hit more than 25 home runs. You know, they just don't generate a lot of offense, and their pitchers are pretty good, but they just can't match the talent level of the Dodgers. And sometimes it really is that simple, right? You know, you can sit here and go into the numbers and say, well, in this situation or in this situation, look at this pitcher. The Reds aren't the Dodgers. That's all there is to it. And the Dodgers, based on what we saw from Shohei, Teoscar Hernandez last night, you mentioned the first three guys in the lineup, they are just, the Reds are outclassed at every level. And what's scary is that the Dodgers are getting healthier, right? Like early on, Blake Snell was not a part of that lineup. He sat out. Now he looks all world, looks like the two-time Cy Young Award winner that he is. They have the the Clayton Kershaw magic, maybe he goes out with a World Series ring, another one. I don't know, but I can't make the case for the Reds at all. Honestly, especially in this pitching matchup and certainly yesterday, you could make multiple bets on the Dodgers in cash.
It's time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise, another bombastic edition of BetMGM tonight. I'm Brad the Big Noise Evans, joined by my guy, my dude, my main flame, the one, the only, Ryan Horvat. And on this Hump Day edition, we got a program for you tonight. Of course, we're going to view our top 3 bets on our cards here momentarily. I may be working in some action out there on the left coast in game numero dos. And will the brooms be broken out at Chavez Ravine as the Cincinnati Reds got clobbered last night, losing 10-5, and it was over almost immediately in that game because Shohei Ohtani not only went yard once, but he hit another home run, so it happened twice. So will he swing another hot stick tonight with Yoshi Yamamoto on the mound, giving him some support? You have to stick around and find out what some of our best bets are in game number 2 in that wild card series out there in the National League West. The other action we have on the agenda tonight, we're doing another edition of Crew to Cash, each picking a leg of a parlay in that game 2 between the Reds and the LA Dodgers. We're going to say hello to a little friend. We're going to roll the shoulders, get seduced by the juice, and working some bonus time bets as well. From there, college football fade or follow week 6 on the immediate horizon. We got another 4-pack of games. Going to be breaking things down. Numbers Nerd's going to come out to play, and Ryan's going to give you his full breakdowns game by game where he stands on the side. And one of the major contests this weekend, Miami and Florida State, yeah, he's got to have a pick in that said game. From there, Chris Mathis is going to be joining us, covers the Tampa Bay Buccaneers there in Western Florida. Major news out of Tampa Bay camp today as Bucky Irving was seen on crutches with his foot in a boot, looking like he is going to be likely out with a foot sprain, designated as week to week, but for how long? And what is the distribution touches going to be this week up there in the Great Northwest, taking on the Seattle Seahawks? We'll get the straight scoop from Chris Mathis, followed by Joe DeLeon with his weekly Hump Day hit, breaking down everything in the world of college football ahead of the Week 6 slate. Then Hump Day Hail Marys, all plus money plays all the time. Another rousing edition of Predict the Prop, and also our Crew Fantasy Draft. We call it Feel the Draft. Hey, I didn't finish in last place. So I'm moving in the right direction. We'll give you the pecking order tonight, all of our picks, and our pick-by-pick breakdown coming up there in Seg 8. So lots to discuss this evening. And we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average viewers and listeners of this fine broadcast. If you have any fantasy football questions for us, if you want to talk sports betting, whether in the NFL, in college football, Major League Baseball, or elsewhere, you absolutely can. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this. In a bye-heavy week, again, we got 4 teams on a 1-week siesta. What under-the-radar fantasy football wide receivers carries managers most? Again, what under-the-radar fantasy wide receiver carries managers most? Your options are Hollywood Brown at Jacksonville, Josh Downs of the Colts taking on Vegas, Malik Washington of the Miami Dolphins in Carolina, or Wan'Dale Robinson of the G-Men on the road against the New Orleans Saints. So far, nearly 170 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Let me bring in my esteemed and distinguished colleague, the one, the only Ryan Horvat. Horvy, here are your choose your own adventure topics on this very busy Wednesday. Option number 1, Joe Flacco is not elite. He's officially benched. Dylan Gabriel added his name to a long list of Cleveland starting quarterbacks and is getting the nod in jelly out England against the Minnesota Vikings. Option number 2, call Montana, call Rice, call anyone with a pulse. Brock Purdy, Ricky Pearsall, Juwan Jennings ruled out for the Niners against the Rams on a #Tequila Thursday matchup. By the way, the Rams now minus 7.5-point favorites in that one. Option number 3, Bucky Irving. Foot, again, was in a boot. He was on crutches, according to Greg Allman, who was boots and eyes on the ground. Adam Schefter reporting he's dealing with a foot sprain and is a 2-week injury setback for the coveted fantasy football running back. And option number 4, Trey Benson, out with a knee injury. He underwent microscopic surgery on his meniscus. Got to miss the next 4 to 6 weeks. Placed on injured reserve. So who do you go with? Amari DiMercato or Michael Carter? So out of Dylan Gabriel getting the nod, the injury, the rash of injuries for the Niners, Bucky Irving setback, and who the next man up is. Is it going to be Rashad White? Or is it going to be Sean Tucker? Maybe both. Or going down to the desert, Trey Benson done for the next 4 to 6 weeks. Is it DiMercato or Michael Carter? Horvat, lots to discuss. Choose your own adventure.
A ton to discuss, man. I'll have more on the Browns later. I just think that it's funny that Dylan Gabriel is going to be making his first start as a rookie against a Brian Flores defense, and there's been absolutely no line movement. Poor Joe, man. The Niners, they're in trouble. They can't stay healthy. Yet I still like them this year to win double-digit games with that schedule. And then the running backs, man. I tried to make a deal for Benson, and it didn't end up working out. So I was looking at it like this. If I was going to try to pick up any of these guys, here would be my list. And tell me if yours is different. It would go Rashad White, number 1. It would go Michael Carter, number 2. It would go DiMercato, number 3. And it would go Sean Tucker, number 4.
I think the only deviation that I would separate from, and it really depends upon scoring format. If you're looking at full point PPR, yes, your list is exactly right. But if it's more of a half point PPR or standard league, I would put Tucker ahead of DiMercato.
Yeah, I did. I was attempting to pick up Tucker, man, because like we talked about last night, I think White's going to get the majority of the pass work, in the pass game. But I think he'll get the short yardage stuff and maybe some goal line opportunities. So I'm hoping, maybe there's some touchdown opportunities there. So, yeah, I mean, just a crazy, crazy start to the season. I mean, we already have this all these injuries with the quarterbacks and now the running backs getting hit. The Bucky Irving one really hurts the most, though.
Yeah, it really does. And we have really an unknown timetable. It's week to week. That could be 1 week. It could be 5 weeks. You have no stinking idea of exactly how he's going to heal up dealing with that foot sprain. He was getting all kinds of additional medical opinions, which the fear was maybe it was a Jones fracture, right, that Jaden Reed eventually succumbed to. And of course, Jaden Reed went over the knife not once but twice in the same procedure, and that's why he's really on the sidelines. But there was a lot of downside there with the news that was kind of slowly trickling out for Bucky Irving. On a semi-related note, you mentioned the Arizona running backs. Let's do an early edition to predict the prop because you probably haven't seen this line. Horvat rush yards for Michael Carter this week, taking on the Tennessee Titans. Predict the prop.
35.5.
Much higher, 55.5. And I think that tells you everything you need to know of who you need to grab in that backfield.
Yep. That's very telling right there. I actually kind of like it still. It's a little bit higher than I thought. But yeah, that would be my play right there, would be Carter. And I think that's very telling. Are the rush attempts up? I mean, I guess that if it's in the 50s, probably around 12.5. Yeah. So they're thinking probably close to 13 touches, though. So that's definitely who I'd be looking at. That's a good point right there. Let's see if I can work a little magic.
One thing I want to remind you before we dive into our cards, remember last season in Week 17, there was no Benson, there was no James Conner. And who carried the mail for Arizona in that game? It was Michael Carter. He had 17 carries in that one and like 3-4 receptions as well. DeMarcado, you'll see him on occasion in like the hurry-up offense. That's where he's most effective. Maybe the occasional passing down. But Michael Carter is a legitimate 3-down back. We've seen it before at previous stops, so I think he's going to be heavily utilized. If he is still sipping pina coladas right now in your fantasy free agent pool, cast a line immediately. He's got some flexy, sexy appeal in 12-team and deeper formats. All right, let's get after it with our cards tonight. These are our top 3 plays of the evening. Could be tied to the baseball action night or looking ahead on the gridiron. So, Harvey, what do you got up at numero uno, mi amigo?
All right, let's do it. It's so bad for me, man, that right now I have Ty Johnson in my starting lineup, so I'm making an offer for Carter now as we speak. All right, let's go. So I only got one baseball tonight. I knew it was the wrong side, and I like the Padres today, but I bet the Cubs, so I'm a little sad. So first one that I have on my card, I'm actually off on Thursday, Friday, so I want to throw out a couple NFL. Brandon and I got into we did our ATS challenge last night in the final hour of the show, and we went head-to-head on this one, and I talked myself into betting the Bengals again this week, man. I think there's only one way to go up. Yeah, there's only one way to go up for Jake Brown.
What's that?
Yeah, they're catching 10.5 against the Lions. It's a big number. They're at home. They completely quit in that game. Right, I think there's going to be a lot of eyeballs because they did quit in that game. Not only on Zach Taylor, but Jamar Chase, all the healthy options, T. Higgins. I don't think they win this game, but I do think they cover the 10.5. So we're rolling with the Bengals against the Lions. And Brandon hated the pick so much that after every single touchdown, I told him I was going to send him a text message on Sunday. Then he got a little too cocky with this pick. So now every first down, he's getting a text message from me on Sunday. When the Bengals keep this game close, it's going to be hell for Brando on Monday, but that's the first pick. Bengals plus 10.5.
You're killing me.
Yeah, I'm hearing Austin Powers in my head. I like to live dangerously.
Exactly.
You're betting the Bengals again. I absolutely love it. You're a prime sicko, my man. All right, numero uno on my card tonight, Yoshi Yamamoto, to get the dub and break out the brooms. Dodgers going to wrap this sucker up, I think, really in sweat-free ease. It's plus 112 for him to secure the victory tonight in game numero dos of that series. You look at what he's done to Chavez Ravine this season, 3.04 ERA, though outstanding his last 5 starts, 0.79 ERA. ERA, got 44 strikeouts over that 34-inning span, already beat Cincinnati earlier this season, and the Reds do not pack the firepower offensively compared to the Dodgers. So Shohei and company going to show out. They're going to support Yoshi Yamamoto. I think he goes 6 strong and gets the dub at plus 112. Numero dos on your card. Please share.
I also like the Patriots at home. I like them a lot better at 8.5 down to 7.5. Anything over a touchdown, though, I think they're going to keep this game close against Buffalo. Buffalo does have some injuries on the defensive side of the ball that I think that they're going to be able to take advantage of. I didn't bet the Patriots over 8.5 wins. I did take the under, but they kind of remind me of the Lions year one under Dan Campbell. I think they're going to be in every game. I think they're going to be really competitive. Maybe they're a playoff team. I just couldn't get there with the price. But Drake May has looked pretty good, man. So I think that they're going to show up in this game and keep it competitive, especially, Mike Vrabel being there. So right now, best price I'm seeing is actually you could get +8 at BetMGM -105. So Patriots +8 on Sunday.
All right, numero dos on my card. Let's make some money with Max Muncy. I'll take the over 1.5 total bases at plus 120. He was over 4 last night in game 1. Did score a run, but he's got a 968 OPS at home. Zach Lytle, who's facing tonight, 2 for 5 with a pair of bombs against Lytle as well. A 4.91 ERA in his last 5 starts and nearly a 4 ERA on the road this season. So Max Muncy, again, make me some moolah with 2 or more total bags at plus 120. Numero tres on your card. Horvey, quickly, bring it home.
Yeah, I'll be really quick because I talked about this last night, but people were asking me, do I still like the Browns now that Dylan Gabriel's making his first start against this Brian Flores defense? And I'm a little nervous, but this is a fade right now of the Minnesota Vikings offensive line against that defense, that pass rush, and Myles Garrett. So right now, you could actually get 4.5. So like it even more. Browns plus 4.5. -115 against the Vikings. Dylan Gabriel.
All right, numero tres on my card. Same game parlay in that Dodgers-Reds matchup. Shohei Ohtani, 1+ HRR to hit a run or an RBI, and Yoshi Yamamoto under 1.5 earned runs. That works out to a cool plus 104. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, bets, and more bets, including our crew to cash parlay. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Let's start with that Cincinnati and Iowa State game. As we look at some of the top 25 matchups that we have, it feels like Cincinnati would be the play, right? I mean, unranked team favored against a ranked team. The problem is in college football, every year, there is a team like Iowa State who is like fraudulent. They're a ranked team, they're undefeated, but everybody wants to bet against them, and all they continue to do is win and cover spreads. And Arizona was taking a lot of money last week on Iowa State. People were betting Kansas State week 1 in Dublin. They were betting Iowa against Iowa State. All these type of games, and all Iowa State keeps doing is winning. So normally I'd be on the side of Cincinnati. Iowa State's the kind of team that scares me. And something I've noticed about college football, these noon Eastern time games, feels like every week we have one game that's like a trendy pick. Last week it was Arkansas. Everybody was on Arkansas against Notre Dame. That didn't work out. I kind of think this is going to be the trendy game, and people are going to be on Cincinnati. Just makes me a little nervous. So I'm going to pass on the game, but I am interested to see if Iowa State keeps winning these kind of games. Illinois is a 9.5-point favorite on the road at Purdue, and I like Purdue in the game. Maybe wait to see if you can get a 10 with Purdue after Illinois is coming off that big win against USC. I just don't think this Illinois team is very good. You know, USC, they continue to struggle. We talked about it all last week, how they struggle outside the state of California and how they struggle against these Big Ten teams when they go to the Midwest or the Eastern time zone. Purdue's much improved. Barry Odom's a very good coach. Their offense is decent. I think they can hang around and keep this game close. So I look at Purdue plus the points. Texas and Florida is going to be a very interesting game. The under is getting hammered. This was at like 45.5. Now it's all the way down to 41.5. If we start to see some 40s pop up or even like a 39.5, I would maybe start to consider an over. Now, I understand why everybody is betting the under because Texas and Sark in these big games have just been terrible. They have not been able to score any points in these big games. Florida's got a very good defense, but psychologically, where is Florida out of this bye week? They lose to Miami. They lose to LSU. Lagway's banged up. He's not playing well. Are they just ready to quit on Napier, or do they still feel like they can save their season a little bit? I think at +7, I would look at Florida because I'm going to trust that they're playing Texas. They're at home. And Sark and the Longhorns, again, have just not been scoring a lot of points in these marquee games. So I would look at Florida plus the points. And, again, if this total keeps going down, I would consider an over as well. Bama and Vandy, you guys know how I feel about this game. I like Vandy plus the points. Feels like a lot of people are laying the number with Alabama this week. I understand it. From a mentality standpoint, from a bounce-back revenge standpoint, it makes sense. But Bama's run defense, I don't think people are talking about enough. It's still not very good, and not having a good run defense against Vandy is problematic. So I still like Vandy plus the points. Virginia and Louisville, again, number 24 Virginia on the road taking on Louisville, and the Cardinals are a 7-point favorite. That right there is what we call a market indicator. So Virginia's having a great season. Tony Elliott's done a great job. His team can score a lot of points. But Jeff Brom in Louisville, he's a very good coach. They're coming off a bye week. I like Louisville minus the 7. Notre Dame's laying 3 touchdowns this week at home against Boise. It's 20.5. I'm going to see if we can get a 21. But right now I am leaning Boise plus the points. When you have a team like Notre Dame that's all offense and no defense, it always makes me a little nervous laying 3 touchdowns. And Notre Dame's going to score 40 in this game. They probably are. But who's not to say they might not give up 28 or 30 points themselves. And when you're that great on offense and your defense is that bad, it puts a lot of pressure on your offense to deliver every drive and put up points. If maybe Carr has a deflected pass that gets intercepted or there's a fumble or a miscue, whatever it may be, that obviously helps us having the points with Boise State. They're going into Notre Dame. They get to play the Irish in South Bend. So it would only be Boise for me. When you have a defense that bad, I don't love laying that many points with a team like Notre Dame.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Proud of the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath along for the ride on this whole day edition. We're going to give you more bets. Our crew to cash, parlay action tonight. Thankfully, Brandon Combs, our outstanding executive producer, is coming to his senses. Last night, he got ultra greedy. He's like, oh, yeah, I'll work in 2 legs. So you want 1? No, I'll double that. Took the Reds on the money line. Of course, they got crushed. Also took Miguel Andujar, which I actually love that pick, on over a half a hit. He scored a run, but didn't get a hit. So he not only lost once, but twice. And I think we hit every other leg in the parlay. So hopefully he'll learn his lesson. We're going to get his action here in a minute. We'll get you the odds on that 4-legger. Everybody's going to chime in with their reasoning. From there, we're going to say hello to our little friend and the Sledgehammer Special. We're going to roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice. And also working some bonus time bets as well. By the way, if you want to talk to us, it's been a bloodbath of a day in the world of fantasy football. Ryan Horvath is trying to figure out his roster right now in a deep dynasty league. I'm doing the same. My team's already on the ropes. I'm just like, just end this season already. It's only week stinking 5. And we're already up to our eyeballs and you know what right now. So you may be in the same predicament. A lot of people dealing with the injury imp, just a menacing imp to say the least. So a lot of lineup decisions that you got to make. If you have any perplexing issues, have any questions, inquiries, by all means, pick up the phone And Dallas Fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. We're happy to help. You could also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. And we have a barn burner going down right now between a pair of classic rivals, Red Sox and Yankees. Of course, Boston took game one. Much to the chagrin of a lot of the celebrities. I'm looking at you, Spike Lee, that were in the stands. A lot of people just dumbfounded at Yankee Stadium. I was kind of here for it, to be honest. The poor, spoiled, rotten brats that they are. Though the Red Sox fans, they don't really have a good fit to stand on either. They're quite annoying in their own right. But Boston up 1-0. And the series tied up at 2-2, and I'm here for it. We usually have Allen Robinson on the show, the former NFL wide receiver, but he's at this game right now. So we're like, go, Allen. Enjoy Major League Baseball in October, especially given the storied and hated rivalry between these two franchises. You couldn't miss it. So hopefully he's enjoying the game, a fine beverage, and maybe like 3 or 4 hot dogs as well. And Alan, though, you might want to stay in shape because everybody is falling by the wayside right now in the NFL due to injury, including a number of wide receivers. Hey, swing big on your next bet with an MLB postseason odds boost token. Use your token to net a bigger payout on a winning bet. So opt in right now on that MLB postseason odds boost token only at BetMGM. And let's go ahead and build a parlay right now. And another edition of Crew to Cash. Again, Parlay Pete's going to be taking the next few days off. So we can get everybody in the mix here to offer up their leg of the parlay, and hopefully we're going to build this sucker out and actually score a winner. Again, the juice was quite seducing last night at plus 1,700, but we built something far more realistic in game numero dos there in the City of Angels between the Dodgers and Reds. I will bat leadoff, and again, I'm going to go with Max Muncy. I have the over 1.5 total bases at plus 120, so I'll just take him to get a hit. Again, he was 0 for 4 last night, but he's been raking it home on the season with a 968 OPS. Zach Lytle, he is absolutely lit up as well. 2 for 5 lifetime with a pair of home runs. Lytle with a 4.91 ERA in his last 5. So Max Muncy split a gap, and my front end of the parlay cashes in. Harvey, who is your pick to click tonight?
Gonna go with Monty's pick from last night, Freddie Freeman. Hit 295 this season, has a 367 OBP, a 502 slugging percentage. And I'm gonna talk about him in a little bit. So we're gonna go with Freddie Freeman just to get a hit.
All right, Freddie Freeman to get a hit. Brando, again, you're being a greedy, you know what, SOB. Why are you playing 2 legs again after last night? Explain yourself.
It's actually 3 legs, not 2 legs. It's actually 3 legs. But this time, I made up for it because you guys gave me so much grief about the Reds, and I agree with you. It was a bad pick. I went with my gut. I shouldn't have. So tonight, I think the Dodgers run away with it again. Give me Dodgers money line, the Dodgers first 5, and Dodgers first 7 in the same game parlay. Ladder that bad boy. Let's go.
Bet on the Reds, America. That's my advice to you because Brando is cursing the LA Dodgers. I think he's going to go the 40% of the series in 3 games.
It's the only game I've gotten wrong in 2 days.
This is crazy. All I need is 1 leg, and of course he gives me 3 legs. Come on, Brando. Monty, bring us back and be the voice of reason. You're batting cleanup. What do you got?
Shohei Ohtani over 1.5 total bases, easy and simple, nothing too crazy. He's got an elite rating on my site, batters-box.com tonight. When he has an elite rating this high, over 0.6, he gets over 1.5 total bases 65% of the time. So really love the matchup tonight.
I'm rolling with that.
So
Monty
reasonable, sensible, and a proper way to parlay. Thank you, Monty. For putting your best foot forward and using your awesome data from your amazing website there at batters-box.com. All right, so here's a Crew to Cash parlay tonight. Max Muncy to get a hit is my pick. Harvey going with Freddie Freeman also to get a hit. And then Brandon, who is insane in the membrane, insane in the brain. 3 legs, same gamer. I go with the Dodgers money line. Dodgers first to 5. Dodgers first to 7. Dodgers this. Dodgers that. Dodgers. Reds win 20-0. And then Monty, batting cleanup, going with Shohei Ohtani over 1.5 total bases. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I can't count any higher than that in Spanish. Plus 400 at BetMGM. I swear to God, Brando, if your 3 legs do not hit, I'm putting a moratorium on and a cap on number of legs you can submit for Crew to Cash moving forward. Period. End of story. My show, I'm making the call on that.
Man. Yeah, hold on.
That's right.
I gotta weigh in.
That's right.
Here's the thing about the first 5 bet. If we get a pitcher's duel, man, and this is a scoreless game, we're going to lose the bet because we need the Dodgers to have the lead. Even if it's 1-1. Even if the Dodgers win this game 8-1, but it's 1-1 going into the 6th, we lose the parlay. So way too greedy. Way too greedy. Like my third
telling you, man. Yeah, I mean, we're playing chess. He's playing checkers. I don't really understand why he had to get ultra greedy. They were the 3 legs. All right, let's go ahead and move on. Again, that's 4-1 odds. Fade or follow, that is up to you. It's time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend Ryan Horvath. What is a phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer, Brando. Woo! 1 leg. That's all we need. 3rd leg, Greg. That's what they call me. All right, we're going to go with a college football bet. That, you know what? I wasn't going to bet this game. I was going to stay away because I was like, I can make the case for Florida, desperate team. Arch Manning has been very underwhelming. It's Sark, against a real opponent. But I bet Texas at 6.5, minus 115. Right now you could get Texas 7, even money. I really like Texas in that game. You have Texas and Sark coming off a bye. So I do think that he's going to have something up his sleeve here. And I really like Texas's defense. And DJ Lagway talked about it last night. 5 touchdown passes, the 6 interceptions. He should have even more picks. He's got a ton of turnover-worthy plays. The offensive line has been a mess for Florida. I think Texas has the better team. I don't care about Arch Manning. I think they have the better team. So I'm going to roll with the Longhorns here. Off the bye is 7-point favorites. My favorite bet, I think, in college football this weekend.
All right, hook 'em. I like that one quite a bit. I'm going to go to Thursday night football. So, daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it. Brando, let's go! Kyron Williams. I featured this bet, I think, a couple of days ago. I'm going to double down on it right now. Give me the over on 16.5 rush attempts. The juice has come down. It's much more palatable, minus 115. And I asked the question, why? This number should be higher and the juice should be substantially higher, but I'll take advantage and take BetMGM's money. Look at Kyron Williams seeing 80.5% of the opportunity share. That's top 6 in the NFL through 4 weeks. He's averaging over this number 17 rush attempts per game. He's gone over this number in 3 of his last 4, and he's coming off his lightest workload of the season last week, only had 13 carries, so he's going to be fresh even on short rest. He's averaging 3 career games, 22.3 rush attempts per game against the Niners, who were number 16 this season rush EPA defense, giving up 22 flat rush attempts per game to opposing plowshares. Alvin Kamara did this. Travis Etienne did this. They are not the Stallions. They are not the Clydesdale that Kyron Williams is. Over and over again, 16.5 rush attempts at a minus 115 juice. All right, it's time to roll the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. Yeah, bartender, thank you for the handsome and healthy pour. As always, just leave the bottle here. We'll finish it off, and we'll, of course, tip you right. All I demand is plus money. So, Harvey, whether you're looking at the pigskin action, maybe some action on the diamond or elsewhere, what do you got for me that I can slug back and hopefully catch a buzz on?
All right, I needed a late night bet. Right now, I'm sweating out the over on the Yankees team total. That's it. But tonight, I didn't want to do anything with the side because I do like the Dodgers, but I didn't want to bet the run line at the 2.5. So I'm going to go Freddie Freeman, who I just gave out in the hit parlay. Over 1.5 total bags, plus 118. Talked about what he's done this season, but his career in the postseason, 281 batting average, 66 hits, 14 homers, 36 RBI, and 32 runs scored in 63 games in the postseason in his career. 1 for 2 in the matchup tonight. I like Freddie Freeman over 1.5 total bases, especially at plus money.
Yeah, I can never go wrong with that sweet swing of his. That left-hander really gets a job done. Usually, finds a lot of gaps. Could be one crack of the bat there. Give me Quinshon Judkins and Joe England anytime touchdown at plus 160, taking on the Minnesota Vikings. Absolutely cannot believe the juices is high on this. Why? Well, the Vikes are number 26 in rush EPA defense center of the week, giving up 4.38 yards per carry, 108.5 rush yards per game. They've already given up 3 total touchdowns as well, the running back position. Quinshon Judkins has been a workhorse here of late. Snap share has been going up step by step every single week. He's already scored twice. He's got 4 red zone touches on the season, and he is number 4 in yards after contact per attempt at 4.18. Just sheds tacklers left and right. So Quinshon Judkins at the buck crack of dawn on Sunday for you out west members that are listening right now. Anytime touchdown at plus 160, taking on the Vikes across the pond in England. All right, bonus time, bonus time. Whether in Major League Baseball, college football week 6, the NFL week 5, maybe the WNBA playoffs, all I ask, Ryan Horvat, is for you, my good man, to give me another bet. So give it to me. Give it to me.
All right, I hate to do this because I love this Virginia team, and I have the over on their win total. We're 3 away. We just had them. We got to enjoy that together on a Friday night against Florida State. They win the game outright. Their fans run over their wide receiver. I hope that kid's okay wherever he's at. But I got to take Louisville in the perfect letdown spot here, man. They're laying 7 here. I like this Louisville team. I'm a big Brom guy. Miller Moss has been decent. 5 touchdowns, 3 picks. He's been sacked 8 times, though. I like Isaac Brown, their running back. They got solid receivers. Chris Bell this season, 23 receptions. Lacey's got 22. I think Louisville wins this game by at least 10 points. So I'm going to roll with them, with the Cardinal over my Who's. I hate to do it to Virginia, but we got to fade the Cavs this weekend.
Oh, the Who's. They made us all kinds of money the last time they played. That's really disappointing. All right, I'm going to go back to the anytime touchdown market. Juggernaut Javonte Williams, I think, is going to blast off and find his butt in the end zone. Anytime touchdown at plus 100 against the Jets. Jets. Really, they're puddle jumpers defensively. Although the Jets, the one area where they have actually stood out is in rush defense. They're number 12 in rush EPAD, giving up just 3.77 yards per carry, 100.8 rush yards per game, but they have allowed 4 touchdowns at running back position. Williams has seen over 70% of the opportunity share. He's already got 7 red zone touches this season and 4 scores. I think that number is going to tick up at least 5 touchdowns. So for him to cross the chalk plus 100, really, this should be priced at like minus 130, minus 140. I think that is an excellent value taking on the Jets, in which the Dallas Cowboys are ultra competitive. Yeah, sorry, Jets fans, but Juggernaut Javonte is going to blast his ass into the end zone. Kind of frightened me as well. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, college football fade or follow. Another 4-pack of games, going to break it down. And I'm going to ask Ryan the all-important question. You going to fade or follow? Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Will Jalen Hurts have the stats to potentially justify a bet? You can get him like 18-1, 20-1 range. The team keeps winning. All he does is silence critics, but it's not sexy. Will he have the numbers to justify a bet?
I don't think Jalen Hurts will. I also don't think Josh Allen will. The Bills have moved into their next era of football, which is that they are happy to let James Cook get touchdowns. They are happy to play 6 offensive linemen. Like Josh Allen right now only has 7 passing touchdowns through 4 games. His rushing stats, he's got fewer yards per game than you would expect. He does have the 3 rushing touchdowns. Like, I definitely would not bet Josh Allen at this number. I wouldn't. If I was going to place one wager for MVP right now, I would say my number one, particularly at the BetMGM price at 15-1, would be Jordan Love. The second one that I would do, I take advantage of this 2-game absence for Jaden Daniels. I believe Jaden Daniels is available at 35-1 at BetMGM. The NFC is going to just be a way easier conference to rack up a bunch of late season. They also play in that really weak division. But yeah, Jordan Love to me, like I would have Jordan Love ahead of Mahomes right now in MVP odds, I think, because Mahomes is not going to win it.
What if I'm wrong about Dillon Gabriel? What if we're all wrong about Dillon Gabriel? Because the consensus opinion about this dude is that he's bad. And I think that's probably coming from a lot of people who just want to see Shedeur Sanders play, that they think that, oh, Gabriel's a bad quarterback. Like, I thought that, like, Shedeur aside, I just don't think he's that good. Never thought he was good in college, like I said. But, like, what if we're wrong? Because we're wrong all the time about quarterbacks. Why can't we be wrong about this one? And what if the Cleveland Browns front office just hit a home run with this draft class? So far, it's looking pretty damn good, isn't it? Mason Graham's a key contributor. Carson Schwarzenegger is a key contributor. One of the short shots to win D-Roy. Quinshon Judkins, now that he's back, he's obviously balling. Harold Fannin Jr., Dylan Sampson. Like, what if they just knocked it out the park with this draft class? And what if that means they also nailed it with Dillon Gabriel? I mean, this team might be cooking with gas. Seriously. And I didn't think I would believe this when I went to bed last night. But the more I thought about it, when I saw the news this morning, and I said, hey, if this guy could just be serviceable, what kind of possibilities does that open up for the Cleveland Browns in 2025? Because the one thing we do know about the Cleveland Browns, and I think any football fan would agree with what I'm about to say, they have a championship-level defense. That is a fact. The Cleveland Browns defense is one of the best in the NFL. And it's not just this year. This has been going on multiple years since they've had Jim Schwartz as their defensive coordinator and Myles Garrett has been playing like the future Hall of Famer that he is. Like last season, they were top 10 in defense and success rate, the stat that I love that we always talk about here on the show. They were top 10 last year despite how bad things were on offense. This year, top 5 in defensive EPA per play when you take away turnovers from the equation, when you just want to look at like turnover luck aside, who's just playing down-to-down great defense. Cleveland's in the top 5 in defensive EPA per play. And Myles Garrett, who's won Defensive Player of the Year in his career, I think is be playing at the highest level that he's ever played. He looks unblockable this year. He's insane. He's amazing. And he is one of the best players in the NFL, and he leads this defense that has been insane through 4 weeks.
We're headed to the college gridiron right now on BetMGM Tonight.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad, the big noise Evans with you. Also in the house, my guy, Ryan Horvat on this Hope Day edition of the show. Of course, we're watching Red Sox and Yankees, and Boston just tied it up. Trevor Story, a solo shot after the devastating error by Jarren Duran there in the outfield off an Aaron Judge liner. They ended up scoring a run for the Yankees, give them a lead, but we're all knotted up at 3 in the top of the 6th inning. Runner on first base for Beantown, and nobody out. So, again, we'll keep you up to date. We'll, interject if there's any scoring and give you immediate update on what is going on in this wild card series. Absolutely good stuff between the storied rival and maybe the best rivalry in all of baseball. The Cubs-Cardinals, whether both teams are good, is awfully outstanding as well. Friendly reminder, we are here to answer your fantasy football questions. We want to be your assistants. We want to give you guidance. We want to be the proper Sacagaweas to hopefully get you to the W this week. You have no idea who that is. They must have failed basic history in middle school. Look her up, by the way. Very important American, to say the least. By all means, pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. I'll go ahead and give this to you again right now. We have our pole dancing poll question today, and it's asking you this. In a bye-heavy week, again, we got 4 teams on a one-week siesta. What under-the-radar fantasy football wide receiver carries managers most? Again, carries managers most. Your options are Hollywood Brown at Jacksonville, Josh Downs of the Colts against Vegas, Malik Washington of Miami at Carolina, or Wan'Dale Robinson of the G-Men on the road in Nolens. So far, nearly 180 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. With that business out of the way, let's get after it with another edition of Fade or Follow.
Will you fade or will you follow?
Whose car are we going to take?
On BetMGM tonight.
All right, we do this little game every Monday through Thursday during the college football season right here on BetMGM tonight. Here is how it works. The numbers nerd is going to come out and play here in a second to give you a background, statistical rich background on some of the advanced metrics on each one of these matchups. But first, the matchup is going to be given. The favorite in said matchup is going to be given. Then the numbers nerd is going to come out, give you all that background information, and then I'm going to kick it back to Ryan Horvat and simply ask him, you going to fade or are you going to follow the favorite in that game? Simple as that. So let's go ahead and get after it. We got 4 games to break down. Let's go to the almighty Big Ten. And Nebraska laying 11.5 at home, taking on the Spartans of Michigan State. Now, the numbers nerd says this. Nebraska number 21, according to ESPN's Football Power Index. Michigan State number 63 in that category. According to PFF, Pro Football Focus, offensive efficiency, Nebraska number 25 in the nation. Michigan State number 37, defensive efficiency. Nebraska and number 42, Michigan State. Yikes! Much further down the list at number 84. No bueno. So with all that info at your disposal, Mr. Horvat, what are you going to say on Nebraska minus 11.5 against Michigan State? Fade or follow?
Kind of want to bet the first half over in this game, man. I think with Aiden Childs going against Patrick Mahomes wannabe 2.0 Dylan Raiola, we might get some fireworks, actually. Neither team really has a legit pass rush, but you said it. Nebraska has the much better defense. The other thing that Nebraska does is they just eat clock. They're going to be able to run the ball for 4 or 5 yards per carry. Raiola's going to have clean pockets. When he has a clean pocket, he's one of the better quarterbacks in the country. He doesn't make mistakes. Dinks and dunks his way down the field. Doesn't really look to push the ball down the field as much. So that would be my lean. I would probably follow Nebraska here. But the reason I haven't betted is just because, I do think that they're going to eat clock, and I could see a backdoor being open late in this game. And I like this Michigan State team. I would love to bet them here, catching double digits because I'm a big Jonathan Smith fan. But they got some injuries in the secondary going against this Nebraska squad who's pretty fresh coming off a bye. I would go Nebraska or pass on this one.
Honestly, today I was walking the dog this afternoon. Beautiful day here in Central Illinois, Horvat, and I saw in the sky, floating in the air, a bunch of husks and a bunch of corn stalks. It's harvest season here in Central Illinois. It's a sign from the gambling gods to bet Nebraska. Minus 11.5. So I'm with you, man. Go Huskers. I think they will cover there against Michigan State. Next game, one that should offer a little bit more excitement, though the spread is identical. Texas Tech minus 11.5 at Houston, a team that played Oregon State last week. There was a bit nip and tuck affair in that one. According to the numbers nerd, Football Power Index has Texas Tech at number 20. The Cougs at number 53. Offensive efficiency data, according to PFF. Texas Tech number 4 in the nation. Houston at a number 93. Barf in the country. Defensive efficiency. Texas Tech numero uno in the nation. Houston not that far off at number 7 in the country. So their saving grace is their defense. So again, all that information to utilize if you so choose. Texas Tech minus 11.5 on the road. And somebody rockin', knockin' the boots. H-Town, fade or follow.
Yeah, it looks like Morton's going to be back behind center for Texas Tech. He got hurt in that Utah game, and even after he got injured, they didn't skip a beat. Texas Tech is just the real deal, man. They spent a ton of money to go all in on this season, and this team is really good. They went into Utah and beat up on Utah, a top 25 defense. Nobody does that. So it would be Tech or pass. You know, Houston, great start to the season, man. They're 4-0, but the matchup that would concern me, and also the lines moved here. You know, this opened at 9. We got to 12.5. There was a little resistance back to 11. But the matchup that would scare me would be Texas Tech's defense, especially their pass rush. Right now, PFF has them top 5, number 5 in pass rush grade, going against Houston's offensive line. They have the lowest pass blocking grade among all Power 4 schools. So I think it could be a long day. It would be Texas Tech or pass for me here, Red Raiders.
Yeah, again, that defense has been just marvelous, man. Number 1 in the country in defensive efficiency, according to PFF. Outstanding stuff there from the Red Raiders. Let's go back to the Big Ten. The Ohio State, again, I have to say that for copyright purposes, laying a hefty 24 at home. Taking on PJ Fleck and rowing the boat there with the Minnesota Golden Gophers. A Football Power Index. According to the numbers nerd, Ohio State number 2 in the country. Minnesota number 59. Offense efficiency, according to PFF. OSU at number 10. Minnesota, quite respectable. Actually, even better. Number 6 in the nation. Defensive efficiency, Ohio State number 19. Minnesota at number 45. Again, with all those numerics dance around in your head, what do you say? Fade or follow Ohio State minus 24 against Minnesota?
Whew, man. You know, Ohio State has a pretty big game on deck against Illinois the following week at noon, I believe. It is. Here's the thing. I can't bet this game because I really liked Washington, and Washington should have covered. I can't believe I'm saying this because I dogged them all summer long. Maybe the best hire in college football was actually Matt Patricia. Matt Patricia as the defensive coordinator for the Ohio State Buckeyes isn't fair. These defenses that he's throwing at these kids, they just can't comprehend. I don't want to bet against Ohio State. It's a big number, but they're good, man. Julian Sayin just got his first big road win. Jeremiah Smith hasn't even really done what I thought yet this season. They're just loaded. Tate, they got so many good receivers. It will be Ohio State or pass. You know, I do like Minnesota's quarterback quite a bit, Drake Lindsey, but I think this could be a rough day against that Patricia defense. So Ohio State for me.
Oh, so you're saying that the pencil is quite sharpened right now
Yes.
for Matt Patricia. Oh, yeah, he's been outstanding. No doubt about it. That defense has been locked down, to say the least. All right, let's go to the marquee matchup of College Football Week 6, and it's Miami on the road against Florida State. The Hurricanes laying 4.5 against those Seminoles. The numbers nerd says this. Football Power Index has Miami at number 9 in the country. Florida State at number 24. Offense efficiency, according to Pro Football Focus. Miami 11. FSU at number 8. Defense efficiency. This is where the difference really lies. Miami at number 5. Florida State at number 41. Again, Florida State coming off that loss against the Hootie Hoos lose in overtime. That might play a factor. So what do you say here? Miami -4.5 on the road against Florida State. Fade or follow?
I know some really sharp people bet Miami today, like really big. And so this number is probably only going to go up. I'm going to wait, and I'm going to bet Florida State again. I bet a bad number, and I'm fine with that. I think Florida State's going to keep this game within a field goal. I get the matchup's not great because right now Florida State's really struggling to generate a pass rush, and if you leave Carson Beck in the pocket, if you don't get after him, man, he could pick you apart. But I still like this Florida State team, right? Week 1, they beat up on Alabama, who's one of the favorites to win it all this year. I'll go with Florida State at home to keep this game within a field goal. But I want to wait because I think this might close at 6 or higher.
All right, going to ride with Florida State. I already knew the answer to that because you gave that to me earlier in the week. So to recap, you were following Nebraska -11.5. I'm going to follow you on that one as well. You're going to follow Texas Tech guns up with the Red Raiders laying 11.5 at Houston. You were going to follow despite big number on Ohio State laying 24 against Minnesota, and you're going to fade the Miami Hurricanes on the road against FSU, also known as Florida State. All right, quickly, bonus time tomorrow night. I don't know who the hell is going to be out there on the field for the starting offense of the San Francisco 49ers. Honestly, I really do. But the Rams are laying 7.5. Are you going to fade or follow the Rammies?
I might take the Rams, even though I don't like to take teams in Survivor on Thursdays. I might have to take the Rams. But if this number keeps going up, I might take the Niners to cover. I think McCaffrey's going to have a night. So we get to 8, San Francisco for me.
All right, plenty more to come on that game, along with additional NFL talk from Chris Mathis. All Tampa Bay all the time. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Stick around.
Don't miss a second of the Wagertainment. Listen to the BetMGM Network live, now streaming everywhere on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
Some of the favorite stuff I'm on this week is Detroit Lions ladder stuff. So like Detroit Lions to cover 17.5 points, Detroit Lions team total over 40.5, Jared Goff over 350 passing yards, Jahmyr Gibbs to score 2 touchdowns, stuff like that. The Lions are one of the few teams, maybe the last team actually left in the NFL that just keeps scoring until the whistle goes. The Bills don't do it. The Ravens don't do it. The Chiefs don't do it. The Chargers don't do it. None of these really. The Eagles won a game where they didn't complete a pass in the second half, right? So a lot of the good teams just stop scoring points. The Lions don't. And the Bengals are this unique type of bad where they can't run, so they shift to the pass, but they also can't really pass. So you just get in these pass, punt series. They're like, oh, you just used 37 seconds of game clock and then punted and gave the ball back. Like the Lions are happy to score 50. They did it twice last year where they got to 50, including one game where they scored a touchdown on every possession. And they've already done it once this year in week 2. They got to 52 with 0 punts. So some of those Lions ladders I really like.
Now it's Lamar. 2 to 3 weeks. You thought it couldn't get any worse, Ravens fans? Now you don't know that if QB1's going to be out there, and you are now a dog against Houston.
I didn't think it would go through Pick'em. We had this conversation yesterday. What does it go to if he's out? And I thought Baltimore won. And here we look up this morning. 1, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5. So the look-ahead number was 9.5. They reopened it 6.5, and now we're 1.5 the other way. They're not saying Lamar Jackson's worth 8 points, but if you do the math, it's right around there. From 6.5 on the Baltimore side to 1.5 on the Houston side. I don't know that he's worth that much, considering how bad their defense has been. That's a massive move. Not many quarterbacks will justify a line move like that, from 6.5 to 1.5 the other way.
And you were going to have Lamar in a desperate spot. Lamar with a 1-3 record. And now what do you have? You might have that desperate feeling in the building, but so what if Lamar's not out there?
Time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-O hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hump day edition of the show. We're going to be talking to Chris Mathis, all Tampa Bay Buccaneers all the time. We're going to give you all of the latest information we can on one Bucky Irving. I know a lot of fantasy football managers out there in a full sweat. I'm wondering when that guy is going to come back. Does he even have a slight chance of playing this week in the Great Northwest? If he is out of action, what is the distribution going to look like between Rashad White and Sean Tucker? We're going to ask that amongst other questions. And Baker Mayfield missed practice today with a couple of injuries. So Tampa right now walking wounded. Chris Mathis is going to give us all the latest to help you out for your fantasy football and sports betting needs. Before we bring on Chris, friendly reminder, if you guys want to talk to us about fantasy football, if you want to talk about sports betting, whether in the National Football League, college football in week 6, the MLB postseason, simple way to get a hold of Ryan Horvat and I, you just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Now, let's go out to the phone lines and bring on Chris Mathis, executive producer of The Drive on 95.3 WDAE on iHeartRadio, host of the Chris Mathis Pod as well. Download, subscribe, wherever you get your podcasts, and give him a follow on X, would you kindly, at The Chris Mathis. Again, on X, at The Chris Mathis. Chris, welcome to BetMGM tonight. And straight away from me, fantasy managers are in full panic mode with a rash of injuries impacting the virtual game, including Bucky Irving's foot setback, reportedly week to week with a foot sprain, according to Adam Schefter. Does he have any remote chance of playing this week in Seattle? And if he can't go, break down the touch distribution and usage of Rachaad White and Sean Tucker.
First and foremost, thank you guys for having me on to talk about the Buccaneers and, of course, the latest injury bug surrounding the Bucs and the question mark surrounding Bucky Irving and his game status here for Sunday's game there in Seattle. This is one of those injuries. I mean, it came on an unfortunate play, a fumble that truly was caused by the ground. Unusual there. And I didn't think in the moment necessarily that he had gotten hurt. And then as the game ended, I'm down there in the tunnel, and I noticed he had a little bit of an interesting walk, if you will, than what I usually saw from Bucky Irving. But I still didn't think too much of it because this guy is strong. He's relentless. He's battled through other injuries in the past. But it was definitely noticeable there in the tunnel following the game against the Eagles on Sunday, with him being found today with a boot and crutches on at the Buccaneer walkthrough in the facility earlier today. That is of concern to me, and the Buccaneers know just how much he means to their success, not only today, tomorrow, but throughout the entire season. So, therefore, I don't see Bucky Irving being a go here on Sunday in Seattle. And in addition to that, I think it's more so of them also looking for that next checkup. They're trying to get more information from another doctor. To me, that's kind of a red flag, like, hey, maybe they didn't hear what they wanted to hear initially. Let's go hear from somebody else. And as far as the touches go, with Rachaad White and Sean Tucker, also throwing another back by the name of Josh Williams, who Baker Mayfield is very high on. I spoke to Baker Mayfield at training camp earlier in the season, and he had told me one guy to really watch out for when his opportunity comes is Josh Williams. Now, is he a fantasy play on Sunday? No, unless you're in a 14-team league and you have all three of your backs out. But I think you're going to look at a 65-35% touch rate. You're going to see Rachaad White, 65% of the touches, the reps, to 35 from Sean Tucker. For some reason, the Buccaneers, even with what Sean Tucker provides on the field, they just don't utilize him much. I know they have plenty of mouths to feed, but he's got one carry on the season so far, guys.
Wow. Oh, Chris, and then Baker Mayfield all of a sudden pops up on the injury report. And, we're not going to make a big deal out of it on Wednesday, but he does have, it looks like, a knee and a right bicep injury. Do you expect him, obviously, to be a full go come this weekend? And your expectations for him?
Yeah, I definitely would. I mean, this guy, he's not going to miss a game unless he's literally told you cannot go. Now, the biceps injury kind of carried on from last week against the Jets and trickled into the game on Sunday. He didn't throw as much last week throughout practice and walkthroughs as they had wanted him to. He played on Sunday. He did a pretty good job, all things considered, in that game. I know he threw the interception late, should have gotten rid of that ball. But aside from that, I was impressed with Baker's ability to extend plays with still an offensive line that's been hit or miss, and they're suffering from the injuries as well. But Tristan Wirfs is back. I do expect Baker Mayfield to be a full go here on Sunday. I wouldn't expect anything less. I'm confident he will play against Seattle.
Right now, Emeka Buka's been awesome, man. Right now, he's actually the favorite to win Offensive Player of the Year at BetMGM at plus 250. Tampa's going to get a little bit healthier, not only in the backfield, but, with Chris Godwin, once he becomes himself, Mike Evans will eventually be back. Do you think that the targets are still going to be there when this team is at full health? Is it full health for Emeka Buka?
I do, simply because at this point, he's earned them. I mean, it's the guy that throughout training camp and the preseason, we thought, this guy has all that it takes. He's got the metrics. He's got the intangibles. He's got the speed. He's got the mentality and mindset it takes to be a receiver at the NFL level, and he's a very good blocker as well. So this is a guy who is taking advantage of early reps, and even with a stacked offense that will only continue to get healthier, more stacked. I mean, McMillan's probably not going to come back until after that bye week, so week 10, I would venture to say, against the Patriots. Emeka Egbuka by then is going to solidify himself as one of the guys, especially with Mike Evans having that hamstring injury that always seems to get him each and every season. So, yeah, the fantasy value will still be there for Emeka Egbuka. I have no worries about that whatsoever.
Awesome conversation we're having right now with Chris Mathis, executive producer of The Drive on 95.3 WDAE on iHeartRadio, host of the Chris Mathis Pod. Follow him on X, would you kindly, at the Chris Mathis. Again, on X, at the Chris Mathis. Chris, analyzing the Bucs on defense. Vita Vea continues to plug holes, the best of them. Given his presence, do you see Sam Darnold possibly torching Tampa's secondary entering week 5? The Buccaneers are just number 20 in pass EPA defense. So what are your thoughts on the back end defensively in this matchup against Darnold and company?
I do think that Darnold would be a start if I had him on my fantasy team. There's no doubt about it. The Buccaneers are banged up in the secondary as well. Jamel Dean, he did not even practice on Wednesday today, which is a concern. He's got a hip injury. I don't know if we're going to see Jamel Dean out there. You're also looking at Tyke Smith. He's still banged up with an ankle injury. I think that you're going to see this guy have a good fantasy outpouring on the Bucs secondary. He will have success. Now, the Buccaneers are going to be able to blitz him because that's what Todd Bowles is known for. They will have their moments against the Seattle offense. But I do think in terms of fantasy especially, you will see success there through the air with the Seahawks.
Yeah, Sam Darnold right now, his player prop at BetMGM, the over-under on 1.5 passing touchdowns, it's plus 125 on the over. That is my lean, especially given the injuries that are impacting that secondary at Tampa. Chris, we'll get you out of here on this. Any sleepers on offense, other than the people we've already discussed, of the Buccaneers could maybe have an advantageous matchup against the Seattle Seahawks?
Oh, that is a great question. Now, these are two guys that are still waiting to break out with their first touchdown of the year. That truly, with the opportunity they've had so far, should have a score. I'm going to go with, believe it or not, wide receiver Sterling Shepard. He could be potentially in the mix. Nice. But also Cade Otton, tight end Cade Otton. This guy's due. I mean, this guy is due for a touchdown. He had a big drop across the middle last week, which is unlike him. And I know it's a little bit behind him, but hit both hands. You got to come down with that. Cade Otton is my sleeper here on Sunday against Seattle. This guy every year has progressively gotten better statistically and scored more touchdowns. But this season he's yet to score one, even with the receiving core, being shifted around with other guys and no Mike Evans. I think this is the week.
Outstanding stuff, Chris. So we appreciate the time. We appreciate the energy. We appreciate, most importantly, the information and opinions. Executive producer of The Drive on 95.3 WDAE on iHeartRadio, host of the Chris Mathis Pod. Check it out wherever you download and subscribe to your podcast. And check him out as well on X at the Chris Mathis. Again, on X at the Chris Mathis. Chris, we appreciate your time. Enjoy the game and try to get certain dudes healthy, my man. It's rash right now in the NFL, to say the least.
There's no doubt about it, guys. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and hopefully we can do this again.
For sure.
Yep, sounds good, man. There he goes, Chris Mathis. Again, great energy, great information. I was tweeting out in real time as we were conducting the interview, him bringing up somebody I didn't even remotely think about. And that's why I love talking to some of these insiders, because they give you some of the stuff they've been seeing, what they've been hearing from other players, the whispers, the rumors, milling about. And, everybody's talking about Rachaad White. He should spearhead what is going to be a light RBBC between him and Sean Tucker, though there's some sites out there on social media. I saw it on X today. They're like, oh, Sean Tucker to the moon. He's so much better than Rachaad White. He's not, folks. Again, he only has one carry so far this season. He's like a merchant running back at this point. But Josh Williams, and it was coming straight, not from Chris necessarily, but from Baker Mayfield himself, who was talking him up earlier this summer. Maybe that's a guy that's on the active roster if Bucky Irving is unplugged, and maybe he gets an opportunity and, dare I say, could possibly run away with it, though Seattle is number 3 in rush EPA defense during the week, Horv.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, man. I don't know if this is the week for any of these backs, right? White, Tucker, or Josh Williams. But, moving forward, especially if you're in one of these deeper leagues or if you're in a 12-team league and there's no depth right now at the running back position, I think it's worth it to take a flyer on some of these guys, right? Because you just never really know. Plus, more injuries happen like we're seeing right now in Arizona. A lot of people felt really good about Trey Benson. I was trying to trade a future first-round pick in the Dynasty League for him. Now he's down, and now they're on the third running back on the depth chart. So that is something that I'll look to do, especially at that position. Not so much at the wide receiver position or the tight end position, but especially at running backs. So Josh Williams, definitely interesting. I did kind of like him at LSU.
Yeah, all I had to say was LSU. They're a football factory, just cranking all kinds of talent, mostly at the wide receiver position. That has certainly been, one of their calling cards here last few years, but a number of good running backs come out of there as well. So maybe Josh Williams is that sneaky good source of ground production for a team that is in need. Now, again, I feel Rachaad White's going to be the front runner almost immediately, and a guy that can play regardless of script, right? If somehow, some way Tampa gets out to an early lead, if somebody can lean on to, help clock, get you some of the chain moves there on the ground, but he's an outstanding receiver of the backfield. Remember, he was ahead of Bucky Irving pretty much at this juncture last year before Bucky overtook him midseason and ran away with the gig the rest of the year. Rachaad White was an afterthought. So White has been in this position before. He can handle the load. He's been even more efficient this season on a lighter workload. And I think Sean Tucker at best is probably going to get 6 to 8 carries in the game. He might get some of the short yardage and goal line work. But again, I think Rachaad White will be option number one, and a guy that is script agnostic. And that's what you love to see in fantasy football, because it keeps the snap count up and gives you more opportunities to touch the rock and potentially score points, Horv.
Yeah, it definitely helps being on this offense too, right? Because they're going to be able to move the ball. You like a lot of the pieces, obviously, with Ibuka. Eventually, they'll get Mike Evans back. You have Chris Godwin. Baker Mayfield will be fine. I mean, he's going to play, even if he's popping up on the injury report on a Wednesday. Trust him to be out there. And yeah, I mean, Rachaad White, now he's not as good as Bucky Irving, but last year he was running back one for the first half of the season. He could, catch balls out of the backfield, have 60 to 70 yards every once in a while. So definitely a decent pickup, I think, for sure.
All right, let me do an impromptu game of head-to-head. You tell me you'd rather have this week, and I'll give you the matchups if you don't have memorized off the top of your head. Rachaad White or J.K. Dobbins, who's on the road against Philly?
Actually, I'll go Rachaad White.
I have White one spot higher. Rachaad White or Kenneth Walker III in that same matchup against the Buccaneers?
I'll go Kenneth Walker III here.
Barely Kenneth Walker for me. Last one, Rachaad White or Woody Marks. Everybody's all in on the Houston Texans fast riser. He's on the road against the Baltimore Ravens.
I really want Woody Marks. I got to go Woody Marks here, man. That's my guy. So Woody for me.
Rachaad White, barely for me, but it's ultra close. It's a coin flip. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight from the pro circuit. We're going to the college gridiron. Our Wednesday conversation, as always, with Joe DeLeon. Don't you go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
Let's start with that Cincinnati and Iowa State game. As we look at some of the top 25 matchups that we have, it feels like Cincinnati would be the play, right? I mean, unranked team favored against a ranked team. The problem is in college football, every year, there is a team like Iowa State who is fraudulent. They're a ranked team, they're undefeated, but everybody wants to bet against them, and all they continue to do is win and cover spreads. And Arizona was taking a lot of money last week on Iowa State. People were betting Kansas State week 1 in Dublin. They were betting Iowa against Iowa State. All these type of games, and all Iowa State keeps doing is winning. So normally I'd be on the side of Cincinnati. Iowa State's the kind of team that scares me. And something I've noticed about college football, these noon Eastern time games, feels like every week we have one game that's like a trendy pick. Last week it was Arkansas. Everybody was on Arkansas against Notre Dame. That didn't work out. I kind of think this is going to be the trendy game, and people are going to be on Cincinnati. Just makes me a little nervous. So I'm going to pass on the game, but I am interested to see if Iowa State keeps winning these kind of games. Illinois is a 9.5-point favorite on the road at Purdue, and I like Purdue in the game. Maybe wait to see if you can get a 10 with Purdue after Illinois is coming off that big win against USC. I just don't think this Illinois team is very good. You know, USC, they continue to struggle. We talked about it all last week, how they struggle outside the state of California and how they struggle against these Big Ten teams when they go to the Midwest or the Eastern time zone. Purdue's much improved. Barry Odom's a very good coach. Their offense is decent. I think they can hang around and keep this game close. So I look at Purdue plus the points. Texas and Florida is going to be a very interesting game. The under is getting hammered. This was at like 45.5. Now it's all the way down to 41.5. If we start to see some 40s pop up or even like a 39.5, I would maybe start to consider an over. Now, I understand why everybody is betting the under because Texas and Sark in these big games have just been terrible. They have not been able to score any points in these big games. Florida's got a very good defense, but psychologically, where is Florida out of this bye week? They lose to Miami. They lose to LSU. Lagway's banged up. He's not playing well. Are they just ready to quit on Napier, or do they still feel like they can save their season a little bit? I think at +7, I would look at Florida because I'm going to trust that they're playing Texas. They're at home. And Sark and the Longhorns, again, have just not been scoring a lot of points in these marquee games. So I would look at Florida plus the points. And, again, if this total keeps going down, I would consider an over as well. Bama and Vandy, you guys know how I feel about this game. I like Vandy plus the points. Feels like a lot of people are laying the number with Alabama this week. I understand it. From a mentality standpoint, from a bounce-back revenge standpoint, it makes sense. But Bama's run defense, I don't think people are talking about enough. It's still not very good, and not having a good run defense against Vandy is problematic. So I still like Vandy plus the points. Virginia and Louisville, again, number 24 Virginia on the road taking on Louisville, and the Cardinals are a 7-point favorite. That right there is what we call a market indicator. So Virginia's having a great season. Tony Elliott's done a great job. His team can score a lot of points, but Jeff Brom in Louisville, he's a very good coach. They're coming off a bye week. I like Louisville minus the 7. Notre Dame's laying 3 touchdowns this week at home against Boise. It's 20.5. I'm going to see if we can get a 21, but right now I am leaning Boise plus the points. When you have a team like Notre Dame that's all offense and no defense, it always makes me a little nervous laying 3 touchdowns. And Notre Dame's going to score 40 in this game. They probably are. But who's not to say they might not give up 28 or 30 points themselves? And when you're that great on offense and your defense is that bad, it puts a lot of pressure on your offense to deliver every drive and put up points. If maybe Carr has a deflected pass that gets intercepted or there's a fumble or a miscue, whatever it may be, that obviously helps us having the points with Boise State. They're going into Notre Dame. They get to play the Irish in South Bend. So it would only be Boise for me. When you have a defense that bad, I don't love laying that many points with a team like Notre Dame.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hump day edition of the show, which means we're having a conversation with the awesome college football insider himself, Joe DeLeon, here momentarily. Before we bring Joe on, friendly reminder, I know you're racking your brain over fantasy football questions. You got conundrums, you got dilemmas, your roster has straight up issues. A rash of injuries impacting the virtual sport right now. which means you got to make some tough lineup decisions, especially in a bye-heavy week. Let Ryan Horvath and I assist you in your plight of maybe trying to get the W. If you have any fantasy football questions for us, or you want to talk some sports betting, whether in the NFL, college football, or the MLB postseason, some way to contact us. Just pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Now, through the power of animated picture and sound, we bring in our dude, our guy, our main college football squeeze, Joe DeLeon, host of Ravino and Joe Show and the Hack City Podcast, former long snapper, as well for the University of Rhode Island. Go Rams! Follow him on X, would you kindly, at Joe DeLeon, again on X, at Joe DeLeon. Joe, welcome back to BetMGM tonight. And straight away for me, the Week 6 slate is far sleepier compared to what we had last week and that epic schedule. However, the Sunshine State Showdown between Florida State and Miami is a marquee event. Give us a breakdown and a pick in this one. Right now at BetMGM, the Canes are favored by 4.5 on the road in Tallahassee. What do you think?
I've been really grappling with this game because one of the things that's been talked about by Mike Norvell that produced the really poor performance against Virginia on Friday that captured everybody's attention, he talked about how they were looking ahead to Miami. And while the loss last weekend was bad, it's a huge issue, it at least shows to me that they're really locked in this week, that there is an attention to detail for this matchup. For that reason, I have pause, but I'm still going with Miami to cover 4.5. I just think for what Miami does so well right now does not bode well for Florida State. They are a swarming, physical, fundamentally sound defense that is always in the right place at the right time. They do the best job out of any defense in the country at keeping everything in front of them. Going up against this Florida State team that relies on opposing defenses making mistakes, not being able to keep up with Tommy Castellanos being as elusive and as slippery as he is. I think that they're going to be able to bottom up. And then on the other side of things, Virginia had their way with the running defense of Florida State. There were times on film where they met them in the hole and those UVA running backs broke free and had big gains. We've watched Miami tote the rock, do it with just such commanding physicality and to overpower their opponents. I think that's going to be too much for Florida State. And I think even on the road, they're going to be able to win this thing by more than 4.5. Wow.
Joe, obviously, Arch Manning not having the season that we thought, right? Maybe he was a little overhyped, but I think DJ Lagway was just as overhyped, man. I think he's got, 5 touchdowns, the 6 picks, a ton of turnover-worthy plays. If you're betting this game, which side would you take? Right now, you could get Texas as low as 6.5. If you like the dog, you could get them as high as 7. Do you think Texas wins this game by a full touchdown? Do you think Florida keeps it competitive? What would be your side here?
Yeah, I'm taking Texas to cover and to win by a touchdown in this situation. And you bring up a really good point just from the narrative part of this game. It's really disappointing that this didn't end up living up to the hype that we had for it in the offseason. The chance to watch 2 young new faces of the sport that could go on to be top draft picks in 2027. And that's not coming to fruition. This is literally going to be a game where we focus on which quarterback comes to life, which quarterback actually shows up and plays to their potential. I think just based on a lot of what you can read and find right now over the past couple of weeks about people in the NFL and across college football anonymously providing takes on Arch Manning, it sounds like there's a hope that he is going to turn the corner. Unlike DJ Lagway, who's in this position right now where it feels like the play calling is not doing him much service. The biggest reason why I have faith in Texas, though, statistically across the board, they are a top 5 defense. They are smothering. They do not allow a lot of big plays. They do everything right because they've got speed, they've got explosiveness, and they're also incredibly well coached. We've got 2 games where DJ Lagway against Miami and against in the game against LSU, 2 of the other top defenses in the country where he struggled mightily. So I do not think that he is going to suddenly play well against what is going to be another tough outing with this Texas squad.
Completely agreed there. What about Vandy Bama? I feel like everybody's going to like Vandy because they did it last year. They're catching 10.5. Everybody loves Diego Pavia, and rightfully so. That offense is humming right now. But Bama with one of the better wins of the season last week against Georgia's 3-point dogs outright. Ty Simpson looked really good. I'm really worried about Georgia's pass rush, by the way. But what do you think about this game?
So I think that one factor that we can talk about here for why Alabama could cover, but I'm sticking with Vanderbilt, but the reason why Alabama could cover, the focus that they have for this game, knowing what losing to Vanderbilt last year did to them. More specifically, Kalen DeBoer, it's been questioned if he is good enough of a coach for this team for it to even find long-term success. I think that there's going to be an extra degree of attention to detail into this game, but Alabama really struggles at giving up really big rushing plays to their opponents. They did it against Florida State and they did it against Georgia. It was the biggest reason why Georgia was able to hang around and get back into that game, despite Alabama having the hot start that they did. So the way that I foresee this, you got a 10.5 point spread. I think Alabama has control the whole game, but there's room for a backdoor cover in there. There's room for a late touchdown, a field goal, whatever it is that allows for Vanderbilt to cover that 10.5 point spread. So if they can get the big plays that they typically do in the run game, that is what's going to spark this. Just the big reason, though, why I ultimately believe that Alabama wins. Vanderbilt's secondary is bad. It is not good. It is not going to be able to hold down against Ty Simpson, who looked unbelievable against Georgia. So give me Vanderbilt to cover, but I think Alabama's going to have a pretty easy time winning this one.
All right, roll tide. We're talking to Joe DeLeon, as we always do every hump day here on BetMGM tonight. He is the host of Ruffino and Joe Show and the Hack City Podcast. Check it out wherever you get your podcast. Again, former long snapper, so esteemed at the University of Rhode Island. Follow him on X, would you kindly, at Joe DeLeon. Again, on X, at Joe DeLeon. Joe, all week I've asked our college football guests if Oregon is on the verge of running the table. They're plus 600 right now to win the national title, second only to the Ohio State school, which is at plus 525 to win a whole enchilada. The Ducks face Indiana at home in 2 weeks. Do you think anybody trips them up? Do the Hoosiers have a puncher's chance? If not them, who?
I don't think that Indiana is going to be the team that trips them up. I do think that they're going to provide them with a challenge, and I think that there is more of a chance to stress Oregon's defense than what Penn State did. But I am in the camp that I believe that Oregon is on a trajectory to get to the Big Ten championship game, to win it, and to actually get to a national championship this year. What they showed to me against Penn State is that they are stout up front. They are solid along their offensive line. They were starting to find their run game with Dyer Hill Jr. stepping up for them when they've needed to find something. But I think where I have the most faith in this Oregon squad is that they have the best quarterback in the country in Dante Moore. Not only did he make big plays when he needed, but he showed poise. He showed guts. He was willing to scramble and fight through contact in some of the clutchest situations that he could have possibly needed to. I think that Dante Moore's talent is the perfect marriage between that and the system that Will Stein is running as the offensive coordinator. They're going to be on a march towards getting to the Big Ten championship game, and I think that they're going to continue to build momentum with a victory next week against Indiana.
Good stuff there. Joe, a couple of more quickies. First one up, with Georgia mostly unimpressive, the SEC is turned into a heck of a regular season race. Who takes the conference? Currently at BetMGM, Alabama is a market frontrunner at plus 250, followed by Texas at plus 300, then UGA at plus 600, and Ole Miss still in the conversation at 7-1. So you got $100 burned a hole in your pocket, or you get to stack your greenbacks.
Yeah, I'm actually going to back Georgia still, and I think that we've seen this happen, and we literally watched it happen last year. Georgia and Kirby Smart specifically, best program in the country at rebounding after a bad loss. There is an issue with their pass rush, absolutely. They are selling out their secondary big time because they can't generate pressures. But there is enough brilliance on that defensive coaching staff, in the entire coaching staff, to figure out how to resolve that. I have faith in this Georgia squad to get right and to get there. it feels likely and possible for them to push their way in as the second team to get in, and somebody else is the primary team, which could end up being Missouri because they have a favorable schedule. It could end up being Ole Miss because they have a favorable schedule. But Georgia in an SEC championship game, if they end up reaching that, I am going to pick them 10 times out of 10 to win it.
Nice value right now if you're selling or buying what Joe is selling with Georgia at 600 plus 600 to win the SEC. Joe, we'll get you out of here on this. Dealer's choice, my man. Go wherever you want to. Give me one game we have not discussed firmly on your betting radar that you're willing to beep, 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 back up the truck on and get some action in. What is it?
Well, Brad, it's Illinois minus 9.5. I'm sorry to do this to you. I'm sorry. I'm probably the biggest jinx in the world, but I watched this Purdue team get completely walloped by Notre Dame. They are fine for what they are, and I think that there's a chance that in the next couple of years they become competitive, but they don't have the bodies. This is a G5 roster. They don't have any juice. I understand that last year, like we were talking about in the break, that this game ended up being a real nail biter going into overtime. This is a different squad, though. And I think that Illinois, while there could be an overlooked spot for the Ohio State game coming up, they should be able to win this thing by at least 10.
They should. The only downside is that Purdue has the world's biggest drum, to be honest with you, and they're going to be pounding that thing the entire game. I do worry because I have reflections of the near nightmare last year. It was like triple overtime, Illinois at home, and gets a porous, lackluster, putrid Purdue team, and they had to go to those multiple sessions in overtime to knock them off, and they came all the way from behind. They were down like double figures late in that contest to even push into the extra session, so that still haunts me. So I pray that they don't trip up and they're not looking forward to the Ohio State. They take care of business. I told my son, who's in the Marching Illini, dude, I'll buy you a ticket if you want to take the road trip with you and some of the band members to West Lafayette. Hell, man, I'll buy you dinner at the Beef House, which is this awesome steakhouse in Covington, Indiana, with amazing yeast rolls. And he's like, nah, bro, what time is the game, 11 a.m.? Yeah, nah, I'm going to sleep in. I'm not worried about Purdue. So I hope both of you are correct in your beliefs of like, yeah, this is going to be a sweat-free game. Illinois is going to cover. Illinois is going to win. We have no worry, no downside whatsoever. But I still remember last year, and it scares the bejesus out of me, Joe.
And justifiably, and this is why I was afraid to give this pick. And you kind of, when we were talking before I hopped on in this segment, I was like, do I want to do this to Brad? But screw it. We're gonna go with Illinois.
All right, good stuff, Joe. I appreciate the support. Host of Rafino and Joe Show and the Hack City Podcast, over long staffer for the University of Rhode Island. That's something I learned today. At Joe DeLeon on X. Again, on X, at Joe DeLeon. Joe, we appreciate the time and ILL.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Joe.
There he goes. Joe DeLeon. Yeah, hopefully he hasn't cursed my boys. What are your thoughts? Put me in the right place. I'm not going to bet on it. I'm not going to make the road trip over to Indiana. It's only 30 minutes away from me here in East Central Illinois. But I'm going to sit back, relax, and just watch the game. I was a basket case. My head was in between my knees on that last kick last week against USC. I couldn't watch it. I was too damn scared, too damn nervous and anxious. So my wife, I'm like, be my eyes. Be my ears. And she starts slapping me when he hit it. I'm like, yeah! Then, the stand's empty on the east side. It was great. But I do worry about the letdown here. So talk some sense into me, man. Talk it to me.
Well, the matchup shouldn't really scare you, right? And I agree with what Joe said, right? Notre Dame did pound Purdue. But what would scare me is, Notre Dame's defense also is a little shaky this year. And they were really beat up in the secondary in that game. But Purdue did score 30 points against Notre Dame. I bet Purdue because of the spot, right? Not so much the matchup. I worry more about Illinois next week. I think there's a good chance they get blown out. Altmaier going against that Patricia defense from Ohio State. But I worry about the spot. Emotional win is 9.5, 10-point dogs last week against USC. Now you got to make this trip. Even your son doesn't want to go to the game. It's an early morning kick. I kind of like Purdue to cover, but Illinois to win.
All right, stick around. We got a Hump Day Hail Marys next here at BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
On the move? Take the BetMGM Network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
Will Jalen Hurts have the stats to potentially justify a bet? You could get him like 18-1, 20-1 range. The team keeps winning. All he does is silence critics, but it's not sexy. Will he have the numbers to justify a bet?
I don't think Jalen Hurts will. I also don't think Josh Allen will. The Bills have moved into their next era of football, which is that they are happy to let James Cook get touchdowns. They are happy to play 6 offensive linemen. Like Josh Allen right now only has 7 passing touchdowns through 4 games. His rushing stats, he's got fewer yards per game than you would expect. He does have the 3 rushing touchdowns. Like, I definitely would not bet Josh Allen at this number. I wouldn't. If I was going to place one wager for MVP right now, I would say my number one, particularly at the BetMGM price at 15-1, would be Jordan Love. The second one that I would do, I take advantage of this 2-game absence for Jaden Daniels. I believe Jaden Daniels is available at 35-1 at BetMGM. The NFC is going to just be a way easier conference to rack up a bunch of late season. They also play in that really weak division. But yeah, Jordan Love to me, like I would have Jordan Love ahead of Mahomes right now in MVP odds, I think, because Mahomes is not going to win it.
What if I'm wrong about Dillon Gabriel? What if we're all wrong about Dillon Gabriel? Because the consensus opinion about this dude is that he's bad. And I think that's probably coming from a lot of people who just want to see Shedeur Sanders play, that they think that, oh, Gabriel's a bad quarterback. Like, I thought that, like, Shedeur aside, I just don't think he's that good. Never thought he was good in college, like I said. But, like, what if we're wrong? Because we're wrong all the time about quarterbacks. Why can't we be wrong about this one? And what if the Cleveland Browns front office just hit a home run with this draft class? So far, it's looking pretty damn good, isn't it? Mason Graham's a key contributor. Carson Schlesinger is a key contributor. One of the short shots to win D-Roy. Quinshon Judkins, now that he's back, he's obviously balling. Harold Fannin Jr., Dylan Sampson. Like, what if they just knocked it out the park with this draft class? And what if that means they also nailed it with Dillon Gabriel? I mean, this team might be cooking with gas. Seriously. And I didn't think I would believe this when I went to bed last night. But the more I thought about it, when I saw the news this morning, and I said, hey, if this guy could just be serviceable, what kind of possibilities does that open up for the Cleveland Browns in 2025? Because the one thing we do know about the Cleveland Browns, and I think any football fan would agree with what I'm about to say, they have a championship-level defense. That is a fact. The Cleveland Browns defense is one of the best in the NFL. And it's not just this year. This has been going on multiple years since they've had Jim Schwartz as their defensive coordinator and Myles Garrett has been playing like the future Hall of Famer that he is. Like last season, they were top 10 in defense and success rate, the stat that I love, that we always talk about here on the show. They were top 10 last year despite how bad things were on offense. This year, top 5 in defensive EPA per play when you take away turnovers from the equation. When you just want to look at, like, turnover luck aside, who's just playing down-to-down great defense, Cleveland's in the top 5 in defensive EPA per play. And Myles Garrett, who's won Defensive Player of the Year in his career, I think is playing at the highest level that he's ever played. He looks unblockable this year. He's insane. He's amazing. And he is one of the best players in the NFL, and he leads this defense that has been insane through 4 weeks.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat along for the ride on this hump day edition. And because it's a certain day of the week, we're going to chuck some hump day Hail Marys here in this segment. Our Camel friend's going to come out and back us up as well. Before we get into that, a couple things. One, we got a nail biter right now in the Bronx. 3-3, New York and Boston. In the bottom of the 8th inning, we got a runner on first base, but 2 outs for the New York Yankees who are at the dish. This one's going to come down possibly to the 9th inning or maybe even into the extra innings tonight. Again, with New York facing elimination as Boston took game 1 in the NYC last night. So this one living up to all the hype, to say the least. So I've got my eyes certainly peeled on that. We'll keep you up to date if any scoring occurs in this 3-3 tie. Bottom of the 8th inning, again, Yankees have a runner on first base with 2 outs left here, or 2 outs in total in the inning, 1 out remaining overall. So hopefully, if you're a Yankees fan, they're going to be able to knock in their dude and steal the deal and maybe win this game in the end and force it into a game 3. And along with baseball, of course, we're talking a little NFL action tonight. We're going to get to our Hump Day Hail Marys. If you guys want to talk with us about various fantasy football questions and comments that you may have, man, my brain has been racked all day long. I was sitting watching the Cubs game this afternoon, had the laptop open, and it was like bang, 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 alert after alert after alert, hitting my phone, hitting my laptop. This guy injured, this guy out, this guy now questionable, this guy unknown his status overall. It was ridiculous. And it's like, oh, yeah, have this guy on 3 rosters. Oh, yeah, have the other guy on 2 rosters. Oh, hot damn, I have this guy on all my rosters. I'm royally screwed. Oh, it's a Yankees score! Yeah! Oh, man. 4-3.
Team total.
Oh, unbelievable. That was a whale. It was a double. Who was that? Was that Trent Grisham? Who hit that down the line?
I think that's Jazz, actually.
Well, Jazz Chisholm scored. He came all the way around, head first slide. He's gas. I mean, he's grasping for air right now. But obviously very jubilant after scoring now the game-leading run for the New York Yankees. Are up 4-3. But who knocked him in? Was that Trent?
I think that was
or somebody else?
Austin Wells, I want to say maybe.
Oh, Austin Wells. Yeah, down the right field line, just tucked it into the fair line. And yeah, what a slide by Jazz Chisholm there. Motorin, what's your price for flight? As a head first slide gets in, and the Yankees take the lead now, 4-3, bottom of the 8th. Runner on first base, still 2 outs remaining. Again, if I see somebody else touch home plate, I'll interject and give you an update immediately. But again, we're going to be talking some fantasy football. If you want to talk fantasy football with us and more sports betting in this segment, if you also want to talk sports betting with us, whether in the NFL, college football, the Major League Baseball postseason, you absolutely can. Just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. Base it! Or you can fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. As Yankees again up 4-3. Have runners on first and second base with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th. And the just ecstatic fan base of the Yankees ordering another round or possibly 5 in the stands as they're already in a full celebration mode and probably going to drink themselves silly until the game tomorrow night if this thing does go to game 3 in the best of 3 series. So Wow. Exciting stuff going on right now at Yankee Stadium. October baseball doesn't really get much better than that. By the way, go over the end zone without breaking a sweat with a Pro Football No Sweat token. You'll get your stake back and bonus bets if you don't win. So it's a no-brainer. Opt in right now on the Pro Football No Sweat token. And we're going to be featuring some of those anytime touchdown bets right now. All right, it is a Hump Day edition of the show. So Hump Day Hail Marys are in order. There's my camel friend. Here's how it's going to work. Ryan is our consummate leadoff man. Elite speed, high contact hitter, always splitting a gap, always getting on base, whether with a base knock or a base on balls. He is going to slap out his first prop that he loves at plus money. He's giving you the reasons why he loves that prop behind that plus money. And then when he is done giving the reasons, he's going to pass off to me by calling for the camel, which will sound like this. Give it to me again.
Hump Day!
And then I will take it from there and do the same damn thing. We're going to squeeze in as many plus money bets as we possibly can in this segment ahead of week 5 of the National Football League. So, Ryan, you're up first. What is your play numero uno in this week's Hump Day Hail Marys?
All right, I was waiting for receiving yards, but I didn't get them. But I did fire off an anytime touchdown on Joshua Palmer, plus 430. I like this price. I was looking for a longest reception, but I haven't seen it yet. So the Patriots are playing man coverage at a top 5 rate this season. They're giving up a 18.6% first down plus touchdown rate and 6.72 yards per coverage snap from those looks. Joshua Palmer, even though he's off to a slow start, I was actually just reading an article on Yahoo Sports about this. He is still their go-to option against man. He leads the team in target rate. You're looking at fantasy points per route run against those looks. So better than 4-1. And I'm also looking for a longest reception. I'm looking for some Joshua Palmer props this weekend. But I like the anytime touchdown plus 4. Yeah, the camel likes that too.
Hump Day!
Yes, he does.
Man, going deep in the bag. I did not expect a Joshua Palmer anytime touchdown to lead things off at plus 430. So get crazy, kids. I like that one quite a bit. I'm also going to go with a wide receiver and a more well-known name and a guy that is a fixture right now. So WR1 for fantasy football purposes. And he's going to remain there. Give me JSN, Jackson Smith in Jigba. Anytime touchdown against the hopeless and hapless secondary of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We had Chris Mathis on the show earlier. Jamel Dean, very iffy. He was the projected primary assignment for one JSN. So if he is out of action, even better, because Dean has been locked down defensively. He's been the saving grace of that defense on the back end, only giving up a 41.2% catch rate, 28.7 pass rate into his assignments. But you look at Tampa as a collective, just number 20 in drop back EPA defense entering the week. They've given up 6 wide receiver touchdowns so far this season. Now, JSN has only scored once, but he's seeing 9.7 targets per game. He has lured 2 red zone targets. He is number 4 in total air yards, number 9 in total yak, and numero uno, mi amigos, in yards per route run. I think JSN, and this one could be on a deep connection with Sam Darnold, catches a touchdown pass that happens plus 145 against the Bucs. Hit me with a camel.
Hump Day!
By the way, really quick, going back to Joshua Palmer, here is the quote from Josh Allen. I got no doubt in my mind his time is coming. His game is coming. I'm going to keep working hard with him and trying to get on the same page. Make sure when that time does come, we're ready to take advantage of it. It's this weekend, baby, plus 430. Let's get him in the end zone. All right. Now we go to the next one. I really like this guy as well. I'm going to play the receiving yards over. I didn't want to look at the props until after predict the prop because I'm not a cheater. We're going to go with Tedero McMillan. Ted McMillan, anytime touchdown, plus 152. Going against the Dolphins, who have played man and zone close to a league average rate. They're terrible. Both looks, man. In fact, among the 6 worst teams in first down plus touchdown rate in man, 50%, and zone, 41.3%. Ted McMillan has been really damn good against man. He's in the top 10 right now among 116 qualifying wide receivers. If you're looking at fantasy points per route run against man coverage, he has a 43.3% target rate. There's not a lot of other options for Carolina either, so I like a bounce back spot for Tet McMillan, anytime touchdown. Actually, I'm seeing this right now, plus 150, so a really good price. Brando, hit me with the camel.
Hump Day!
Thank you, sir.
All right, I'm going to go to the desert. Give me the Bridezilla trade to splash 6. Anytime touchdown. Plus 140. The Titans, a defense you can certainly take advantage of. You look at McBride, a guy that's seen 8 targets per game this season, 3 of the red zone variety. Is number 5 in total air yards among plus-size targets, number 17 yards per route run. Does have a touchdown on the year. Now, Tennessee is not allowed a tight end touchdown so far. They're number 26 in drop back EPA defense. And again, Kyler Murray loves to target a couple of guys in the red zone, one being Trey McBride, the other really being Marvin Harrison Jr. One of those two guys going to score. McBride's a better value, plus 140. I'm locked and loaded. Hit me with a camel.
Hump Day!
I'm going to go with one more wide receiver to get in the end zone, and that's Amon-Ra St. Brown, anytime touchdown, minus 105. The reason this isn't plus money, there's a reason for it. He's going against the Bengals, who play man at a high rate, and right now they're brutal, man. They're giving up 7.26 yards allowed per coverage snap, and Amon-Ra St. Brown, even though it was a little bit of a slow start to the season, he's now first among 116 qualifying wide receivers in fantasy points per route run against man. And he's the man beater for Detroit. I think he gets in the end zone at least once against the Bengals. Big favorites, 10.5-point favorites. Even though I do like the Bengals to cover in that game because I'm a psychopath, I like St. Brown to get in the end zone, minus 110. Brando, hit me with the camel one last time.
Hump Day!
All right, my last bet here in the Hump Day Hail Mary is a bet that jumped off the screen and grabbed me by the huevos. Brian Thomas, anytime touchdown, plus 215. Yeah, roll the shoulders and got seduced by that juice. I know he's been a colossal letdown for fantasy football purposes so far this season. He does, however, have a touchdown so far this year, seeing a 23.1% red zone target share. It's pretty healthy. Overall, 8.3 targets per game, 3 red zone targets. A guy that's way up there in terms of yards per target and air yards. He's number 10, actually, in NFL. And he faces Kansas City. Now, KC, number 7 in drawback EPA defense. They have allowed, though, 5 wide receiver TDs this season. Will likely draw a lot of Jalen Watson coverage, only get him out of a 58.8% catch rate. As long as Thomas squeezes it, I think he is going to be the apple of true Trevor Lawrence's eye there in the red zone. Like him anytime touchdown, 215. Love that juice. All right, we come back, predict the prop. Don't go anywhere. This is BetMGM Tonight as things are breaking here on set at BetMGM Network. Stick around.
Hump Day!
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Some of the favorite stuff I'm on this week is Detroit Lions ladder stuff. So like Detroit Lions to cover 17.5 points, Detroit Lions team total over 40.5, Jared Goff over 350 passing yards, Jahmyr Gibbs to score 2 touchdowns, stuff like that. The Lions are one of the few teams, maybe the last team actually left in the NFL that just keeps scoring until the whistle goes. The Bills don't do it. The Ravens don't do it. The Chiefs don't do it. The Chargers don't do it. None of these really. The Eagles won a game where they didn't complete a pass in the second half, right? So a lot of the good teams just stop scoring points. The Lions don't. And the Bengals are this unique type of bad where they can't run, so they shift to the pass, but they also can't really pass. So you just get in these pass, punt series. They're like, oh, you just used 37 seconds of game clock and then punted and gave the ball back. Like the Lions are happy to score 50. They did it twice last year where they got to 50, including one game where they scored a touchdown on every possession. And they've already done it once this year in week 2. They got the 52 with 0 punts. So some of those Lions ladders I really like.
Now it's Lamar. 2 to 3 weeks. You thought it couldn't get any worse, Ravens fans? Now you don't know that if QB1's going to be out there, and you are now a dog against Houston.
I didn't think it would go through Pick'em. We had this conversation yesterday. What does it go to if he's out? And I thought Baltimore 1, and here we look up this morning, 1, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5. So the look-ahead number was 9.5. They reopened it 6.5, and now we're 1.5 the other way. They're not saying Lamar Jackson's worth 8 points, but if you do the math, it's right around there. From 6.5 on the Baltimore side to 1.5 on the Houston side. I don't know that he's worth that much, considering how bad their defense has been. That's a massive move. Not many quarterbacks will justify a line move like that, from 6.5 to 1.5 the other way.
And you were going to have Lamar in a desperate spot. Lamar with a 1-3 record. And now what do you have? You might have that desperate feeling in the building, but so what if Lamar's not out there?
Time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hump day edition of the show. By the way, we just covered a little hump day Hail Marys in the last segment. All plus money all the time. You miss any of those bets tied to the NFL in week numero 5, you can always listen to the BetMGM Tonight podcast, Apple Podcast, Spotify, wherever you get your damn podcast. Subscribe, download right now to the BetMGM Tonight podcast. Oh, goodness, the Yankees win! Oh, and that was a bit of a sweat all the way the back of the wall on the warning track for Aaron Judge, but he squeezes it, New York in a nail biter, absolute thriller, wins it 4-3, evening up the wild card series against the hated Boston Red Sox. Game 3 going to be tomorrow around the same time against Boston to decide who is going to march on in the MLB postseason. And the fans absolutely elated, plentiful F-bombs and jubilation being dropped right now as a result. I can guarantee you that. In the Bronx. So that game is in the books. We got Dodgers Reds. We fully expect the Dodgers to take care of business tonight and wrap that series up. Won in convincing fashion last night at Chavez Ravine. Could be more of the same tonight with Yoshi Yamamoto on the mound, a guy with a 0.79 ERA in his last 5 starts. He's been a magician on the mound, to say the least. Also, folks, if you want to talk some fantasy football with us, you want to talk sports betting with us, you can easily get a hold of Ryan and I right here on the show. We'll take your calls live and dispense whatever advice and opinions that you may be looking for. Some way to contact us is pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day, and it's asking you this. In a buy-heavy week, what under-the-radar fantasy football wide receiver carries managers most? Your options are Hollywood Brown of KC in Jacksonville, Josh Downs of Indy against the Las Vegas Raiders, Malik Washington of the Miami Dolphins at Carolina, or Wan'Dale Robinson of the G-Men on the road in Nolens. So far, over 180 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Now, one of our favorite segments of the week, Predict the Prop. This is how it's going to work. I've got a player. I've got a market and a specific statistical category. I got the matchup for said player and that category this week in NFL Week 5. I'm going to toss all those out, and then simply I'm going to ask Ryan Horvat, predict the prop. He's going to throw out a number. If he is within 5 yards of the number, he's going to get a ding, 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 ding. If he is outside that 5-yard range, he's going to get a and then we're going to give you an answer where we lean over under and break that prop down. Horvey, are you ready?
I am ready. Let's get it done.
All right, let's stay in the NYC. Definitely in the news right now with the Yankees winning and the fans still partying in the stands here at Yankee Stadium. Justin Fields of the Jets, Jets, pass yards, taking on the Dallas Cowboys. Horvat, predict the prop.
Ooh, against the Cowboys, I'll go 220.5.
Not even remotely close, which is shocking for you. 189.5, which leads me to believe if your guess was 220.5, you might be saying hello and breaking out our little friend and betting the over. Am I right?
Yeah, against that secondary, man. Now, that's where I would price Justin Fields against, some of these top 15 secondaries. But against Dallas, I think Garrett Wilson's going to eat. So, yeah, I think this is sledgehammer worthy right here. I love the over. Gotta do it.
Oh, I'll just call for it. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it, brother. Let's go.
I'm grabbing this now.
Goodness. Yeah, you better grab it now. It might have moved before I did all the research on this. Right before the show, it was still 189.5 at -115 on the over. What even juiced up? It's ridiculously low. Look, Justin Fields already done this not once but twice this season. Remember the other game, he was injured. So to even complete it, so he coasted by it in tougher matchups overall. Dallas is a mother of all matchups. They're number 32. A team of 309.3 pass yards per game, 9.16 pass yards per attempt. 3 quarterbacks have gone over this against them this season. Again, Fields, a respectable number 11 in adjusted completion percentage, though only number 33 in total air yards. We've got Garrett Wilson. Garrett Wilson may catch 100 of these yards. So can he get 90 from the rest of the collective? I think Mason Taylor's going to have a nice game. Knowing that this defense plays a lot of zone, 81.5% of the time to be exact. Justin Fields, over, and over again. Give it to me again, Brando. We're sledgehammer living hell out of this, baby.
Double it up.
Yeah. Dude, ridiculous value. Ridiculous value. That's going to be one of the highest scoring, if not the highest scoring game of the weekend. So Justin Fields, over 189.5 pass yards against them Cowboys. All right, let's move on to running back. Jonathan Taylor rush yards against Viva Las Vegas. What do you think on this one? Predict the prop.
88.5 yards.
Ding! Almost exactly right. Only one tick off. 87.5 rush yards. What's your lean here? Over or under?
I was going to say, that's got to be a mistake, right? Unless, are we ending the show early?
That was the fastest segment in the history of segments.
Right? I thought it's like at the Oscars, right? When I'm thanking my family a little bit too long, and they're like, wrap it up, B. I lean over, man, right? If you look back his last 10 games, I was looking at this the other day because I bet him to win Offensive Player of the Year. He's went over this number in 7 of them, over 90 yards. I was trying to make the case for him. So I lean over against this run D. I think he finishes with at least 95.
I actually lean under, believe it or not. I think it's going to be in the low 80s when it's all said and done. Vegas has been the real deal Holyfield in terms of bottling up the ground competition. They're number 2 in rush EPA defense, only giving up 74 rush yards a game. Now, they're also allowing 4.23 yards per carry, but the only player that's gone over 70 against them was Jeremy McNichols, and he mostly did that on one run there for the Commanders, had 78 in total. To look at Taylor, he's been over this prop twice. He's been under it twice. He's seen a mammoth opportunity share at 80.2%. He's averaging 103.5 rush yards per game. He is way up there in total missed tackles forced with 20. I think he's second in that category. Only Bijan Robinson, also 4.03 yards after contact per attempt. That's top 5 in the NFL. He's been ultra efficient. I love the volume, but again, it's all about playing the matchups, and the Raiders have been stingy in the trenches, to say the least. So Max Crosby and company, I think, hold him somewhat in check. Just south of the 87.5 number is what I believe he finishes with. All right, let's say a running back, and let's go to Jolly Old England for Sports of G, and get some action here on Quinshon Judkins, taking on the Minnesota Vikings at the Buck Crack of Dawn on Sunday. We're looking for rush yards against Skull. Ryan, predict the prop.
All right. So I got to factor in Dylan Gabriel, a rookie quarterback. I think this is tough. 72.5.
Ding, 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 ding. Exactly right, mi amigo. You nailed it. All right, so what's your take here? Over under 72.5 rush yards on Quinshon.
So he's went over this number in the last 2, right? I think he had over 80 last week, and then I know he had more than 90, 93 or 94 against the Packers. I should go under, right? Because Brian Flores going against a rookie quarterback. We know he's going to blitz a lot, but also we might stack the box and say beat us with the pass. But I like the Browns in the game, man. So I'm going to go over. I lean over.
I'm going over, too. I think he's going to flirt with 100 yards. I think he's going to clear this hurdle with relative ease, quite frankly. You digress, get a little bit deeper, and dissect the matchup. Minnesota number 26 in rush EPA defense this season. They're giving up 4.3 yards per carry, just a running back position, 134.5 total yards per game, and 3 total touchdowns to RBs. Quinshon has been money in the bank in terms of the efficiency stats. He's number 4 in yak per attempt at 4.18. He's forced 8 missed tackles, and his snap share has steadily climbed in 3 straight games. He is their moneymaker right now. And again, with Dylan Gabriel under center, he is going to be emphasized and leaned on heavily in this game. So yes, and yes again. Quinshon Judkins over 72.5 rush yards in jolly old England, taking on the Minnesota Vikings. To say running back, next man up, another rookie, Omarion Hampton, who's had a breakout here last couple of weeks. Rush yards on Sunday Night Football, that matchup against the Washington Commanders. Ryan, predict the prop.
Ooh, man, rush yards. I'm going to go with, okay, so what was it last week? I'm trying to think. I think it's going to be 62.5.
Ding, 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 ding. Within the range, 65.5 rush yards. What's your take here, over or under against the Commanders?
Against the Commanders, man, I've been going back and forth on this game what to do because I kind of like the Chargers. So he's coming off 128 yards, but granted it was against the Giants. Before that, though, went over the number. Lean over here. I like Omarion Hampton in this matchup. I go over.
I'm definitely over. I think it's going to be at least 70 yards on the ground. I'm probably going to take him in the alt market. I'm going to look at 75 rush yards and watch that post. That's going to be appreciable plus money, probably like plus 125, plus 130, thereabouts. And I think that's doable. Yeah, I know the Commanders are number 8 in rush EPA defense, but they're still giving up over 4 yards per carry just the running back position. They've already allowed a couple of running backs to go over this number against them this season, and Hampton has been ultra efficient. He is top 5 in total missed tackles force. He's top 15 in yards after contact per attempt. That snap and opportunity share is rising steadily week in and week out. Of course, Najee Harris, sadly, done for the season. They're leaning on him. He's the guy. He's it. So when they want to call a run, even though they have some offensive line issues, Justin Herbert's keeping defenses honest with that laser rocket bazooka arm that he's got. Hampton is finding creases to take advantage of. So I think it's going to be more of the same under the prime time lights. Way over for me. Last one. Can you Diggs it? Maybe Ryan can. Stephon Diggs receiving yards in a revenge game. Taking on the Buffalo Bills. Highest total on the board last I saw was at 50.5 at BetMGM, but I want to know what his receiving yards are in this matchup. Horvey, predict the prop.
Yeah, and congrats to Stephon Diggs and Cardi B. And I think he's having a couple other kids, so shout out to Stephon Diggs. So, okay. I'm trying to think of what it was last week. I know what he did. He went off for 100. 47.5.
Ding, 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 and almost exactly right again. Is it 48.5? Oh. Now, I tossed this out to Nick Casas and Femi Abebefe on You Better You Bet before our show today. Femi went like 61.5. Nick was below the threshold as well, but below 61.5, but I think in the upper 50s. I think he said like 57.5. Both of them weren't even remotely close. So the fact that you almost nailed it, kudos to you, my man. Though Nick was emphatic about taking the over, I kind of agree with him. What do you think? Are we kumbaya on this one? Are you going way over as well? Because, man, he looked really good last week.
He looked really good. I already have him over 750 receiving yards for the entire season. Look, if it's not for the ACL injury, he was going to go over this number easily last year. I really like him in this game because he's also a spiteful person. I don't know what happened there in Buffalo, but it didn't end well with him and Josh Allen. I think I'm going to ladder this. I think he has at least 75 receiving yards. Sure, he's going to get extra attention and maybe some bracket coverage. I don't think it's going to matter. So I love Diggs. I think he finishes with at least 75 receiving yards.
Oh, I'm totally with you. I think I'm going to at least break out a stepladder at a minimum. Yeah, Buffalo is number 8 in dropback EPA defense. They've allowed the 6th fewest wide receiver yards, but 3 wide receivers have hit the over on 48.5. He'll see a lot of Teron Johnson working out of the slot where he lines up 57.7% of the time. Johnson has allowed an 83.3% catch rate and 99 flat passer rating. And Diggs, number 12 in yards per route run. He eats, folks. Bet on Stephon Diggs. At least I am, and Horvat is as well. And we're going to ladder this sucker. All right. We got to get our butts out of here. When we come back, we're going to field the draft, our weekly fantasy football draft. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Catch a tail.
BetMGM tonight will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Let's start with that Cincinnati and Iowa State game. As we look at some of the top 25 matchups that we have, it feels like Cincinnati would be the play, right? I mean, unranked team favored against a ranked team. The problem is in college football, every year, there is a team like Iowa State who is like fraudulent. They're a ranked team, they're undefeated, but everybody wants to bet against them, and all they continue to do is win and cover spreads. And Arizona was taking a lot of money last week on Iowa State. People were betting Kansas State week 1 in Dublin. They were betting Iowa against Iowa State. All these type of games, and all Iowa State keeps doing is winning. So normally I'd be on the side of Cincinnati. Iowa State's the kind of team that scares me. And something I've noticed about college football, these noon Eastern time games, feels like every week we have one game that's like a trendy pick. Last week it was Arkansas. Everybody was on Arkansas against Notre Dame. That didn't work out. I kind of think this is going to be the trendy game, and people are going to be on Cincinnati. Just makes me a little nervous. So I'm going to pass on the game, but I am interested to see if Iowa State keeps winning these kind of games. Illinois is a 9.5-point favorite on the road at Purdue, and I like Purdue in the game. Maybe wait to see if you can get a 10 with Purdue after Illinois is coming off that big win against USC. I just don't think this Illinois team is very good. You know, USC, they continue to struggle. We talked about it all last week, how they struggle outside the state of California and how they struggle against these Big Ten teams when they go to the Midwest or the Eastern time zone. Purdue's much improved. Barry Odom's a very good coach. Their offense is decent. I think they can hang around and keep this game close. So I'd look at Purdue plus the points. Texas and Florida is going to be a very interesting game. The under is getting hammered. This was at like 45.5. Now it's all the way down to 41.5. If we start to see some 40s pop up or even like a 39.5, I would maybe start to consider an over. Now, I understand why everybody is betting the under because Texas and Sark in these big games have just been terrible. They have not been able to score any points in these big games. Florida's got a very good defense, but psychologically, where is Florida out of this bye week? They lose to Miami. They lose to LSU. Lagway's banged up. He's not playing well. Are they just ready to quit on Napier, or do they still feel like they can save their season a little bit? I think at +7, I would look at Florida because I'm going to trust that they're playing Texas. They're at home. And Sark and the Longhorns, again, have just not been scoring a lot of points in these marquee games. So I would look at Florida plus the points. And, again, if this total keeps going down, I would consider an over as well. Bama and Vandy, you guys know how I feel about this game. I like Vandy plus the points. Feels like a lot of people are laying the number with Alabama this week. I understand it. From a mentality standpoint, from a bounce-back revenge standpoint, it makes sense. But Bama's run defense, I don't think people are talking about enough. It's still not very good, and not having a good run defense against Vandy is problematic. So I still like Vandy plus the points. Virginia and Louisville, again, number 24 Virginia on the road taking on Louisville, and the Cardinals are a 7-point favorite. That right there is what we call a market indicator. So Virginia's having a great season. Tony Elliott's done a great job. His team can score a lot of points. But Jeff Brom in Louisville, he's a very good coach. They're coming off a bye week. I like Louisville minus the 7. Notre Dame's laying 3 touchdowns this week at home against Boise. It's 20.5. I'm going to see if we can get a 21. But right now I am leaning Boise plus the points. When you have a team like Notre Dame that's all offense and no defense, it always makes me a little nervous laying 3 touchdowns. And Notre Dame's going to score 40 in this game. They probably are. But who's not to say they might not give up 28 or 30 points themselves? And when you're that great on offense and your defense is that bad, it puts a lot of pressure on your offense to deliver every drive and put up points. If maybe Carr has a deflected pass that gets intercepted or there's a fumble or a miscue, whatever it may be, that obviously helps us having the points with Boise State. They're going into Notre Dame. They get to play the Irish in South Bend. So it would only be Boise for me. When you have a defense that bad, I don't love laying that many points with a team like Notre Dame.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Proud of the big noise having Ryan Horvath in the house on this hump day edition of the show. The Dodgers shockingly down 2-0. Really not Yoshi Yamamoto's fault. Got touched up a little bit. But Teoscar Hernandez, WTF, dude. Routine fly ball. You took your eye off of it. You closed the glove a little bit too soon. Right off the side. And as a result, you get guys on base. One guy scores. Then you get a base hit underneath the glove of the first baseman, Freddie Freeman. And another run scores 2-0. Cincinnati Reds, who, again, lost convincingly last night, 10-5. In L.A. against those boys in blue, the L.A. Dodgers. They already have the early lead, though Shohei Ohtani and friends are about to step the dish with plenty of opportunities to tie this sucker back up or possibly take the lead. But we'll keep you up to date. Again, 2-0, Cincinnati up early after a half an inning of play on LAD. In this segment, we'll do a little Field the Draft, our weekly fantasy football draft. And before explaining the rules and the standings and where things are at, a friendly reminder, if you have any fantasy football questions, if you have any sports betting ventures that you want to share with us, guess what? You absolutely can. Just pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. All right, here are the standings right now. I'm still in dead last, but I finished in second place last week, so there's that. I got 216.1 points overall last week. I scored 83.8. And then 1, 2, 3 right now. You guys are separated by less than 3 points. That's how tight it is. Monty is still the man leading the charge here with 274.4 points, though he was last in week 4 with 53.2. Next is Brando at 271.6 overall, 79.1 scored last week. And then Ryan at 271.9. Excuse me. Ryan is next. He's in second place. Brando's in third. 271.9 for Ryan. 84.9 overall. I mean, it's super tight, to say the least, except for me, which I'm the bottom feeder. I'm the man just on the rubbish heap. But I'm slow playing. It's all good. Everything's cool, bro.
Yeah.
We're going to make it up here in a hurry, and I already got some of those points back this last week. So here is the order tonight. Ryan, then me, then Brando, then Monty. It's a snake draft, and it goes back to back. No reverse draft order like round 3, no nonsense. You have to draft a quarterback, a running back, a wide receiver, a tight end, and a flex. It's a standard flex, which is a running back, wide receiver, a tight end. But you can only one time over the year. Once you play that card, you're done. So those are the rules, and chances are I'm going to forget who I've already taken. So hopefully Brando is going to remind me here on the spreadsheet, which I cannot read because I'm illiterate. All right, so let's start off first. Harvey, you're the number 1 pick in this week's Field the Draft. Half-point PPR, who are you going with?
All right, you guys ready? Let me take you down, 'cause I'm going to Justin Fields. Yeah. Justin Fields comeback party this weekend. I see that thumbs down, Monty. I think that's what I said about Iowa blowing that game against Indiana this weekend. Settling for field goals, doing what you guys do best. Look, Justin Fields is going to go off this weekend. I promise that. I think Garrett Wilson gets in the end zone at least once. Let's be safe. It's the Cowboys defense. They just gave up 15 explosive plays to the Green Bay Packers. So Justin Fields for me. I'm going to shock the world.
Yeah, we've already bet on the over 189.5 pass yards as well. That number is way too low. Fields should go off, and he should do a lot of damage with his legs. Excellent pick there, mi amigo. I am up next, and let's say with the Jets, Jets theme. You have to take anybody and everybody who has a pulse against the Dallas Cowboys, who are dead last in drawback EPA defense. Give me Garrett Wilson at wide receiver. So kind of C-blocking you. I don't think I could say that word. Ryan Clock. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Because I don't want you having that jet stack with Fields and one Garrett Wilson, who I think's got an outside shot at 100 yards. I think he will find the end zone as well. And I did bet on that at plus 135, shared on the show last night. Brando, you're up with your first pick. Who is it?
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to take a guy on Monday night. I'm going to take a quarterback. I'm going to take Patrick Mahomes. I like Patrick Mahomes this week against that Jacksonville Jaguars defense. I really do. So I'm going to take Mahomes. He's going to be my Mahomie. Terrible pick.
You better hope for a lot of booty scoots because Jacksonville's actually been pretty damn good defending the pass this year. So that one could be a little bit iffy. I don't know, Jim. I don't know, as Tony Romo likes to say. Monty, you're up for back-to-back. So give me a pair of jacks. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Jared Goff and Amon-Ra and stack them against the Bengals. That usually works out pretty well, so let's do it.
Good call.
Yeah, can't go wrong with that. Amon-Ra St. Brown plus money, seemingly idiotically, in the anytime touchdown market. I feel very strong about that. Jared Goff, at a minimum, should go for 250 and 2. So really nice floor. Obviously, he's not going to run for jack nor squat, and Detroit should win that game with relative ease. So you do worry about how much time he's going to see there in the fourth quarter if it does get out of hand, but there could be already a ton of damage, a lot of fantasy points accumulated. All right, Brando, you're up for your next pick. Again, he went with Patty Mahomes. You want to stack him with somebody? I don't know, like Travis Kelce, Xavier Worthy. Maybe you really going to get crazy and go Juju Smith-Schuster. What do you have?
I thought Monty was going to try to block me, but he's not a jerk like Brad is to Ryan. So I'm going to go with Xavier Worthy, and I am going to stack Patrick Mahomes. I like Xavier Worthy this week as well. I like the matchup with this Jaguars defense.
All right.
Yeah, and he could also get you some additional value on the ground. Always gets a carry or two of consistently betting the over on his rush yards prop, and I hope it gets posted again this week. It did not get posted last week, and he went way over it, sailed over it a week ago, so hopefully that comes back out of the woodwork and on the BetMGM site. I'm talking to you, BetMGM odds makers. Make it happen. All right. I am up next. Let's see. I went with Garrett Wilson with my first pick. Ryan has Justin Fields. He's going to have back-to-back. I also need a quarterback selection. No, I'm not going to do that. I am going to go with our third Lion instead. Give me Jahmyr Gibbs. I don't think I've selected him. No, I haven't. So he is available. I think Jahmyr Gibbs eats. Ryan, I don't know if you saw his anytime touchdown prop posted on BetMGM today, minus 300. Crazy,
what?
Right? Crazy.
Gibbs? Wow.
Minus 300.
Wow.
Yeah.
You got to take him to
tells
score
you everything
too.
you know.
Exactly.
I probably should. And it's probably only like plus 110 on that. So anyway, I'm going with Jahmyr Gibbs. He will find the end zone. Hopefully he'll catch like 3 or 4 balls, get me around 100 combined yards as well. And mandatory Montgomery's probably going to eat in that game too. So Ryan, maybe you're going to go mandatory or somewhere else. Again, you have Justin Fields, your first pick on the card so far. You got back-to-back selections here. Where are you going to go?
I'm going to go with James. Hold up. Let him cook, because we're looking at the highest total of the week. And, even though not the best matchup, but I still think he's a clear top 5 running back in all formats going into the week. So we're going to go with James Cook, who's definitely going to get in the end zone, I feel, this weekend. And then back-to-back. All right, so I got quarterback, running back. You know what? I'm going to shock the world again. Give me Quentin Johnston against the Commanders. I think he's going to be a top 10 receiver this week. I would have him probably at 7 or 8, actually. McConkey, I just don't trust. I like Quentin Johnston. I think he's going to get in the end zone as well.
Yeah, man,
and
that
week.
ADOT, the air yards, the guy's been utterly ridiculous, to say the least. Getting that hands transplant has done wondrous things for his career that he got in the offseason. Remember, he dropped so many passes last year. All right, next up, let's see, Brando, you went with Patrick Mahomes, Xavier Worthy, had that Chiefs stack. Is it a third Chief?
It's not a third chief. It's going to be a running back. And I am going to go with man. You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go Ashton Genty. I'm gonna go Ashton Genty against the Colts defense. I'm gonna trust him to have a second really good week.
All right, Ashton Genty it is. A guy coming off an enormous amount of yardage and a touchdown. I think he had multiple scores against the Bears last week as well. So he has arrived. He is here to stay as a fixture inside the fantasy football top 10. Not a bad selection there, to say the least. Opportunity share should be sky high once again. Monty, he got back-to-back picks. He went with a pair of Lions to start off. Jared Goff and St. Brown. Who's up next? And again, you get two selections here.
I'm going to fill my tight end with Dalton Kincaid. See if he can kind of keep his production going. And there's not really any other tight end I want, so let's lock him in. And then, let's go David Montgomery, and let's just triple stack Lions.
Oh, mandatory.
Wow. You better. They're getting shut out.
Go bad.
Even better for my.
Look, listen, you can't go wrong. Come on, guys. You guys have learned your lesson. Remember, you bet on the Bengals on Monday night, and they quit. They were terrible. They were an absolute cesspool at playing professional tackle football. It's going to be more of the same, even though they're at home. They're donezo. The Lions roll. Mandatory Montgomery's going to splash 6, along with Jahmyr Gibbs. Great pick there, Monty. Brando, back to you. Either tight end or a flex. What do you have?
I'm gonna go with my flex. I'm gonna go with Tyree. Oh wait, never mind. Actually, let me get Devontae Adams. I'll take Devontae Adams to have a big game this week.
All right.
What, you don't like that one, or was that yours,
special,
Brian?
No, I like that one quite a bit. I was thinking about betting on him on the anytime touchdown market at plus 125 today. He might be convincing me. Should have a nice night tomorrow night. I think he will find the end zone as well. Good selection there. All right, it is back to me. My pick so far, Jahmyr Gibbs, Garrett Wilson. I need a quarterback, a tight end, or a flex. Oh, yeah, let's extend the action during the week. Give me, and I don't think I've taken him, so Drake May, baby. I think he's going to be quite the play in a game again with the highest points total at BetMGM at 50.5. I think it's 250 and 2. Already take him?
Brad.
What?
Brad.
What did he do?
No,
you've already taken Drake May.
God bless America. All right.
You gotta go.
There you go, Ryan. Although you already took Justin Fields. Okay, so I already took Drake May. Let me. Have I taken Daniel Jones by chance?
Let me see where Daniel Jones
go
is
Jake
on
Browning.
this list. No, nobody's taken Daniel Jones yet.
I'm taking Daniel freaking Indiana Jones for all the treasure. Let's go. I'm not going to give any reasons why because we're running out of time. So Daniel Jones is my pick. All right, Ryan, you're up for 2. I need a tight end and a flex. Thanks for the correction there, Brando.
All right, tight end, I'm going to go with Jake Ferguson against the Jets. I don't believe I've used him yet. And flex. Ooh, flex is interesting this week. Let's see. I'm going to go with, you know what? Damn it. You guys keep talking this trash. Jamar Chase. Give me Jamar Chase. Have I used him yet, Brando?
Wow.
You have not. Only Brad has.
Give me him, baby. You heard it here first. Jamar Chase, not 1, not 2, not 3. It's like LeBron in Miami. 4 touchdown catches from who the hell's the quarterback again? What's his name? Help me out here. Jake Browning.
Boomer Esiason.
Yes. Jake Browning.
There you go.
Andy Dalton. Yeah.
Jake Browning it is. All right, can you Dixon? Hell yes, I can. Ryan was talking about laddering him in the yardage market. I feel the same way. I think it's going to be at least 75 yards and a likely score against his former employer. Give me Stephon Diggs at the flex. I have tight end remaining for a selection. But Brando, you're up next. You need a tight end. Who is it?
Yeah. I'll make it quick. I haven't taken him yet. I'm going to take Trey McBride against this Titans defense, leading receiver for the Cardinals. Give me Trey McBride.
Yeah, can't go wrong with the Bridezilla. I think he's going to find the end zone this week. Monty in the flex. What do you got?
Give me Devon Achane against the Panthers. No Tyreek.
Good.
Catch a bunch of balls, baby.
All right, Devon Achane it is. Again, Ryan, your team is complete. Brando's team is complete. Monty's team is complete. I have got to get my tight end selection. And I'm going to go kind of off the grid here, guys, because of the matchup against a defense that runs a lot of zone, Mason Taylor. So I'm going to go with another Jet there. I think he's got a great shot coming off a season-high 65 yards to repeat that and possibly find the end zone as well. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. I'll recap all of our teams. We'll handicap it live here on the show. And we'll give you an update on our cards this evening as well. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Go Jets!
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
Will Jalen Hurts have the stats to potentially justify a bet? You can get him like 18-1, 20-1 range. The team keeps winning. All he does is silence critics, but it's not sexy. Will he have the numbers to justify a bet?
I don't think Jalen Hurts will. I also don't think Josh Allen will. The Bills have moved into their next era of football, which is that they are happy to let James Cook get touchdowns. They are happy to play 6 offensive linemen. Like Josh Allen right now only has 7 passing touchdowns through 4 games. His rushing stats, he's got fewer yards per game than you would expect. He does have the 3 rushing touchdowns. Like, I definitely would not bet Josh Allen at this number. I wouldn't. If I was going to place one wager for MVP right now, I would say my number one, particularly at the BetMGM price at 15-1, would be Jordan Love. The second one that I would do, I take advantage of this 2-game absence for Jaden Daniels. I believe Jaden Daniels is available at 35-1 at BetMGM. The NFC is going to just be a way easier conference to rack up a bunch of late season. They also play in that really weak division. But yeah, Jordan Love to me, like I would have Jordan Love ahead of Mahomes right now in MVP odds, I think, because Mahomes is not going to win it.
What if I'm wrong about Dillon Gabriel? What if we're all wrong about Dillon Gabriel? Because the consensus opinion about this dude is that he's bad. And I think that's probably coming from a lot of people who just want to see Shedeur Sanders play, that they think that, oh, Gabriel's a bad quarterback. Like, I thought that, like, Shedeur aside, I just don't think he's that good. Never thought he was good in college, like I said. But, like, what if we're wrong? Because we're wrong all the time about quarterbacks. Why can't we be wrong about this one? And what if the Cleveland Browns front office just hit a home run with this draft class? So far, it's looking pretty damn good, isn't it? Mason Graham's a key contributor. Carson Schwarzenegger is a key contributor. One of the short shots to win D-Roy. Quinshon Judkins, now that he's back, he's obviously balling. Harold Fannin Jr., Dylan Sampson. Like, what if they just knocked it out the park with this draft class? And what if that means they also nailed it with Dillon Gabriel? I mean, this team might be cooking with gas. Seriously. And I didn't think I would believe this when I went to bed last night. But the more I thought about it, when I saw the news this morning, and I said, hey, if this guy could just be serviceable, what kind of possibilities does that open up for the Cleveland Browns in 2025? Because the one thing we do know about the Cleveland Browns, and I think any football fan would agree with what I'm about to say, they have a championship-level defense. That is a fact. The Cleveland Browns defense is one of the best in the NFL. And it's not just this year. This has been going on multiple years since they've had Jim Schwartz as their defensive coordinator and Myles Garrett has been playing like the future Hall of Famer that he is. Like last season, they were top 10 in defense and success rate, the stat that I love, that we always talk about here on the show. They were top 10 last year despite how bad things were on offense. This year, top 5 in defensive EPA per play when you take away turnovers from the equation. When you just want to look at like turnover luck aside, who's just playing down-to-down great defense, Cleveland's in the top 5 in defensive EPA per play. And Myles Garrett, who's won Defensive Player of the Year in his career, I think is be playing at the highest level that he's ever played. He looks unblockable this year. He's insane. He's amazing. And he is one of the best players in the NFL, and he leads this defense that has been insane through 4 weeks.
Give me A.J. Dillon.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this hump day edition of the show. Friendly reminder, phone line still wide ass open if you want to talk with us about your fantasy football plights. How about as well your sports betting picks that you may already have on your card, whether tonight, tomorrow, and the week ahead in the NFL, college football, or the MLB postseason. Share, please, everything. We want all of your gaming thoughts, and we're here to assist. If you have any start-sit fantasy football questions, some way to get a hold of us here on the show, just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question today. Let me go ahead and shut that down. It was asking you this. In a bye-heavy week, what under-the-radar fantasy football wide receiver carries managers most? Again, carries managers most. Your options were Hollywood Brown at Jacksonville, Josh Downs of Indy against Vegas, Malik Washington of the Miami Dolphins at Carolina, or Wan'Dale Robinson of the G-Men on the road against the New Orleans Saints. Officially 180 votes cast. Horvey, who led the way?
Wan'Dale Robinson, I'll go with.
Correct. And one really in a romp at 52.8%. Yeah. Second place, Malik Washington, believe it or not, on the Miami Dolphins. I love betting the over in his rush yards prop, although that's probably going to go up now with no Tyreek Hill and his opportunity and target share beginning to rise. But that's been just a cash cow. Usually anywhere between 4.5 and 6.5 rush yards every week. And he's the lowest total he's had this season, 9 rush yards, 9 times 9. He was second at 27.2%. Third place, Hollywood Brown of Kansas City at 10.6%. And dead last, Josh Downs. Even though on paper he might have the best matchup of the bunch, that secondary kind of stanky of the Las Vegas Raiders. The number 26 in drop-back EPA defense. He only got 9.4% of the vote. Brandon Combs, our executive producer and man working the board here on BetMGM Tonight, offered up his 2 cents with a comment and said this: Wan'Dale Robinson is going to become a heavy target for Dart with the absence of Malik Neighbors. He was already seeing 5 to 8 targets a game. That should go up to around 12 to 14. Really? That many targets, you think? I don't think he'll have that many targets. Darius Slayton's still going to see some. Theo Johnson will get some as well. And Dart will spread around. Hell, Dart may run the ball more than the amount of targets that Wan'Dale Robinson will have in the entire game. That's a fun little bet. Who will have more, rush attempts from Jackson Dart or targets to Wan'Dale Robinson? It's going to be close. You know, last week, Jackson Dart had 10 rush attempts for 54 yards and a touchdown. Just throwing that out there. Fun market, BetMGM. Get crazy with the cheese whiz. Brandon, we appreciate the comment. We appreciate all the people that participated as well. We'll have a brand new pole dancing poll question of the day. Though Horvat is going to be off the next 2 days, PJ Glasser, the Glass Man, is going to be stepping in and having a conversation with this jackass right here. We had a correction in our Field the Draft fantasy football draft. Upon further review, apparently Ryan Horvat had already taken James Cook. So we allowed him to replace him with somebody he didn't take after the fact. And Ryan, you went with the best back on the board, didn't you? Who was that?
I did go with CMC with everybody else on the team injured. I'm going to go with CMC in that Thursday night matchup tomorrow. So while I won't be here, I will be with you guys in spirit, and I'll be cheering on CMC in that game. And I might end up betting the Niners to at least keep it close. I think the Rams win, but let's see where that number closes. I do feel like there should be some sort of punishment. I do think that we'll all eventually do it. Because it's different than daily fantasy because we can't select the player again. I feel like almost we should have it where everybody else chooses your player. Like you guys should be able to give me like A.J. Dillon this week, who might see like one rushing attempt. But I do appreciate you guys allowing me to choose CMC, and I do apologize for the mistake on James Cook. I don't even remember when I took him. That's the funny thing.
Yeah, look, and I made a mistake already. I thought I had shares of Drake May available. Apparently not. I took him at some point this year. My short-term memory failing me terribly. So I had to lean on Indiana Jones. All right, here's a recap of our teams. Ryan was batting lead off because he was numero uno last week in total scoring. He went Justin Fields. And then, of course, Christian McCaffrey, Quentin Johnston of the LA Chargers at wide receiver, Jake Ferguson, a guy who's been just accumulating all kinds of catches for Dallas, and then Jamar Chase. What version of Jake Browning going to get? That's a $64,000 question. Jamar Chase has been craptastic, man. He only had, 3-4 catches for less than 30 yards in the Mile High City last week. Man, it's tough times right now in the Queen City. Let's see. I was up next. I went Daniel Jones, who I wrote about on thegamingjuice.com, my fantasy flame at quarterback this week. Then Jahmyr Gibbs, Garrett Wilson. I had to get some action with the Jets and that vertical passing attack taking on the Cowboys. Double down on that belief with Mason Taylor coming off 65 yards. I think he gets something similar, possible touchdown, and then wrapped it up with Can You Diggs It? Hell yes, I can, Stephon Diggs. Revenge game! I'll always love those scenarios. Under the primetime lights there in Western New York taking on the Bills. All right, next man up, Brando. He went Patrick Mahomes, really confident about Mahomes. Don't know really why. A lot of booty scoots, maybe rushing touchdown. Jacksonville's kind of legit. Followed him up. Let's see what Xavier Worthy was the stack. So he had him at wide receiver. Then Ashton Genty at running back. Love that. Trey McBride, tight end, and Devontae Adams on Thursday Night Football. Really good shot. He's got to find the end zone. Plus 125 right now on BetMGM for him to do exactly that. And then Monty, you're leading on the season barely by a very slim margin, and you finished dead last. You're in the basement in week 4. You went Jared Goff, Dave Montgomery, Amon-Ra, St. Brown. Are you going to go out and buy some Eminem CDs as well, Detroit fan? Dalton Kincaid, a tight end, and Devon Achane, who always racks up the catches in his flexy, sexy position. So out of those teams, handicap it for me, Horvat. Who's taking it this week, and who's going to finish dead last?
You know what? I think I'm gonna win. I think I'm gonna get first place here. I know my team. They're the under the radar squad, right? Justin Fields, I think, could be a top 3 fantasy quarterback this week. He might be quarterback 1 against Dallas. CMC
could be.
There's no other healthy options for San Fran. Quentin Johnston been really good this year. Jake Ferguson, I think, gets in the end zone this week. And Jamar Chase, you guys, I know you don't want to believe. I think we get a much better performance from the Bengals on the offensive side of the ball. Watch, it's probably going to be T. Higgins, though, that gets in the end zone. But I'm going to pick myself, man. And then I think Brad goes second. I think Brando goes third. And Monty, I think you get a taste of the basement this week, pal, and you finish dead last.
You pick yourself every week.
Oh, Monty, back-to-back? Dead last weeks? Really?
Well,
Monty?
I have to
defend yourself. Defend yourself.
Well, he loaded up on Lions, and I'm betting against the Lions. I like the Bengals in the game. It's me on Horvat Island.
The Bengals. It's the Bengals. Monty, tell him that he's a giant boob.
You're a giant boob. There's no way I get dead last. No way.
Monty, now you're getting the text too. Every first down.
Send them my way, baby. Bring them.
You're getting one too. That's another Cincinnati Bengals first down. Get ready.
Yeah, there's going to be
That's
just a flurry of text messages.
Because there'll be more Lions scoring.
It is perfect.
So please.
And by the way, folks, we need your punishment suggestions. If we have already taken a player, and I've already made the mistake of doing this twice, there's got to be some sort of repercussion. We want to hear your thoughts and ideas on what that punishment should be. It can't involve ink on the body. I'm not going to get a tattoo, though I would love to get a tattoo of Mandatory Montgomery on my inner thigh. I will say that out loud, and I just did, and I will welcome it. But, we want to hear your thoughts, what the punishment should be. Brand new Beavis and Butthead. I'm going to watch actually after the show with the wife. I still love it. New episodes are bangers, especially with the old Beavis and Butthead. Fantastic. Check it out on Paramount Plus. But, we want to hear where the punishment should be. So if you have any ideas, hit us up on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. All right, let's march on quickly with our cards.
Yeah.
Our top 3 bets of the night are looking ahead. Ryan, again, share with our audience your bets you have upcoming this weekend.
I'm still sweating out Freddie Freeman over 1.5 total bags. He's 0 for 1, but I feel good about that. And then I went with the Temple of the Dog, so hopefully we're not going hungry this weekend. We got the Bengals plus 10.5, which you guys love. We got the Pats catching 7.5 against the Bills. And then we got the Browns catching 3.5, even with Dylan Gabriel under center. And then again, we're waiting for Freddie Freeman, hopefully, to get a double over 1.5 total bases, plus 115.
All right, my card tonight. Let's see. I went with Yoshi Yamamoto to get the win. He's down 2-0, but it's the bottom of the third inning, and we're going to find out what goes down here for the Dodgers in this inning. They have a runner on third base, only 1 out. Option number 2 for me tonight was Max Muncy over on total bags. He has done jack nor squat, but only 1 at bat so far, so that's still in play. Option number 3, Shohei Ohtani, 1+ HRR. He's 0 for 2 tonight. And Yoshi Yamamoto under 1.5 earned runs. 2 runs are on the board, but both were unearned. So that one's still very much alive as the Dodgers are on the board. Mookie Betts with the RBI single to get some action there for LAD. 2-1 Cincinnati here in the bottom of the third inning. The Reds are going to blow this, right, Ryan? It seems inevitable.
Yep, they're going to blow this. And the total will probably go over because I bet the under. Didn't give it out on the card, but I did bet the under 7.5, thinking that this would be like a 5-1 Dodgers win and the Reds get on the board. Yamamoto, by the way, since the first inning, since giving up those 2 runs, has been nails, man. He's been lights out. Here comes Freddie Freeman at the dish right now, 1 away. So hopefully if they're going to blow it, they do it right now. How about a 2-run shot for Freddie, who has an 869 OPS this season? Crazy.
I would take that not only for my sake, but for your wallet's sake as well. All right, I'm going to exit stage left. Horvat's sticking around for a bonus time hour of BetMGM tonight. I'll be back tomorrow for Thursday Night Football with PJ Glasser. Until then, adios, amigos. Let's go, Dodgers.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
Some of the favorite stuff I'm on this week is Detroit Lions ladder stuff. So like Detroit Lions to cover 17.5 points, Detroit Lions team total over 40.5, Jared Goff over 350 passing yards, Jahmyr Gibbs to score 2 touchdowns, stuff like that. The Lions are one of the few teams, maybe the last team actually left in the NFL that just keep scoring until the whistle goes. The Bills don't do it. The Ravens don't do it. The Chiefs don't do it. The Chargers don't do it. None of these really. The Eagles won a game where they didn't complete a pass in the second half, right? So a lot of the good teams just stop scoring points. The Lions don't. And the Bengals are this unique type of bad where they can't run, so they shift to the pass, but they also can't really pass. So you just get in these pass, punt series. They're like, oh, you just used 37 seconds of game clock and then punted and gave the ball back. Like, the Lions are happy to score 50. They did it twice last year where they got to 50, including one game where they scored a touchdown on every possession. And they've already done it once this year in week 2. They got to 52 with 0 punts. So some of those Lions ladders I really like.
Now it's Lamar. 2 to 3 weeks. You thought it couldn't get any worse, Ravens fans? Now you don't know that if QB1's going to be out there, and you are now a dog against Houston.
I didn't think it would go through Pick'em. We had this conversation yesterday. What does it go to if he's out? And I thought Baltimore 1, and here we look up this morning, 1, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5. So the look-ahead number was 9.5. They reopened it 6.5, and now we're 1.5 the other way. They're not saying Lamar Jackson's worth 8 points, but if you do the math, it's right around there. From 6.5 on the Baltimore side to 1.5 on the Houston side. I don't know that he's worth that much, considering how bad their defense has been. That's a massive move. Not many quarterbacks will justify a line move like that, from 6.5 to 1.5 the other way.
And you were going to have Lamar in a desperate spot. Lamar with a 1-3 record. And now what do you have? You might have that desperate feeling in the building, but so what if Lamar's not out there?
It's time for more Wagertainment.
I wake up feeling really good about the day. We hit the gym. We hit the squat rack. More than 3 plates still, even though we're pushing 40 years old.
It's time for the madness.
You just go right on Twitter or X. That's where you're going to see me giving out college football bets. We don't win every week, but we are going to win 8 of the 12 weeks.
It's BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, with Ryan Horvat.
Happy Wednesday, October 1st, the first of the month, Bone Thugs. My birthday month, by the way, if you want to send me a present. I have Venmo. I have Zelle. Give me a follow on Twitter at Ryan Horvat. We got Brandon Combs, executive producer of the show. Mike Montgomery, Monty running the video right now, watching some baseball postseason, National League wild card game. Dodgers lead 1-0 right now in the best-of-3 series. Cincinnati, though, up 2-1 in the game, top of the fourth, 2 away. Elly De La Cruz, 0 for 1 at the dish, batting 6th tonight. He's up right now going against Yamamoto, who gave up 2 runs in the first inning and since then has really calmed down. He is at 60 pitches right now. 1-2 count here to De La Cruz, who hits one to center, and that'll be an easy play right there. And 3 up, 3 down here. And now we go to the bottom of the fourth with the Dodgers trailing 2-1. So far, the Reds with just 1 hit but 2 runs. Dodgers have 3 hits, but they've scored only 1 run. We'll keep you updated on that game as it progresses, and we're also going to recap everything else that went down today in Major League Baseball. You can listen to BetMGM Tonight live anywhere with the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. You could also download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcast. So last night, Brando, I was in a good-ass mood because the Cubs won. They take Game 1 against the Padres. Today, though, we kind of knew it was going down this way. We both liked the Padres, and they do win 3-0. They shut out the Cubs. They were minus 111 on the money line. Total goes under 6.5. The Cubs couldn't generate any offense, unfortunately, in the game. Jackson Merrill had a sacrifice fly to get things going, and then it was Manny Machado with a 2-run shot. And I almost bet Machado to homer today, but I did not. So Dylan Cease picks up the win. He goes 3 2/3, only throws 69 pitches. What are your thoughts, though, just overall on today's game and what we're going to see tomorrow? Is the Cubs right now, I'm trying to pull up the updated line, minus 116, the Padres minus 105. We're going to get Jameson Taillon going against Yu Darvish, the Yu Darvish revenge game for the Padres. It's a pick. So who do you like tomorrow? What were your thoughts on today's game?
I mean, I really don't know who I like tomorrow, I'll be honest with you. Like, I have a feeling that it's a Padres game, just because it's just, I don't know, man. I'm a Cubs fan, so you have that feeling. I do think that it's going to be a high-scoring game, though. I think both of these starting pitchers get run in the first 3 innings. I really do. I think they're both going to have a short leash. The Cubs are going to have Pomerantz ready to go in the bullpen. He didn't pitch today. They're going to have a lot of stuff ready to go. I didn't understand today, having the opener for Shota. And then once you have the opener for Shota, because you don't want Shota facing, off against Manny Machado, and you don't want him facing off against Tatis. That's why you presumably went with the opener. And then in the 5th inning, you let him face Machado in Tatis. And that's what got you into the damn trouble. So I didn't understand the call. I didn't understand, what the thought process was behind it, especially with Jackson Merrill on deck, and his splits versus lefties are not good. So even if you weren't going to let Shota face Merrill, then what you could have done was brought in Thielbar to face Merrill, another lefty on lefty, because Merrill's splits against lefties are really, really tough. So it's going to be a good game tomorrow. I really, really, really hope that obviously it's the Cubs that pull it out, but I don't know, man. I have this feeling.
I think the Padres win the game. I told you as a Cubs fan, 40 plus, I'm not that old, but getting there. But, I've seen this team make the postseason 5 times. I just know how this goes down. Darvish is going to go like 6 innings tomorrow, and he's going to be flawless. Darvish is going to be flawless tomorrow. I just know it at Wrigley Field. What about Detroit-Cleveland? That's the first game tomorrow. 1:08 my time here on the East Coast, so noon 08 your time, obviously. Hey, I can still do that. So Detroit is minus 105 on the money line. Cleveland right now minus 115. I know it's going to be Flaherty going for the Tigers. Who did you say is going for the Guardians? I can't find the pitching matchup.
Ciccone.
Okay, it's Ciccone. Yeah, I like the Tigers.
Yeah.
I have the Tigers. I have AL futures from before the season. They're really making me sweat here. We shouldn't even be in the wild card round, to be honest with you, man, but they had a disastrous close to the season, a disastrous September. So here we are. I do like them tomorrow, even though it's hard to trust Jack Flaherty in the Lord's year of 2025. I'll go Tigers. What about you?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go Guardians on this one. Like, this is going to be another one that's a tough game to pick, but with Jack Flaherty going, Detroit with their back up against the wall, you're in Cleveland because you gave up the division lead in September, a division that you had a 99.9% chance to win coming in on September 1st. It's just got the Cleveland feel. I felt like if Detroit was going to win this series, they had to win it today. So I'm probably leaning Cleveland on this one.
Well, you're dead to me. No, I'm with you, man. Usually that's what I do when I'm betting the postseason. You go with the team that's hot, that's trending in the right direction, and the team that peaked early or that's fading is usually the team that you fade.
Yeah.
All right, so we do officially. Okay, so it's up now. I was waiting. So the Yankees win tonight. That game goes final about an hour ago. And I was waiting for the lines, the betting numbers to come out. So the Yankees win tonight 4-3. They were minus 202 favorites. Total goes under 7.5 in that game. Ben Rice had a homer if you had that prop. Trevor Story had an RBI single. Aaron Judge had an RBI single. Actually, Trevor Story also homered in this game. Yeah. And then Austin Wells had the RBI single, which scored Jazz Chisholm to win the game. So Yankees 4-3 winners. And now this is up. So wait, because now it's off the board. Trying to get the number for the game tomorrow. Great radio right now in Major League Baseball. Anyway, who do you like just to win the game? It's okay. Here it is. Yankees are minus 160 favorites going against early. They're plus 135. The Red Sox are. Who do you like in the game? Total 7.5.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll with the Yankees on this one. I'm rolling with the Yankees on this just because of the lineup. It's going to be one of those games where it's going to come down to who has the better lineup. You're both rolling out guys who are glorified bullpen guys. Schlittler for the Yankees. What's his name? Early for the Red Sox. There's just no. For me, it's about lineup, and I just can't go against that Yankees lineup right now.
Right now, Dodgers up 2-1 on the. I'm sorry, the Dodgers trail 2-1 to the Reds. The Reds are, even though they're up, plus 210 on the money line. That's what confused me there for a second. Total in the game 8.5. All right, you can't say I didn't talk any baseball. We've done it 2 nights in a row. It's that time because I'm off Thursday and Friday. The College Football ATS Challenge. Rando, are you ready here? Do you have our records? I'm throwing you a curveball because I told you we were going to talk baseball all segment, but I've given the people 7 minutes, and that's it. It's a big weekend of college football, and I got the next 2 days off, so let's do it.
I am ready. Our records in college football ATS, you are 26-24-1 overall, 14-17 head-to-head. I am 31-21-1 overall, 17-14 head-to-head. I had a big week last week, which pole vaulted me over. I was 4-2 head-to-head. You were 2-4 head-to-head. 4-4-1 overall. I was 6-2-1 overall last week.
I'm looking at my month in college football, and I just don't understand how you're beating me when I'm winning 65% of my bets. But you know what? Good for you.
I say the same thing because then you'll make a pick, and then the next day I'll be listening to you and talk with Brad and doing the show, and then you're betting the opposite of what you pick when we do the ATS.
Well, what I do is, sometimes, this is a different exercise than the bets that I give out. So right now, again, because I'm off, here's what I actually have bet. Clemson minus 14 against Carolina. I think they're going to dog walk Bill Belichick. I know Clemson hasn't lived up to the hype. That's an understatement. They were plus 110 to win the ACC, and they're a 1-3 football team. But I think they show up and they beat up on North Carolina. I like Purdue to cover against Illinois. Illinois, perfect letdown spot. They just beat USC, is more than a touchdown favorite. And then next week, they get Ohio State. So you get a letdown spot with a look-ahead spot. Purdue's dog, you know what. But Purdue also scored 30 points against a good Notre Dame defense, a decent Notre Dame defense.
Can I ask you a question about if Carolina beats Clemson, does Dabo Swinney make it off the field as the head coach of Clemson?
Yes, he does. Dabo Swinney might be able to kill somebody, and he would still be the head coach at Clemson, as crazy as it is, man. They're not going to buy him out. He's making $11 million this year. I think it's probably time. This team had so much talent, but then you watch them on the defensive side of the ball, and they're slow. The defense is the reason. The defense and the offensive line, the trenches. The offensive line, they're getting no push up front, so they can't run the ball. And then Cade Klubnik's under constant pressure. So, yes, if he loses to Bill Belichick, because they've already lost as 17.5-point favorites outright to Syracuse by 17. So, yeah, they lose this game, he should be gone. But I don't think it happens. I like Clemson. I like Purdue. I love Cincinnati. This might be my favorite bet of the month. Cincinnati minus 120 on the money line against Iowa State. Louisville minus 7 against Virginia. And then Florida State. I don't like that one so much anymore for some reason, but I do still think that they cover against Miami. Dodgers go up here 3-2. What happened there, Brando? Are you watching live? I was looking at
You had Kike Hernandez with a hit down the line, and the Dodgers take the lead 3-2. And Monty was giving me crap in the chat, said Dodgers' first 5 was in jeopardy. No longer, sir. No longer. Never a doubt in my Dodgers.
You got lucky. All right, let's get to the ATS challenge. We're going to start with that game out in Cincinnati at Nippert Stadium. Right now, Cincinnati a 1.5-point favorite, even though, Brando, they're unranked, and Iowa State is the 14th ranked team in the country. I like the Cincinnati offense. They're humming right now with Brendan Sorsby. I also like the over in the game. I like over 54.5. I like Cincinnati's team total over, and I like Cincinnati to win this game outright. And then people are going to be like, oh, Cincinnati upset Iowa State. No, it wasn't an upset. They're favored in the game. The unranked team is favored over the ranked team. There's your market indicator. It doesn't hit 100% of the time, though, so don't think you're sharp taking the unranked team. Brando, who do you like? You going with the Cyclones, or are you rolling with the Bearcats? With a Z.
What did you say the spread was?
1.5. Just who wins the game?
1.5. Yeah, I'm going to go with Iowa State on this one. I think that they are going to have a bug up their butt because they are the underdog and they are the ranked team heading into this game. I think Iowa State can get it done. I really like the Cyclones team. The defense hasn't been playing its best over the last week or two, but I like the Cyclones team in this game. It's Cincinnati. You better beat Cincinnati.
Terrible pick. Just a terrible pick. But we'll allow it. All right, we go out to Purdue, where the Fighting Drew Brees are out in West Lafayette. And Purdue, now, I'm looking for the best price. Catching 9.5 plus 100, even money. Illinois laying 9. Total in the game, 55.5. I just talked about this. I think this is a look-ahead spot for Ohio State and a letdown spot from USC. So I think Purdue covers. I think Illinois wins, but Purdue covers.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I also think it's a look-ahead spot. I think Purdue is going to cover in this game. I think they can score enough points to hang with Illinois, and I don't trust Illinois when giving up 9 points. I just can't do it. So I'm going with Purdue, and I'm taking the points in this one as well.
I've already given my take on this game. I think Clemson, even though they've been a complete letdown, is going to roll North Carolina. People are going to see the standings and see Carolina with 2 wins. They also have 2 terrible losses. They got blown out by TCU. TCU's the best team that they played so far this season. Remember how that ended? I think Clemson rolls here.
Yeah, as much as I would like to pick the upset in this one, I just can't. Like your better judgment starts to click in, but I do think if Dabo finds a way to lose this game, man, I don't know. I just don't see how you keep him. I just don't. You lose to this North Carolina team. This North Carolina team that I think has 2 wins, but they're both against FCS schools. There's no way.
I think because of his record and his history, right? And you got to remember what Clemson was before Dabo, right? Like they invented new ways to choke every season. We called it Clemsoning, right? And then eventually they finally win a national title because Deshaun Watson, at least in college, before we found out he was a complete weirdo, was that dude. But yeah, man, like, and that's the thing. He doesn't want to adapt. And if you don't want to adapt in the world of college football, then you know how that ends, right? I mean, and he didn't want to embrace NIL in the transfer portal. And even they go out and they pay an offensive coordinator. They have Lincoln Riley's brother there, and they don't even let him run his stuff. They're running the Clemson offense. So, yeah. And if they lose that game outright as 14-point favorites, when they already have a loss this season as a 17-point favorite against Syracuse, in a game where Syracuse's quarterback gets hurt. And did you see what Syracuse did last week, by the way, against my Duke Blue Devils? They scored 3 points. They scored 3 points, yet they beat Clemson. Clemson was 15-1 to win it all, man. They were one of the favorites. It's crazy. All right, we'll get back to more college football, the ATS Challenge. Right now, Dodgers up 3-2 in the bottom of the fourth. They got runners on the corners. And Mookie Betts is up at the dish, and he's 2 for 2 tonight. Dodgers probably going to score some more runs when we come back. BetMGM tonight.
On the move? Take the BetMGM network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
Let's start with that Cincinnati and Iowa State game. As we look at some of the top 25 matchups that we have, it feels like Cincinnati would be the play, right? I mean, unranked team favored against a ranked team. The problem is in college football, every year, there is a team like Iowa State who is like fraudulent. They're a ranked team, they're undefeated, but everybody wants to bet against them, and all they continue to do is win and cover spreads. And Arizona was taking a lot of money last week on Iowa State. People were betting Kansas State week 1 in Dublin. They were betting Iowa against Iowa State. All these type of games, and all Iowa State keeps doing is winning. So normally I'd be on the side of Cincinnati. Iowa State's the kind of team that scares me. And something I've noticed about college football, these noon Eastern time games, feels like every week we have one game that's like a trendy pick. Last week it was Arkansas. Everybody was on Arkansas against Notre Dame. That didn't work out. I kind of think this is going to be the trendy game, and people are going to be on Cincinnati. Just makes me a little nervous. So I'm going to pass on the game, but I am interested to see if Iowa State keeps winning these kind of games. Illinois is a 9.5-point favorite on the road at Purdue, and I like Purdue in the game. Maybe wait to see if you can get a 10 with Purdue after Illinois is coming off that big win against USC. I just don't think this Illinois team is very good. You know, USC, they continue to struggle. We talked about it all last week, how they struggle outside the state of California and how they struggle against these Big Ten teams when they go to the Midwest or the Eastern time zone. Purdue's much improved. Barry Odom's a very good coach. Their offense is decent. I think they can hang around and keep this game close. So I look at Purdue plus the points. Texas and Florida is going to be a very interesting game. The under is getting hammered. This was at like 45.5. Now it's all the way down to 41.5. If we start to see some 40s pop up or even like a 39.5, I would maybe start to consider an over. Now, I understand why everybody is betting the under because Texas and Sark in these big games have just been terrible. They have not been able to score any points in these big games. Florida's got a very good defense, but psychologically, where is Florida out of this bye week? They lose to Miami. They lose to LSU. Lagway's banged up. He's not playing well. Are they just ready to quit on Napier, or do they still feel like they can save their season a little bit? I think at +7, I would look at Florida because I'm going to trust that they're playing Texas. They're at home. And Sark and the Longhorns, again, have just not been scoring a lot of points in these marquee games. So I would look at Florida plus the points. And, again, if this total keeps going down, I would consider an over as well. Bama and Vandy, you guys know how I feel about this game. I like Vandy plus the points. Feels like a lot of people are laying the number with Alabama this week. I understand it. From a mentality standpoint, from a bounce-back revenge standpoint, it makes sense. But Bama's run defense, I don't think people are talking about enough. It's still not very good, and not having a good run defense against Vandy is problematic. So I still like Vandy plus the points. Virginia and Louisville, again, number 24 Virginia on the road taking on Louisville, and the Cardinals are a 7-point favorite. That right there is what we call a market indicator. So Virginia's having a great season. Tony Elliott's done a great job. His team can score a lot of points. But Jeff Brom in Louisville, he's a very good coach. They're coming off a bye week. I like Louisville minus the 7. Notre Dame's laying 3 touchdowns this week at home against Boise. It's 20.5. I'm going to see if we can get a 21. But right now I am leaning Boise plus the points. When you have a team like Notre Dame that's all offense and no defense, it always makes me a little nervous laying 3 touchdowns. And Notre Dame's going to score 40 in this game. They probably are. but who's not to say they might not give up 28 or 30 points themselves. And when you're that great on offense and your defense is that bad, it puts a lot of pressure on your offense to deliver every drive and put up points. If maybe Carr has a deflected pass that gets intercepted, or there's a fumble or a miscue, whatever it may be, that obviously helps us having the points with Boise State. They're going into Notre Dame. They get to play the Irish in South Bend. So it would only be Boise for me. When you have a defense that bad, I don't love laying that many points with a team like Notre Dame.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM The Night After Dark continues right now doing the ATS Challenge in college football, which usually we do on Fridays, but I'm gone on Friday, so we're doing it tonight. Myself, Ryan Horvat. We got Brandon Combs producing the show. Right now, Dodgers up 3-2 on the Reds. The Reds did have a 2-0 lead in the first inning. Dodgers come back. They take a 3-2 lead. Yamamoto dealing now, top of the fifth. He's through 68 pitches, 2 away here in the top of the fifth, and 96 miles per hour. He just reaches on the four-seamer. He's got an 0-1 count here to McClain. We'll keep you updated as the Dodgers looking to wrap this one up and head to the NLDS. All right, Brando, we pick up where we left off. Let's go out to Louisville. I like the Cardinal here. Now, if I'm wrong on one bet this weekend, it could be this one, because I love this Virginia team. I bet their win total over 6.5. They are 4-1. They're nationally ranked for the first time all season at number 24 in the country because as 7-point underdogs, they just beat Florida State last Friday night. But that game was at home. I do like their quarterback, Chandler Morris, but I don't like this spot. You go to the road, you go on the road, you take on Louisville. I really like Jeff Brom as the head coach. Miller Moss has been sloppy at times with the football, too many interceptions, and he's been sacked already 8 times. But I like that offense, and I like that pass rush. I think they're going to make things uncomfortable for Chandler Morris. So give me Louisville to win that game by a full touchdown. It's down to 6.5, so let's call it 6.5. I like Louisville this weekend. What about you?
Yeah, I also like Louisville in this game as well. I think that they're going to break out of the interception funk that they've been in, because there has been a lot of sloppy play from this Louisville offense. So I'm going to be on Louisville. I'll give up the 7 points in this one.
All right, let's go out to the game of the weekend, and we could bounce around some other games as well, but I want to hit on this one now. Florida State catching 4.5. It just went from 5 back to 4.5. Miami has been damn good this season. They're number 3 in the country. Honestly, right now, man, they look like the best team in the country. That defensive line is legit. Carson Beck looks like a legit Heisman candidate. He went from 22-1 down to 10-1. I still like Florida State, though, right? I know that they just lost to Virginia, but now they are at home. If you want to say they were looking ahead, at least they were looking ahead to Miami. I thought that was a really good point that Joe made tonight as well. Joe DeLeon, who joined us from A to Z Sports. I'll take Florida State to cover. I think Miami probably wins this game. Also, though, I don't fully trust Mario Cristobal in a big game. This is the first time this game has felt big in a long time. Miami number 3, Florida State number 18. It would have felt bigger if Florida State didn't lay an egg last week, man, and both teams were undefeated. We would have had a top 10 matchup here. Give me the Noles to keep this close. But I do know that a lot of sharp money did come in today on Miami in this game, and I completely understand why. Because to beat Miami, you got to get pressure on Carson Beck, and right now, Florida State's just not really getting a great pass rush. But I'll still take them to cover the 4.5. What about you?
Yeah, I actually said this morning. I was on Coaching Company this morning talking with the guys about this game. I think that the 4.5 with this Florida State defense is just you can't give up 4.5 to this Florida State team. Like, I know what everybody's talking about with the loss last week to Virginia and the way that they looked, but again, I agree with Joe. I agree with you. I think it was a look-ahead spot, and I think Florida State was looking past Virginia, and maybe rightfully so, because you have this Miami game. I think this Florida State defense can wreak havoc on Carson Beck and this Miami offensive line. I think that they can win this game in the trenches. We've seen this Florida State defense, and we talked about how good they were and how good they've looked. They're still the same defense that they were last week. They're still the same defense heading into that game that we thought was one of the best defenses in the country. So I'm going to go with Florida State. I'm going to take the 4.5 points.
Yeah, I'm with you on that as well, dude. So we're going to roll together on that. So right now, Dodgers 3-2, bottom of the 5th. Freddie Freeman is at the dish, and Freddie Freeman just lined out. Damn it. All right, I'm no longer distracted. Freddie Freeman is 0 for 3. There is no 1.5 total bags in my future. It doesn't appear. Let's go out to dying here. Let's go out to Georgia, who is a 20.5 point favorite against Kentucky. Total in the game, 48.5. Let me ask you this. Are you going to go with Georgia in this game? Because I'm not. I actually like Kentucky to cover. I have some concerns about Georgia. I don't understand. I get that it's Georgia and it's Kirby. And the offenses look fine, man. Actually, Gunnar Stockton has not been the issue whatsoever. They can't get a pass rush. I said this last week when we broke down that game, and that's why I liked Bama. We were on the right side because Georgia has 3 sacks this season. They've all come from linebackers. I don't remember the last time a Georgia defensive line has been this bad. I mean, their entire starting defensive line plays for the Eagles. They just won the Super Bowl. Jalen Carter and all those guys. 0 sacks from defensive linemen for Georgia. All 3 sacks come from the linebacker position. Now, I do think they're going to beat Kentucky. I just don't know that I trust them to win this game by 3 touchdowns. I know they're pissed off and they just lost to a rival. But I feel like that's what everybody's thinking. Give me Kentucky to cover. I think they're going to ugly this game up. They're going to run the ball a little bit. I'll go with the Wildcats here. Wrong.
Yeah, I think a lot of people look at this Georgia team and they look at what's happened over the last 2 weeks against some really good teams, though, right? Tennessee and Alabama, not exactly cupcake teams. Kentucky's not the same. Man, they are not Tennessee. They are not Alabama. This is a get-right game for the Georgia Bulldogs, and I think that they're going to use it as a get-right game. I think that you're going to see a lot of aggressiveness from this Georgia Bulldogs team. I think you're going to see them put their foot on the throat, and I don't think you're going to see them let off the gas. I think they're going to try to run up the score against this Kentucky team, and I think that they're capable of doing it. So I'm going to take the Georgia Bulldogs. I'll give up the points.
Here's a sneaky game that's going to be fun, man. So Kansas State was a big winner for me last week, and I kind of like what I saw from them. They are catching 6.5 against Baylor. Give me Kansas State again this weekend. Baylor probably wins the game, but with Baylor's defense, they can't stop the run, and now you're going against Avery Johnson, and you finally are getting healthy in the backfield as well. I think that's too many points. I think 6.5 is too many points. Kansas State loses this game, season over. They actually still have a shot to win the Big 12, as crazy as it sounds, man, because one of their conference losses isn't a conference loss because it was scheduled before it was a conference game. That's how just college football just spins your brain around. I've been following the sport for like 30 years, and every year you're like, wait a minute, what? That doesn't, how does that, okay, I'm cool with that. But anyway, though, Kansas State catching 6.5, I'll bet that. What about you?
Yeah, I'm gonna roll with Baylor. I'm out on Kansas State. I was in on them before the season. I've watched them play throughout this season. I don't think they're gonna be able to hang with Baylor. I think Baylor's gonna run away with it. I think this is a 2-score game, 2-touchdown game. So for me, this is a Baylor Bulldogs victory. I don't think Kansas State's defense can stop Baylor's offense. I think Baylor's going to be able to score on just about every possession they have.
Wisconsin, man. Every year, this should be a good game, but Luke Fickell stinks. I mean, he takes Cincinnati to the college football playoff, right? Gets that big contract from Wisconsin, and they've been through like 3 different identities already, right? They tried the air raid offense in Wisconsin, which never made any sense with Phil Longo. That lasted, half of a year. Now they're back to this ground and pound, but they don't have a good offensive line for the first time in forever, and the quarterback position has been a mess. Do you trust Wisconsin, though, to cover 17.5 in the Big House against Michigan? I got to be honest, I do not.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't trust Wisconsin to cover anything ever because this Luke Fickell team has not been very good, man. And I have a couple of buddies who live over there who are big Wisconsin fans who talk about every week in the group chat. They're always sending me messages. We got to fire Fickell. Fickell's got to be gone. I don't trust Wisconsin to do anything. They're not in the Big House, not against this Michigan team. I think Michigan can win this game by 20 or more.
What about Texas and Florida, man? Two really underwhelming quarterbacks that everybody had such high hopes for. Obviously, Arch Manning, and then DJ Lagway for Florida. I heard people betting him to win the Heisman, which I didn't understand. I heard people making bets for Florida to make the playoff. I never understood it, man. They need a new coach there. And Lagway's probably going to be fine. He's very young. Arch is probably going to be fine. Arch is just never going to be what you guys thought that he was going to be. Not you, but people. That said, I do like Texas. Texas gets a legit pass rush. Other than Arch, the team is good, right? And they're coming off the bye. So Sark has had extra time to prepare. Florida can't protect the quarterback. And when Lagway's under pressure, he's had 15 turnover-worthy plays. He's got more picks right now than he does touchdown passes. It's a 5-to-6 ratio. I'll go Texas here off the bye. I like Texas a lot.
Yeah, so Wednesday in my neighborhood is trash day. It's when I'm leaving work and the trash guy is always coming down the alley and I can't get out of my garage for 20 minutes. Well, today I saw him emptying one of the barrels and out fell Lagway. It was crazy. Yeah. Lagway is not very good. He's not a good quarterback at all. I've watched this Florida team. I see the way that he throws. He doesn't make good decisions. He doesn't set his feet. He doesn't. He runs at the wrong time. He holds the ball too long. There is nothing about Lagway's game that would excite me after watching them. I'm on Texas in this one, -7. Even with the play of what we've seen from Arch, I think Arch is going to get better, and I think that bye week helped them a lot. And if you don't see a better Arch, you might see him get benched this week.
What about Notre Dame, our boys, laying now 20.5. This was 21 earlier, back down to 20.5 against Boise. Total 62.5. I like Boise to cover. I like Notre Dame to win. I know I said that last week, but Boise is, granted, no Ashton Genty, but their season's on the line here too. I think they lose by 2 scores, but not 3. I think the back door will be open. I don't know about 3 touchdowns, but Notre Dame's offense looked damn good last week.
Yeah, Notre Dame's offense did look good last week. When I texted Joe DeLeon to confirm his time slot tonight and make sure that he was still available to go, the first thing I sent to him, I said, "Hey, Joe, Irish by 30." And he sent back, "Hell yes. Irish by 30. So no. I'm going to take the Irish. I'm going to give up the points again. And I'm going to beat you again because you bet against our Irish.
Joe was also on Georgia last weekend, so good luck to both of you guys. I was on Bama. Let's go out to Nebraska, where the Cornhuskers are laying 11.5 against Michigan State. Total in the game is 48.5. You know what, dude? Okay, so Nebraska wins. But I'm actually going to take, I changed my mind on this one. I'm not going to bet this game, but for the pick challenge, we have to. I'll go Michigan State to cover because I just don't know that Nebraska is going to blow out many teams, right? I mean, they like to ground and pound you. Even when Raiola drops back, he's not really pushing the ball down the field. A lot of dinking and dunking. They like to hold on to the ball, eat up the possession, eat up the clock. I will take Michigan State to cover, actually,
11.5. Man,
tough game.
This is a gross one. I'll go against you. This will be that game that we do one every week where we just go against each other just to go against each other. This is gonna be the one I'm just gonna go against you. I'll give up the points. I'll go against Michigan State. I don't have a problem giving up points when Michigan State's the opponent.
Here's one we're probably not going to – I don't know. We might – so I've been all over Duke. I'm fading Duke this week. They're on the road against Cal. I like this Cal team. They're 4-1, and Cal's catching 3. Never mind. There goes the 3 as I say that. The spies are listening. Down to 2.5. I still like – I think Cal beats Duke. I think this is the perfect letdown spot. Now Duke's won 2 straight games. Here's where I sell my stock. Give me Cal. What about you?
Oh.
Tough one.
Yeah, it is a tough one. I like this Cal team too, man.
I have to bet this right now as we speak because I could still get a 3, but it's
yeah. You know what, man? I'm gonna roll with Duke. I'm gonna roll with the Blue Devils. I'll give up the 3 points. Man, it's such a tough game to pick. I'm gonna go with Duke. I'm gonna go with Duke on the road. I'll give up the 3.
All right, last one. Vandy, Alabama.
Bama is laying 10.5. I'll bet Bama because everybody's going to bet Vandy, and everybody's going to talk about how Diego Pavia in English. Jesus, it's late. Diego Pavia was great, has been great all season, and they beat Bama last year. I think Bama gets their revenge. Roll Tide.
Man, Pavia's been playing so well, and if they win this game, man, I bet him a little bit. I sprinkled a little bit on him today to win the Heisman. Because if they win this game and then they go out and win out, he might win the Heisman, man. So I'm gonna go with Vandy. I'm gonna go with Vandy. I'm gonna take the points, and I think Vandy's live in this game. And when a team's live, especially that many points, I'm gonna take it.
It's a lot of points.
Yeah, and coming off that high off of Georgia too, you know what I mean? Like Bama, this is definitely a game where Bama is, could possibly see and have a letdown. So I'll take Vandy. I'll take the 10.5.
All right, there's our ATS challenge. When we come back, we're gonna hit a break here in a second. So Dodgers up 3-2. Bases are actually loaded right now, though. Yamamoto going against Hayes. When we come back, since I'm off the next 2 days, I'll give all my bets, and then I am gone until Monday. So BetMGM tonight. We wrap up the show next.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
Will Jalen Hurts have the stats to potentially justify a bet? You could get him like 18-1, 20-1 range. The team keeps winning. All he does is silence critics, but it's not sexy. Will he have the numbers to justify a bet?
I don't think Jalen Hurts will. I also don't think Josh Allen will. The Bills have moved into their next era of football, which is that they are happy to let James Cook get touchdowns. They are happy to play 6 offensive linemen. Like Josh Allen right now only has 7 passing touchdowns through 4 games. His rushing stats, he's got fewer yards per game than you would expect. He does have the 3 rushing touchdowns. Like, I definitely would not bet Josh Allen at this number. I wouldn't. If I was going to place one wager for MVP right now, I would say my number one, particularly at the BetMGM price at 15-1, would be Jordan Love. The second one that I would do, I take advantage of this 2-game absence for Jaden Daniels. I believe Jaden Daniels is available at 35-1 at BetMGM. The NFC is going to just be a way easier conference to rack up a bunch of late season. They also play in that really weak division. But yeah, Jordan Love to me, like I would have Jordan Love ahead of Mahomes right now in MVP odds, I think, because Mahomes is not going to win it.
What if I'm wrong about Dylan Gabriel? What if we're all wrong about Dylan Gabriel? Because the consensus opinion about this dude is that he's bad. And I think that's probably coming from a lot of people who just want to see Shedeur Sanders play, that they think that, oh, Gabriel's a bad quarterback. Like, I thought that, like, Shedeur aside, I just don't think he's that good. Never thought he was good in college, like I said. But, like, what if we're wrong? Because we're wrong all the time about quarterbacks. Why can't we be wrong about this one? And what if the Cleveland Browns front office just hit a home run with this draft class? So far, it's looking pretty damn good, isn't it? Mason Graham's a key contributor. Carson Schlesinger is a key contributor, one of the short shots to win D-Roy. Quinshon Judkins, now that he's back, he's obviously balling. Harold Fannin Jr., Dylan Sampson. Like, what if they just knocked it out the park with this draft class? And what if that means they also nailed it with Dylan Gabriel? I mean, this team might be cooking with gas. Seriously. And I didn't think I would believe this when I went to bed last night. But the more I thought about it, when I saw the news this morning, and I said, hey, if this guy could just be serviceable, what kind of possibilities does that open up for the Cleveland Browns in 2025? Because the one thing we do know about the Cleveland Browns, and I think any football fan would agree with what I'm about to say, they have a championship-level defense. That is a fact. The Cleveland Browns defense is one of the best in the NFL. And it's not just this year. This has been going on multiple years since they've had Jim Schwartz as their defensive coordinator, and Myles Garrett has been playing like the future Hall of Famer that he is. Like last season, they were top 10 in defense and success rate, the stat that I love, that we always talk about here on the show. They were top 10 last year, despite how bad things were on offense. This year, top 5 in defensive EPA per play when you take away turnovers from the equation, when you just want to look at like turnover luck aside, who's just playing down-to-down great defense. Cleveland's in the top 5 in defensive EPA per play. And Myles Garrett, who's won Defensive Player of the Year in his career, I think is playing at the highest level that he's ever played. He looks unblockable this year. He's insane. He's amazing. And he is one of the best players in the NFL, and he leads this defense that has been insane through 4 weeks.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
Wrapping up tonight's show here on a Wednesday, BetMGM Tonight After Dark. The Dodgers are 3-2 on the Reds. National League wild card game. The Dodgers lead 1-0. They took game 1 last night. Right now, bases loaded, though, for the Reds. 2 away, and Yamamoto gets Ellie De La Cruz with a foul tip here. So De La Cruz tonight 0 for 2. Yamamoto gave up 2 runs in the first inning, and up until here in the 6th, had been dealing since giving up those 2 runs in the first inning. Has 7 strikeouts, looking for number 8 right here. He's at 93 pitches, so this will be it for him. Bases loaded for the Reds, down 3-2. Yamamoto with a four-seamer, 97 miles per hour, and we got a battle here as De La Cruz fouls that one off. We'll keep it with this, and then we will go over all the bets for the weekend because I'll be out Thursday and Friday. PJ Glasser will be filling in with my co-host, Brad Evans, for the first 3 hours, and then PJ will have you guys covered here on the after-hour show for the last 60 minutes for the next 2 days. I'm back on Monday. Actually, I'm back on Saturday for the tailgate kickoff. We got a check swing, and did he go? Yes, he did. So Yamamoto, if you took the over on his strikeout prop, you're a little bit richer. You got some more money in your pocket. He's got 8 strikeouts. He's given up 4 hits, and that is it for him tonight. Dodgers with a 3-2 lead. We go to the bottom of the 6th. So if you had the under, the total was 7.5. You still got some life. If you have the over, you're still looking pretty good. And if you had the Dodgers in the first 5, you get to cash that ticket like our boy, Brandon Combs, who's producing the show. All right, let's give out some winners. We have 10 that we feel good about. We just bet Cal. Cal just went from 3 to 2.5. So I did have to roll with them here. I'm getting text messages, which I hate during the show. It's like my pet peeve when people text me during the show because I'm using my phone. Duke is a 3-point favorite. You could still get Cal catching 3, -115. So we'll roll with them. I don't like this spot for Duke whatsoever. All right, NFL. Let's go to the NFL. I'm going to bet the Bengals catching 10.5 at home against the Lions. The Bengals have looked atrocious. Absolutely nobody wants to bet the Cincinnati Bengals. I'll take the Bengals catching 10.5 at home. We were already worried about the defense coming into the season, but you thought the offense would keep this team as a contender, get them to 9 to 10 wins at worst. Unfortunately, though, Joe Burrow has been injured. So for the third straight week now,
we're going to get Jake Browning behind center. But I think the Bengals are going to cover in this game. It might be a backdoor cover, but 10.5, too many points. I'll ride with Cincinnati. I guarantee the most public bet side will be the Detroit Lions, which makes sense. They're rolling right now since that week 1 stinker against Green Bay. Cincinnati looks terrible, but there's still so much talent on the offensive side of the ball. Eventually, they're going to have to score some points, right? They have Jamar Chase. They have T. Higgins. Chase Brown has been a complete letdown. But, again, I will go Bengals 10.5. Saints, they were 1-point favorites when I bet them, now up to 2, which is just absolutely disgusting, I get. But Jackson Dart wins his first start with Malik Neighbors in the first half. Malik Neighbors out for the season, unfortunately. That's your best wide receiver. That's a top 5 receiver in the league, even in his second year only. The Saints are not a good football team, but they are going to win a game, maybe even 2 this year, and I think one of those comes this week. Everybody's going to love the Giants because Dart looked good in his first start, but I think the Saints win this game. So I'm going to go with the Bengals. I'm going to go with the Saints, and when it can't get any grosser, it does, because I also like the Jets catching 2.5 against Dallas this weekend. I wanted to wait and see if we could get a 3. I don't think we're going to get the 3. Dallas just ended in a tie with Green Bay. They scored 40 points against that Green Bay defense. Now they have to hit the road, take on the Jets. The Jets have not looked good. But I like the spot for them. I think their offense is actually going to be able to move the ball up and down the field. I think Justin Fields should have himself a day against that Dallas secondary, that Dallas pass defense. They gave up 15 explosive plays against Green Bay. And Jordan Love threw for over 300 yards. I'm not comparing Justin Fields to Jordan Love, but I'm saying I think Justin Fields is going to put up some numbers. So we are going to bet the Jets at 2.5. Give me the Cleveland Browns. Even though I did think that we were going to get Joe Flacco again, we do get Dylan Gabriel making his first start. Usually I lean with the team that doesn't have to travel when we get these overseas games. And so last week, Minnesota plays in Ireland. Now this week, they're going to go to London. And, usually I would say they got the travel advantage, but they're going to be maybe without 3 offensive linemen in this game. And now you're going against that pass rush from the Browns, one of the best pass rushes in the league. Right now, the Browns on paper actually have the best defense in the league, which I know is hard to believe because they're a 1-3 football team. Even with Dylan Gabriel making his first start, there's been no line movement. So what does that tell you about the quarterback position in Cleveland right now? They're really struggling behind center. That said, I think the Browns are live in this game. I think they cover. You could get a 4 right now. So if you don't like the 3.5, you can get an even better price. So in the NFL, if it's a gross side, I'm on it. Bengals 10.5, Saints money line, Jets catching 2.5, Browns catching 3.5. And so far, that's all I got in the NFL. College football, we just ran through these, but let's do it one last time. Florida State, I'm betting them to catch the 5, or I'm taking them with the points against Miami. I like Louisville laying 7 against Virginia. I like Cincinnati on the money line against Iowa State. I like Purdue catching 9.5 against Illinois. And then I'll lay the 14 with Clemson against North Carolina. So there's 9 bets for you, 10 bets for you in college football and the NFL. Right now, Major League Baseball action. The Dodgers up at the dish. We are in the bottom of the 6th. They have a runner in scoring position here. Bottom of the order up here. And we get a chopper to first. So now, oh my God, we got an error on the play. And now we got 2 on here for the Reds. Yeah, so that's what's going on. Brandon, I need you here for a second, actually, to come on here and tell me one last time, what did you bet in this game? Was it just the Dodgers money line, or did you go run line?
I have Dodgers money line and the over, and Dodgers first 5 and Dodgers first 7.
Okay. Well, you're going to be sweating there, huh? A little bit of a sweat.
I'm going to be sweating the over. It looks like the first 5 and first 7. I feel pretty comfortable. We're in the bottom of the 6th. They're up 3-2. First 5 is already cashed. First 7, we'll see here. Hopefully Ohtani. If Ohtani hits a home run here, I'm the happiest man in the room. You're not very happy. I might have to finish out this last 4 minutes by myself, but I'm happy. So I hope. I hope Ohtani goes yard. Sorry.
Yeah, me too.
I like my money more than I like your money.
For sure. What went down in Major League Baseball today, by the way, because I've given out all my football bets. The Yankees won 4-3 today over the Red Sox. The Yankees were minus 202 on the money line. The total went under 7.5. The Cubs lose, unfortunately. Not only do they lose, they get shut out by the Padres. Now their season is on the line tomorrow. That game finishes 3-0. The Padres cash is minus 111 favorites. Total goes under 6.5. Cleveland today, they were minus 134 favorites to keep their season alive. They do just that with a 6-1 win over the Tigers. Game ends up being a push if you got the worst of the number, because the total was actually 6.5, juice minus 125. I played the over in that game, but I played 7 even money, so I get a push. Not a great result. Dodgers right now up 3-2. Like I said, bottom of the 6th. They got runners on the corners. Live total is now 8.5. The total closed at 6.5. I'm sorry, 7.5. Dodgers on the live line right now, minus 1,600. Tomorrow doesn't get much better than 3 elimination games, which is what we have right now. We could have a 4th if the Reds could find a way to win this baseball game. Cleveland tomorrow is a minus 115 favorite. It's pretty much a pick, but they're minus 115. Detroit's minus 105. Total in the game is 7. Brandon and I are rolling with Detroit. San Diego, a minus 105 favorite tomorrow. Actually, the Cubs, I guess, technically would be the favorite, minus 116. So it's pretty much a pick.
I'm running with Cleveland.
I like San Diego. What'd you say?
I'm running with Cleveland.
Oh, yeah, you're going with Cleveland. That's right. Right. My bad. Cleveland, minus 115. All right, so we're going to be going oppo sides on that one. And then New York, now up to minus 160 on the money line tomorrow against Boston. If you like Boston, plus 136. Total in the game is 7.5, minus 120 to the over. Looking at some props, Aaron Judge to homer, plus 240. Stanton, plus 375. Rice, plus 450. Alex Bregman, plus 540. You know what I forgot about, man? The Bregman bet that I had before the season. I was looking at my tickets that are being graded right now, and I was like, where the hell did this money go? I had the Bregman to lead the league in RBIs bet at 150 to 1 before he got traded to Boston. And it was looking good, and then he got hurt. And that sucks. And that's why sometimes you don't want to bet season-long props in Major League Baseball, because injuries do happen. I'm excited about tomorrow. What would you say your favorite bet would be tomorrow, man? Out of Detroit, Cleveland, San Diego, Chicago, Boston, New York. Let's say I want to play it safe because I have too much money tied up in football this weekend, and I could only place one wager. What do you think like the strongest play would be?
Man, I think the strongest play. Are you talking about just like picking a team, picking a side? Or a prop?
Anything, just any, side prop, total, just anything.
I would say either pitcher in the Cubs. So either Darvish or Tyone. You could pick either one of them. I would take under. I mean, whatever their outs are, I would take under. As long as they're not, because I think neither one of those guys, I don't think either one of them gets out of the 3rd or 4th inning.
All right, I'm in.
I think that would be the strongest play.
Yeah. I'm not a big Gearfy guy, but maybe if I were to play anything in that game, I would go with a yes first run in the inning, or you know what I mean. Yeah, maybe that something like that. Dodgers get on the board again, and there goes the under as Mookie Betts breaks this one open. He's 2 for 3 now, 3 for 4 tonight. Dodgers. Actually, wait, hold on. Yep. 5-2. So the total was 7.5, bottom of the 6th. Runners in scoring position here on 2nd and 3rd, 1 away. And there goes my under bet, unfortunately. So bedtime for me. Good call on the over. It just seemed like it was just too easy, man. What I should have did is just went Dodgers team total, because I really wanted to bet them, but they were minus 300.
Yeah.
All right, I am going to go to bed because it's 11 p.m. here on the East Coast. You guys have an enjoyable week and weekend. And I'll see you on Saturday at 9 a.m. PJ Glasser in for me the rest of the week. BetMGM tonight. Go Cubs, go.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern, on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Some of the favorite stuff I'm on this week is Detroit Lions ladder stuff. So like Detroit Lions to cover 17.5 points, Detroit Lions team total over 40.5, Jared Goff over 350 passing yards, Jahmyr Gibbs to score 2 touchdowns, stuff like that. The Lions are one of the few teams, maybe the last team actually left in the NFL, that just keep scoring until the whistle goes. The Bills don't do it. The Ravens don't do it. The Chiefs don't do it. The Chargers don't do it. None of these really. The Eagles won a game where they didn't complete a pass in the second half, right? So a lot of the good teams just stop scoring points. The Lions don't. And the Bengals are this unique type of bad where they can't run, so they shift to the pass, but they also can't really pass. So you just get in these pass, punt series. Like, oh, you just used 37 seconds of game clock and then punted and gave the ball back. Like, the Lions are happy to score 50. They did it twice last year where they got to 50, including one game where they scored a touchdown on every possession. And they've already done it once this year in week 2. They got to 52 with 0 punts. So some of those Lions ladders I really like.
Now it's Lamar. 2 to 3 weeks. You thought it couldn't get any worse, Ravens fans? Now you don't know that if QB1's going to be out there, and you are now a dog against Houston.
I didn't think it would go through Pick'em. We had this conversation yesterday. What does it go to if he's out? And I thought Baltimore 1. And here we look up this morning, 1, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5. So the look ahead number was 9.5. They reopened it 6.5. And now we're 1.5 the other way. They're not saying Lamar Jackson's worth 8 points, but if you do the math, it's right around there. From 6.5 on the Baltimore side to 1.5 on the Houston side. I don't know that he's worth that much, considering how bad their defense has been. That's a massive move. Not many quarterbacks will justify a line move like that, from 6.5 to 1.5 the other way.
And you were going to have Lamar in a desperate spot. Lamar with a 1-3 record. And now what do you have? You might have that desperate feeling in the building, but so what if Lamar's not out there?